Sorry, the question is if wait, yeah, so if
Yeah.
the surface of the Earth isn't curving, then it would be, and then you're asking me to fill in the blank.
Correct.
Yeah, but in this
I can
modus
ag- I
tollens,
can I can agree.
listen,
I can agree
in
that
this modus tollens, where is your MUX, your multiplexer?
I can agree that it. So, what did you say was the second question?
So if the surface of the Earth is not
No,
curving, then
no,
it
no,
must
no,
be
no,
flat.
no, no. I'm talking about what he just said. I understand what you said. I'm the guy that just spoke before you did. He was talking about my modus tollens.
Yeah,
I
your
didn't hear.
MUX, your multiplexer.
Right.
Where
All right.
is it?
So hold on. Okay. So just because that's like two questions, I got to respond to now. So just to respond to the first question, yeah. I mean, I can just agree that it would be flat, but the argument is just talking about the negation of that, you know, having or
Right,
containing
but
some sort of
if
logical
you're
contradiction.
negating flatness, then obviously it'd be curving.
Well, it's not negating it. Well, so it's not negating. It's not negating that. It's saying that there isn't a contradiction.
Say that again.
So I can like just for the sake of clarity, right? I can agree that the Earth uh, is flat, right? Let's say I just grant that. Sorry, yeah. My argument is talking about the negation of the view that the Earth is flat being contradictory.
No, because you're saying the not flat Earth is not contradictory.
Yeah, but P1 is setting up the P1 is setting up the if then such that the second
You're
part.
trying to twist words to either refute logic or refute flat Earth.
My argument is built off of logic. It's modus tollens.
No, it's not modus tollens.
Okay, so what is it?
You're
What's the
trying to
form?
create a modus tollens. You're trying to create a
What's
modus
the
tollens.
form? Look,
You're doing one of two
is
things. You're either saying that the Earth can't be flat, or logic isn't logical, and therefore we can't trust our senses. One of the two, man.
not not doing anything. So look, the art.
You,
So you're
you're trying
saying
to
that.
be utterly stupid with this. There's no other way around it, man.
Okay. So you're saying that my argument isn't modus tollens, meaning right that um it doesn't follow this pattern, which is if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? Just to put it
Well,
in layman's terms. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying when you
if
say it's not
if
modus
P
tollens?
then
You're
Q,
saying the form. Yeah,
if
you're
not
saying the
Q, then
form
not
doesn't
P.
read. You're saying the form doesn't read as if P then Q, not Q therefore not P. I.e. modus tollens. You're saying the form doesn't read as that?
No, honestly, like
Okay. So
your statements
if you're
are
not
incoherent.
if you're not saying the form doesn't read as that, then the form does, right?
No, your statements are incoherent. There's
My
no logic in
statements
it.
can be well.
Like I
Okay,
said, you're
hold on. Pause.
twisting the
Pause.
logic to either A, refute flat Earth, therefore the Earth can't be flat
Okay, look,
logically, or
look.
flat Earth
Okay,
is illogical, logic
okay.
is
So,
illogical, therefore we can't even trust logic when it comes to flat Earth.
all right.
You're doing
So
one of
you
two
would.
things, man.
Yeah,
All
your
right.
non-flat Earth
So you're saying.
view doesn't
Okay.
contain a logical contradiction, needs support.
Can I take on one? Because I don't want to address like multiple people at once. That seems a little bit. Let me address one guy first. So you're saying that my statements, or whatever, just incoherent, meaning that they don't sort of make sense.
They
Are you
don't
sort
logically
of getting at
follow. They don't
that
logically follow. Let's
when
do
you?
let's start with the first statement. Premise one.
Sorry. So hold on. So you're saying that the conclusion doesn't follow?
No, like the entire thing doesn't follow.
It's modus tollens. It does follow. It sets up the
It
logical
does, just because
entailment.
you make a P1 and a P2 doesn't mean that it's following.
I agree. That's why it has the form if P then Q, not Q therefore not P.
I could say if blue and yellow, therefore green, therefore not purple and not
That would
orange
be
are not
that
yellow.
that would be
Yeah.
an invalid.
Like
Sorry,
that's
is
your
that
fucking logic, dude.
No.
sorry? That would hold on. Let me talk. Can
Listen,
I
a
talk? Let
disagreement
me
with
talk.
observation, yeah, an incomplete explanation, or a mistaken model is not automatically a logical
Sorry.
contradiction.
Okay, look. The second guy to talk, I can talk with you in a second. Just give me like a minute. So you're saying that so you're saying what you just gave, the logical sort of statement, inference, whatever is the same as the argument I provided in the side chat that has modus or the utilizes modus tollens, right?
Yeah, you are using.
I'm asking him.
Um, oh, you want to ask the other guy?
Yeah, the guy that said it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you literally like
You
putting the
understand?
not in the wrong statement just so that way you can make your statement correct. Like I said,
You
you're
understand that?
incoherent with your statement.
Okay. Do you understand that what makes a valid argument is mostly to do with there being a logical entailment, right? And that's going to be, which is just some sort of relation, which is going to be from the premises to the conclusion, right? Presumably. Now, what you just gave, or the inference that you tried to give there, we were talking about the second part of that conditional statement, um, you know, uh, representing therefore or something like that, I would just be invalid because no entailment has been set up.
Listen, when you said in your modus tollens contains a logical contradiction, did you actually specified what counts as a contradiction?
Yeah, contradiction is just any
Did you
sentence.
define what counts as a contradiction?
Wait, how can you define it? Would not be an example? Um, satisfies a contradiction. I
You
don't know what it. I don't
said
know what it
in your
means.
modus tollens, yeah, contains a
Yeah,
logical contradiction. You made a
yeah,
statement. Did you define what the contradiction is?
Yeah, dude,
yeah.
did you tell us what that contradiction is? Okay. Come on, dude. You provide it for the room. Or
Yeah, he
just say
has
it
to
has one.
provide it.
Yeah, like Christ, man. Come on, it's not that hard.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
he's
So
saying the contradiction doesn't contain the contradiction, therefore there is no contradiction. That's fucking logically fallacious, man.
wait, I'm saying that. You saying?
Yeah, you're saying that.
Not what I'm saying at all. But okay.
No, that's exactly what your statement is saying. The contradiction does
So
not contain a
the
contradiction,
logical.
therefore there is no contradiction.
You have to be quiet because it's late.
Yeah, dude, that
But
would be tautological.
hold on. To my understanding, a logical contradiction is just any sentence that can be represented as a conjunction of a proposition and its negation, right? So when I talk about the negation of the flat Earth view containing a logical contradiction, I'm saying when someone affirms the view that the Earth isn't flat, that's logically contradictory. Does that make sense? I have to be quiet.
Okay, so you're saying the Earth is flat then, because the not flat Earth view has a contradiction, and if it's inherently contradictory, then the counterpart must be true, right?
No, because P2 is specifically negating that it's contradictory, therefore just entail that the Earth isn't flat. Since P1 is
Wait,
setting up the
hold on. Are you saying we're saying the not flat Earth view has a
no,
contradiction?
no,
Or
no,
are
no.
you saying it does?
I'm saying yeah. So I'm
Because
saying the argument or me, yeah.
okay, so if you're supporting that
He's
the not
saying, this
flat
is what
Earth,
he's saying, Tony Cox.
yeah, he's actually shooting himself in the foot. Think about it. He's
He
saying
is.
that the not flat Earth view, i.e., a globe Earth, concave Earth, what have you, anything that's
Right.
not a flat Earth view, has a contradiction. And it sounds like
Right.
he's
And
trying to
then,
support that.
No,
well, then he
that's
I don't
says,
think
if not
no.
Q,
That
and
is
then he's
not
saying,
what he's
if not,
saying.
hold on. He's saying, and then he's saying, if not Q. So if there is no contradiction on the non-flat Earth, therefore there is no, then the Earth cannot be flat. If not Q, then not P. So
that's just
he's
not
Okay,
what
saying,
I'm
he's not trying to.
he's
So
saying, he's saying
okay.
because the contradiction
that's
does not
just
have a contradiction,
that's
therefore
just
there is no contradiction.
no, that's
That's what
just
he's
that's
saying.
not what I'm saying. So
That's what
so
you're
I'm
saying, dude.
agreeing. Yeah, so I'm agreeing with P2, which is negating the second part of the conditional, which is saying that there is a there it does contain a
Right.
contradiction.
If not Q, then not P.
Okay, so you're negating the
Yeah, well,
first
on
part,
P2,
saying that there is no. Watch this. Let's clear it up, right? Because there's too many fucking knots here. Okay? If you're saying the premise one is that the not flat Earth view has a contradiction, and then you're applying a not in front of that, so not
No,
not a not, right?
no, that's
Is
just
that
No,
wrong.
is that,
No,
then what the fuck are you doing?
let me steel man him real quick.
no,
So
can
he's
I
saying
talk?
Okay,
no.
Okay,
So he's
thank
saying
you. It's off
flat
way
Earth.
too much, dude.
He's saying let me read it as the globe, okay? If the Earth is flat, then the globe contains a logical contradiction. If not Q, so if the globe doesn't contain a contradiction, therefore the Earth isn't flat.
Okay, so here's the problem. Okay, just because something is wrong does not mean it's inherently contradictory,
I agree.
right? Okay, so your entire thing is hoisted upon this notion that we're claiming that the globe is contradictory, or you're saying that
No,
we're saying it is, or whatever.
no,
Can it just be wrong as opposed to
So it
contradictory?
doesn't. So the argument isn't claiming that that's what the argument is. Just stating that the not Earth the not flat Earth view contains a contradiction.
Okay, so now let's go
Okay.
back to what. Well, let's go back to what. Oh fuck, man! Sorry, I forgot your name. Get. You were saying.
yeah.
Provide us what that contradiction is, please.
For
You want
P1.
me to provide you what the
No, for
contradiction is?
P2.
No.
No.
I was echoing what you were saying back to him. Now that we're in the
Oh,
spot
yeah,
in the
yeah, yeah.
conversation,
Ah,
clear
okay.
it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, on his first part, if the Earth is flat, then the non-flat Earth view contains a logical contradiction. Yeah. So, this premise is not a law of logic. It's an assumption,
You can defend it if you want.
which is itself, it needs to be demonstrated.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
on
see
part
what he's
2,
doing.
the
I see
non-flat
what he's
Earth
doing.
view doesn't contain a logical contradiction.
Sorry.
This
Just to be
statement requires support.
okay. So are you saying that both premises require justifications?
Let's start with one. We
I,
haven't even really
hey,
got to the second
Obviously.
one.
can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
Real quick, and I'm just gonna be done with it. So, hey, I don't see any. Honestly, now that I'm looking at it, I don't see anything wrong with it. Now you have a choice. You have to have evidence for one or the other. So now what?
Yeah. Yes, I can. I can justify P2 if you want.
Yeah. If flat Earth has a logical contradiction, right? Or if the globe has no logical contradiction, if there's measurements for the globe, then yes, flat Earth would be negated. So yeah, provide those measurements and let's go.
That's
Yeah.
not required in order for me to disprove that it's contradictory.
It is because you have to prove
Of course it
your
does.
second
The
premise.
globe is the
No.
positive claim.
Yeah,
The
because dude,
shape.
at
Yeah,
best,
I under. Can I talk?
check this out. hold on a second, dude. Check this out. At best, what you have here is a logical framework that is solid, logically speaking. Okay, now we're going to try to apply it, and by applying it, we require specificity, right? So you started with
Right.
that there's
Well,
a
well,
contradiction,
and
and
with
it requires
specificity,
us.
GPS.
Hang on, dude. It requires us to actually determine what that is for that first premise to be true before you can actually move any further. Now that we're applying it, now that we've acknowledged, right, that at least, unless I'm wrong, right, it sounds like the logic math checks out, right? Now, if
No,
you
you're
want,
not wrong. It can apply.
I'm
The
not saying it can't
GPS,
apply.
International Space
Hang
Station,
on a
like it's.
second. No, dude, you misheard what I said, right? I'm not saying it can't apply. I'm saying let's apply it now, and by applying it now, we're going to have to scrutinize it, right? What I'm actually saying here is his logic sounds like it's correct. It sounds like it can hold, logically speaking, like purely in the abstract. But once we apply it and we actually put all the puzzle pieces together, right, we'll see if it even actually is appropriate.
Okay, well then the first piece of the puzzle is that we have a GPS system, we have satellites orbiting
How about
the
this,
Earth,
dude? How
we
about
have
you let him speak?
International Space
Hang
Station.
on. No. How
Oh,
about
go ahead.
this? How about
You're
you let
right. I'll
him?
let him speak. I'll let him speak. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Let him. I was talking to him, right?
So
Yeah. So let's go for it.
okay, I think clarification, or at least a little bit, is needed. So by not flat Earth view, I just mean the view that the Earth isn't flat. Period. So I'm not saying that that alone entails the not, or globers, whatever you want to call them, say things that may be contradictory. I'm not talking about it in that regard. I'm just saying the negation of the proposition the Earth is uh flat.
Okay, so let's work with it, dude. Whatever. Start from square one. Square one. Okay, P1. Repeat it, please.
Sorry, what? What was the question?
I said, all good, dude. Let's apply it now. The logic is now. Let's use it. Okay? So let's repeat it. Start from P1. Please repeat. And we will ask questions.
Yeah, you're asking me to repeat P1?
Please.
Okay. Yeah, so if the Earth is flat, then the not flat Earth view contains a logical contradiction.
Perfect. Does the not flat Earth view have a contradiction?
No.
No? Okay. Carry on.
Yeah. Sorry. Therefore, the Earth isn't flat, logically entailed.
That was only one P. Where the hell is the Q, dude?
Mm-hmm.
The second premise was not Q.
Hang on. Okay, sorry. Let's go with it. P1.
It's sorry. Yes, it's P then Q, not Q. Therefore, not P. It's monotonic. Yeah. So
My apologies.
P1
My
is
apologies.
that's fine.
P.
So if the Earth is flat, then the not flat Earth view contains a logical contradiction. The not flat Earth view doesn't contain a logical contradiction. Therefore, the Earth isn't flat.
Perfect. Okay. So by not flat Earth view having no contradiction, can you define what that statement even means, please?
It means that when someone makes the proposition, the Earth isn't flat, that can't be represented as a conjunction of a proposition and its negation, since they're only affirming the negation. Does that make sense?
Yeah. In English, please. We're boiling it down to English now.
Yeah. So I'm
we've
saying
worked in the abstract, so you can play with yourself for the last 15, 20 minutes. Let's apply it, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
Copy
so in order for it to be a logical contradiction, someone just affirming the negation doesn't satisfy doesn't satisfy it being a logical contradiction.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so
Can I
Because
reply to
because
him?
because
So in
because
plain
what's
English,
be,
so in
because
plain English, by us just saying it's actually flat, right? By asserting or affirming the non, or by asserting or affirming the opposite, Right? Is that basically a good summary of your first half of your sentence?
So, okay, so
Because you're
what? Okay,
using.
so
Here's the problem, dude.
an
You're using
example.
way too many high level fucking abstract philosophical logical
Okay, look.
statements.
Okay,
Okay,
look.
beyond your beyond. Let me finish, dude. Beyond your opening statement. Okay, you set it up. Let's fill in the blanks. Right? You set up a lot of variables. P, Q, blah blah blah, and then all this stuff in between. P also has a series of fill in the blankables. Okay, let's fill in the fucking blanks, bro. Okay?
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. Can I quickly say, um, so real quick, do you agree that if someone like a regular agent, human, whatever, just said that the Earth exists and then said the Earth doesn't exist, and they say they hold to both claims, you think that that would
That
be
would be contradictory.
contradictory? Okay,
Absolutely. That
but
would
but
be
if but if
contradictory.
but if they said that the Earth doesn't exist, that would be a performative contradiction, but not a logical one, right?
Explain the difference, please.
So a logical contradiction is any sentence that can be represented as a proposition, or sorry, as a conjunction, which is just and operator of a proposition and its negation. But a performative contradiction um, is, roughly speaking, I can give like examples, which is if I say I don't exist, I in order to say I don't exist, I needed to exist. That makes sense. It's
Gotcha.
sort of
Got
not
No.
it's sort of not the same thing because performative
Yeah,
contradictions don't satisfy logical contradictions. That makes sense.
I follow you there. Okay, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, go back. Repeat the
Yeah,
setup.
And the
you
reason and the
they
reason
make
sorry and the
listen.
reason and the
No,
reason and the reason
you are making logic an instrument of your mind.
sorry, hold on real quick before you, and the reason why it doesn't is because me saying I don't exist is logically possible, or sorry,
Yeah, listen,
me not existing is
listen.
possible.
You are saying that logic exists because your mind exists and is thinking, and that makes logic. You are the one that exists, are brought into existence by logic. It's not you that bring logic into existence.
That's not true.
Yeah, it's true.
If
Logic is
no,
fundamental. Logic is
I agree.
that it is.
Hold on, can I talk real quick?
Logic is that which it is.
Yeah, I understand, but you do so.
It's bigger
Hold
than
on.
you.
Yeah, look, when people say that, or sorry, when people say something like logic objectively exists, no one's gonna
No,
affirm that.
mm,
Hold on,
it,
hold on, hold on,
logic doesn't
hold on.
objectively exist. Logic is fundamental.
Okay, so Jesus, so usually they want to say that it doesn't have any causal power because it's also abstract, and it is abstract.
Yeah,
Then
yeah,
realism is true,
yeah. Logic
but
manifests
then
the act of existence itself.
no, because it's abstract and doesn't have any causal
Existence
power.
doesn't exist before logic manifests it.
Okay, can I engage with someone else? This guy's not getting it.
Guys, I mean,
You
it's
don't know
simple. It's
logic. You don't
gravity.
understand
Gravity, bro.
logic. And this
Gravity.
is
Look,
because,
logic.
listen. It was your, the subtle problem, issue, was your phrase that contains a logical contradiction. So you have to define exactly
Who cares
what
about
counts
logic,
as
bro?
a
It's just
contradiction.
gravity.
Listen, just because you have a disagreement with the observations, yeah, you you cannot come to us with an incomplete explanation or a mistaken model, yeah, because that is not automatically a logical contradiction.
I understand. Two things there. When people talk about logic, or at least mathematicians, or even people that think that logic objectively exists, no one is gonna literally no one is gonna say that logic has causal power, right? Meaning that the reason we exist is because of logic, right? Or sorry, is because logic is eternal, exists, whatever, right? Because it doesn't
Who
even
are
have
you
any
to
causal.
say this?
Because it doesn't. It's if you think it's abstract, the notion of abstract includes
I
not
didn't
having
say
causal.
it's abstract.
Okay, so
I said logic is fundamental, not abstract.
so do you affirm realism or anti-realism?
Sorry?
So about logic or mathematics, do you affirm realism or anti-realism?
Do you refer what?
Do you affirm realism or anti-realism? It's getting off topic, but
Oh,
do you affirm
affirm realism or
anti-realism?
anti-realism? Are you asking me if I believe if I'm real?
So about mathematics or logic, I'm
No,
asking you
I
if
ask you a question back because I want to make sure I understand your question
yeah,
here.
I'm clarifying. Please don't cut me off. Look, I'm asking. So when it comes to mathematics, are you a realist or an anti-realist? Is what I'm asking.
Mathematics can be realistic with a certain degree, and it is irrational on other degrees.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
So you do hold to a realist position?
Dude, he has no idea what you're talking about, dude.
No, I
You're
don't
using
deny these
jargon.
things.
You're
Okay.
using jargon. You're using jargon that's lexically specific to the context that he's not getting, and you're not telling him what it is. You're just asking him the terms, expecting him to know what it means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Define. I can give like 3 realist views if you want.
No,
Define the
what you're gonna do is you're gonna prove that if the earth was flat, the not flat view
Okay.
would contain a contradiction. That's what you're gonna prove right now.
well.
Yes.
There's a more
Okay.
interesting test.
So
You know, the people that think it's flat and the people that think it's round.
And me asking him to provide his proof wasn't your cue to speak.
that guy's a troll anyway. Okay, so okay, great. So if I understand correctly, you're just saying I need to give justification for P1, right?
Now you need to prove it. Go.
Yeah. How was proving it not giving justification for it?
Hey, I don't listen. I'm not playing your games. Prove it.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah. So um uh so you're asking, just to be clear, asking for the reason it would be contradictory?
No. You said if the Earth is flat, the not flat view contains a logical contradiction. Prove it. Prove that if the Earth is flat, the not flat Earth view must contain a logical contradiction. Go ahead.
Yeah, because in virtue of the law of non-contradiction being necessary given the modality or slash domain, which is logic, right? We're talking about logical possible worlds, and the not flat Earth view is
No,
just another
doesn't
term that's
count.
synonymous with that. Then that means that
Doesn't count.
it's contradictory to
It's not
negate.
synonymous. It's not synonymous with that, dude.
Wait, so according to you, right?
No, you're just making the claim that it is, dude.
Yeah. So I'm claiming that
Okay, okay, here, let me make it simple for you. This table that I'm eating on is flat. So if the table is flat, then the not flat table view contains a logical contradiction. Therefore, the table isn't flat.
No,
Are you kidding me, dude?
no, that's just not the argument. Not even what I'm saying.
I know, dude, that is what you're saying. The problem is you're too stupid to realize it.
No, it would be
Hey,
no. Sorry, the argument would be
can I
if
homie, I'm sorry to interrupt, but in plain English, AI, correct me if I'm wrong here. Isn't the guy saying basically that if the Earth is flat, the thought that the Earth is actually a ball or concave or whatever contradicts that first statement, but because
No. He's saying that
doesn't
if the
contradict it?
Earth, no, dude, this is very simple. He's saying that
Yeah,
if the Earth is as a material fact flat,
yeah.
then that means that a view alternate to that has a logical contradiction in it, necessarily because somebody said that the Earth is flat. So one is a matter of fact, and the other is a view about a matter of fact. They're different categories. So he's crossing his categories here. So his conclusion is about the Earth not being flat, which is a material fact, and his thing that contains a contradiction in it is a viewpoint, not an actual reality. So this kid is dumb as a brick, dude.
hold on, contradictions don't even exist in reality.
Oh my goodness, dude. You really are stupid, aren't you?
I guess I am, man.
Wait,
Look,
Who said that contradictions exist in reality so that you had to say they don't?
yeah, when you talk about it being a matter of fact in reality, doesn't that just include contradictions?
Listen, friend, let me help you out. This table that I'm eating at right now with my nice broccoli Alfredo is flat. That's a material fact about the table. Your opinion about the table is irrelevant. Whether your opinion or your views or your thoughts about the table contain or don't contain logical contradictions is irrelevant to the fact that this table is flat, dude. So your little
Sure.
logical syllogism that you made up, dude, is dumb as a retarded brick. And if you just switch the words out, flat and globe, it ends up canceling out. So you're dumb, dude. Okay, you
No.
thought you were coming in here with your logic intelligence, but all you proved is you're a retard.
Wait, so just because a
So
table's flat means that the
it
Earth is not
only
like flat?
hold on.
No, the table has nothing to do with the Earth, dude. It has to do with something that's a fact, just is what it is, and then a viewpoint about that having no ability to negate a material fact. Views can't negate facts.
Yeah, so you
Sure,
keep
but
fake.
we're not
Check it out,
talking.
right? Watch this, dude.
Okay.
Now's actually your opportunity to jump in and say, "Oh, how is it actually a material fact? How do you know that?" That'd be a great place to start, and then we can actually show you.
Yeah,
Listen,
look,
he crosses his categories in his
even
conclusion. He's
even
committing a
if
category error. His thing at
even
the
if
end, where therefore the Earth isn't flat, is false. The kid's a retard.
even
Entertaining
if
this moron is
even
making
if
him suffer, and it's making all the audience suffer. And literally, we have people in the
okay,
chat and the live stream saying, "This is the dumbest thing I ever heard." That's speaking of you, sir.
even that's cool. Look, even if it is a fact, right? My argument is talking about the negation of the fact being logically contradictory, not
It
incorrect.
doesn't have to be logically contradictory to be negated as a fact. That's the
I
part you don't
understand, but I'm
understand.
claiming it
You
is.
know how you can negate? Dude, it's irrelevant.
If someone said the law of non-contradiction, right,
It's irrelevant.
doesn't
It is
doesn't obtain,
irrelevant. It is
that would be
irrelevant.
that would be a contradiction.
It's not relevant to your syllogism, you moron. It's irrelevant
How is it relevant?
because somebody's view of whether the table is or isn't flat, whether it contains logical contradictions or not, is irrelevant. If the table is flat, it is flat. It's that
You just
simple, dude.
repeated it's irrelevant. Nice.
Listen, friend, if I tell you that broccoli Alfredo is the most delicious food in the world, your opinion
Yeah.
of whether it is or isn't matters. But if I tell you that broccoli Alfredo is made of broccoli and pasta and cheese, and that is what is in front of me, your opinion is irrelevant
Yeah. The question is, why is it irrelevant?
because it doesn't change the material fact of what it is. If you tell me, oh, I don't agree that that's what it's made out of, well, who cares? That's what it's made out of.
Okay,
This is the
great.
problem with you. This is the problem with you. You're not trying to disprove whether there's broccoli, pasta, or cheese in my bowl. You're trying to say that the alternate view must contain a logical contradiction in order for my bowl to be filled with pasta and broccoli. And then you say, well, my view doesn't contain a logical contradiction, therefore your bowl doesn't contain pasta and broccoli. Dude, you, sir, are a retard, dude.
Not what I'm saying.
And I mean, wouldn't it be consistent to say that the complete inverse of the statement would hold true also? So like
Write it out, and it equals a negation of his claim, dude. It's so stupid. He is a retard. We already went over this 5 times in the past, yet he keeps coming back trying to peddle this nonsense to new people.
Is it the same guy?
It's the same guy, dude.
Holy shit, he changed his name or something.
He is literally, dude, this is all you guys need to know. One is a material fact that either is or isn't. The other thing that he's putting against that is a view. A view. Fact over here, view over here. If my table in this room that I'm eating in is flat, that's just a fact, right? His view about it doesn't matter. Whether his view contains contradictions or not, or is logically consistent or not, to the fact that it's not flat is irrelevant to the fact that it is or isn't flat. His syllogism crosses categories and his conclusion is a category error. He is a retard. It's not only is a category error, it's non sequitur. Because it's not the case that if there is or isn't a contradiction in an alternate view, that it affects a material fact. Whether his view is consistent or inconsistent doesn't change what the object is. Okay, there's a chocolate cake inside this thing in front of me. It's plastic and it's inside the container. Now, that chocolate cake is in there. It doesn't matter whether you like chocolate cake. It doesn't matter whether you want to argue with me whether it's a vegan cake or whether it's gluten-free or your view about the ethics of, proliferating the cocoa bean. None of that matters. The chocolate cake is in there, and your view about it, and whether your view is consistent or inconsistent, whether logically, morally, ethically, or any other category that applies, doesn't change any of the facts. So, Mr. Logic Boy, you, sir, are an embarrassment, and everyone is dumber for having listened to you for the past half hour.
I just wanted to say I can confirm I am dumber now.
But yes, 20 cups, you are correct. You're right. I already wrote out a syllogism, and I actually have it saved, so I'm going to post it. I'm going to look it up right now. It's embarrassing, dude. It works on anything, by the way, 20 cups. Did you know that?
Yeah, well,
it works to negate any fact can be negated with this syllogism. Any fact.
There you go,
fact.
Right? Yeah. That's why I kind of posited, like, if we just flip it around, right? We assert the globe is, P, and not globe is, not P, all that shit, right? It works out and says the Earth can't be a globe. Because, like you said, anything you apply to anything, it just knocks it out.
Yeah, like who's playing in FIFA? What's the name of the team in FIFA right now?
Oh, fucking Italy, whatever.
Let's just say the Thunderbolts. So if the Thunderbolts are a team that plays in FIFA, then the non-Thunderbolt view contains a logical contradiction. The non-Thunderbolt view doesn't contain a logical contradiction. Therefore, they're not a team in FIFA. Like, what the heck, dude?
Well, you have to ask what the hell that contradiction is. Or
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it does or doesn't, because he's saying it doesn't contain a contradiction.
Well, how can he prove that? That it doesn't.
Now, keep about this, 20 cups. He said the non-flat view contains a logical contradiction. So that means any view is included that doesn't include the Earth being flat. So that means concave Earth. You understand? That means halo ring Earth. That means anything goes.
Yeah. Right.
So how is he going to prove that every view that doesn't think the Earth is flat has zero logical contradictions in it. How's he going to possibly bear that burden of proof? And even if he could, it would be a viewpoint, not an attack on the actual merits of the claim that the earth is flat.
Uh-huh.
Why can't we just all worship our Lord and Savior Eric Dubay in peace?
Give me a chance to find my sweet screenshot here. Got like 2.7 billion screenshots. So let me screenshot it again because that's the easiest way to make it live so I can send it. Like this kid is so brick retarded. He thinks he's smart, and he thinks like the people that he hangs out with that talk about logic are smart, and they're all tell each other they're smart, but they're brick retards, dude. Here, read this, bro. First one is his. The second one is his with the thing swapped. And he makes new accounts to come in and say the same crap. So they cancel out, don't they, 20 cups?
I'm just looking right now. Well, exactly. That's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to bring up.
He doesn't think they cancel out. So in order for them to not cancel out, that means that the flat Earth view would have to have a logical contradiction. And he means a true logical contradiction because he parsed that out before. So he means flat Earth must be the Earth is flat and the Earth is not flat. Like almost all views do not contain contradictions like that, where it's a true, exact opposite. You know, it is and it isn't the thing and opposite at the same time. Like what view contains that? Who has any belief like that? So what Glober thinks that gravity is real, but gravity is also not real at the same time? Like there is gravity, but there is no gravity
I
simultaneously.
actually have a rare mental disorder called schizoglobia, where I'll switch belief systems from flat to globe, and vice versa.
But you know what's funny, AI? The statement, the not flat Earth view or the not globe Earth view, like you mentioned, right? It encompasses everything but that thing. But it can't be all those things except that thing at the same time. So even that almost can be argued as being contradictory because it can't be concave and globe at the same time. It couldn't
Correct.
be concave
So
and flat at the same time.
So if you include in the not flat view all views that are not flat, then you're including a contradiction.
Yeah.
So he has to isolate it. No, I only mean one particular view. Oh yeah, what's all the particulars of that view? You know, every 10,000 points about everything.
Oh yeah, because in the set of all things not flat Earth, there's going to be one thing that has to be wrong, which means that would then have some sort of contradiction, and thereby the set itself, right, that encompassed it, does have a contradiction in it somewhere.
Well,
deep below.
unless he's strict to his claim that he's only counting a contradiction if it's a equals not A, right? So if you say the Earth is a globe and concave simultaneously, that's not an Earth is a globe and also not a globe. It's not in the same form. So he would try to weasel that.
But the statement contains a contradiction, right? A view, in this case, of anything except flat, right, has a series of views, a set of views. Any one of those views having any sort of contradiction itself poisons the entire set, and thereby nullifying the point that the entire set has no contradiction. Not within itself, right? It doesn't contradict itself as a whole, right? He's not saying that. He's saying the view doesn't contain a contradiction. The set has no contradictions in it. He couldn't weasel through that, man. Not the way he worded it. So yeah, the whole frame of the argument is actually kind of dumb. And yeah, you're right. It kind of made me dumber at the same time. Jesus Christ.
Dude, if pineapple on pizza tastes great, the Earth is not a globe. This is the same kid who said, okay, check this out. So we talked about the chocolate cake in the box here. You know, it's in the little cake carrier that you get from the store. So is there a chocolate cake in the box? Yes. If there is a chocolate cake in the box, is it possible for there to not be a chocolate cake in the box? No. Is it possible to verify whether there's a chocolate cake in the box? Yes. Therefore, there is no chocolate cake in the box. Yeah, that's how dumb this kid is. He said that in regards to the Earth being able to be checked whether it's a globe or not. Right? So just because you can check whether something is true, right? He said, therefore, it's not the case. So in that example, there is a chocolate cake in the box, so there's no way you can check and find that there's no cake, right? But you can check to see if there's a cake there. And when you look, there will be a cake there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's it. In an argumentative sense, right? You stating that there's a cake, right? You might know it's true, but he doesn't, right? So the argument would have to, the purpose of the argument would have to be set up in a way so as to basically try and justify it why he should or should not bother, right? He's going to try and say, oh, well, there can't be a cake because reasons. You saying there's a cake, well, fuck it, I can work out why I might not even need to bother because it can't possibly be the case that there's a cake in there. That would be the whole purpose of it. But in the end, you're going to have to probably check to really confirm anyway. Right? Your logic might be sound, but you might be missing a variable, whatever. So the whole thing is fruitless, man. It all boils down in the end to, as Get Beget was kind of bringing up before, show me something to substantiate a piece of whatever you're saying. Because we're trying to apply this shit, this abstract, gymnastics to something real. So we have to somehow embed or, stick in there something real along the way. So we can start with one thing, and he couldn't do it.
You know how flat earthers will say, "Oh, I went out and tested the globe," or "I went out and checked," or "I just went out and did a test and to figure out whether it was flat or a globe." So he was accusing the very fact that you're going out and checking proves it's not flat. Because if the Earth is flat, then it can't not be flat. So how can you check for it? I'm like, dude, did you ever know that you left your food in the fridge and then you went and checked if it's still there and it's still there? It's like, does that mean it's not there because you opened the fridge and laid eyes on it, you dummy?
Yeah, it's kind of like you leave the house, right? You got a bunch of bags, keys, wallet, whatever, and you check your pockets, like, shit, I lost my keys, right? Maybe I left them at home, but you think, oh well, no, I couldn't have left them at home because I locked the door with it, but I don't have them on me at the same time. So yeah, like all sorts of reasons just to not go check back. But in the end, you're gonna be like, fuck, I'm gonna check all my stuff anyway. Just to be,
Right, but let's be clear. The fact that you checked or didn't check didn't change the fact of where the keys were.
exactly.
Keys were where they were. If the Earth is flat, the Earth is flat, whether you check or not.
And that's the door for them to say, how do you know? Right? The guy was trying to do was avoid opening the door or walking through the door of actually checking. He's trying to say, oh, I don't need to because of my lab.
Hey, 20 cups, you want to do an IQ test? Do you like pineapple on your pizza?
Yeah, I like that, actually. I do. Am I stupid
All right,
now?
you passed.
Yeah, this sweet and sour or sweet and salty shit. Yeah, I'm good with that.
So we had a kid earlier, I think it was yesterday morning, was telling us, yes, questions that can be answered with a yes are stupid questions. He's like, I can't answer yes or no questions. I'm like, you do realize that there's another answer. So, for example, if I said, do you like pineapple on pizza? Yes or no? There's a third option there, isn't there? You can't answer that question if you've never tried it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So your answer should then be, oh, I've never tried it. So, for example, if someone asks, well, is the Earth a flat or a globe? You might say it's a globe confidently, or you might say, you know what, I don't know because I never checked. Or I don't know because I was told it was, but I don't know for sure. The question he was asked is, do you believe the Earth is a globe? He's like, oh, I can't answer yes or no. He said it's an ignorant question. It's an ignorant question to ask that. And I go, yeah, it is an ignorant question. We are ignorant of whether you believe something or not. That's why we're asking you, because we want to know.
I mean, with that reasoning, what question isn't ignorant? That may be rhetorical ones, but what genuine question isn't ignorant?
You know what? I think there's a word for a question that is a genuine, knowledge gap. Like you're asking for something you don't know and you need the answer. And then obviously there's questions that you can have the answer. Like lawyers, a lot of times they'll ask questions even though they already know the answer. They just want the question answered, not necessarily that they don't know.
Wouldn't that be a form of a rhetorical one? Like there's rhetorical ones that are like questions that are not actually intended to be answered, just
No,
because they're just
no.
no.
Questions that are intended to be answered are where the answer is like obvious or it's part of that. But like a lawyer, he's asking so that it's on the record or so that the person has to say it under oath or so that the jury can hear the answer
Yeah,
from the mouth
that's
of
what I
the
mean.
person.
Oh, sorry, I missed that last part there. I thought you were done.
But I'm just saying sometimes they just want the person to say it,
Yeah, well, that's
because
why
it changes things.
that's why I thought a rhetorical, the term of rhetorical question in this context would apply not to say, like not in the sense that we're accustomed to hearing it, like rhetorical. The term rhetorical, it's rhetoric, right? Like the purpose of the question has the purpose of the question is something else other than being answered, right? Or just being answered or whatever, simply. So in this context, it's being answered for an exterior purpose. Whereas in other senses that we've heard the term rhetorical question, it's one where it's not supposed to be answered. You know what I mean? So it's a flavor of rhetorical question, where the rhetoric is, the rhetorical device in here is, to put it on the record, let's say, or to ensure that everyone heard it. I think maybe there's another term for it, but that would be my guess.
But a rhetorical question is everyone hearing the question is the important part. And an answer that you want somebody else to say, they have to say it. So if they have to reply, then it's not rhetorical.
Okay, I didn't know that rhetorical questions were exclusively ones where the answer is not supposed to be answered. Exclusively. I didn't know that. We're thought by the term rhetorical insinuate anything having to do with rhetoric.
All right, I gotta go back into the background. But please, for the love of God, smack that guy next time he
Oh,
shows up. Rhetorically, of
Take
course. course.
care.
Rhetorically.
ah, yeah. Take it easy, dude.
Be great.
neo-Nazi there. Oh, you got okay.
Geocentrism is true.
you have these guys that are 20 miles apart, and I'm not necessarily, I don't know exactly what they're looking for, but I know what they should be looking for. And they should be looking for a bulge in the water that protrudes to cut their laser off, right?
Yeah, like
Right.
if the Earth is a globe, gravity is pulling all the water down on the Earth, so therefore
Right.
water
And
should
the
be
sides would be
curving.
further down. Right. And so I was proving this to this guy earlier that like you can do this with surface tension in a swimming pool, a very large swimming pool, a cup, anything. And if you put too much water into the pool, it'll bubble around over the pool. It'll be higher in the middle. But as soon as you add any kind of turbulence in the water, that bubble will, in essence, if you had a beach on the side of the pool, the water would go up on the beach and then move back and forth. And then if you were to shoot a laser over that, you would get a flat surface. And then as soon as you stop the turbulence, assuming that the beach was slanted, it would go back to its original state as a bubble. And in this case, if you're expecting a bubble and the water is not still, it's not if the water's moving, you're never gonna get that bubble. I mean, I don't know how large you could scale up your test. I don't know. We don't have the money to build a 20-mile swimming pool, but
How much
if you had
curvature do you think is over 20 miles?
over 20 miles, I'd probably say it would have to be several meters, probably 10 meters.
Probably more than that.
Yeah. But nevertheless, no matter how
Yeah.
much curvature you have in any kind of,
Do you know the height of the laser in that video?
yeah, 5 feet.
5 feet. So check this out. I'm gonna go to Earth curve. I'm gonna Google Earth curve calculator. They actually have these out there.
Right, I get what you're saying, but you're never going to get a water that basically, as soon as you have any kind of turbulence in the water is not going to follow gravity's laws because it's not being pulled on in the center as far as that's concerned. The water is being moved by other forces out and away from what gravity is wanting it to do. That's why we have
All right, brother. Let's do metric. 60 meters.
yeah,
That's how much curve there is over 20 miles with a
60
with.
meters, yeah.
So if you got a laser 5 feet high and you shoot it over 20 miles of water, at the
Yeah.
other end, the laser should be 60 meters above your head, 198 feet.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is no matter how high that would be, as soon as you had any kind of turbulence in the water, it will pull that down and away from where it needs to be at. I'm telling you, any kind of swimming pool that you can go to and create a scenario where there's no wind, there's no fishes in the water, you can make a curve in that swimming pool. No matter how big it is.
Yeah, but you can't make 198 feet of.
So, Deck, are you talking about like the surface tension, like the image I posted?
I'm saying any pool that you make that does not have any turbulence in the water, no matter how big it is, you can make a curve in it. It is possible to make a curve.
Look at the image that Matthew Learns put in the side chat. It bulges up, but it's still flat on top.
Yeah,
Right,
the cause of the bulge is not what you think it is, right? It's not gravity.
It is gravity.
Yeah, so it's surface tension in that case, or if it's a meniscus, it can go the other way. But
what I'm saying is if it
those
didn't,
effects are only a couple millimeters. Like even in a swimming pool, it would be like 2 millimeters higher.
Right.
Yeah, surface
Exactly.
tension forms due to intermolecular forces, not gravity.
Right, I understand that, but the reason
I mean, I get your reasoning behind it, but there's not enough surface tension out there to create 198 feet um of matter of fact, let me lower this down to 0. You have to do the entire 266 feet of surface tension. There's no way that it would ever bulge that much over 20 miles.
Yeah, I don't see that actually bulging either like that.
No,
There
I'm
might
not
be some
saying
incremental amount, but for all we know, it could be concave bulging, right?
I'm not saying that it will be surface tension. I'm saying in an example like surface tension where it is bulging out.
And I get your reasoning behind it,
Any
but
kind of
you're
any
you're
kind of
you're, you're
turmoil that you put into that cup, it's gonna break that roundedness of it.
your
And
reasoning is based on, as a child you were taught the earth is too big to see the curve. It looks flat, but it's curving. And then you never questioned it ever again. So now you're trying to reason
no,
without
I'm saying it's
actual
not curving.
evidence.
I'm saying it's not curving. Not
So it's
that
not
not
curving?
lake. Not that lake.
It has to curve.
If it is curving, it's so minuscule you could not see it. But if the water was not moving, there was no wind, there was no fishes, it would be curving a lot more than it is in that video.
It has to curve, brother.
It doesn't.
It does.
Look, what I'm saying is if you take a surface tension and create a bubble similar to what a bulge would be on Earth, that should be in a pond. They should be. And
There
you
isn't.
create any kind of turbulence in that surface tension, it will break and make the bubble flat.
Let me ask you this. If you have a pond and then you add more water to it, what's going to happen?
It'll create a bubble.
It'll just push outward more because
No,
water will seek the lowest part and then it'll spread out within its container.
right, I understand that. But you will still create a larger surface tension bubble than what's in a cup.
No, it'll just continue to get higher and spread out.
No,
It's
you would
not
have
like a,
you
it's
would
not,
have
there's
surface.
not a vertical wall on a lake like in a swimming pool.
Yeah, right.
It's just like a beach. Like the water is just going to continue to go further and further up the shoreline.
Right. But you're still gonna have a certain amount of surface tension in a lake or anything that was not moving. It's just gonna be less than
No,
it'll
it's
be
going to be
less than
flat.
a straight wall.
It's just like as you add more water, the water's going to rise and it's going to spread out further across the shoreline.
No, you
It's
will
going to
have
go
surface
further up the
tension
shoreline.
in any size of amount of water. You will have surface tension. You could do it
Yeah,
with a cooler. You could do it with a swimming
if
pool.
you
You could
have
do
a
it
vertical, if
with
you have a
anything.
vertical
Yes,
wall with
yes,
nothing behind it.
yes. Well, even if you made a slanted cup, you can make a slanted cup. You would still get surface tension.
Okay, so if I
Not as
flooded the whole
much.
earth,
Not as much.
then the earth would be a ball then?
Yes.
Retarded. Water should be curving already right now, and it's not.
Right, because you have turbulence in the water.
There's no turbulence. It rained, and the fucking ground is still.
One thing is in that cup, if you barely move the water in that cup, it'll break that bubble.
Yeah, nobody's
I mean,
moving
barely.
the lake bed.
It
Nobody's
is.
moving Salt
The
Lake.
water is moving.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is. All those fish
Brother.
in there, any kind of movement in there. Of course, it would need more for a lake than.
Okay, so then water's flat and Earth is flat. All the oceans are flat too.
No, the ocean is a different scenario.
No, the turbulence is breaking the water, bro. It can't
No, no.
bubble.
Well, the ocean is a different scenario.
No. I'm going by exactly what you said. Turbulence
no.
is breaking
What
the water.
it has similar
All those
properties.
sharks and whales, and I mean,
It has
hell,
similar.
whales communicate with each other from 400 miles away. That's impossible for the Baltic.
What I would suggest is, if it would be possible, I would do this in the ocean and not in a lake, because it's a different scenario. That's what I'm trying to say. If this test could be done in the ocean, I would 100% agree with it. What,
Done
but
it in the
that's
ocean.
I don't think
Would you like
it's.
to see an example of that? Someone show him the black swan or maybe the turbines. Let's see if I can find those. There's DJ when we meet.
Yeah, I got it.
What you also have to remember, though, in the ocean is you cannot get close enough to the water to measure it correctly. That's another issue.
What are you talking about?
Like any variable in a swimming pool that the largest swimming pool on Earth, if there is curvature, you would be
Yeah.
it would be
Here's a
possible.
PhD in optics. He's looking at a wind farm off the coast of England. Makes a 14-mile observation, flat as can be. You want to talk about
What
turbulence?
better expert could you hope for?
I know, right? A PhD. Here's a guy that was looking at over a lake. It was frozen, and he measured out his markers over a lake using his odometer. All documented. Let's see. Did y'all show him the FE core laser test?
I haven't.
Oh, because he wants ocean measurements. So I think the one you posted first is perfect. That's in the ocean, the wind farm.
Yeah, that Rampion wind farm observation just blows the globe out of the water. It's better than the black swan at the oil rigs, in my opinion.
Anyway,
Yeah,
what
Jack,
I'm trying
take
to
some
say is
time and have a look
what
at
I'm trying
that
what I'm trying to
John
say
D
is
video.
if you were to take a swimming pool and make a bulge, like a surface tension bulge in it, make a turbulence in the swimming pool, the water would wash up onto the sides of a swimming pool, make like a wave like you would have in like on a beach. Just imagine the side of the pool is like a beach. And then in the center of the swimming pool, the water would point up like a point in the center of it, and then go back and forth, just like the ocean does, just like a lake does. Any type of water, the water concentrates its forces in the center of it, not the sides of it, the center.
It's not true.
And
That's
go back
not
and forth.
hydrostatic equilibrium and pressure is perpendicular to the surface outward against the container.
Right, but we're talking about a circular, like the problem is
A beach is the
lakes,
container, bro.
everything, the ocean. Yeah.
Right, so the container forces back in with the same pressure that it's forcing outward.
Yeah, okay, it's like this, you have if you throw water up a hill, it's not going to go down for a little bit. It's going to keep moving up the hill. And what I'm saying is like the turbulence that you have in the ocean is constantly pushing it up that hill. So gravity is never getting a chance to move it down the other way where it needs to be. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Like an assumption of what we should see in the ocean in a spherical Earth would be that the ocean is hundreds of miles up in the air, right? In the center of it. There's a massive bulge in the ocean. Maybe not hundreds of miles, but very high up in the air.
What?
The bulge of the ocean you should be able to notice it, right? Like, or in a pond or in a lake, you should be able to notice a bulge in the center of it. But
I don't think, no. No, like there are salt flats you can go to, okay? And when they get rained upon, these salt flats, some of them are like hundreds of square kilometers. They form a perfect flat mirrored surface. Tourists
well,
go
you
there
can't.
all the time and
Yeah,
take
but
video and pictures.
you can't look at land. Land. That's why people look at water.
No, it's a salt flat. It's full of water. That's the thing. It's maybe like a centimeter high of water, perfectly smooth like a glass surface of salt, and it's flat for hundreds of square kilometers.
Yeah, but the issue with that is, you don't know how far it is away from Earth's center. That's why flat earthers don't use Earth as an example.
What do
They
you
use
mean we
water.
don't know how far away? Listen, Earth curves at an average rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Okay,
Yes,
and the
but
average
land does not
deviation
follow
along
that.
the semi-major and semi-minor axes is like, what is it, 1/3 of 1% of a perfect ellipsoid?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this salt flat, if someone would have gone out
Spheroid,
there
rather.
with a bulldozer and dumped dirt out and made it 8 inches, then you would be like, oh, well, it's 8 inches. You can't follow land. That's why people use water.
That's what I'm talking about. Water covering a salt flat is flat. It's not curving.
Yeah, but you can cover any piece of land in water.
So gravity's claimed to provide an equipotential where at every point along the surface of a globe, gravity is pulling downward. So there's a radial, or pushing downward, radially inward to a common center of mass. So you take, if you're on a globe, you take a level, a bubble level, you can walk around and hold it level, and you could walk around the ball and it's always going to stay level if you're on a globe. What needs to be measured is that deviation, the deviation from a tangent to the ball, and a rotation, the tangent rotation from point A to point B.
Right.
Around the ball. Now nobody's able to measure that. We tried with lasers.
What I'm saying is there's no way for it to create a bubble if there's turbulence in the water. There's no way for it to rise like it should.
What do you mean? Why should any body of water rise in the middle?
That's what you're trying to prove, that it can't do that. That's what the
No,
video's
we're
about.
trying to measure drop over distance.
No, not drop over. You're trying to see the bulge in the water that comes up from a lake.
No, no. What should be happening is at the destination of that laser, the laser should be 198 feet above your head. It's not about seeing the bulge. The
No, because
laser
the
shouldn't be
lake
hitting
is
the target.
flat. The lake is flat, though.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
Well, if you're pointing a laser over something flat, then how are you going to get change?
Where's the globe
Water
then
should
if
be
it's flat?
the
No, the
How many?
ocean.
Yeah, how
It's
many
not
flat?
curving. That's what I'm saying. You
How
either
many
need to see
flat
the curve in
swaths
the
are
water,
there on the surface of a ball deck?
brother. You're trying to see the curve in the ocean. You're not trying to see the change in height on land.
I'm
Right?
still talking about. At what point did I talk about land?
Well, he was saying that it's supposed to be so many meters over your head, and that's impossible because you're shooting a laser straight over a flat piece of water.
Yeah,
And
because
I'm
Earth is
saying to
not
you,
curving.
the reason the water is not curving is because it has turbulence. If it was curving it should be on a round Earth.
No, FE Core
then you
shot
would
a
see,
laser over a frozen lake, dude. 40 kilometers.
yeah, it'll be flat, perfectly. A lake will be
Exactly.
perfectly
It
flat.
was.
Yes.
Professor Dr. John D took his high-end optics and was able to zoom into the base of windmills 12 kilometers away from his position out in the ocean.
Yeah. Well, you could see a lot more than you can at least see a lot further than that.
We've taken measurements over the Salton Sea using mirror flashes. We've taken measurements over at Lake Tahoe. We've taken measurements at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands.
They're all going to be flat.
It's all bodies of water. We've done
Yeah.
measurements up and down coastlines over the water. It's
Mhm.
flat there too.
Yeah, they're all going to be flat, other than the ocean.
Exactly. So for somebody to say that the Earth is curving, where's the curvature? That's what we want to find out. Where is it?
You're
Because
never
it's
gonna
nowhere to be
find it
found.
in a lake because you have turbulence
No,
in
we
the
did
water.
oceans, dude. Frozen lakes, no turbulence.
Well, frozen lakes is the same thing as a lake.
Yeah, with the hard sheet of
Really? So it's
ice.
frozen. It's frozen.
Right.
There's no turbulence, right?
You
Can't
have
be
a flat
turbulent. It's
lake. If you
frozen.
have a flat lake and you freeze it, it's still gonna be flat. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
When does
Yeah.
water curve?
It's not
How
going to
far
if it has
away?
the only time you're going to get a water to curve if it does not have turbulence, other than the ocean.
Okay, so how far away on the ocean?
Very far.
How far? From a
I would have to
5 foot
research that
observer height, how
for
far?
you, but
We know what the claim is if Earth's a globe.
well, I don't know. Right?
Yeah,
I
but
don't.
You know, like
you
so
don't have
many
to take our
acres
word
per
for it.
mile or something.
I'm
Or
just saying I can't give you that. I don't know. You know.
Right, and we use water specifically because of the claim that gravity forms an equipotential around the surface of a ball. So mean sea level should be curved around a globe and should be at an average height.
The ocean.
Change the definition to that too.
So right, so you
Back
should
in
be able to
2019.
you should be able to, especially if it's frozen, be able to measure that deviation that is
Well,
consistent with a curving surface.
the interesting thing is, I think you kind of have to look away from lasers, and I would look more into radio waves, because
We've
radio
done that
waves
too.
cannot go through land.
Right, so we
I
have
agree.
people who are professional microwave installers
Mhm.
who've done the same thing.
Right, but why would you not be
Yeah.
able to send that to?
They establish what's called the Fresnel zone between point A and B over the surface of the Earth, whether it's land or water.
So if the ocean is flat,
The
and for
Fresnel
whatever
zone
reason,
doesn't bend.
right? So if the ocean is flat and
How about a
it's not
10,000
probable
mile? How about a 10,000 mile radio communication before there were any satellites
from land, like
from land?
from like
From
the
UK to
ocean height,
Australia, dude.
right? From like ocean height.
Yeah, from UK to Australia.
Flat.
Or maybe during World War II when the Germans were crisscrossing beams to find hidden British uh, targets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Or
would have
maybe
to look
when
at. That's what I'm saying. I don't think
maybe when the Titanic sank, the SOS signal was picked up 3,000 miles away.
Oh, that's a good one. We've also got high altitude infrared observations.
your ears were hearing it, you would hear it at the same time. If you were playing a song and you were sending a radio wave straight to China across the ocean, and it was also receiving it from the ionosphere, right? Then, well, actually, hold on a second. Is there some way to make a cone of radio waves that did not go upwards? I don't know.
I was
Let me
just describing to you earlier, Deck, and you kept shooting me down. You need a
Yeah, but
high
the
gain
issue is
antenna and high gain receiver from point to point.
like if you're pointing it straight across in a on a circular Earth, it's still going to hit the ionosphere. You know what I'm saying? It's still
let me
eventually going
let me interject here real quick. The problem is, even in your local town, your FM radio station is you tune it into your car. There's an effect called picket fencing, to where you'll essentially receive the same signal a fraction of a second later, because it's in theory bounced off a couple things. So the problem with any of this is that you really can't control the radio wave. If you want to call it a radio wave, you really can't control that signal between the transmitter and the receiver. That's the problem with any of this. Nobody knows exactly where it goes and where it was. All they know is that you receive it. So you can send it 3 times in a row and it could go a completely different path each time.
Yeah,
right.
it's why
What
RF
I
engineers spend a lot of time studying and surveying areas to find the optimal path. And a lot of times they'll say, F it, I'm just going to put up a big tower 300 feet high and put a microwave emitter on top.
Yeah, and the whole issue is like if you could send it straight across the ocean on a flat Earth to China, you would receive it faster than it going up, bouncing off the ionosphere, and then coming back down in some random direction.
Maybe
But you'd have
so,
to.
but that doesn't prove anything.
What I'm saying is, if you could calculate, I don't know if it's possible, how fast it would take the difference between those two.
Yeah, what you're describing are called echoes. I mean, they happen all the time. And I think that's what Barrington was also describing.
Yeah, but echoes also are plausible in a spherical, because if you're sending it straight up and it bounces down, it bounces across, versus going straight across the ocean. On a spherical Earth, if you shoot it straight across the ocean, it'll still go up to the ionosphere eventually.
Yes, but it would have to hit a
You would
specific
still have echo.
location in the ionosphere to bounce back down and hit a specific location on Earth. Do you agree?
Right.
It'd have to be
Right.
frequency dependent and time of day dependent and
That's a
meteorologically
lot of
dependent.
variables, honestly. But
Yeah, some of us understand this kind of thing, and
we
you know,
understand the implications.
right. The problem is we have wireless transmissions taking place before they even knew that there was such a thing that they call an ionosphere today, and that they were conducting these transmission tests during the time of day where it's not optimal for the signal to be bouncing in the manner that we would describe it having to do today with this knowledge, if you want to call it that. So how is it doing it? Right when the sun goes away, that's typically when these layers come out and you can bounce your beam off of them, skip the beam off of them, they say, right? But what if it's morning where it's supposed to be skipping and the transmission still has a path to its destination? Well, then that's kind of interesting.
By the way, Deck, I put a link in the side chat for you and tagged you a list of other long distance observations that include eyesight observations, laser observations, and radio wave observations.
all right, bet. Thank you.
Now, it is listed on Web Archive. the guy that was maintaining it, he just got tired of paying for the what you call it, the website, not the website, but the server. So he just backed it up on Web Archive.
When you said before you traveling over distance and knowing how far you've traveled or where you've gone is hard or like impossible to do. It's not. We have all sorts of modern instruments to do that like very easily.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, thing that planes use all the time, inertial navigation system.
Yeah, how do they know how far they've traveled?
Because that's how the instrument works. It's measuring
How?
it with what is in how the inertial navigation instrument works.
Yeah, how? Yeah, why don't you tell us?
Yeah. So it's got a central gyroscope on the 3 axes of like sets of gimbals, and it's also kind of it's integrated with accelerometers and position sensors, so that it's maintaining kind of a level over the Earth. Because what
that doesn't
would
address how
happen?
far they've gone, dude. How far? How do you know how far they've gone?
that's how the accelerometers, position sensors, and the actual the gyro work in tandem. Like they're
What if the
telling you
plane's
your
not
distance.
accelerating?
Yeah, that's where the position sensors come in, and like the
Position
attitude
sensors?
sensors. Sorry.
How do position sensors tell you how fast the plane is going?
No, so you've got attitude sensors.
Yeah, we're talking about
Which,
distance travel, dude. Try to focus.
yeah, you said what if the plane's not accelerating? So why are you jumping between questions?
Yeah, no, I'm not, because you keep diverting away from the distance problem. You're trying to talk about attitude.
You said what if the plane's not accelerating? I
Right,
know
because
what
you
you're
said the
asking.
accelerometers could tell you like how far the plane is
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you go give an example of that?
Because if the plane is in motion, right, the accelerometers are giving a reading as to the force the plane is experiencing.
What if the plane's flying at a constant rate of speed? Is it accelerating?
Yeah, or what about headwinds and tailwinds?
They're all part of the adjustment.
The adjustment, yeah. Can you be any more, bland with your descriptions?
Well, what? Okay, tell me, what are you asking?
For like the 10th time, I'm asking you how the plane knows how far it's traveled. You said we have all these systems to determine the distance that these planes travel over water. And I'm like, great. Why don't you give us a method? And, and what I'm hearing is anything but.
Like in a car, we have rotational speed of the wheel, right?
Yeah.
How do you measure speed in a plane?
Yeah, you're using inertial instruments.
Okay, so you're moving at a constant rate of speed, and it's as if you're not moving at all. Now what?
Yeah, and the accelerometer is reading that the plane is moving at a consistent velocity. Like, so what?
So 0.
No, because the accelerometer read that the plane was experiencing a force. Therefore, it's taking it from the last reference point that it's moving at a constant speed. Because to go back to 0, it would have to decelerate.
That's not an accelerometer.
Unfortunately, headwinds and tailwinds will fuck with you right here.
No, they don't, because it's all
Yeah, they do.
inertia. It's it's all inertia. It is all going to affect the readings from the accelerometer.
If you're
You've
supposedly
got
flying at 500 miles an hour and you get a headwind of 200 miles an hour, how fast are
Yeah, you just take an X, Y, and Z direction and say, right, this is in what resultant direction I am heading as a result of this tailwind, as a result of my inclination or declination? Am I dropping altitude? Am I increasing in altitude? How fast am I
no idea what
going?
I asked.
Well, then you're asking random gibberish.
Well, you don't know you don't even know what I asked. Just a simple math problem, bro.
And I just told you have got 3 axes of movement, haven't you?
Okay, so you're not going up in altitude, you're not going down in altitude, and you're not turning. You're moving in a linear path, and you're supposed to be going 500 miles an hour because you're at full throttle, but you have a 200 mile an hour headwind. How fast are you going?
You can work it out. I'm not solving a math problem here for you. Like, yeah, you just use some trigonometry to determine a resultant speed. Like this
hey, what's
isn't
500 minus 200?
Sorry. Well, so we just say 300 then, whatever.
There you go.
Right? Is this productive? Like, what's your point?
Is it what?
What is your point?
If you don't have any land markers and you're out over the water and you can't tell how fast you're going, how do you know how fast you're going?
It's measuring it. That's how it works. Are you questioning the fact of whether it's measuring it?
You claim that there are all kinds of ways that airplanes can measure their distance between point A and B, and you brought up accelerometers. That's where we are right now, right? And then I'm like, well, what if you're flying in a steady like 100 mile an hour headwind? Your accelerometer reads 0, which is exactly the same as if you're flying in calm air. So how do you determine how much distance you've actually gained during that time that the accelerometer is reading 0?
No.
You know, and you're in a 100 mile an hour headwind.
Okay. If it really feels like I need to
yeah.
What?
Okay.
It really feels like an. Oh, what the hell? We're just 5 years old. Are you gonna like let me just respond?
Is this the day that you come in and you pretend like you have no past history with any of us?
So you're saying that you're specifically going to be ignorant because you've been butthurt in past sessions?
I'm gonna be ignorant, but you don't deserve any respect. Not only that, but
right,
you're speaking gibberish.
You're still seething.
You're speaking gibberish.
Yeah, right.
You haven't said anything.
That planes do every single day all over the earth.
You don't understand how they're doing it, right? So because an
Yeah.
accelerometer is going to read 0
I'm sorry to interrupt
steady
you.
flight.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I want you to continue with what you were saying, but I came on to see did Deck have anything more to ask or say? But of course, Deck has left because Cosmic Nun, whatever he is today, has interrupted and derailed the conversation with the new person. Good job, gold medal for slitheriness. Go ahead, Yoder.
No, Deck left a while back, and Danny Lion, we'll review it with you here in a little bit.
Yeah, you don't have to review it. He was here when Dude started blabbering. I came on and checked, and he left because he was bored, obviously. Because yeah, go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, I mean,
you
final
have no
part
idea
here,
how.
and this is not refutable. So these accelerometers have a blind spot. They're as they read 0 in steady flight, they have no way of knowing if they're moving like 500 knots in calm air or 500 knots against a 100-knot headwind. The forces are going to be balanced in both cases, and you're not going to be able to determine how far the plane has actually flown. Okay.
Okay,
So
right. I think we need to simplify it. So it's like, right. I have an accelerometer. Say in my car. I think most cars have. Like,
No, you can't use your car. Your car uses wheel rotation.
No, cars use a bunch of different instruments. I mean, I
Cars
wrote
use
my
an
wheel
thesis
analogy
on like
with going
rotation.
from point A to B over water, like you were initially supposed to defend.
I wrote my thesis on one of the types of sensors a car has that has nothing to do with wheel rotation. Well, it has
Well,
something to do with wheel
this
rotation.
is all
but
about
it's
getting a
different
distance between like two cities across the ocean, which you said, airplanes have all these ways to consistently measure this. And then you brought up accelerometers, and then I shot you down. So that's where we are in this part of the conversation. If you want to move on to cars or something else, take the L and we can move on to cars.
Because I feel like we need to simplify it. So it's like just
I made it super simple. I think the audience
It's not the
understands. If you
same.
don't, I can cut you loose
If
right now.
Okay. If I'm walking, right, and I have an accelerometer attached to my body, right, the accelerometer from rest reads 0, right? I start walking. Okay, the accelerometer starts to read something. It reads an acceleration like a few meters per second acceleration or something like that. It then goes back down to 0 again, right? It reads 0.
Sure. Then we measure stride.
But from the accelerometer's point of view, what is the logical conclusion of what I am doing while it's still reading 0? Oh, it's an open question. What would the conclusion be inferred as a result of the accelerometer still reading?
I'm sorry,
0?
I failed to see the relevance.
Because we're building up to a plane. Because I need to simplify this.
No, you don't need to simplify it for me, dude. I know more about this topic than you
Because
do.
you're not understanding this, so I need to
No,
simplify.
I am understanding this, okay? I know how air data inertial reference units work in airplanes.
Right. So this should be easy to understand because I can bring it back to a plane, but it's like you get very confused.
It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant.
Okay, take a plane, right? Since you got upset when I talked about walking or using cars, right? You're in a plane. You take off, right? And let's just keep it fairly simple, right? And say that there is one accelerometer reading your acceleration parallel to the axis of the fuselage. So just call it your x direction. Right? If the initially at rest state we know it's 0. It takes off. Suddenly it starts reading acceleration going. Right. It then when the plane reaches a constant speed, it returns to 0. Obviously, it's going at a constant speed, no acceleration. Right. What would the logical conclusion from point of view of the accelerometer be that the plane is doing? So you guys just don't know.
Brother, do you think that we just sit in here all day and that we don't have jobs?
You don't seem to know.
Huh? I wasn't even listening to you because I'm still trying to figure out what other instrument are you using if the accelerometer
what the answer to the question is. You're still trying to figure out what the answer to the question is. That's why I'm saying I simplified it.
Go ahead. What's your question?
The question was, as I said, right? What would the logical conclusion be to draw from the data from the accelerometer as to what the plane is doing?
If it reads 0 and you're in mid-flight, you're not moving at all.
It does. No. The accelerometer doesn't know you're in mid-flight. But what is the conclusion from the pilot reading
that
the
you're
data?
not moving. That you're not moving.
No. Okay. No, sorry. I don't want to be condescending on that. It's the conclusion is that you're going at a constant speed because the accelerometer hasn't read any deceleration.
You don't need it to read deceleration.
How would it think that, or how would you think looking at that data, planes come to a stop? You're not reading any deceleration.
You're a fucking moron.
That's your counter argument.
Show me a linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat right now. A linear accelerometer right now. Post in the chat.
What?
A linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat.
What do you mean? You can have
Yeah, you don't even know your own argument. You don't even understand your own argument.
An accelerometer in one axis.
Yeah. So how do you know whether you're accelerating or slowing down? That's linear, right? You're going in a direction.
We agreed.
There's curvilinear, so you got a ring laser gyro, which measures the rotational acceleration. I want you to show me the linear accelerometer.
Why? What is it?
Because that's your argument. Because that's your argument. That the plane, the data, right, is that it's measuring that if it's going at a constant speed, it would not measure any output. Because
Actually,
there's no acceleration.
I don't even know how long have you been
Hold
listening,
on, sheepdog. Wait, sheepdog. I want to know what device they're measuring linear acceleration with in the first place. So you made up everything you fucking said. Everything.
No, I didn't.
Then show the device that they're measuring a linear acceleration with.
No, that's not necessary for the argument.
It is, because that's what you said. You said there's a device that's measuring an acceleration.
Okay.
And if it's going at a constant speed, it's not measuring an acceleration. What device is that?
Yeah, I don't
What
care
device is
what
that?
the exact device is called. I don't care
Because
what
that
it's
device
called.
doesn't exist, dude.
This is
There's
the
no
thing
such
where you
thing
say
as
it
a
doesn't.
linear accelerometer. They don't exist.
Oh.
So you've been bluffing and bullshitting and saying, I'm not going to be condescending. You're talking out your asshole the whole time.
No, this is the thing I find.
Yeah, no, I don't care what you find. I don't care about your social commentary. Produce the device that measures, it says the data. You said data. What device is sending out data that matches what you're saying?
What's worse than that, Indio? His whole argument
exactly.
is saying...
Shut the fuck up, Cosmic. Don't ever talk in here again.
He literally used the argument that accelerometers measure distance travel over water. That's where it started. It was worse than that.
There's something called an inertial navigation system, but that's not simply an accelerometer. In fact, it's not an accelerometer at all in the sense of measuring acceleration.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, Indio. I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
Yeah. I know. I just didn't want to let this dude off the hook. I'm already irritated because I just happened to click on, because I got the live stream in the background. I click on mute, and I hear freaking Dandelion spurging about this clown running interference.
I'm glad you liked spurging. It wasn't for nothing then. Got you in here.
It wasn't. And then I okay, maybe he actually has a point. And then it's just made up bullshit.
Well, he came in here, right, with this little sad puppy dog voice, I'm trying to be good, guys. And then it's like, no, don't act like you don't have a fucking...
And he's like, you guys can't answer my question. Of course we can't answer your question. Your made-up fucking device that belongs on Save to Slay. So, in an airplane, they measure acceleration with something called a pitot tube. Okay? That's what they measure the speed with. Yeah, okay, just post... Yeah, Cosmic, just post the device in the chat. And then we can talk about the data that you says exists. My question is, I just want to see how you guys can explain. What would the pilot think about the data? What fucking data? With what device? Talking out your ass. So just
And then he tried to say, that, well, since you don't understand accelerometers in airplanes, we'll talk about the accelerometer in a car. It's like, it's measuring you're measuring wheel rotation, dude.
This is the problem, Sheepdog, is this person interacts with reality through a phone. So the little phone is like the window to his freaking made up reality. It's like, phone, man, it's got an accelerometer. If I drop my phone, man, it'll tell me its orientation. That must be what the plane's doing. Yoder tried to explain it to him, I heard him, but he's too dumb.
We've got Giga. Oh yeah, we've talked to Giga before. Welcome back, Giga. If you're the same Giga, I don't know. There could be more than one.
I think I'm the same Giga. I've been in here before.
Yeah. What did we talk about last time?
I think we talked about lasers and like a lake or something to prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with Deck earlier. Also, yeah, it's a good thing to talk about. Yep, those lasers demonstrate there's no curvature. That's what they demonstrate. They, you could say they disprove the globe.
I thought the other day, though, I just kind of wanted to mention this. Is it possible that gravity bends the light as well, though?
Well, first you'd have to prove that your gravity is capable of having any effect on anything anywhere in some kind of objective scientific way. Are you able to do that?
Well, yeah, gravity absolutely affects light. That's why black holes are black, you know?
Oh, so you've got some proof of black holes for us. Yeah, post the verify post the verifiable, testable, repeatable scientific evidence with the experiment, with the testable hypothesis, the independent and dependent variable that can be manipulated. So how are you manipulating the independent variable in the case of black holes and light, as you claim?
How am I manipulating an independent variable?
Yeah, that's the question. Yep. What's the independent variable in your black hole proposition?
Is Earth a black hole now?
Light. Light would be the variable.
Well, let me tell you, Giga, even if the general theory of relativity was true and gravity bent light, the mass of Earth would only bend light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So now that ain't gonna do it. You're gonna need more bendy.
I forgot flat Earth. A lot of flat earthers don't believe in gravity as well.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't do what you need it to do.
It is odd though, Indio, that like the evidence for a globe is that everything looks flat.
Dandelion was on track with the black hole because we'd have to be living on black hole Earth.
It would kind of mean too if light was bent by gravity, that the stars in the sky aren't even where we're looking, you know?
They already say that anyway.
Since people have shot lasers across the Earth horizontally and got the same elevation at both ends of the laser light, that means that the light is curving at the exact rate that the Earth is curving. Are you saying that the Earth appears to be flat because the light is being bent into a flat view?
No, so the issue is with a laser beam, you're able to view a laser beam much further away than supposedly if the Earth is flat, right? Or sorry, if the Earth is curved, right? Backwards. Perhaps all I'm theorizing is that gravity bends the light coming from the laser, allowing it to go further.
That would mean you'd be able to see the laser at its location of start.
You wouldn't be able to see the starting point from the laser, but you'd be able to see the light bend around the Earth.
Okay,
Maybe that's
so
what people
you're
are seeing.
viewing the laser light. The laser light looks straight. right? Now, the Earth is curving, right? Now, the laser light that looks flat is going across the curved Earth, and it's curving at the exact same rate as the Earth. So now you're viewing a straight light as, or you're viewing a curved light as straight. So are you viewing the curved Earth and it looks flat because of it? Because regular light is not as intense as laser light, and the laser light looks straight as it curves at the exact same rate as the Earth does. Because the elevation on both sides of the beam across the large body of water or a large area of land, it's at the same altitude. Because if the laser light was straight and it was not being bent by Earth curve, but the Earth was curving, then the altitude of the laser light at the opposite end of the laser should be at a higher altitude because the ground is curving away from it, right? But you're saying that it's the exact same curve rate as the Earth. So then you're viewing a flat world. Gravity is causing the world to look flat.
Yeah, that kind of is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Kind of,
So
yeah.
you have to believe the opposite of your senses. And you have to bend over backwards to make your senses make sense.
I don't think it's really bending over backwards. It's just understanding that, light is made of photons and those can be affected by gravity.
Well, what you just agreed to is that the world looks flat, but it's not actually flat. To the extent that laser light is now bending at the same curvature rate as the surface of the Earth because of gravity. You're accepting that you will never see ever the curve of the Earth, but it's there.
Yeah, I'd really like to do some of these laser tests myself.
Do it. Scrutinize it as to your heart's content. Do you know the rate of curvature or the distance to the horizon or how to calculate the distance to the horizon with the radius value that they've given you?
No, I remember it's like so many inches per mile or something. I don't remember exactly. Like what?
The distance to the horizon with a radius value of 3,959 miles is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. So if you're 1 foot above the water and you look out in front of you with the radius value they've given you, the horizon where things disappear should be at 1.2 miles. If you're at 6 feet, should be about 3 miles. If you're at 30,000 feet, because you want to be in a plane, that's about 218 miles. If you're at 44,000 feet, that's 250 something miles.
You kind of got to do the laser tests at sea level for them to be valid,
Yeah, because I mean, the sea level is the basis for all horizontal, altitude reference, right? Sea level being 0 on that baseline, and any altitude above that being,
Have you ever
above
been on the
sea level.
ocean in the ship?
Yes, I've been on a boat.
It sure looks flat out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, and at certain times of the day, if the sky and the ocean match the same color, you don't even see a horizon line.
Well, hey, Giga, I'm going to tag you in a video that I'm putting in the chat for you to watch.
Sure.
This is a flat Earth explanation of what refraction is, why they're using refraction. It's a good little explanation. It's like 4 minutes.
Okay, yeah. This is kind of what we were trying to talk about. I've never done any of these tests myself, so I'm not really speaking from experience.
No, that's fair. It's odd that, you're not speaking from experience on the test, and you're not speaking experience on the globe, but you choose to defend the globe, which tells you the
Yeah,
opposite of what your senses are telling you
like
anyway.
most people, I've never been to outer space, and I've never just seen the Earth, so I can't really, you know.
Well, let me ask you this:
Is
what's
that
the
the only way
idea?
you can
What
figure?
makes you
Sheep,
go ahead?
this is important. Is that the only way you can figure it out? Is to go to outer space? It's the only option available.
I think that's the only way you could actually know.
So
You need to
you're
see
not.
it.
So nobody's ever gonna know except for the 27 Apollo dudes. Everybody else
Yeah,
just has
and
to
the people
believe
in the
them.
space station and people that's been to
Well, they
space.
can't see. Well, hold on. They only see 3% of the Earth, so we can't rely on them.
Well, they could see that, you know, many of the continents are on the back of the Earth, you know.
They only see 3% of the Earth from the elevation of the space station. 3%. That's if they could see the entire circle of the horizon, which they can't. They can only see a little slice of it, right? So we can't rely on them. They don't see the Earth as a globe. So the 27 Apollo astronauts, that's it. We're going, putting all our chips on and what they fucking say. That's not the good bet. I wouldn't take that bet, bro.
I would like to
That's
see
not
it
the
for
only way
myself.
we can do it, though. We don't have to go why I don't understand why people get this idea where you have to go far away from the thing you want to know about to figure out what it is. If you wanted to know if, like, your table, you had a table and you want to know if it was square, would you frickin' walk a mile away and look at it? Or
What
would
if
you
I was
just measure wouldn't you just measure the table?
I mean, if I was an ant, I'd probably walk away from it and look at it.
If you were an ant, but you can measure it. So you're an ant with a tape measure.
Right.
Or a laser.
I
That's
don't
the
have a
thing
tape
about the
measure that
lasers.
can
That's
measure the whole
because they're
world, though.
measurements of the surface of the Earth. Because we can just measure the laser height. And the Earth should be curving away from the laser. Right? If the Earth's a ball, it curves away from the laser. And if the laser and the Earth should get further and further apart with distance.
I gotta add this real quick, Indio.
Yeah, go ahead, Sheep.
Giga. The idea that you could become an astronaut and go do the things that they say astronauts go do, right? First of all, you'd have to be selected for a pilot program in like the Air Force or the Navy. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go into astronaut. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go on a mission. So there's a lot of selection processes that go on. Most people don't even make it to the astronaut training part.
Yeah, because you'd have to be
Trying to
really
tell them.
dumb. You have to be really dumb to be an astronaut, right? That's what I've observed. Look at Don Pettit. Most people aren't dumb enough to be astronauts. I totally agree. They wouldn't pass the first initial intelligence test because they would score too high.
Hey, dude, you know what you should do? And this happened recently. This happened on December 1st. There's a guy named Danny Jones, and he has a YouTube channel. And there was a debate between an Apollo astronaut and Bart Sabrell, who made a documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild, where he would ask the astronauts to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon. And instead of doing that, they either ran or took a swing at him. Most of them ran. Only one person took a swing at him. So anyway, the point is that Bart Sabrell and a guy that says I went to the moon. You should go watch that and go tell me if that guy you think that guy actually went to the moon based upon his responses. Because he brings up something that they said that like you couldn't go to the moon with one rocket. So they said it at the time. They've said it even now. They're still saying it. They're saying that in order to go to the moon, you need like 15 rockets because you need a rocket you need to put your rocket in orbit, and then you need cargo ships basically to bring fuel up for that rocket to go from the Earth to the moon. And this is what they've been saying when they actually do the math. This is what the math says that they have to do. So they bring this up to this astronaut, the guy that says, I went to the moon, and he just goes, well, they never told us that. Hey, what about the Van Allen radiation belts? Well, they never told us about them, so I guess they, you know. You so, like, things don't kill you if you don't know about them now? That's convenient. But, I mean, the point is that, you know, before you rely on these people as, like, credible witnesses or anything like that. I don't know why you would do that anyway, because like Sheepdog pointed out, they're all in the military, especially back then. You might want to, if you watch that, I guarantee you're going to be like, what the hell? There's no way that people went to the moon. And if there's nobody went to the moon, you got to think nobody has seen the Earth in its entirety with their two eyeballs, right? So how do you even judge any image of somebody showing you the Earth, right? Because you've never seen the Earth in its entirety. You can't even judge the image. And that's where we're at, right? So why should we rely on that garbage evidence, right? Of trusting this guy, trusting this image, trusting when we can just measure
Are you
the Earth
saying that
and know for
satellites
certain.
don't exist?
They exist in what sense?
That we've put satellites into
Who's we?
orbit
You're
and they
not
have
one of them,
cameras
dude. You're
on them
not a
that can see the
spaceman.
Earth. You have
You're
never
not a
seen those live
spaceman.
streams from
There's no
cameras?
we. There's no we, dude. You're not a spaceman. You didn't do anything.
I don't need to be a spaceman to know that we have satellites
There's
in
no
space.
we,
orbiting Earth.
dude. There's no we.
I've literally seen it with my own two eyes.
Yeah,
I've
but
seen
you didn't
satellites.
do
Every
anything.
night you go
We
look
don't
up at
have
the sky, you can
satellites.
see
You
satellites.
okay? How
With
do you
your
know
own
where?
eyes,
How do
you
you
can
know they
see
were orbiting the
satellites.
Earth? Okay. How do you know they're orbiting the Earth?
I don't understand the logic here.
I'm going to ask you a question. How do you know the little light you saw in the sky is orbiting the Earth?
What else would it be doing?
That's not asking me a question doesn't tell me how
You know
it's
how many
something orbiting
objects
the
are
Earth.
orbiting the Earth now? There's like countless thousands
Yeah,
of
so
man-made objects orbiting the
so
Earth.
check this out, bro. So check this out. Astronomers recently released a study. They went over now this is in the Astronomical Pacific. It's an astronomy journal. They looked at old photographic plates from before satellites, and you know what they found? Satellites. How did they find satellites before satellites in 1947, before Sputnik?
There's ancient technology up there. Antediluvian technology up there too. The work of fallen angels. Yeah.
Oh my lantern.
That's also really
People
interesting.
before
That's
the
also
flood
really
put
interesting to think about
satellites
is that
around
there is
the Earth.
Antediluvian
This is the
satellite.
hope you want to come up with?
The trebuchet method of orbiting freaking. You sure they didn't orbit
Have you heard of the Dark Knight satellite?
Have you heard of?
That's an instance of one of those.
Have you heard of the Anunnaki? They genetically altered human beings to dig gold so they could bring it back to freaking Beta Reticuli.
Yeah, that's a lie from Satan. But yeah, go ahead with that.
That's a lie from Satan, dude.
It is.
The globe is a lie from Satan, brother.
They're fallen angels, and they've been deceiving mankind for a very long
globe
time.
is a lie from Satan.
The
What's an
Anunnaki
angel?
It's a way to sidetrack you from believing in
Okay,
the
so
real
why? So
Oh, he's one of those.
No, so
Okay,
check
yeah.
this out.
Flat
So
Earth is a
why-
sidetrack. Yeah,
why did
rethink your
God-
whole life, please, sir.
Why did God create a reality from which you can't perceive that? Oh, shut up. Why did God create a reality that is completely deceptive, right? The Earth looks flat, but it's not really flat. And it seems
'cause you're
stationary, but it's not really stationary.
too
And
small
then he
to
wrote it,
see
and
the
then
scale
he
of Earth, like,
had the prophets
obviously
write
it's
it
not
down in the
flat.
book called the Bible, and they also said the Earth was flat,
It
like
says
clay
that the Earth
pressed
has
into
four
a sphere. Why are
corners.
you talking over me the
Four
entire
corners of
time
the
I'm
globe.
talking? You can
There's
go
a
on
new
mute.
interferer. There's a turbo dick coming in. Yeah. So we're back to Giga, and Indio's asking you a question. You probably couldn't hear it because a guy was rudely interrupting and derailing. So maybe you want to just give him. I don't know. Did you hear it, Giga? The question.
I just went and got a Coke Zero. I just got back.
Can you repeat it, Indio?
I don't even remember what it was, quite honestly.
Yeah,
What
it's the
did I
same
say?
question you've asked it many times about, like, why would God be a trickster type thing?
Oh yeah, I was kind of
Yeah.
talking to Turbo though. So yeah, why would God create a reality which was tricking us and just not real? That's not what it really is.
Oh, was
looks like a-
Turbo the guy who claimed that flat Earth was a trick?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I got confused. My bad. I don't know who muted Turbo, but you can unmute him if you want. I didn't know that you were asking him
No,
that.
he
Yeah.
doesn't need me. He just talked over. He just talked through me anyway. So
Okay.
I thought Turbo was saying that the globe model is a trick. From
no, he said
Satan.
He said we made satellites, and then he started talking about the Black Knight because the thing that he thinks is satellites that he saw in the sky. Like I don't know if you heard this. They really about like a month ago, an astronomical journal said they went over photographic plates before there were satellites, and they saw satellites. which don't make sense, right? If they're man-made artificial satellites put in the
Yeah,
orbiting the
I've never
Earth.
believed in the round Earth more than when I saw a satellite train being deployed, like
What do you mean
right
by
over where I
man-made
live.
/ artificial?
So you think that those? So you think that you saw a bunch of Starlink satellites? So you saw a refrigerator from 250 miles away?
Damn.
You got good eyes, bro.
I sure did. They were bright in the
Why?
sky.
Because they say if you saw 5 lights in the sky, that's a satellite train? Because that's what they said on TV? Like, serious?
Well, there weren't
This
stars.
is a lot of things that, like, a lot of things with these satellite things is that upon further inspection, what they say is possible actually isn't possible. It can't possibly be what they say it is. It can't be a freaking refrigerator 250 miles away that you can see. It's pretty far. Like, I don't know. Think about something that's 250 miles away from you by land and how long it takes to drive that far. And now imagine there's a refrigerator in that place. And do you think you can see it?
Well,
Like,
all I
that'd be
could
like a
see was the
refrigerators in
bright
like
light.
Philadelphia. That'd be like seeing a refrigerator in Philadelphia from Boston.
It was just a bright light.
Yeah, it was just a bright light. And that's all they are. Like, that's all people see. They see a bright light, it transits the city. You have no idea how high they are, how fast they are, if they're orbiting or not orbiting. That's why when people say we, it tweaks me because they don't have nothing to do with any of that shit. They saw a light and adopt a story and adopted a belief in a story, and now somehow it's their story too. This is like it's like your football team winning the Super Bowl. You're like, we won the Super Bowl. No, you had nothing to do with it. You're just a freaking person looking at the TV that somehow identified with some sports team. And that's what it is. They're just identify. Oh, I'm part of the spaceman. No, they're not spacemen. You're not a spaceman. There's no we in any of this shit. And actually, Crip pointed that out that they like if people are like projecting themselves as spacemen, like their identity, they got it's part of their identity. Like, this is the space age. We're all gonna go to Mars. No one's going to fucking Mars. And I just told you, you really, really, dude, I really highly recommend go watch that Danny Jones video. Okay. So they have. Okay, so there's a guy from a YouTube channel called Smarter Every Day. His dad works for NASA. This guy grew up with being around NASA people his entire life. Okay. He did the calculation on going to the moon. 15 rockets, dude. Werner Braun said 3 rockets, all bigger than the Empire State Building. Elon Musk has said something like 15 starships to go to the moon. Oh, he deafened. Fantastic. Just talking to myself.
We heard you.
I had to mute that. Another guy tried to come in and run interference. I have a sneaking suspicion these are collaborators with Giga. That he's actually not alone.
Yeah, I don't know. We've talked to him before. I can't really remember how it went. I just remember his name. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the screen. I got confused when he started doing the religious argument. I thought that was the same guy. Usually I'm decent at distinguishing voices, but maybe I'm losing my touch. Could happen.
Yeah. It's like, I think it's the universal whininess of Gen Z. Something.
I think so. I seriously just thought that was the same person the whole time. Yeah, there's actually been studies about that. I don't know if you've seen that people's voices in general are becoming more robotic because they're so used to one, listening to a bunch of robots talk to them, and two, training their voice, like if you're using voice to text, or I guess people talk to their robots in their house. Like, I don't talk to my robot, but I don't have a robot in the house to talk to, but I know people do. But my point is, they've learned, you have to talk in a certain way for the robot to understand. So then they just are generally like becoming more robotic. There was an article and
That's
study about that.
weird,
I'll
man.
see if I
Oh
can
my
find
god.
it. Yeah, it's been a couple years since I read that. I'll have to look for it.
Actually
So
shocked. I
yeah,
first noticed people using that voice to text like 5 years ago. I'm like, people actually use that crap? Like a lot of people use it. It's actually shocking. Like some people only use that exclusively. All they do is talk to their phone. Like
oh yeah,
for
I use
texting,
it
right?
sometimes. Like I don't mind
I
using
use it
like
sometimes,
yeah.
but there's some people that's all the only way they interact with their phone is like talking to it.
Oh
Like their
yeah,
little
I know what
buddy.
you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we had Teddy Ruxpin, man. We didn't have that. You could talk to your Teddy Ruxpin. He pretended to talk to you. I guess the phone pretends to talk to you.
Yeah, people's imaginary friends. Yeah, talk back now. Yeah, it's a new world.
And it's always listening, right? So you're gonna stub your toe. My toe, and they're like, rub some alcohol on it. Use a Band-Aid made by Band-Aid brand. $3.99 down at the local Walmart. We get an advertisement for your wound. I think I just gave them an idea.
Add it to your list of ideas.
Yeah, they're gonna work it into like people ask ChatGPT for all this information, and then they're just gonna work in advertisements. Did you see that OpenAI, which makes ChatGPT, is now partnered with Disney?
I did not know that.
You're gonna be able to make Disney like AI generated content using the actual Disney characters, and it won't be like copyright infringement. Now Disney owns shitloads of like intellectual property. They own the entire Star Wars franchise. They own all their like Disney cartoon animated characters, but they own a lot of other stuff too, like the intellectual property rights. So get ready for some Disney freaking pornography because people are obviously going to twist it, and it's going to be unstoppable.
Which Ray Bradbury story was it where it opens on him like wandering? The main character is like wandering through the streets, but like he's the only one outside because everyone else is just like glued to their screens inside. I can't remember when it came out. It was like unusual, right? That was like a futuristic view, right?
Yeah.
Which one is that? Is that Fahrenheit 451? I don't think it is. I think it's a different one.
No, it's
Yeah.
not Fahrenheit 451. That's the book burner guy. Where the firemen start fire.
Yeah.
In his books. I can't remember the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I haven't read it since then. Oh, Giga is back. Were you asking Giga a question? Hi, Giga.
Give me a chance to see if he's alive in there.
Yeah. Is that an eagle on
I
his
never understand the
PFP?
position of
Or is it a phoenix?
I'll actually never know what the Earth is because the only way you can tell is to go to space.
And those guys are so like shady and like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they should be forced to like actually watch those guys talk. Like you said, like the guy who's in the interview, he sounded like a clueless person who had no idea what was going on. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is your hero that's telling you what your world is like. The one in the interview we were talking about. We should post that link for him. Did you post the link? Yeah.
No, but I'm going to do it now.
Yeah, because everybody who's relying on the so-called astronauts to give them their worldview should totally be forced to like listen to some of these guys actually speak and say, oh, does he sound like a real sharp, trustworthy dude there? Yeah, so you're gonna just put your life in his hands. Yeah, let me know how that works out for you. Old dude says it's called The Pedestrian. I never would have remembered that's what it's called. I think it was like maybe it was in like a short story anthology or something. The Pedestrian, Ray Bradbury.
Yeah, it was a short story, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, The Pedestrian. Thank you, old dude. It's a 1951 Ray Bradbury short story about Leonard Mead, a man who enjoys solitary evening walks in a dystopian future where everyone else stays indoors. mesmerized by television, making his behavior seem deviant and suspicious to the automated police. Totally. Yeah, this is our life now. Thank you, old dude.
So, Gig, I posted a link to that interview. Yeah, this should be eye-opening to anybody. Just think about your own experience and like you've gone somewhere like say a movie. You're like, hey, dude, tell us what was it like going to the movie theater? And then you would tell the story like from your first person point of view about what you experienced. These guys never do that. Even if they talk about the experience, they'll say things like they'll describe the experience as like they'll say things like Chris Happier used to do this all the time. Earth from that vantage point, you see, or they don't even say you. They say the expanse is wide and broad, and it will leave quite the impression. They don't even say like none of it is like in the first person. They talk about it as if they're reading like from like a generalized universal experience, not from a personal experience, which is very strange. Because if you actually did that in real life, you'd be freaking blown away.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, because that is, yeah, their role as they either see it or have come to just embrace it so wholeheartedly they don't even realize it is their role is to, yeah, define the worldview of a generation. And that guy, that's what he seemed like in that interview. He was so clueless. Like he was not ever used to having any kind of, real time pushback at all. You know what I mean? Like he'd never personally talked to anyone who like didn't believe his story. It was very odd. Like,
Well, he talked to
yeah,
Bart. Even said, Bart was like, "I called you 10 years ago." Like, so he's talked to this guy before. They're not strangers.
that is weird. I didn't know that. That I guess I missed that part. That's really interesting that he's even talked to him before, but he acted like you're not just accepting this fairy tale as true. Like what? I can't even believe it. He seemed like that was just out of his realm of experience. You know, you're just supposed to believe the story because I thought everybody was under a spell here, guys. What happened?
Wasn't he in his house whenever he told him to get out?
I don't know if it was that one. Maybe. I don't know if it was that guy. I don't think it was this guy. So that guy, no, I think that dude was. This guy went on one of the last. It's supposed he went on like the last one or the second to last one. 18 or I don't freaking know. But it's very. I mean, all you got to do is watch it. You can know instantly this guy is just like he's acting. He's just like playing a role. It's easy to tell. And like they didn't give him like an extensive script. And this is what I was talking to talking to Dandelion and a couple others about this. It's like so it was a psyop on the American public and the world. Who maintains the psyop? Like what happens when all these people die off? Who keeps it going? Did they like pass the torch to some other people? Keep this moon hoax going, guys. I know you weren't even alive when we started it, but it's your duty to keep the moon hoax going.
Well, I think that's why they have the we'll go back next year. We'll go back 5 years. We'll move it to 10.
Yeah, I think the moon landing was propaganda designed to scare the Soviets. You know, like, oh, if we can land a rocket on the moon, we can definitely land a nuclear weapon on you. You know. But
I think the Soviets and the United States are just both bullshit, quite honestly. and that they just want to control their domestic populations. And they have a lot of, like, every nation has that one thing in common. They do not want the rabble to grab their torches and pitchforks and take over. So you keep them distracted with bullshit. Bread and circus. We're great. We have a space program. We're just, I mean, there's other things to this. I mean, I wish Yoder didn't leave because there's unclassified documents that says NASA, like when it was created, that the purpose was to create the impression that we were so technologically superior that no one would go against us. It was completely made as a psyop. That's where it started, as a psychological operation. In their founding documents. Yoder has them all. He's not in here right now, but I'm sure they're in our DMs. But I mean, that alone, that the documents have said that we're not actually doing anything. We're just making people think something. That's it. I'm joining.
Not
Breaking
you.
in,
I'm
I
sorry.
gave Tactical Joy this stack of documents Indio. He can post like all the PDFs. Those aren't all the PDFs actually, but most of the PDFs I posted for him, so he can re-host them here. I gotta go though. I can listen.
All right.
Yeah, I've got one that's still wanting to load. 5918 is taking longer to load than the rest.
Facts are subject to interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you have to start from like first principle. That's why I said if you don't know how to determine the truth, so for instance, if you try to start and like reconstruct flat earth versus globe, and you start from the beginning. Hey, dude, I ain't gonna listen to what anybody said. I'm start from the beginning. Okay. So start from first principles. What is the observation of the earth? What do I see? Looks flat. Okay, fine. What's next? How do I determine whether that's true? First of all, why are you even doubting it? Why would you even doubt that that's what it is? What's the evidence that that's not the case? Like the globe Earth can't even get past that point. The thing is, you can't construct a logical argument for the globe at all because you don't have the first step, the observation. Right? You always have to start with the assumption. If Earth was a globe, what would happen next? Right? You don't start with, man, the Earth looks like a globe. Yada, yada, yada. That's why this is that. And that's why this other thing is this other thing, right? So you have to start with an assumption because it's not experienced. Right? So it's constructed in the mind. It isn't perceived with the senses, right? Because we either have our senses or our mind, right? That's the only way we can gather information about the world. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So the globe's starting point's the mind. And the flat earth starting point is perception. So when you start with the mind, you can imagine any fucking thing. That's all possibilities. Whereas perception is limited to what human beings perceive. So we've narrowed it down. Hey, what do we perceive? But if we start with imagination, that could be anything. And then how do you go from the imagination? Hey, I can't, I think it's this, but I can't perceive it. How do I figure out what I imagine is actually true when I can't get the physical, when I can't perceive it?
I just have also a
See, that's what I mean by
question.
first principles, because this is a Gordian knot, right? To untangle.
Yeah.
Right, and this is why this topic goes back and forth, and because we're Globers versus Flat Earth, right? two different starting points. If I'm being generous, it's two different starting. Now, obviously, most people just believe it's the globe because they were told it. But if you try to actually take the intellectual, rational position and try to say, hey, we're gonna work through this problem and figure out what's true, then the first principles from which you do your analysis matter.
I just have a quick question as well for you. Like, who's the most hardcore, like, flat earther here? Would that be, like, who would you say is?
Me.
Okay, either. So if I took you up, let's say I took you up to space. We went all the way up.
Every fucking
I'm the
time,
hardcore
bro.
one, guys. I'm the hardcore
I
one.
know, but I know.
What
Just
if I
go
took
with
you
it.
to the beach?
Yeah.
That'd be the best
Now,
offer he's had all
really
life.
You literally
I
look
don't
saw
really like
flat
the
Earth
beach.
your whole life and don't believe it, bro. But you want to
I
take
don't
me
really
to
like the
somewhere. No, you've seen a flat Earth your whole life and don't believe it. But you're saying you could take me to this imaginary place, and yeah, if you see the globe, you should believe that. Why don't I just deny that the same way you've been denying flat Earth?
I do, but go with my question a little bit.
I think I gotta see the globe every day. How old are you? For 29 years or whatever you are. I gotta see it every day for 29 years. Then I'll believe it's a globe.
Okay. I just have to ask you one question though. Like, go with the analogy real quick, or the hypothetical situation. So I
Yeah,
take you
if
up to space, and you see around Earth, you know, it's a globe and everything. And then you come into here and you say, I've seen the truth. It is a globe.
I've seen the truth. No, I
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
hey, I went to
Oh.
space. I looked at the Earth and it looked like a sphere. That would be the truth.
Check the side chat, Stitches.
You see what I said? It looked like? Just like the Earth looks like it's flat, but you don't believe it is flat? I can play the same game. I could say it looks like a sphere, but actually, it's just a sphere that's so big it's actually flat, right? So a sphere of infinite radius is flat. I'll just say that.
Just reverse the idea. He took you up into space and you saw the Earth being flat. What would you do?
Then I'd say it's flat.
Yes, what's underneath it?
Yeah.
Only from space. See, you can only determine what reality is if you go far away from the Earth. You can't do it when you're here. You got to go to the magical space place.
Yeah, like if I took you all around, like the entire perimeter of the Earth, you know.
Do you understand? Remember when I started? I said the first principles that you have to start in concepts and ideas.
Yeah.
Space, as far as you're concerned and I'm concerned, it's a concept and an idea. It doesn't exist in any reality. And you think that somehow you can go to the place which is a concept to prove reality.
Well, let's say it's not a concept for just like this hypothetical situation. It's hypothetical. I take you all around. I take you around the entire perimeter of it, and then you come here and you'll say it's a globe. Would anyone here be willing to accept that from?
I hope not.
Hardcore.
I hope not. I really hope not. Why should they?
They should take one of their most hardcore person's words.
So you base truth based upon the words of a stranger. See, this is the fundamental problem, man. You found the problem. Okay? Regardless of what I tell them, I could go up to space, see the Earth as a ball, come back down and say, hey, Jedi, I went to space, I saw the Earth as a ball. Now, Stitches, would he know the Earth is a ball, or would he just believe it?
I'd say you'd know because it's a first-hand experience and you've been up there.
Now, I would know if I went, but he wouldn't know.
Then we'll just take Jedi with us, you know, for fun of it.
Oh yeah, and then he'd come back and tell somebody else, and then they won't know either.
Then
This
we'll
is the
take
fundamental
everyone.
problem is it's a belief system. the globe is a belief system. You just pointed out the fundamental problem is that you don't think that you can figure it out yourself and that you have to believe the claims of strangers.
What if we get a video of it as well and it shows it being round?
Yeah, but then you have to believe things about the video.
What if the video is undoctored, it's unedited, and it's...
How can you tell that?
Factual.
What type of analysis can you do to video to figure out what's in the video actually depicts reality? Nothing. There's nothing you can do.
We can see if there's any jump cuts in it. We can see if there's any AI detection. We can see other things of that.
Yeah, but there's look. The biggest way to fake video and pictures is to just label them wrong. Right? You take a real photograph of a painting and then say this. Look, you take a real photograph of a painting. So say you have a hyper-realistic painting of Morgan Freeman. You take a photograph of it and you say, hey, look, dude, this is a photograph of Morgan Freeman. No, it's a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. You understand? All I did was caption it wrong. Now I could take a photograph of a globe, a painting of a globe Earth, and it would be a real photograph. 100%. You could examine it. You could examine the fucking film. You could look at it with a microscope. It would be 100% real film. But it doesn't mean what's on the other side of the camera is what I say it is. Okay? But you know what we can do? If we take a photograph of the Earth, can we test what's in the image in reality? Like check this out. So say we went to New York City and someone showed us a photograph of the Eiffel Tower in New York City in the middle of Central Park. We could go to Central Park and see if the Eiffel Tower is there, right?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter anything about the photograph. We ain't got to prove the photograph's fake or anything. If we go to Central Park and there's no Eiffel Tower there, we know whatever that thing is, it doesn't represent reality. Right? So we can do the same thing with their photos. Whatever the photos are, we can check to see if what it shows in the photo of what the Earth is actually exists in reality. And you have a whole bunch of evidence, which you just said, that show that the curbing water, the curbing ocean, all that stuff doesn't exist in reality. Exists in imagery. That's all. That's the only place it exists, in concepts, on screens, in picture books, toys in the corner of the classroom. But with a place where it has to exist is out there in the natural world. That's where it needs to exist. And no matter how many people, if I go do my own tests and I go, hey, dude, there's no fucking curvature to the water. I don't care what the fuck they show me. They can show me pictures. They can show me math equations. They can show me whatever the hell they want. Doesn't matter. Is it going to falsify the observation? So I'm looking at nature. I'm not like going into this abstract concept of like ideas about what the world is, right? When I don't have the basic natural evidence that's in the natural world to support my ideas. Science always comes down to empirical observation. It doesn't matter what fucking people say. Do you understand that we invented science and the scientific method so that we don't have to deal with bullshit like this? People claiming they did stuff. People saying they got this result. It has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. So that means if someone says, hey man, I mixed these two things together and it exploded. Okay. I should be able to mix those two things together and it explodes. If I do the exact same thing as them. Right? Has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But ultimately, if that person just wrote down an equation with the two substances and said, boom, two things go together, go boom, that would be even less valid because they wouldn't even have even in an empirical starting point at all. Science is empirical. It's not based upon ideas, thoughts, rationality, theories, explanations, just those stories, or anything like that. It's based upon tests done in the natural world. And this is where I think the Western civilization has really gone wrong in the last 100 years, is because we've gotten away from experiment and gone into fucking la la land of theoretical physics. I mean, we've had Jedi can attest to this. We've had people in here with science degrees talk to us that don't know what the scientific method is. It ain't our version of the scientific method. It's the scientific method that's in the fucking textbook. We had somebody last night. What did he say? He said, the first thing you do is an observation and then you start modeling it. It's the fucking dumbest shit I ever heard. Science isn't modeled.
To hear this, you know.
Well, I mean, not enough scientists took the philosophy of science. You can't do science without certain prerequisites, right? You need logic, right? First thing. Do you need logic to do science?
Yeah, I'd say you do. You need some form of intelligence.
No, actual logic, not just intelligence. Reasoning, logical reasoning.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that then.
So the reasoning, the logic comes first. You can't do science without it. And the reasoning behind science is empiricism, is that facts about the natural world are known by testing the natural world. They're not known by thinking about what should happen in the natural world. They're known by actually doing it. So if you have some theory or some hypothesis about something that happens in the natural world or some fact about the natural world, the only way it's considered a scientifically valid theory or hypothesis is if you do the experiment. Until you do the experiment, you're just talking.
I see what you mean.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. You need actual verifiable. You need to do the tests.
Yeah, or it's not science. Anyone can sit there. Me and you could smoke some fucking weed and just talk about, oh my God, what if this? What if that? Well, that's not science. Speculation isn't science. Imagination isn't science. The scientific part is the actual experiments. That's the scientific part.
It is rather fun though to speculate as well. I can't lie. I do love thinking of theories.
That's fine. But the thing, when we get to this, the main problem is in modern day, because of just in the modern society, when people hear something is based upon science, they hear absolute truth. That's what they hear. Oh, it's the scientific consensus. They hear that's the absolute truth. They hear it's scientifically proven. They hear that's the absolute truth. Not knowing that the real science is the experimental result. And though you have an experimental result that does something, I do some tests, I get some result, I have measurement data, all that crap. That ultimately has to be interpreted by a human being. Okay? And then you have your assumptions, right? Your presuppositions about what that data might mean. And it could mean, and it could fit your hypothesis, but that doesn't mean exclude other hypotheses. Just because you have a story that fits, it doesn't mean all the other stories are wrong and yours is right. But
yeah, I can definitely see what you mean in that.
Yeah, and these are like if you went to the philosophy department of any university and talked to the people teaching philosophy of science, this is all well known. This isn't stuff I'm making up or invented. I'm not being super smart. I just happen to know about it. And it's been known that the modern science uses
inductive inference, reasoning, and all of that. Any type of reasoning done doing this method has the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent, right? So, for instance, if the Earth's a globe, ships will disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore Earth's a globe. That's affirming the consequent. I could equally say, if the Earth's flat, ships would disappear over the horizon. Ships disappear over the horizon, therefore the Earth is flat. Affirming the consequent. Almost all scientific claims have this packed in it. But they don't tell you this because it's will to power, man. Don't underestimate that. People espousing to do science that aren't actually doing science are really just doing what they do for power.
There's a lot of power in like the sort of things we talk about and the sort of information what we give out.
Well, I mean, which one do you think will get a better girlfriend or a hotter girlfriend? All other things being all things being equal, the rocket scientist or the electrician?
Probably electrician, just based off how
The electrician. Even though the rocket scientist can make like 7 times more than the fucking electrician.
He doesn't
and
come
have
in a
status.
light.
And have status. That's the thing. Oh, what's your husband do for a living? Oh, he works at Rocketdyne. He makes rockets. He's a rocket scientist. Oh, what you do? Oh, he works at frickin' Frandan Electrical and fucking wires fucking sockets. There's no status in that. I'm not putting it down. I have more respect for that than the rocket scientist. I'm just saying that there's a power play in this shit.
There's always going to be some sort of power play in any sort of like job. Like electricians, they have the
in
power
society. Well, do you agree? Do you agree that in society, rocket scientists is considered more of an accomplishment than an electrician?
In society, yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't agree on a fundamental basis because, yes, rocket scientists do a lot, but we also have electricity.
We're talking about what a woman would choose, dude.
We're
talking about what a woman would choose. And status, and money. All things being equal, they're as good looking as each other, they're the same as each other. The only difference is the job that they have. From a woman's point of view, going rocket scientist. Because it's cooler.
It is cool. And little less risky than an electrician. Do you know what the most common death for electricians are?
Driving to their job.
I was going to say microwaves.
Suicide, depression.
Suicide.
Yeah, also that. But for like on the job death, it's mostly microwave because the transformer's in there. If it's not turned off, then they release a high voltage, high amperage, high frequency.
Are you talking about near field coupling?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and you know that this is a whole other thing. I don't know if I want to go down this road, but near field coupling itself, no, it's known about in physics. It's not really worked out. Meaning, so you have electromagnetic radiation. There's near field and far field, but they're all concerned about the far field radiation, right? Photons and all that shit. Right, speed of light and all that crap. Like, think of anything you hear about science, right, is general relativity and black holes and speed of light and all that crap, right? Lasers, phasers, da 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 da. That's only half the story. That's transverse waves that have left the emitter. But at the emitter itself, like you said, these alternating currents, they oscillate, right? So what happens is you get too close, you'll get within, it's called like 1/6 of the wavelength that's being emitted, and you'll couple to it and you'll fucking fry. It'll transfer energy right into your body. Faster than the speed of light, I hate to tell you. It's instantaneous.
It's pretty instant.
But they don't talk about that it's instantaneous. It's a whole field of science that's freaking just abandoned.
We do need
It's
a
not
lot
sexy.
more research in things. Not gonna lie. Like, I majority focus on biology than anything else. That's the main thing I focus on. Neurology.
Electricians die of AIDS? What the fuck, man?
Hey, I mean, is there AIDS in electricity? Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe you have to take that back, man. Maybe the freaking electricians are getting laid more than the rocket scientists. They're dying of AIDS. I don't know.
The electrician community is going to have an absolute field day with you. You know that, right? As a carpenter.
No, no, let's not go into carpenters' wood jokes. Okay.
Okay, so Jesse, your problem is that you're stuck in theory too. You've never looked at what the actual data for the study of terrestrial refraction actually shows. Doesn't show the bullshit that you anti-flat earthers say. It's nothing even close to that. I actually found it yesterday. Shit, yeah. Hold on, I'll read something to you. I found this old post. This is from Simulation Study of the Refraction Effects. K. Beckett, School of Surveying, University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. The abstract. The atmosphere, an optical environment of electromagnetic observations, has an unstable and chaotic structure, which is also seen in the refraction effect of electromagnetic radiation. For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effects on the results of geodetic observation. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills precision requirements of geodesy. Short story is, you have no fucking idea what it does. There's nothing to disagree on. There's no model that makes accurate prediction. No one knows what the fuck is happening, okay? All we can do is make qualitative descriptions of seeing shit. There's nothing quantitative. All the quantitative shit I've ever seen shows that what you guys say is 100% wrong.
Well, I recognized in my opening paragraph that we may not agree that there is a possible way to measure drop over distance, but my question wasn't about refraction. It was saying, if, for the sake of discussion, that there was a way to measure drop over distance, would this be a genuine experimental procedure?
Scientific experiment are looking for causes of phenomena. Now, this is a measurement using very scientific tools, so we're going to try and be very, very accurate.
I'm going to just ask you the same thing I've been asking all you guys, and I have not got a straight answer in 3 years. What is the justification for you thinking terrestrial refraction does fucking anything at all? Other than that's what you read in the textbook, or you read online, or you read on the webpage.
Does anything at all?
Does anything at all? Yes.
You mean
And we
like
know there's some. We know there's refraction like twinkling stars, right? Scintillation. Okay. But you guys have gone further and says like it's bent in a direction. Okay, it goes in one either, it gets bent in a curve. There's no evidence for that. There's no justification for saying that. There's nothing. If that's what I mean. You guys say, "Hey, man, I hear this, and I'm sure you've said it with your own freaking mouth. Is you guys didn't account for refraction?" And I say, "Oh, how do you do that?" Nobody knows. Nobody can tell me how to quote unquote account for refraction. How do I do that?
Just apply 7/6R like the globers do. It's easy.
Yeah, exactly. There's nobody can tell me how to do that. So if you can't tell me, if you can't say, "Hey, dude, this is how you do it," you don't know what the fuck's going on, and you have no justification for including it at all. So if you have no reason to include it because you don't know what it's doing, I'll just exclude it. Until someone gives some valid substantiation, okay, to some general refractive condition in the fucking air that's happening all the time. It's just a bunch of fucking hot air. You didn't account for refraction. How? And when I say how, I mean anyone can make a model and quote unquote account for refraction, but that model actually has to be able to make predictions, right? Predictions. So before you do the experiment, right, you say, "Hey, dude, this is the weather conditions. I'm gonna punch the meteorological conditions into my fucking model. Okay, this is this far away. We're gonna push the fucking button on the camera, and the image in the camera should look like this." No one can do that. No one can do that. Or in the reverse, take the picture and then get the meteorological condition, get the picture and be like, "Okay, this image is displaced this much. Here's the meteorological conditions that existed." Then go check to see if that was the actual meteorological conditions. Then you would have a predictive model. So no one can do any of this crap. And then there's all the other things, the other problems you guys don't want to deal with. Okay? Dispersion, where's that? Vignetting, where's that? All the effects we have that we have to compensate for in lens design, because lens design deals with high refractive elements, and that's what you guys are saying, that the fucking air is this gigantic refractive fucking lens. We don't see magnification. We don't see all these other effects that would happen if refraction was going on. Where are those? There should be other indicators other than something that's higher than it's supposed to be, or lower than it's supposed to be, or flatter than it's supposed to be. There should be other indicators of what's refraction that we could see, measure, all that shit. But I don't see any of these. I don't see it quantified in the scientific literature. I don't see it anywhere. The only time I've ever seen it is the Bricker fucking paper, where he modeled, "Hey, dude, there should be this much dispersion over these 147 kilometers," and there wasn't any. What are you showing me, Jesse?
Dispersion, chromatic aberration, or chromatic dispersion.
Yeah, we know what it is. Some
What's the
lenses
light
do it
source?
worse than others.
What's the light source?
Oh, one is the sun, and the other is a snowmobile headlight.
Okay, yeah. Astronomical objects have dispersion. Okay, terrestrial objects don't. Your snow, your what do you call it? Your snowmobile headlight, whatever it is. Do you think that that's white light, like the sun?
It's a halogen light, so it's not quite as white as the sun.
It's nowhere close to the sun. Halogen emits a single wavelength.
Well, but I mean by halogen, I mean a
So how would
tungsten
you have
filament.
any dispersion, Jesse?
No, it's not a discharge. It's not a gas discharge lamp. It's a hot tungsten black body radiation light source with a little bit of halogen in there to keep the filament from evaporating so fast. So it's a broad spectrum. It's not just a single wavelength.
I do not think that's dispersion. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, there's a blue fringe at the top and a
Yeah,
red
there's
orange.
also red on the side too, right?
Well, the camera's tipped. So if you were to see how the horizon line of the snow is kind of
Oh,
tipped.
there's red on the side of the light, on the right-hand side of the light.
Yeah, there's some lens dispersion.
Why would it be
also.
over there? Lens
Well,
dispersion.
There's some lens dispersion also, but that's going to happen all the way around. The atmospheric dispersion is because of it only happens in one axis. That's my theory anyway.
Yeah, I'd have to see the fucking full video for this shit, dude.
Oh, sure. It's lanolins. I'll get it for you.
This is only 6 miles. I thought.
Just give me 1 second. I will get you the video. I time-stamped it to somewhere near there. We're near where I got the screenshot, a little before actually. So if you let it play for a few seconds, you should find it. I did enhance, I did brighten the, increase the contrast, but that's all I did.
How do you know what lamp his fucking snowmobile has?
We could ask him. Halogen lights are. I'm a mechanic, so I know halogen lights are very, very popular for that application. And since he was not using like the very latest snowmobile there is, it's quite unlikely he had any gas discharge, light.
Could be a LED.
And it's also unlikely it was converted to LED. But we can ask him. Definitely.
Are you just guessing, dude, or so you don't know, you're guessing?
But it doesn't really matter. It's putting out all the colors. I mean, we can see reds, greens, and it met the fact
It
that
looks just like just looks like regular scintillation to me, man. You just cherry picked a frame.
It looked to me like there was a strong predominance of the blue on top. But anyway,
subjective. I could measure this in something. So why would there even be this type of refractive effect on a frozen lake?
Well,
especially at 6 miles.
If the ice was significantly colder than the air, which is possible on a clear night, the blackbody radiation could chill the ice faster than the air because ice has an emissivity of almost 1. So if the ice was colder than the air and it formed a strong bottom dense gradient, that would be curving light downward towards the ice, and that would be curving the blue light downward farther, which would make the blue part appear higher.
This is what I'm talking about, this curving up and down. What makes you think light does anything like that?
Because light has been measured to go faster in less dense air and slower in more dense air, and because light travels as a wavefront.
That's great. That's conceptual. I'm not talking about concepts. I'm talking about in terrestrial observations. You guys think, so you guys is, look, bro, the conceptual idea is that there's a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a vertical temperature gradient and a vertical density gradient. And by that sheer fact alone, that a spherically symmetric atmosphere with a gradient, light is just automatically going to curve. Right?
I'm not sure what you mean by a, what did you call it? A spherically what?
Spherically symmetric. Spherically symmetric.
I don't know what that means. I know what spherical means, and I know what symmetric means, but
the atmosphere is curving.
Think like an onion, Jesse.
The density gradient is not a straight line; it's a curved path. Remember?
Oh, you mean on a globe?
Yeah, on the globe. Yes.
Okay.
So it's automatically going to curve conceptually. It has to. And in fact, Andrew Thomas Hunt talks about this, is that it would be impossible to have any type of straight line mathematically. Because if you have it completely horizontally, what would happen is that if you had a ray, it would get trapped at the boundary of the density gradient and form a perfect circle that goes around the Earth. Like say you had 30 degrees and 31 degrees, and at the boundary of the 30 and 31, you had a laser and you shot it. In a spherically symmetric atmosphere, it would duct all the way around the Earth, come back to the same place.
Oh,
mathematically, in the mathematical. Listen, I'm talking about conceptually in a mathematical model. So when you start talking about, hey, light's bending down, that's just fucking. That's because you're assuming spherically symmetric atmosphere and a whole bunch of shit. It's conceptual. What's the data say about what light does? You don't know. None of you globe earthers know, because none of you have ever bothered to go look at the literature. The actual literature, when people have gone out and tested it, it doesn't do what you guys think. I'm sorry to tell you that. And you guys spent years arguing about it. What do you think I did? The thing I just read you, Jesse, do you think I just made that up? Do you think I called this chick fucking 20 years ago and told her, hey, write this down? For over 300 years, hundreds of models were created describing the influence of refraction effect on the results of geodetic observations. So far, no universal solution has been found which fulfills the precision requirements of geodesy. So when you sit here and say light would do X, you're implying that you have some universal solution to what the light does. And that you know what it does. And that whatever your answer is of what it does, it's true. It's just universally valid and accepted. Experimentally, no. I'm ripping the whole rug out on this shit, dude. There's no valid justification for any claim of refraction, no matter what it is. Okay, I mean, Jesse, do yourself a favor, okay? Go on Pablo's Dog's channel. Do you know that channel?
It rings a bell vaguely, but I couldn't say I would know.
He's been going to the same spot in the same parking lot for 3 fucking years, and every 3 days taking video and doing a horizontal pan across Santa Monica Bay. Okay? The shit he's seeing is just like, there's no, you can't, it's unexplainable observations. Just unexplainable. Flat Earth or globe Earth, dude. Literally, like one of the observations, it's like an inferior mirage of something that's past the horizon, and an inferior mirage of like a double inferior mirage. There's all sorts of crap he's got videos of, and there's a whole bunch of other people that have like Keith Carmody and fucking, you know, there's flat earthers that aren't in like our little circles. They're out there. They're out there doing observations, right? Repeated, controlled observations over and over and over again, and none of them match any model of anything. There's no justification for any claim that the light should be doing X, Y, and Z, and that then there's like, have you ever seen any of the data where they actually take the meteorological conditions and then do the surveying and then try to match them to see if they match up?
I'm sorry, I was trying to find Pavlov's channel. Say that again.
It's called Pablo's dog.
Yeah, there's a bunch of YouTubers that got that name because it was a famous term
I'll
from.
get going.
Yeah, thanks. And of course, that YouTube hides the flat Earth ones, so it's hard for me to find the correct one.
Okay, there's that.
Oh, thank you, sir. There, I subscribed to him.
Cool. I mean, not a lot of flat earthers even know about this guy. And there's other ones. There's a whole group of. There's Plain Truth and what's his name? There's a whole bunch of flat earthers that just do observations. They're not really into the. I mean, they got YouTube channels where they post their observations, but they're not into debating or going on freaking Twitter or anything or TikTok or whatever. They're just out there just like doing their thing, dude. So there. Anyway, I'll bring up this one. Hold on. There's one called empirical modeling by trigonometric heighting. That's one study that was done in Greece. Dude, it's even on McToon's. McToon has a refraction section on his website. Apparently, he's never read any of the papers that are in it. So there are 3 or 4 that are on there where they actually took the meteorological conditions while they did their surveying observations, and they never match up. They just don't match up. Like what they observe doesn't match up to what should be with the meteorological condition, according to the way everybody thinks refraction works, should be one thing that makes their observation this other thing. But they never match up. They're just completely they're uncorrelated.
Could you drop a link to that? I would be interested in reading that for sure.
It's probably on McToon's fucking site. Hold on.
Was that the Romanian Rhapsody I heard?
Oops, hot mic and.
Hey, Wild Bill, it's good to see you.
Hey, Jesse. It's better to be seen.
McToon does have it on his page. Moron. Apparently, he never read it.
Thank you.
That's just one. I mean, it's a whole. Jesse, I don't know why you're just discovering this now.
Well, better late than never, right?
Yeah. Here's a graph from it. This is the survey observation and the meteorological observation. Completely unfucking correlated. Then they tried 3 different models to try and fit it, and it don't work. So what do you got against like a laser test, like going out and doing a laser test like 100 days in a row, the exact same time, the exact same place, the exact same methodology, 100 times in a row, some crazy distance. Because like FE core, that's like one of the things like people, it just like goes right over her head. That's not one test all done one night. And to say there's some freakish meteorological condition that allowed it, well, it happened again 3 weeks later, and their meteorological stations didn't pick it up because they have different weather conditions each time. But for some reason, each time lets them frickin' shoot a laser 40 kilometers.
Well, to me, the first step of any form of measurement is to get consistency. And the laser tests don't work every time. And in
Okay,
my
give me an example where they didn't.
there was actually, if you watch the FE core video, there was one where they could get it to shoot over the observer's head, but every time they tried to bring it down to get it to actually directly hit the observer, it would disappear. But
so Jesse, put 2 and 2 together, mate. It goes over the observer's head by 8 foot. It's supposed to be 600 foot or some ridiculously high distance. Oh, wait up. Refraction, I forgot. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. So the difference between what they observed and the prediction is 2 orders of magnitude, Jesse. You know that, right? You know how large of a difference is to prediction. If you have a prediction and the result is 2 orders of magnitude different than the prediction, there's a problem.
Yeah, I know. I myself have measured circulating ray conditions and even sharper than that.
Circulating ray conditions. What, in your spherically symmetric atmosphere that don't exist? What do you mean circulating ray? How do you know the ray's curving at all?
Well, when I measure an elevation angle to the waterline on a ship at 7 miles and it's 36 feet above where it should be.
That doesn't mean the ray's curving, though.
Well, so how
just means that the angle of arrival at your camera was displaced. It doesn't mean the ray curved. It could have moved up and down, left and right, all over the place before it entered your camera.
So how could a straight ray that started out below me...
Because light is not rays, dude. And light in the air is... I've never showed you this. I've never showed you the turbulence, the fucking... Oh my God, I'm almost positive I've showed you this, Jesse. I'm almost 100%. Maybe not. Look for something. I'm looking for something. Just give me a second. Look for a graphic. What's this? Oh, okay. So look at the graphic in the chat, the diagram.
All right. Scintillation in action.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay.
Hold on, dude. We're having a conversation.
Do you believe? Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Wait your turn, dude. Okay. This isn't simply turbulence. All air is like this. It's packed with these bubbles. And what happens is it's the wave front that gets tilted. Okay? If the rays so the ray approximation model is only good for short distances. Did you know that? It's only valid at short distances. It's a simplification to make for lens design, like the thin lens approximation and all those things. The geometric optics, it's not meant for long distance stuff. Anything like that. It's not like I can give you a professor saying that it's just. So what happens is you have light that comes off of something, and there's a wavefront, right, that comes toward you. But as it's passing through these bubbles, it's wobbling back and forth. In the angle at which it hits the camera, if it hits the camera tilted like at a 45-degree angle, an object in the distance will appear higher or lower. The ray didn't traverse a different fucking path. It still went to you straight from the source to you. It went in a straight line, but because the wavefront is distorted, it isn't a direct proportional image to what's out there. And I'll show you another one too. It's from another thing. Now these all are from surveying. The first one came from them trying to figure out how to survey in tunnels, because tunnels have the problem where the walls are warmer than the center, so they have a horizontal displacement, and they had to figure out how to deal with that. And of course, they do a bunch of modeling. Okay, so 1 second. Okay, make sure I get the right one. Okay. No, this is from another paper. This is from the dispersion paper. You see how that says centroid shift? So the centroid would be, say you were on a crosshair, say you're on a bullseye out there.
Right.
But it's going to appear shifted because the wavefront. So say you have a bullseye, and the bullseye is a plane, right? What happens if you took that bullseye now, with no refraction, just normal situation, and you tilted that bullseye at a 45-degree angle backwards?
Is the Is the
The
bullseye
top is going to look like it's lower, and the bottom is going to look like it's higher. I'm just saying hypothetically.
like a target in the distance gets leaned
Yeah,
over?
like a target.
Yeah.
Yeah, like whatever. If you're looking at some plane in distance, its orientation, say it's 90 degree, you're looking at it perpendicular. So the light from that is coming at you. It doesn't stay perpendicular. The wavefront gets distorted and twisted like this, like in this graphic. And then when it arrives on your camera sensor or your eyeball, it's at a tilted angle from when it left, right? So like the bottom arrives closer before the top or some other thing. But these little peaks of the waves, that's what actually activates the sensor or the fucking the epithelial cells in your eye. It's the peaks of these freaking wavefronts because that's where the energy is. But what I'm saying is, just because something appears displaced, and this there's a guy that worked on this for the U.S. Geological Survey called Fred Bruner, okay, and he gave presentations on it because the ray optic model doesn't work, and it's never worked, ever. In 300 years, it's never worked. So he tried to come up with a different methodology, doing the angle of arrival, meaning if something appeared displaced up or down, that meant that the angle that it entered the camera was different. It was at say something would originally be in the center of the camera. Let's say it arrives at an angle 1 degree higher than the center. What is that image going to appear like? It's going to look at whatever it is that was going to be in the center is going to appear higher.
Right.
But it's not actually higher. It's the angle that it entered. It's the angle that the light entered into the camera.
So I'm trying to understand. Are you saying basically that the light took a straight path from the ship's waterline to me, but then 2 feet in front of my?
No, I didn't say a straight. Look, I didn't say necessarily a straight path. It's wobbling. It's moving around. This wavefront is it's like scintillation. It's shimmering. We're like these are oversimplifications. What's happening is it'll go into a bubble of one refractive index. I'll show you. I already did show you of what actually happens. Is that hold on a second, because it was in the first paper I posted. What ends up happening is that the light will oscillate around a mean value, right? So you have the straight line value, but as it travels from point A to point B, it's going through these pockets of air and it's moving up and down, right? And these air pockets, these bubbles. So let's say it goes into the air is full of these bubbles, like in my graphic here, like in the graphic here from the surveying, right? When it enters into one bubble, the wavefront shifts and tilts. Then when it leaves the bubble, it tilts back, but doesn't tilt back all the way. Then it enters another bubble, tilts, and it's doing this the whole time, going from source to receiver, whipping back and forth. And then you're going to catch it at one point in time, and it's going to look a certain way, depending on how the air is, the condition of when you receive that light, the condition of the air. You know this if you've gone and done observations, that you could come back an hour later and everything looks completely different. I know this from my observations. I got a fucking observation of a windmill where you can just see one blade barely sticking out from behind something, and then an hour later I can see the windmill completely as fucking clear as day, all its blades, everything.
So do you think on that one day that all you could see was one blade, that if somebody had had a laser?
It was an hour later, Jesse. It was an hour later. It was the same day.
So do you think at that moment in time when all you could see was the top of the top blade, that if there had been somebody at the base with the laser, you would have been able to see the laser?
Well, no, because
Okay.
the base is behind trees.
Oh, it's
I'm
trees.
talking about the top of the blade. Like, look, the one where I could see the whole thing, I could see the hub and the three blades. The one where I couldn't see it, all I could see is a blade faintly sticking out from behind the trees.
What does
And
this
there's also radio towers, which I could not see at all at first. And then when an hour later, when I took the pictures again, I could see 2 radio towers. They're tall ass radio towers. They're fucking hundreds of feet tall. They're like twin towers that I couldn't see at all.
Okay, so
I did observations. So there was a buoy, and it was rocking back and forth, right? So the top of it was rocking toward me, and then away from me. And when it rocked toward me, I could see it, and then when it rocked back, it completely vanished, as if it was like disappearing behind a fucking wall. It wasn't bobbing up and down. It was rocking back and forth toward me and away as the waves pushed it, right? The waves push it and it rocks forward, and then it goes in the trough and then it rocks back, right? So it's rocking back and forth. And the tip of it's going into whatever, and it would disappear, and then it would rock forward, and then it would reappear. Then it would disappear, then reappear, then disappear, then reappear. It's very strange. Anyway, the point of this is, this curved fucking ray shit, there's no evidence for any curved rays. Okay? The curved ray claim is the Earth is a globe, there's a spherically symmetric atmosphere, right? So the ray has to be taking a curved path to go around the globe. There's no evidence for that at all. There's no justification for that. It's just like Earth's a globe, that's what must be happening. That's it. That's the only thing there is to that.
So where did the 2.5 arc minutes of upward angle come from?
I just told you. I just told you. You don't understand it, dude. It doesn't mean a curved ray. It just means the path is bouncing up and down, dude. Okay, well, Jesse. Can you draw a sine wave?
Yes, approximately.
Okay, and where the camera sensor intersects that sine wave, right, is going to determine where it appears on the sensor. So you might intercept it at the peak and then it'll appear higher, or you intersect it at a trough and it'll appear lower, right? That's not a curving line, though. It's a straight line. Well, it's not necessarily a straight line. It's a straight path that's oscillating around a mean value. The mean value would be the straight line, and it's oscillating about that straight line, deviating. And all the evidence says that this is the case.
Oh,
all the measurement evidence.
So you're saying that, tell me if I got this right or wrong, you're saying that the path of light coming from the ship's waterline to the camera was following kind of a sine wave pattern, up and down, but otherwise basically straight, and I just happened to be at a portion in that the length of that sine wave that caused me to look up at it, and if I had moved forward or back, a half a wavelength, then I would have seen the opposite angle.
Yes. Now that's an oversimplification. Okay, obviously it's not a fucking pure sine wave.
Well, what's the wavelength of this sine wave? It's steady.
Depends on the size of it depends on the size of the inhomogeneities of the air. You see the I showed you these. Did you not see these? These little bubble graphics. These don't come from me. These don't come from me. These come from the surveying literature.
I
didn't make these graphics, dude. I'm not making this stuff up. This stuff doesn't come from me.
So, what would be causing the specific
turbulent
sine
cells create the make the wavefront oscillate around a mean? Okay, like I don't know else how to describe it.
Is it the density of the air in the cells, or is
It's it's well, changes of temperature, density, and they're in motion.
Fuck.
And the thing is, the size of these, it isn't going to be like one size. There's going to be all different sorts of, like, if you could see them, it would look like a foam, right? The air is more like a foam, but you know, there's all sorts of meteorological conditions that affect it, right? Wind, fucking temperature of the ground compared to the fucking air, crosswinds. The point is, it's that the spherically symmetric model has no justification. That's my point. That's my only point. There's no justification for K values or anything like that. What is the K value? It's, hey man, this thing is up 2 inches. And the only way this would be up 2 inches is if the light ray was this much bigger than the fucking globe Earth of 3,959 mile radius. So we're going to come up with a value that's the ratio of that 3959, and we're going to say the light ray curved that much. But that's just bullshit, dude. The light ray didn't take a fucking continuous curved fucking path. They just do that as a simplification. And they even say it, that it's a simplification. But do you know where that's got them, that methodology? Fucking nowhere. Because like I read earlier, for over 300 years, hundreds of models were created to describe the influence of refraction effects. So their methods don't work. You understand that you guys, I don't know why I keep saying you guys, but globe earthers, or the anti-flat earthers that argue this topic and bring up refraction, they're literally bringing up a failure to justify the globe. No refraction model can make any fucking prediction, period, other than like Snell's law on designing lenses or something. I got another one. Hold on. What's the name of that? Jesse, you ever see this one?
Let me look. Oh yeah, Taylor was showing that.
Yeah, you see these values? You know Fort Emgon. You know how big of a degree Fort Emgon is? Well, 1 Emgon is 0.0009 degrees. The largest deviation in this data set is 4. So that means the largest deviation that they measured as far as an angle of arrival was 0.0036. Now, do you know how much that is at 25 miles? It's like fucking 8 inches. Right? So, but the most important thing is, remember how I said is that it oscillates about a mean, right? If you look at this measured vertical angle, you see the values. You have the 0 value where there's no deviation, and they oscillate about that. They're not skewed to one side. They're not skewed to the other side. because if it was a continuous curve, they'd be skewed in one direction. Right?
I'm not sure I'm following exactly what you're saying.
The zero is the straight line path. When it says the blue lines, right, are the measurements of the angle of arrival of what they're measuring.
The absolute angle or the relative to the mean?
The angle of arrival, the deviation of the angle of arrival from where it actually is, from the straight line.
The
zero is no deviation.
From total station position 1 to target 1? TPS 1 is the total station position 1, right? And then T1
they have more than one total. They have more than one device.
Right? And they also have more than one target, right? And T1 is target 1, right? So are you saying that total station 1 and target 1 were at the same geometric elevation?
No, they're not at the same geometric elevation.
So one's higher than the other?
No, very. Give me a second. T1 is T1 I think is a retroreflector.
Yeah, all the targets were retroreflectors, I believe. Left by some previous project.
Yeah, anyway, the point is that the straight line is the zero. All these the measurements in totality oscillate about this zero. If the Earth was curved, they would all be skewed in one direction.
Why would they be skewed in one direction if Earth was curved?
Okay, because you'd have refraction curving the light, right? So you'd always have a deviation in the angle of arrival, always. There would never be a straight line. It wouldn't be. You see how this is symmetrical? There's an equal amount of subrefraction, if that's what you want to call it, and refraction about the zero. It's evenly distributed.
Are you saying that the zero on the 0 milligradians on this chart is
I'm gone, dude.
Jesse,
I'm gone.
if there's a straight line, that's the difference either side of the straight line. If you think you live on a ball tard, the light incoming would predominantly be on one side of the line. You know this. You're acting dumb for some reason. Please stop it.
No, it's just it's been a while.
I thought I wasn't explaining it good.
It's been a while since I read the paper, and I'm trying to remember the context because all he dropped here was the little one screenshot. And if I remember correctly,
Post the paper again if you want.
The paper wasn't about Earth curve or lack of Earth curve. It was about variations of the vertical angle, and so they actually measured the vertical angle.
Yeah.
And then they.
That's right, Jesse. They measured the light, dude. I don't care about the fucking Earth curve. I only care about they're measuring refraction on whether it exists or not. That's what we are trying to establish. Is it justified of saying there's fucking curving rays, dude? If there was a curving ray, all the most of the data would be skewed on one side of the fucking zero. Because the angle of arrival would be higher. It would always be higher. This isn't like this is the only shit, dude. This is what I'm talking like. Remember what I started with? You guys have read the textbooks, read fucking shit online, never looked at the academic research, and even if the papers that exist, very few of them have actual measurement data in it. And then if you actually sift through the fucking 1 in 100 papers that have actual fucking empirical measurements, none of them, and I mean none, match any fucking goal prediction. None. Zero. And I'm sorry that might bust your bubble, okay? And I appreciate you sitting here and listening to me fucking rant, but the fact is, I'm at the point, if someone says to me, you got to account for refraction, I'm asking why. And people need to justify why I should account for it, and just going, because it says so in the fucking textbook, ain't cutting it. I want the data, I want the evidence, I want whatever that says, yes, you should count for refraction, because yes, this is happening all the time, because we've measured it. Here are the measurements, here's the data that shows, yes, this is happening all the time. Yes, here's the measurement of curved rays. Here's the, like, there's none of that shit. There's none of that. But fucking, dude, we've been arguing this topic for a fucking decade. And some of the fundamental things about this topic that's been argued has never been established to even be true in the first place. Fucking arguing about refraction 1,000 fucking times. Jesse, I'm gonna give you a newsflash. I got into this topic because I was doing work on refraction, specifically negative refraction, not the run-of-the-mill refraction, way more technical level than this shit. And then the Chicago skyline, I saw that shit, and they're like, this is a mirage. This is refraction. Dude, I've been studying refraction for fucking nearly 3 decades. And I just hear fucking people say this shit that doesn't, there's no evidence for any of this shit. It would be cool if there was, but there ain't. It's just something you guys just say, you're an account for refraction. Flat earthers never account for refraction. Your calculation's wrong. You didn't account for refraction. Okay. Here you go. You account for it for me then. You fix our math. No one will ever fix our math. No, dude. They're measuring the angle of arrival of the light, dude.
But
what aren't you getting, dude?
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask about is...
Elevation means nothing, don't say elevation. Because the device is pointed straight at the other device. There's a straight line, imaginary straight line between each of the devices.
You have a clear line of sight. They're just measuring the angle of arrival and how much it deviates.
So was that measured angle as it was read by the instrument within a plus to minus 4 milligradient angle?
They're making continuous measurements. You understand? Continuous measurements. They're constantly. I don't know what the polling rate was.
Every few minutes, I think, except they would take a few minutes off to do a self-calibration on each unit. But what I'm just trying to understand, if you're saying that 0 degrees was the actual measured angle of arrival for total station 1 when pointed at target 1.
Well, there is no angle if it's 0 degrees. What do you think they're measuring, Jesse?
Well, I think they measured the elevation angle to T1 from TPS1 repeatedly, and of course it's T1
They're on
was
top
way.
of a hill looking down into a fucking hole at a landslide across the way.
Okay, so they've recentered these measurements to center them around the
So you
average,
see,
right?
look at figure 3, the top image of figure 3. They're on top of a fucking hill looking down, okay? So they got a couple things here. 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is a vertical tower of thermocouples where they're measuring the temperature.
Yes, that's beautiful.
The vertical temperature profile. Right, so they're just pointing down into the landslide, dude, and measuring the angle of arrival that the fucking laser hits them, that the laser hits the total station. That's it. It's not fancy, dude.
Okay, so I think we agree that the total stations were pointing down significantly more than 4 milligradians, right? At their targets, at least for target 1.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they're pointed down. They're only measuring the light. They're shooting a fucking laser off of something and then measuring the angle that it comes back. It knows the direction that it's pointed, right? And they can measure the direction that it picked it up.
So I guess,
Jesse, if you fucking shoot like say you had a pistol, okay, and you fired from the hip, the bullet fucking ricochets off a piece of iron and hits you in the eye. Okay, the angle of arrival is higher. You know that the angle of arrival is higher than when it fucking left your gun. Okay.
because the shrapnel or the piece of metal is falling
Because
as it.
it left at hip level and then arrived at eye level.
What's the
So they're
significance of it?
because they're just shooting straight at the prism, and then measuring the reflected light what the angle was, where it should be versus where it is, or where it appears to be. These are like infrared, dude, bouncing infrared light off of reflectors.
Right, yeah, most of my total stations also bounce infrared light off of reflectors. One of them uses a visible red laser, though. But, so are we in agreement then that the actual elevation angle measured by the instruments to the targets
mean nothing? That's what we'll agree to. They mean nothing. We've already established that.
Dude, I don't care if they're looking fucking down from the top of the Empire State Building.
Well, I guess I don't understand
This
what
would
you're
be
arguing.
even worse. Look, bro. This would be my argument. My argument is here's data, right, of the very little data on refraction measurement data we actually have, right? Because if I ask you to post some, you won't have any. You know that, right? You'll have none.
Definitely not this much.
I posted 2 things. You got 1 thing then? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It wouldn't even matter. Whatever you posted, I've already read it. I guarantee it. Okay? My point is that we should be making claims based upon the empirical evidence, not based upon theory and speculation. Okay? And then we go, okay, let's look into the scientific literature and see what's actually been empirically tested and verified. And then you look at the data and it's nowhere fucking near the effect that they say that is said to happen. It's nowhere near it. It's not even close. But people are going to tell us there's these special refractive conditions that can happen that can make the horizon fucking appear 10 times too far away, that can do all sorts of crazy shit, right? Fine. I have no problem believing that. If you can substantiate that it's even possible, which nobody can do. Certainly not fucking possible to happen every other, every single time we go out. Goddamn flat earthers are so lucky. Oh my God, there's the horizon again, 10 miles away. God, am I lucky? Jesse, if you actually are going out observations, I know you've made the long distance observations that bust the globe. You just don't show them to nobody. Just as a sheer probability, dude.
Oh, I've showed them, and I even showed the ones that show concave. No,
they don't show concave, man. They don't show, dude. No, dude. And things are just getting displaced up and down, dude. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, I don't know if a magnifying glass does this.
I have one of those triangular straight glass prisms that's 6 inches long, and it does that. I can hold it up and look through it, and depending on which way I have the pointy edge, it can make everything look higher or everything look lower, as well as rainbowy.
Yeah. Now imagine in between you and something else, there's like 20,000 fucking prisms, and they're all moving around. But they're only moving around a little bit. Okay. Now you're going to end up with an image that will be displaced 1 second one way and then displaced another second another way. I mean, stars twinkle for a reason. Yeah, I don't know why people are all enamored by MIT people. Hold on, let me find the video. Dude's like, I got a 5-point frickin'. I graduated with a 4.0 average from MIT and I'm stupid. It's fucking funny, dude. Because the way MIT is structured is that if you're like failing the class or if you're not doing good, right, where you're going to get a C or a D, you can switch it to pass fail.
How? It just, to me, it's just like, I can't believe that people like myself and then people like that are so vastly, like, so much different, where it's like that type of stuff is like, interests me. I want to know the truth. I want to know why would they lie? Why do they need to lie about all this? And so, but people are like, well, you don't really know why they would go through all these great lengths to lie about this unless you're at the top, unless you know.
You gotta, bro. You gotta figure out who's lying first. Who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you don't know who, if you don't know who has to be lying, well, I mean, you can narrow it down. Like who has to be lying? 100% would have to be lying.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can start with Apollo astronauts. They have to be lying. Those people.
Oh yeah.
Because they said they saw the Earth in its entirety as a ball, so they have to be lying. After that, it becomes iffy, because most of the people after that, they're believers, right? So ISS astronauts, well, they wouldn't see the Earth as a ball. They would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter what they say. They're believers.
Right, but at the same time, they may know bits and pieces of the truth, right? But a lot of these people are just paid. They're willing to take the money to just say whatever to live, in riches. They're just paid off. So yeah, you could say these people definitely know
They don't
the
know.
truth.
Yeah, they don't know, and they believe it's a ball. So they'll sit there and say, "Yeah, Earth's a ball." If someone comes in this chat right now and says Earth's a ball, they're not lying. They're
No,
just
but I'm talking
wrong,
about
right? They're just simply wrong.
I'm talking about the astronauts that you were saying, like the Challenger, the people that are on the ISS or whatever. Like it's true, right? That they know.
I mean, they wouldn't know though. Even on the ISS, they wouldn't be able to tell from there. It's not high
true,
enough.
because it's in a fucking probably in a pool or whatever somewhere. But I'm just saying, like,
Well, it's not high enough. Even if they were at 300 or 400 kilometers up, that's not high enough. You'd only see 3% of the Earth from that elevation. A lot of people don't realize that the International Space Station is not that high.
Right.
3% of the Earth. Think about that. You see 3% of the Earth, you think you can say what it is? I mean, come on.
No, but what I'm saying is that these people, they're paid off, so they don't really. They either do know, which they have to have an idea, right? Because why would they be getting paid off to lie about being in space and seeing the Earth as a ball, right? So you can come up to the conclusion of, like, if I'm that person, I'm like, okay, well, they're paying me to say that it's this, so that probably more than likely means that it's not that, but they want me to tell people that, so they're just paid off, but they don't actually know, like, who the people at the top of the pyramid, analogy, if you want to use, like, how we were talking earlier. I don't know if
Yeah, but
if you
in
missed
what
it.
what India is trying to say is, that and I was going to mention this when you were talking earlier, that it seems like you think there has to be a large number of people in on this globe conspiracy, this conspiracy to try to get people to believe that they live on a globe, but in reality, it would be a small number, and then the other people would just be repeating. And even the people who were on the ISS would just be told, oh, you're not high enough to actually see the curve. So they're just looking out, at the flat horizon, and they're just not even thinking that hard about it, because they clearly look for people for these so-called astronaut positions that are not real heavy in the analytical thinking. I mean, that's real obvious when you see any of their interviews. They're just looking for people who are willing to, spray their hair and look cute, and talk
That's what I
about
mean, though. But, like,
drinking
if you
poop
say
or whatever.
you're that,
So,
say you're those
so that's what
astronauts.
he's trying to say. So when you talk about the elite, I was just going to tell you, what do you think about this? Noki, you call them the elite. Said, I don't know what to call them. I think, how they sometimes say the deep state? I call them the shallow state. That's what they are. They're real shallow. There's not that many of them. And they want everyone to keep thinking in a shallow way. They're very shallow. They want the whole world to be shallow and not to think about anything too deeply, just like Says Who was telling you. They want you to just kind of stay in that Stockholm syndrome zombie state, but there's not that many of them. They're not that deep, and they're the shallow state. That's what they are. And the rest of them are just repeating what they're told. And like you said, they're getting paid, so they don't ask too many questions. They're getting a good paycheck. Even if it sometimes late at night occurs to me, maybe we're committing fraud on the American people and raking in millions of dollars a day and taking food out of the mouth of children for a fraud. But I don't want to think too hard about that, because I really like my cushy job and I love all the free hairspray I get every day. So yeah, I don't think they're thinking too hard there and up in the ISS.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, obviously, I guess it depends on how you define a lot of people. Obviously, there has to be, like I said, in my opinion, a lot of people involved. I wouldn't say, like, all of NASA or all that. Like, I wouldn't say that at all. I would say, like, I don't know how many there are, but obviously there's quite a bit, right? Because I mean, uh, these families or whatever bloodlines or whoever it is, the people at the top. There's obviously not just one or two or 10 people that just know the truth and are just.
Oh, you mean the shallow state that's at the bottom? Yeah, they're not at the top. They're at the bottom. They are the dregs, the lowest of the low. The people who suck off of the energy of all the good people of the world. They're parasites. They're the lowest of the low. So that's what you're talking about, the low people,
Yeah,
the
I'd like to
shallow
expose those
people.
people.
Yeah,
I'd like to
yeah.
expose them.
Okay, well, let us know how it goes. Let us know when you get their names. I'll
Yeah.
send them a Anti-Christmas card.
Yeah, it's funny you say a Christmas card. Like I've gone down the rabbit holes of like, all the like the pagan holidays and how like the old religions and how they're all interconnected and all that. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. But
I mean, you're on the right track, Noki. I would say just, don't, try not to get overwhelmed and just try to I mean, whatever you're going to do in your life, I mean, like we talked about earlier, you're just doing it on a flat earth. If you just stay connected to reality and the day-to-day moment and the people around you and actual human connection and, live your life to the fullest, then you'd be going against what the shallow state wants you to do, because they would like you to, plug all your energy into their little fantasy world, and they'd like you to ridicule anyone who goes against what is broadcast on the Today Show and so on. So anytime you're not doing that, anytime you're trying to live life to the fullest and, trying to find out more about reality and trying to live on this realm as you were intended and born to do, then that's you. That's very powerful. Like just one person doing that is very powerful, because as you've seen, most people aren't even willing to begin to do that. They just, like says who mentioned, they just want to do what's convenient, what's easy for them, just live this very kind of low energy life, not stick their head up too far so they don't get pounded down and so on. So yeah, I mean, I think you're on the right track. And
like, what is the mission then, right? I mean, like, I'm sure this Discord, this group of people, it would be to wake up the entire world to the idea that the Earth is actually flat, right? But I mean, as I was talking with Yaga, that seems futile, right? I mean, it's never going to happen, because even if NASA came out tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, we've been pulling your leg and it's actually flat," so people would reject it anyway. So then it's like, is just like are we here just to protect each other's sanity? We're like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? And you're like, no, you're not crazy. I see the same thing. But like, if at the end of the day, if we can't actually,
I never once thought I was crazy about this at all, ever, for even 2 seconds. The people that think that it's not flat are the crazy ones. Think about it. They see the Earth that looks flat and they go, nah, it's not. That's my imagination. That's an illusion. I can't trust my eyes. That's bullshit.
well, that's what they get
That's
with
the
like the whole
crazy
plausible
people.
deniability, right? That they get them
Well,
with, hey, it's
well,
so
that's
big.
yeah, but that's fine. But you're still going with I can't trust my own eyes.
No. So that's not
I know.
what I'm
I listen. I understand what you're saying. I understand. Yeah, they have an excuse on why it looks flat, but it's not flat. But you're starting your observation with I don't trust my observation.
No, I'm saying I'm acknowledging that my observation is limited to my own perspectives, which is
Yeah.
very
Well, we
small.
know
So
that, but
I'm
you
not.
have to.
If someone like, imagine it this way: if someone put a
But you
gun
have
to your
to
head and
approach it
said,
from doubt. But you don't understand. You have to approach it from doubt that what you're seeing is not the way it is. You're starting from I can't believe what I'm seeing. I have to investigate if what I'm seeing is actually real. You're starting from doubt. Do you understand that?
"No, I understand
That's
that. Yes,
crazy, dude. That's insane. That like you're looking at the world and you're like, oh, maybe that's not real. That's pretty fucking crazy.
no, I'm looking at it from maybe you missed it.
When I
I don't
say
really
you, I
believe,
don't mean specifically you. I mean you in
yeah,
the royal you.
like believing it one way or the other
It's
is
not a
like,
belief. But the thing is, if you look at the Earth and it looks flat, you don't believe that. You just see it that way. That's not a belief. It's just the way it looks. The belief is when you go, well, it just looks that way, and it's actually something else besides what it looks like. You know, the Globers say, "Hey, dude, a giant globe looks flat." Okay, want to know what also looks flat? Flat things. Flat things
well,
look flat.
so if I were to ask you to draw me a picture of what the Earth actually looks like, What
I'd
would you
ask you
draw?
from where?
From if you could
From what perspective? When I
hypothetically,
say from where, from what perspective?
yeah, if you could hypothetically like fly above like an extreme far distance where you could see the entire thing and fly,
I don't
observe
think
it from
you.
every angle.
I don't think
And
the Earth is an object that you can
well,
see
see,
the entirety. It's not an object like you can hold in your hand. That if
and
you're a giant, that you could hold the Earth in your hand and look at it from some third person point of view. I don't believe that is possible.
And see, and I kind of agree with you, right? So, but that's what I'm saying is that if I were to ask you to do, you're confident on that it's flat, and
But what you're asking me to do is something that's it's very speculative and conjecture, right? If you could go away from the Earth, which no one's ever done, and hold it in your hand, what would it look like from some external point of view? But you, nor anybody you know, nor anyone they know, have ever actually seen the Earth from that point of view.
Yeah,
And
so why would I subscribe to
even
an exact shape of the Earth then, right? But like I said, we
why
can
would
make
you think of it as an object? Why would you think of it as an object at all? Like an object that you have in your house? Why would you think of the Earth that way? Like
Well,
you don't think wait, let me ask you this. When you think of the universe, and I say, hey bro, what's the universe look like if you're really, really far away?
well, I mean, technically, nothing would really exist outside of a universe, right? So
Exactly. Bingo. Bingo. Nothing exists outside the Earth. There's no such thing as outside. There is no outside. You cannot leave here except in death.
yeah, and
That's a scary proposition for
disagreeing.
some people. They want to think they can fly away to some man-made heaven called outer space, but it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm not disagreeing with you there, but I'm just saying.
But I want to get to your main point though. Like,
yeah,
why are we here? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? Look, it is futile to try to force people into the Earth is flat. They already see it every day as flat and motionless. We're trying to convince them to believe reality, right? That they can trust their own eyes. That's not the problem. They already decided that they don't want to trust their own eyes. Subconsciously, normally not consciously, but mostly subconsciously. The globe Earth is like an identity for them. They identify with the idea, right? That we're sophisticated, technologically advanced human beings. We're flying around on rockets. Pretty soon, we're going to be hanging out with aliens. Like this is an identity. Like I'm in this generation of mankind that has all these achievements, and they identify with that. It's an identity.
Yeah, I guess maybe I should have asked you.
To take that away from somebody, you're stripping their identity. Okay, that is like impossible. We're not going to be able to do that. So all we try to do mostly is illustrate to them that they actually don't know the Earth's a globe, that they just believe it. Just that is hard. Just to even go, hey, bro, what's your primary evidence the Earth is a globe? Well, NASA. No, bro, I said primary. Like, what evidence do you have? I don't know. Yeah, it is a belief. After a while, they'll always admit that yes, it is a belief. I don't know it's a globe, but I do believe it's a globe. And usually it's just based upon the pictures, right? The space pics. I saw the space pics. I believe in them, and I believe the claims of the people that say they took them. So Earth is a globe because of that, and that's the foundation for their entire worldview. Now, that to me is like the achievement. Like that's like if I get that far, I'm happy because at least they realize that it's a belief. And once they realize it's a belief, then maybe on their own they'll inquire into why they believe that. You understand? Like we're not gonna flat Earth isn't on this computer screen and it isn't in Discord and it isn't on the internet. It's outside. You have to go out into reality and do the test yourself. We're like we don't ask people to go, oh, don't believe NASA, believe us. People think that that's like what we're doing here. Like we're not telling anybody to believe us. We're saying, hey, go outside, go do the test to test whether their claims that they claim that the Earth's a globe. Go see if it's out there in nature, and if it's not, then well, there you go.
It's not out there because it's not a globe.
Yeah, I
It's
was
really
thinking
that
that too.
simple.
Like, I was thinking, Noki, when you were talking about that earlier, proving it or not proving it, like, if you've ever thought about going to do your own long distance observations, or if you understand how to do those, or if you have any large body of water near you where you could do one of those. Have you ever thought about doing that?
Yeah, and I have. Yeah, I
You've
live in
done it?
Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, you live in Michigan, so do I.
Oh,
Yeah, so
nice.
have you done it?
What's that?
Have you done a long distance observation?
So my friend has used. I've been with my friend, so he's kind of the one that kind of led me towards this. Or he's really big into like using drones and stuff, and so he was kind of confining me to like some of the observations that he was coming across, and that's when he kind of jumped into it, and then kind of brought me into it. It led me, gave me the curiosity to look into it. So I have not used my own, but like my friend who I've known like all my life has done them. So and he showed me like footage and stuff that he has used with his drone.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of even though, it's possible intellectually to come to the rational conclusion based on the evidence of thousands and thousands of long distance observations, as well as the absence of any testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of curvature or a globe or rotation or motion of any kind, you can easily, I mean, I shouldn't say easily, but you can come to the conclusion that there is no globe. But in terms of like pounding it kind of into your brain and your worldview and kind of like making that shift, I mean, a lot of people have found that it's helpful to make their own observations. For example, the Chicago observation across Lake Michigan's a fairly common sight. You get a chance to go down there. So, Warren Dunes is a good place to do it. This summer, you could maybe make a road trip over there, and it's pretty common. If you go camping, that's what I did with my kids. I went camping in 2020, so I could be there for several days to get there, because it's not there every day. For obvious reasons, atmospheric conditions, of course, it should never be there. So even if it's there one time, it destroys the globe. So, I mean, that's just if you're in Michigan, that's like one that you could possibly go and see sometime.
Yeah, and I should have like clarified too with Indio when he was describing the Earth or what, because me and him, I have very similar beliefs to him. Is that it doesn't necessarily have a shape, but there are some flat earthers, whatever, that believe it does have like an actual shape, like other than the sphere, obviously, that it's like a disc
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah,
I know
because
that's
because
usually.
I've
when you
never met
first,
one.
well, I mean,
Well, I've never
yeah,
met one, but I've seen, there's obviously people like on YouTube or whatever that have that, and I don't know if it's just controlled op or what it, or like I don't really know, but there are people that believe that actually there's like an actual disc looking thing, that actually has a shape. So, but so I guess I wasn't really certain what your position was on if there was if it had a shape, and that's why I was asking you if you could hypothetically go out and like see it from like a very wide perspective. But no, I agree with you actually on that. It doesn't necessarily have a shape, or it's
yeah,
almost like a realm.
people get obsessed with that concept of being able to define the flat earth or give it a shape or have a comprehensive map and all those things. Like globers are the ones who are usually obsessed with that. They're the ones who think that because they want just another version of the globe. They just want another thing that will explain everything or that they can imagine explains everything. It's just like an easy little thing that they can get a globe plushie, a globe eraser, a globe crib mobile, and they can do the same thing with flat Earth. So it can be all contained and explained, or at least fantasy explained the way they want. Just like you're going to go to the Star Trek convention and everything in their little universe is explained and contained. It's a science fiction concept. Yeah, so some people have a science fiction view of flat Earth, but
Flat earthers don't have that because we recognize that flat earth is just reality the way it presents itself. It's not a science fiction story. It's real.
Right.
So it doesn't have an end. There's no end to reality, right? Do you think reality has an end?
That's a very philosophical question. I don't know. No, probably not.
Yeah.
Well, this whole topic is a philosophical
Oh,
topic.
yeah, no, for
I
sure.
mean, we're
I
talking
don't
about
disagree.
existential reality. When someone starts going, "Where's the end of it?" Like, where's the end of reality? Like,
Where does it start?
yeah. I mean, that question can that even have a meaning? Like being outside the universe. Well, if the universe is defined as encompassing everything, it doesn't make sense to be outside of it. There is no outside because if you were outside, that would also be the universe. So
Right. So
Yeah, so
I don't
what
know.
you'll find is, I mean, I guess you were kind of talking about these people that you've encountered who you thought were flat earthers who are saying that the flat earth is a disc and so on. I mean, I don't know exactly where you encountered that, but, some of that originally came from the Flat Earth Society. They're the ones with the original false, controlled opposition, flat earth propaganda of the disc flying through space. And then there's just been various variations of that, that have happened over time. But here in this particular Discord server and our outpost, the 24/7 Flat Earth, we do not agree with that. We do not agree with any kind of model of the flat Earth or map of the flat Earth. The Earth is just, as we experience it in reality.
That's fair.
And you don't have to have, and we don't have to have an answer to every little thing. I mean, if you hang around here and you came in, you told me you've been listening on, did you say on Rumble or something?
Yeah,
You've been listening to the live stream? Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, so you've probably heard the Globers come in and they're like, where's your then Earth was flat, it would do this. And they usually come in with some false conception or some cartoon that they've seen of what the flat Earth is, because that's the straw man that's been put out in the mainstream because it's easy to shoot down. And we also would shoot that down. We also would shoot down a disc flying through space because we don't think that the fantasy realm of outer space can exist in the way it's portrayed, with a near vacuum existing next to our air that we breathe, and having that be contained and maintaining the ratios of gas that it does. So we also
Yeah.
reject that.
Well, in they think because they have a claim, or they say they have a model, right? But it's just using, they have a sphere model using flat Earth measurements, right? So I mean, like they can say, oh well, we've got this, this, and this, and they can kind of point to something. So when they feel like you can't provide the same thing, and they're like what me and India were talking about, they want like a physical. They want barriers, right? Where does everything start and stop, and where's the limits, and that's where we're kind of like in limbo, right? We don't really know. Like, there's not really a model for flat Earth, and every time they've tried, like the whole, which I still have mixed feelings about the Antarctica thing. The whole, what's the dude's name? They go down there. We got Witsit and the other ones that go down there, and they see the whole 24-hour sun, and that kind of like threw a wrench in a lot of people. I guess not the true flat earthers, right? But for a lot of people that were maybe just kind of trying to get into it or understand it and see the positions, that that kind of turned a lot of people away from it. And I don't know if that was like kind of the whole point. What's your guys' opinion on that?
Yeah, I don't know what the point was. I guess you'd have to ask them. They hang around here on Discord sometimes, some of them, but here on the 24/7 Discord, we consider that whole escapade to be a great blessing to the to getting the actual information out there, because it was like a litmus test. If anybody thinks that that particular expedition proved anything, then they don't really have a clear understanding of how to debunk the globe. That is what we're doing here. We're debunking the globe. We're demonstrating logically and mathematically that there's no curvature to be found. So anything that some people did or didn't do in Antarctica is irrelevant to the fact that no curvature has ever been measured, that the drop over distance expected is never seen in reality, that it has no bearing on that whatsoever.
Yeah.
And if you interrogate them, any Gilbert thing, you go, okay, say, I accept there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, how does that observation either prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? They have nothing to say, because they can't say how it does either one. They'll just say, oh, it's impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, show me. Well, how would it work on a flat Earth? Then they ask you to prove that it does work. They try to reverse the burden of proof, but they can't show how it doesn't work. They can't show why it wouldn't work. Do you know why? Because the actual model to even predict the 24-hour sun is on a flat Earth, which is weird.
Yeah.
It's not on a globe. They don't use a globe to make any of those predictions. They just believe that someone's doing a mathematical equations using a sphere and coming up with sunrise and sunsets, but that's not how it works. If you look at any of the formulas, it's all basically you're at the origin you're in the center at the origin of coordinates, and it's assumed to be up from a horizontal plane, right? Because you have an elevation angle to the sun, right? If it's right overhead, it's 90 degrees. That's measured up from a flat plane. That's how the math actually works in reality to make the prediction in the first place. But people think that they're somehow doing these 3D models of globes somewhere. It's not how it works at all.
Yeah. And I was just making the point that they use like flat Earth measurements, but then they just put it onto a globe, right? And so they say, okay, well, this is the model. It's something they can point to, and the whole Antarctica thing was a way to they gunned the whole thing up where everything was kind of riding on it, right? It was like a do or die type thing where they got everyone involved, or a lot of people. So it was like if you seen the 24-hour sun, then it was globe, but if you didn't, then it was flat, type thing. So,
but that wouldn't even be true.
Right, but I'm saying, that's what they wrapped it up as.
Well, no, I mean, I kind of, but they never actually said the second part, right? They never actually said, well, if we don't see a 24-hour sun, then it's a flat Earth. They're like, why? How would that prove it's a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, according
think about it. Like, no matter what the sun does, right? Now, let's say instead of seeing a 24-hour sun, they saw it for a 50-hour sun. How would that prove a flat Earth? How would that falsify a globe, right? Because in their model, right, day and night is the spinning Earth. They could always just say, well, the spin of the Earth changed, the orbit changed, right? Nothing the sun did would actually falsify the globe, because the sun can do anything, right? It would falsify the
model. It would falsify the around.
Well, yeah, it would falsify the heliocentric model, but it wouldn't falsify the globe.
No, but I'm saying it falsified their model. They like the flat Earth.
No, the solar system model is what it would falsify. It couldn't falsify the globe, no matter what.
No, but I'm saying the flat Earth model of like the ice wall going all the way around, and that if they
no one believes in that.
Right, but I'm just saying there's
ice wall is a global concept. It isn't from flat Earth. It comes
right,
from
but
Captain
I'm saying
Cook.
What I'm trying to say is that there's flat Earth. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like almost like controlled op, because there are people who are trying to get into flat Earth, or that are looking into it, that see there's no curvature in the measurements. They're seeing the videos. They're seeing whatever their own testing and all that, right? And then but they're going to these other so-called flat earthers, and they're giving them models of the Antarctic, whatever, going around the entire, and then there's the edge or whatever, or maybe there is an edge. Some of them say there's something outside.
Yeah,
of Antarctica.
why do you think Why do you think people do that? Why do you think people feel compelled
That's what
to
I said. It's
do
like
all that stuff?
controlled op. It's to shut it down so
No,
that way you don't go further looking into it. That's why a lot of
I
people
mean, some
turn
of it
away from it.
maybe. Some of it maybe might be controlled up. I think that people promote these things because they feel that they have to replace the globe, right? They need some image. Like you asked, like, what does the Earth look like? They want a picture of the flat Earth from space. That's what they want. And that's the only thing that's going to satisfy people. I want the same thing NASA has, but I want it to be a flat Earth. That's the only thing because the modern day, we're stuck in imagery.
Well,
Right,
because that goes to the point of the people who are just getting into it, right? And and the measurements come back flat, right? And there's no curvature and all that, so people assume that okay, so it must be flat all the way, and eventually it stops. So that's in people's minds that they're trying to do that, like exactly what you just said, is they want that physical model of what NASA has as a sphere, as you know. But that's people just getting into it who don't like. I assumed. Ignorantly that was your, thought process, or
Yeah.
was some
It's
of the
different
flat earthers,
cosmology. It's a totally different philosophical. I mean, literally from the very like you said, it's like that's philosophical. You're right. The whole thing is philosophical because the globe idea is based upon. I mean, if you go back to the beginning, right, to the first people that ever said it, Plato, Pythagoras, Copernicus, they said at the time when they wrote about it that the reasons that they thought it was a globe, the reasons were philosophical reasons. They had nothing to do with any scientific reasons. They said it at the time. They just said that the sphere is the most perfect shape, so the Earth must most naturally be a sphere. That was their argument for the Earth being a sphere, including up to Copernicus. So it isn't just like. Do you ever hear of the Copernican principle?
I've heard of the term, yes.
Yeah, so it means that the Earth, it's the philosophical position that the Earth has no unique place in the universe.
Yeah,
That it's not unique. Okay, so people come in and they go, well, what about the other planets? Okay, other planets other than what? Other than Earth. Well, Earth's not a planet. Earth's not a planet. You're dumb. Right? This is stuff we hear.
Yeah, it's because they want to project what they see outside.
Why would you think? But why would you think of it to be a planet in the first place? Well, because of that. Because that Copernican principle, where Earth is not unique, right? It's just like everything else in the sky. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet and you go, well, the Earth is like that because Earth's not unique. It's the same as everything else. So you're starting from a philosophical position, and they do not realize that they started from there. That they started from Earth can't. Then they go, what? Well, what's the Earth then? Well, it's the Earth. It's unique. It doesn't have a category. It doesn't go in a category.
No, yeah,
right?
I agree with you.
We can go in the we can go in the category human. Fido can go in the category dog. Like there's categories for most things. Some things, this particular thing, there's no category because unique. There's nothing else like it. And the evidence is, if you actually think about it, is that there is nothing else like the Earth. There's no other place with life. There's no other place with water. There's no other place with people and animals and things and plants and clouds and all the stuff that we enjoy in reality, right? Not even in their paradigm do they say this stuff exists. They say we're in a Goldilocks zone, that we're in a special place. And if in astronomy, they say it looks like we're in the center of the universe. Okay? Everything appears that we are in the center. It's called the cosmological axis of evil. So everything, all the evidence tells us we are unique. But if you take that philosophical position that we are not unique, when you look in the sky, you go, Earth is just like everything else. Earth is like the moon. Earth is like the sun. They come and they go, well, the moon's a sphere. The sun's round. The planets are round. Why isn't the Earth round? Well, because the Earth isn't those things.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know if you were here. I think me and Daniel and we briefly talked about that. How the like you said, the Copernican whatever principle.
Yeah.
They want us to believe that we're just like just a speck of dust out there with no real meaning or.
Exactly. Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah, and all that stems from the Copernican principle. Copernican principle is a foundation. Thus, about 400 years later, that's gone down to people. You know what I mean? It's gone down to the individual level. It's gone from the earth, but now it's down to you, right? You're just a dirty descendant of a fucking ape, right? That, you know, evolved out of the cosmic goo.
Yeah.
You don't mean anything. Whether you live, die, what you did on Earth, it doesn't matter because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.5 billion years anyway, and all traces of your existence are going to be fucking gone. So
Which
it doesn't matter what you
doesn't
do.
make
So
sense.
pay your taxes and don't get beat up by the government and just be a degenerate and stick your dick everywhere, and everything will be great. You'll be happy, and that's all you need.
Yeah, and if you really think about it, it doesn't really make any sense too, because I mean, there's species that are millions and millions and millions, supposedly millions of years older than us, and if you know we're supposed to like evolve over time, wouldn't stuff that has more time evolve? Like, wouldn't stuff be ahead of us? And like, why are there still monkeys and apes? And wouldn't have they
Good
have
question.
evolved? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
there's like goo and like bacteria and shit. Like, we come from goo supposedly, right? And there's bacteria that's supposedly millions and millions and millions and millions of, even I think I've even read billions of years older than us. So why haven't they evolved to like some super species above us?
yeah, but the point is, I mean, all that's true. But the point I was making is like they've taken that original idea where the Earth's not unique and they've drilled down to you're not unique, you're not special, you're just, you know, you're just another human, which is just another species, which is just another form of life. You're no different. Your life is no different than, you know, an amoeba. You're just the same thing. You're just more complex. I mean, there's a NASA scientist, Michelle Thaler. If anybody's got the clip, that would be great. She says, I think of myself as a complicated rock. That's what she literally said, that I think of myself as a complicated rock. That she is just a bunch of minerals and chemicals and stuff having a chemical reaction. And that's all she is, just a bunch of chemical reactions. She's not even really a person. That's her personage is just a bunch of chemicals that created that emergent property. Like they're that far gone, dude. Like some of these
Yeah.
people are just gone.
Well, yeah, and then you got to go down that whole philosophical conversation of like, you know, what consciousness is and all that. And a lot of these scientists will tell you that it's just we're nothing more than just basically just a computer firing neurons. There's no really rhyme or reason. We're just doing things. We don't really have a individuality or uniqueness or anything like that. That basically what's his name? What's that guy? I'm trying to remember his name. He's like, we're basically hackable animals that eventually like we're going, and that's where the future is going. Is they want basically to merge man with machine. It's that's where it's going.
I think I think you're right. They're trying to. What I think they're just trying to merge man out of any connection with the spiritual, the mystical, the metaphysical, and just turn us into like naturalist, materialist robots.
Yeah, but basically just cut off from like I guess whatever your religious stance is like any kind of sense of God, where it's just like you're kind of like almost like where you literally are just become a computer with no really consciousness or free thought or free will or anything. That eventually, like if you ever just subscribed or adopted that and just like chip me, and then eventually like this.
Yeah, well, I've said this before. Like, if there is no God, who is the highest moral authority left? Because if God's gone, there's no God. Who's the highest moral authority?
Yes, man.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And how are things like, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say, right? And what did they say that all the ancient rulers used to do? That they were God kings, right? That they were like God. And somehow the people now are different. The rulers now, they don't do that. No, they're like, fuck, we're not going to be God kings. We'll just get rid of God and it'll just be us. We don't even have to pretend to be deities. We'll just get rid of just say, deism. That's just an ancient superstition, and we're more advanced than that because we go to the moon and that do modern day miracles. That's like the narrative they're selling everybody. It's pretty horrifying.
Oh yeah,
quite honestly.
Oh yeah, the world's going down, man. It's going to a pretty dark place.
Yeah, yeah. People are like trying to speed it up, like it's crazy. But like you're seeing how complicated this topic can be, right?
Oh yeah.
So like when someone comes in, right? Usually the first thing I ask them now, shout out AV, is something Alpha Veritas, is a member here, used to ask him. He goes, "How do you know the Earth is actually a globe?" Just that one question, and they go through all sorts of things of how they know, but when it comes, always boils down to they don't actually know, and that's really the best. If you can get them to just admit that to themselves that they don't actually know the Earth's a globe, that is a victory.
Yeah.
That is a victory.
Without
That's the best because because for a new person, this topic is too complicated to just dump everything on them. It's too much. You have to just pique their interest and maybe like lead a breadcrumb so that they will like inquire on their own. Because you like think about like you're force feeding them, right? You got a big spoon of freaking really icky tasting medicine and you're just jamming it in their mouth. They don't want to eat it. Eventually, they just barf it all up. So
and that's
go
been my
crazy.
problem too. And me and Daniel and I talked about that also. Is that like you almost have to take baby steps. You have to like spark a curiosity, and not insult them too, because right when you insult or like go to name calling or whatever, they like shut down, and then you definitely aren't going to get anywhere. Because it immediately just it resorts to like just name calling competition. But like that's a very good point you brought up, because like whenever I've tried to talk with people about things that I find interesting, like as far as any kind of conspiracy, right, or flat Earth or whatever it may be, um, I often find myself in that force feed position where I'm like, watch this, read this, whatever, and it's just like they don't have that interest, and it almost like just kind of pushes them further away from the topic. So it's I have gotten better at doing that and just kind of trying to spark curiosity where you can't do it for them. It's kind of like it goes back to the saying of you can't make someone do something they don't want to do. They have to do it on their own. For whatever reason that is, I don't know why or when or how it
Because
happened.
it's the identity thing. This is like it's like a known thing. It's been known since like I've told this like so if I said to you Nike sneakers is starting a hotel chain. Can you imagine what those hotels would look like in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if I go Hilton Hotels is creating a sneaker. Can you imagine what that sneaker would look like?
Nah.
Exactly, right? Because Nike has created an advertising identity. So people identify with Nike. Right? Nike has an advertising campaign where they portray people that wear Nikes as a certain way. And Edward Bernays, who wrote a book called Propaganda, he's the father of modern advertising, grandfather, in fact. He said, like, if you want to sell people stuff, you create an identity, and that buying the product is more than just buying the product. It says something about themselves, and they feel right if they want to be like, if they want to feel like they're a great athlete. If they buy Nikes, it's easier to identify as being that person. Yes, yeah. I wear Nikes. People are going to look at me and see I am a great athlete because I wear Nikes. And the dude freaking, couldn't catch a cold. So this is the thing. There's certain people that they identify with the globe idea, and you can't force them to change their identity. They have to do it themselves.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, and it's like they have to be convinced too. It's almost
Your only goal is to figure out, is it that type of person, and if it is, then you give them you only like give them the breadcrumbs. If it's someone with an open mind that's genuinely interested, then you can give them the whole thing, right? Like I'm giving you the whole thing, right? But if you were like someone you obviously don't identify as a globe earther, I would call you like maybe you're on the fence a little bit. You're not 100% there. But it's probably just because like you haven't been around long enough. The longer you're around in this topic, the more convinced I get that the Earth is flat, not less, the more. Because we have globe earthers come in here, anti-flat earthers, and no matter what they come up with, no matter what new gimmick they pull out of their hat, every single time when we actually go, okay, we're going to deep dive into this and go down the rabbit hole on this claim, it's never the way it's supposed to be. The way it's portrayed ever. It doesn't matter what they bring up. And this has been like 10 years of this stuff of like global. Well, what about this neutrino thing? And you're like, well, I can't explain why neutrinos go through the Earth and they pick them up on the other side. Maybe the Earth is a globe, but then when you dig down and you look at how they actually did it, what the data actually is, what they're actually doing, you're like, fuck, dude, this doesn't tell you that the Earth's a globe. This is just a bunch of statistical nonsense.
Right.
It has been consistent for 10 years. No matter what they bring up, it actually doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. Like, no matter what they bring up. And it's like, I've seen like these, I call them trial balloons. So they'll come in, they'll try, what about this? Okay, we knock that down. Oh, what about this? And they'll create these long-ass lists, Gish-Gallop lists. And like, you know what Gish-Gallop is? Gish-Gallop is when you try to overwhelm an opponent with lots of arguments with no regard to how strong the argument actually is. So they think that if they come with 100 weak arguments, that's as good as one proof. No, you just have 100 weak arguments. And adding them up together doesn't make a strong total argument, right? But that's what they think. So, yeah. I've heard these hundreds of weak arguments for so long, and it always turns out to be, even if it's new and we never heard it, but my thing is at this point is never, whatever a glober says, don't believe it. Always check and see if that's what the actual case is. Because typically they either misinterpret what they looked at, or it doesn't mean what they think it means, or any number of things. I'll give you an example, a good example. Latitude and longitude. What is that? What is latitude and longitude? Is that on the Earth? Can I go somewhere on the Earth and find a latitude and longitude? And I don't mean as an imaginary lines, right? I mean, is it actually a place on Earth? Can I find my latitude and longitude using the Earth? How about that? Now let's imagine I can't see the sky. It's all cloudy. I don't have any devices. I have no GPS. I have nothing. I want to know where I am. Can I find my latitude and longitude?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. Like, how would you do it, right? That's because the latitude and longitude are based upon the celestial sphere. It's not based upon the ground. And you can't even say what your latitude and longitude is if you can't see the sky. But a lot of people think, what about, if I follow this latitude line, longitude line, and from, this point to this place, then this, right? Like, well, you're not on those, you're under those. Like, what are you talking about? All you did is tell me that you went under a bunch of stars. But they don't realize that. This is just one of the things that a glober will come in. They'll make some argument about maps and latitude and longitude. And then, they don't realize that those things aren't even based upon the ground. They're based upon the sky in the first place. Right? So it's just funny. Like, how come if I go for every 1 degree north, I go, when I travel north, Polaris goes up. When I'm on 45 latitude, Polaris is at 45 degrees in the sky. How come? Because that's literally what defines 45 latitude in the first place. If you couldn't see Polaris at 45 degrees in the sky, you wouldn't even know you're at 45 latitude, and there'd be no way to tell if you were, right? So it's like circular logic, the whole thing. But they come with these arguments that are circular, and they don't realize they're circular because they think that these points are measured points on the ground, but they're not. They have nothing to do with the ground. Only in the sense where
they know if they look in the nautical almanac, some star is going to with that is going to be at zenith at some point in time, and if you're standing in a spot when that star's at zenith, you're at some freaking latitude, right? Like we have a whole system of coordinates in time, a key components of time, because the longitude is based upon the sun. So your longitude lines are based upon the solar position, and the latitude lines are based upon the star's position. So the coincidence of events of time and stars where they are in the sky relative to where you're looking, right? That tells you your latitude and longitude. That is our whole coordinate system. That's how celestial navigation works. But people think that the Earth is the sphere. That's the thing. They think the Earth is the sphere, and they think that system proves that the Earth is a sphere. It doesn't even use the Earth. It doesn't require a Earth. It doesn't like Earth could not exist, and that system of coordinates would still work. But that's just one example.
Uses all like the whole GP ground positioning system doesn't just use flat Earth measurements, anyways, right? So.
Well, I mean, you're always measuring out from the horizon, or from
the triangulation, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that's just an arbitrary coordinate system. You can use other ones. Pacific Islanders, they didn't have any of the globe Earth stuff. They used the stars to navigate and travel super long distances, and they didn't have a compass, and they didn't have any of those tools to use. But they still navigated 600 kilometers and could hit targets that were like a kilometer across, which is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah.
That's in fact the Spanish, when they kept finding these Carolingian islanders in the Philippines, and they were like, "How the fuck did you get here?" Like they didn't understand how they got there, because they didn't have a globe, they didn't have an astrolabe, they didn't have sextants, they didn't have any of that stuff. So how did they get there from 600 kilometers away? Well, they navigated using the stars, and they wouldn't tell the Spanish for freaking 200 years how they did it. Which is, whatever. Anyway, the point is that, like, depending on the person, you really, and I tell everybody this, you just have to listen to the person. Actually listen. Typically, people will come in, if it's a globe earther, right? They'll give what they think is their best evidence first. And that will tell you something about that person. If you go, okay, why did that person present that as his best evidence as opposed to some other thing? It tells you something about the way they think. And then you go from there. But you have to listen. That's the key point, is listen to who you're talking to. Because no matter what, as long as they're just not like absolute trolling or pissed off at flat Earth for existing at all, because that's some people where you're never going to get through to them. No matter what, they're only here for, to vent their anger or punch down or whatever. If it's an actual person you're going to have a dialogue with, then, just listen to them. That's really the key, is just to listen to what they're saying. They'll tell you everything you need to know.
But do you think someone that's willing to have a dialogue is, to me, it seems like they're open to the idea of flat Earth, right? I mean, I guess maybe not always. I think a lot of times, though, if someone's willing to have an open dialogue, then that means they're trying to see what you have to convince them, right, that the Earth is flat. But a lot of times, the problems I run into is that I don't know if they're trolling or they just resort to name calling.
Well,
you just call you flat tards or whatever, and then
I get it. There's people that are mad about flat Earth existing at all. They have these weird ideas. Because remember the identity thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's, like, I can post it right now. Like, dude is like, he said, "You guys make a joke out of everything, and that's why aliens won't come see us." Thinks flat earthers are the reason aliens aren't coming down to see us. It's like we're still too backwards. We have to be advanced enough for them to come hang out with us or something. I mean, these people have these weird ideas, like these NASA fanboys and people that think, aliens and all this stuff. They're really into that space, the idea of space and human advance. That, like, they'll say things like,
how's the human race ever going to advance if you flat earthers are around?
Well, I've
Yes.
often noticed that the people that are the NASA fanboys, that are the Globers or whatever, they don't really do a good job at defending their position. Anyways, it's all like faith in science and NASA, but then they'll try to name call and make fun of you for having your stance on something that you've actually measured or experienced, right? So but you can't really get them to see that. And it's like I often tell them, like, you don't even have a thought of your own. You're just literally just regurgitating what people in authority say, right? That are
Yeah. Well, I mean, half the time they're not even regurgitating authorities. They're regurgitating something their teacher said, and their teacher don't know. Their teacher's just reading what they saw in the textbook, and then whoever wrote the textbook, they don't fucking know because they barely researched what they're even writing down. I mean, and the textbook itself is 30 years old before it even got into the school. So it's like it's crazy. Like we have a name for it. It's called the magic science guy fallacy. So all these people, they think that there's some guy out there, right? There's some magic science guy. They don't know who he is. They don't know how he did it. They don't know what evidence he has, but they're pretty sure that he's out there, and he has the globe proof that they don't have. They don't have it, but there's some other guy. They'll say, "Well, I'm not a scientist," or "Well, I don't know, but I'm sure somebody else frickin' has the information." It's always somebody else. Like when people that actually, kind of push, like try to debate us, but they don't really know anything. They're just regular people.
Yeah.
And they're just like, oh, flat earthers are the low hanging fruit. They don't know anything. And then they come in, and, almost immediately they're going, well, I'm not a scientist. Like, well, okay, who does have the end? If it's not you, who? And they're like, well, NASA. Well, okay, who at NASA? Who do I call? I don't know. They don't know anything, right? That's like I said. That's the point. Is the point? Like all they have is like this giant belief that there's evidence out there somewhere. They don't know who has the evidence.
Yeah, they believe because there's these agencies that are ran and funded by governments or taxpayers, I should say, that it's impossible.
Well, they think because everybody believes it, there must be a whole shitload of evidence out there. Because everyone they know believes it, and then everyone those people know believes it, and people wouldn't believe something that's not true. Of course not. People don't believe things that aren't true, especially a lot of people, which is fallacious. People believe a lot of people believe
cognitive dissonance, the herd mentality. It's like people are. I tell you what, people are really scared of being ostracized. Like they're scared of being outside of a circle because they don't want to feel like they're out on their own, that they're crazy, or they don't want to be pushed out, right? They would rather, like, and you had mentioned this already, they would rather just be comfortable in the lie, and even if they can't really necessarily prove it a lie, but they can see that there's holes they can poke into the story or their ideology. They would still rather just shut up and just go along with everybody else because it's just easier that way. So,
well, I mean, some people. I mean, I've heard people say, if the Earth was flat, I'd kill myself. I mean, literally, fuck, dude. Like seriously, I'd kill myself if there was no outer space. I actually have a recording of that. I could actually play it, but I'm not gonna. So some people would never think the Earth is flat. Would never even if the Earth was flat, they would never let themselves believe it because they'd be afraid of what people would think. Okay.
Well, not only that too, but they also, another thing that people just absolutely hate is they hate, especially when you have a stance or position and you're so like dedicated to it, and then you eventually do find. I mean, we've all been there. I think we've all been there.
You should ask them.
You have such a strong stance, you're willing to like go to war over, right? And then you've proven wrong. A lot of people would rather double down on knowing,
Yeah.
even though they're wrong, because admitting they were wrong and getting that person the satisfaction of being right is just too much.
God, you don't even know the double down, triple down. They'll bet the whole universe, dude. On the one chance I'm gonna prove you wrong this time.
They'd
We got
rather
people that are
die, bro.
absolutely obsessed with us, bro. Like they're absolutely obsessed.
Yo, they'd rather
Because-
die than admit that you were right, or that you even have a valid point that stumps them, right? Globers, you give them, a point, and you can clearly, even just listen to them, you can fucking sense the gears turning, right? But they're just like, and then it's just like you think you're like, oh, maybe, and then they revert back to like, oh no, you're just a stupid flat tire, you don't know anything, right? And it's just like, crap,
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would never try to convince anybody the Earth is flat anymore. Like I just give people information that they didn't have previously. Because a lot of people they think they have an idea about flat Earth and what it is. And CB used to say it all the time. They'd be like, "Well, if flat Earthers think that," and he would just say, "You don't even know what flat Earth is. Like what is flat Earth?" Well, you think that the Earth is a disk floating in space. You know what I mean? They have no idea what we think and what it is, and then they come in here and like try to debunk it. Like, how can you debunk an idea that you don't even know what the freaking idea is? They just know it from memes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't try to convince people the Earth is flat. It's like we spend the first freaking 10 minutes is spent freaking deprogramming them from what they thought flat Earth was.
Yeah.
So what's your model? What's your model?
Topic, Indio. Wesley wants the smoke.
Oh, he wants to smoke. Model of what?
Yeah, what's the best map that shows the whole flat Earth?
The best map that shows, I'd say Antonio Subaratz's map.
What's the name of it?
Antonio Subaratz's map.
Antonio.
It's in the Book of the Sun.
Subaretz. How do you spell his last name? Do you know? Oh,
I'm just
Subaretz. I
posting
found it. I found it. Map.
Why is the map the territory now?
I'm trying to find where his map. See,
Is the map the territory now?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't. You never heard of the map territory?
Back to what we were
Yeah,
saying
you
before.
never heard of the map territory problem? It's a well-known problem. It's been known about for a couple hundred years.
Well,
you don't
no, I
know about
noticed
that, and you're going to talk about maps?
I noticed
Weird.
I noticed that you couldn't answer the question. So, what
I
is the
did.
best flat Earth map?
I did. I said
No,
Antonio
okay,
Subaratz's map, I think.
Yeah,
That's
can you
for
put
what?
it
But that's for what purpose? Maps
I'm
are
asking
purpose
you,
specific.
what is the
Best
best
for
flat
what
Earth map?
purpose?
Best
is a value judgment.
Yeah, sure. So distances across the Earth.
Distances.
Yep.
The best map for distances. I don't know. There'd be no way to actually verify the distance.
There's no way to actually verify it?
Yeah, to actually verify what the distance is, no matter what you do, like how are you going to verify it? How are you going to measure the distance?
You don't know how to measure distances?
Yeah, I think I would make a map.
Now I'm
of
going to
my-
ask you,
I'd
why are
make
you
a map
asking me?
of my
Hold
living
on.
room. I think that'd be the best one.
Hold on a second.
Can
Why are you
pull up
asking me a question when I asked you a question?
Well, you said that we can't measure distances. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, not long distances like this. There's no way to measure them.
Oh, you can't?
Why are you asking me a question again? There's no way to measure them. No, you can't. What are you going to use to measure them?
Surveying.
Tell me the
equipment?
instrument. Tell me the instrument.
Theodolite?
You're going to measure 1,000 miles with a theodolite.
Well, you can do it in segments, sure. Or you can do it with
Really?
an airplane. Yeah.
Okay.
You measure
First of
your
all,
ground speed. You measure your ground speed.
okay, let's talk about the theodolite. Let's go there. So NAD 27, which is the North American datum 1927, and the North American datum 1983. Okay, one started from a central point in Meade, Kansas, stringing out to both coasts. The other one was just a reference ellipsoid, the WGS 84. When they compared the surveys against each other, there was a systemic difference between each one of them. Now, what is the theodolite good for? Well, it depends. If you start from, it starts basically in the Ohio River Valley, and as you go east, the control points are too close together and getting smaller and closer together as you go further east until you hit the east coast. And then it stops because you're in the water. But when you go the other way, they get further and further apart, increasing as you get to the east coast.
So they refined it, right?
They didn't refine it. It's a systemic error.
So they didn't correct for it?
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? No, what they did was they stamped a new number on the fucking control point that was already stamped in the ground.
Was it a correction or not?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
Well, how do you know which is the correct one? How do you know the first one wasn't the correct one? Which one's the correct one?
You're the one telling me about this.
Which one's the correct one? No, you said use the theodolite. So we used the theodolite. We did 2 different surveys and they didn't match each other.
Okay.
Which is the correct one?
The one that was verified by multiple measurements, I'm assuming.
They were all, it was fucking goddamn North American datum. They surveyed across America.
You don't need to get triggered by this. It's just a question.
Yeah, they surveyed. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. They surveyed across America.
Okay. So again,
okay, they have lots of measurements, hundreds if not thousands. Okay. So why is there, like, if we take the distance of one and the distance of the other, they don't match each other. So which one's the correct one?
I don't know, because you're the one that.
Yeah, of course you don't know. But you said we can use a theodolite to measure distance.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just demonstrated and gave a specific example of how that doesn't actually work.
Okay.
Because your measurements, listen, dude, if you do, like, say, the Great American Triangulation, right? They do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take the flat measurements of a bunch of triangles and they project it onto a reference ellipsoid.
Right. And so what are the angles?
Why do you need a reference ellipsoid if you're measuring a globe?
What are the angles between those triangles?
They're not greater than 180 degrees.
Okay.
How could they be greater than 180 degrees if you have lines of sight?
I've got data for that shows that
that's done after reduction of the horizontal direction, dude. That's done after. It's page 47. Go look on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the azimuth to map it to a reference ellipsoid. Now, think about what you're saying. How could you have lines of sight between theodolites? That's a planar triangle. A line between the lens of one theodolite to another one, the lens of one theodolite to another one, and the lens of one theodolite to another one. That's a triangle. That's a triangle, and it's not going to be greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
I never claimed that.
You said they're greater than, the triangles are greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
Yeah, not from theodolite to theodolite. Come on, man. You're not this slow, right?
Okay. Well, how would it be greater? Because you're not on this. Bro, are you dense? Are you dumb?
I know you
Are you dumb? No, yeah. Try running away from your bullshit. So listen, it'll never be greater than 180 degrees. It's impossible because you're making measurements of a theodolite using lines of sight, and those lines of sight are straight. You're always going to have planar triangles, no matter how many you stack together. All you can do is do the reduction of the horizontal direction, twist the azimuth, because you're putting on a reference ellipsoid. If they were measuring a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid at all. They would just measure a globe.
Okay. So I will post some angles measured with spherical excess. Do you know what?
This is after reduction of the horizontal direction. Look in the book you're reading.
You know what spherical excess?
It's page 47. Yes, I know what it is. They created it by calculation. They didn't measure it. They took the numbers, the actual survey data, what they looked in when they looked in the theodolite, and the angle they took, and they performed a calculation on it. It's on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. I'll post it.
This is not. You don't need to get angry. I'm not getting angry. So that's fine. I will go back and read that page. That's a fair point that I haven't looked at. So going back, can you post this map that you're talking about that you think is the most accurate for measuring distances?
You said no. The map that I think no. The first map I was talking about, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you post that, please?
Yeah, but what it looks like is not the same thing as measuring distances. Those are two different things.
Okay, so can you post that, please?
The one for measuring, I said it's impossible to verify.
I'm just asking.
You can't verify the distances. It's impossible.
I know. I'm asking you to post it, please.
No map is sufficient.
No, the one that you mentioned. Go ahead and post that, please. Because I looked it up, and there's not one map that goes with that guy that you mentioned. So can you post what you were mentioning? Or if you want to back away from it, it's fine too.
No, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
It's too. Oh, yeah, I will. Hold
on. And why do you like this map?
Because it's based upon actual data.
What data?
Official country sizes filed with the UN and ship travel times across the ocean. Ship logs. He used ship logs and the official country survey data. Right. So every country reports to the UN, hey, our country's X amount of square miles. So that's what he used to get the country sizes, and then he used how long it takes to travel by boat across the ocean to get the distances between points in the water to make the sizes of the ocean.
You think the shipping distance from South Africa to Chile is accurate on this map?
Sure. Why not? Show it's not.
Well, the Antarctic race around Antarctica is a lot shorter than you could ever do it in
What's the world record?
I don't know, but it would be at least 2 or 3 times as long.
How come the world record?
Wait, I'm looking at boat race distance around Antarctica.
Dude, so you're making shit up? So okay, the IDEC 3. Wait, no, the IDEC. Okay, I already know the answer. I'm asking a rhetorical question because I already know the answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Around Antarctica.
So the world record around Antarctica is the same time it takes to sail around the world. It was by the IDEC 3, which is a trimaran. The world record for a solo person was 93 days. That 93 days is more time than it took the Thermopylae and Cutty Sark 18th century clipper ships fully loaded with cargo to sail from Shanghai to fucking the United Kingdom. The average speed that fucking carbon fiber racing yacht must have been traveling would have been 6 knots.
Okay.
To circumnavigate Antarctica.
The distance around Antarctica for the Antarctic Cup yacht race is 14 to 16,000 miles.
Yeah, that's capped. What's that? That's capped, dude.
Oh,
that's
so
wrong.
So
no, I'm not saying nuh-uh. I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Okay,
what did I say to you? Repeat back to me what I said to you. Why is it wrong?
Because it's bunk, you said, and because of the other.
Because it's bunk, I said. I didn't use the word bunk. I didn't say anything like that. Because we know how long it takes to finish that race, and that the shit that we have two choices. We have two choices. Either the distance is wrong, or carbon fiber racing yachts are going 1/4 the speed that they normally sail.
Or they're not going a constant speed, or they stop overnight. Could that be
They don't
possible?
stop overnight. It's a constant race. They don't stop overnight.
You're sure of that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm sure they don't stop overnight.
Sure?
No, I'm sure.
Okay. I'll look that up. But where's Antarctica on the map?
I don't know.
This is too easy.
You're getting cooked, dude.
I'm getting
talking
cooked?
about?
Is that?
Yeah.
Are you claiming that? You're claiming a win already?
Well, dude, you haven't done anything but make claims which you're wrong about, factually wrong about.
How come flights from New York to Paris are about the same length as South Africa?
Where'd you get your distances from?
You got to talk it.
Yeah, no, I want to know where you got the same problem. You're going to keep running into the same problem with your map argument. You have no measured distance. No, you're going to keep Wesley. You're going to keep running into the same problem. You don't have any measured. Now you're over talking me. You don't have any measured distances, and you have no way to measure them.
Just like you did the length of boat ships going across.
Yeah, we have sailing time.
And I can give you lengths of airplane flights from South Africa to Argentina, and they're not 2 times or 3 times the distance that you're showing between Paris.
How do you know that?
And New York. Because I have the Qantas air flight times from FlightAware.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them too. And then when you actually look into the transponder data, they're all fucking blank.
You can go.
You can. Yeah, yeah,
We're still
Wesley. I know what flight it is. It's Qantas 47. Okay. If you go
Okay.
look on the actual data, right, they have a tab which shows you the actual data, the transponder things. It's all blank. It's all NA. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why
You
that
came in
is?
here with a fucking 2-bit McToon
Do you
fucking
know why
argument.
that is?
Yeah. Why is that?
Why?
Tell me.
Why? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why then. You said you knew why.
That it's blank?
Yeah.
That's who cares why it is?
You
The
said you
thing
knew
you're
why.
relying on, the
You said you knew
data,
why.
doesn't exist.
You said you knew why. Go ahead and tell
I
us
don't
why.
care why. It doesn't matter why. Why would it matter
So,
why? It's not
so
there.
somehow people get on these flights
Yeah,
and
that's
they
right.
leave at the right time and they get there at the right time. So you think
There
they're
is no right time, dude.
what?
The flight, listen, the Cindy to Santiago, Chile flight varies by almost 30% in each direction. You don't
Do
know
you
what
know
you're
why?
talking about.
Do you know why?
Oh, why?
Because of the jet stream, maybe?
Because maybe? Or is it?
Right?
Maybe?
Yes.
You're just
So they
making
get
it up,
on
dude.
and they get off at the
You know
right
what it could
time.
also
But
be?
yet,
You know what
but
it could also be?
inaccurate. It's
It could also be
inaccurate,
the
right?
approach to the airport.
It would change it by 3 hours.
No, it's more than 3 hours, dude.
Okay, so
It's 5.5 hours.
the approach changes it.
No, the approach could be make a difference by 45
sense,
minutes.
dude. Makes sense, dude.
The approach can make a difference by 45 minutes. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago.
Why are you
I
saying
just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. Okay, I flew at 2 different airports. Okay,
I flew
your
on one this week.
antics are only going to get you muted, dude. Okay, so
You're gonna threaten me with mutes? Is that how it works?
no, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to deal with your
Wow.
immaturity.
No, you just can't handle the argument.
What
So
you
what
haven't?
do you
What argument? I refuted your argument, and you
So-
said.
So the
You said what?
Qantas air flight, why isn't it 2 to 3 times more than the Paris to New York
Why
flight?
should it be?
Look at your map.
The map. So how did you measure the distances on this map?
You could use a ruler.
To tell us what they should be.
You said that this was the most accurate for distances.
No, I did not. I specifically said even before I showed it to you that's not the case. You're a liar, and now you're muted. I told you before I even talked to you that was not the case because I knew what you were going to do. People are too predictable. I told you. You asked me what it would look like. I said this is what it would look like. You asked about distances. I said there's no way to test whether the distances are right or not. And then you said this is the one you offered for distances. You're a snake. You got one chance to reprieve yourself and admit your error.
Okay, so I agree. I agree that you said that. So I apologize for strawmanning you. So then, which is the map that shows the accurate distances?
There is no map that shows accurate distances. We don't navigate that way.
So how do you explain flight maps?
What do you mean? How do I explain flight maps?
How do they have flight maps that are accurate to distances?
Accurate in what? What do you mean accurate? Accurate in what way? How do you know they're accurate?
Because they have the length that they've traveled, they have the departure and arrival times, and they're all consistent.
You're just making all that up. You just believe all that shit.
Well, you could say nuh-uh. That's fine.
You can actually provide evidence to support what you just said.
Okay.
I'm not saying nuh-uh. What am I saying nuh-uh to? Your claim?
How come Google Earth is
Am I saying how come Google Earth's a cylinder, dude?
It's not a cylinder. What are you talking about?
Google Earth is the web mercator. It's a cylinder.
No,
Go
it's
on
not.
Google Earth, try to draw a circle around the North or South Pole, and it'll snap into a half moon. Okay? It's a cylinder.
It still shows the distances are accurate to 99.7.
Yeah, but no, Google does not say that. Google says Google Earth is a fucking toy, dude, and it's for entertainment purposes only. Stop making shit up, dude.
Okay, I'll put the citation then. If you don't, I don't know why you're disagreeing.
It better be Google. That's the citation.
Google Earth accuracy.
Now you're Googling it. You're Googling the whether Google Earth accuracy.
You think
Google
I just knew
says
that
that
off the top
Google
of my
Earth
head?
and Google Maps is for is for entertainment purposes only. They don't claim accuracy because then they would be sued. Okay? It's a toy. Google Earth is a cylinder. It's the Mercator map wrapped around a cylinder.
No, it's not in a cylinder.
It's a
curved.
cylinder. They
Okay,
took
then
the
why do they why do
took
they
the
use
spherical
Habermas
projection of the
formula?
latitude, longitude coordinates, and they projected them onto a cylinder, dude. Sorry.
How come they use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances then?
Who cares?
I do. Do you know what the Haberstein formula is?
Yeah, I do know what the heck. You guys are so corny, dude. I knew what the
Then why would
Haberstein formula
why
was
would you ask me
20 years ago.
Well, then why would you ask me why is that a silly question?
I didn't say it was I said, so what? They use the
You said it
Haberstein
was
formula to
silly.
calculate distances. So what? I used freaking the Haberstein formula, calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pin.
Well,
Who
that
cares?
wouldn't
If
work
you
on a
can't
cylinder.
validate whether the measurement is accurate in the physical world with actual measurements,
Yes,
you
we
can
can.
calculate whatever. Okay, do it. Show us.
Airplane flights show the distance that they've traveled.
Based upon what?
What do you mean based upon their ground
Based
speed?
where their ground speed.
Yep.
Yep. Measured with what?
What?
Measured with what? The instrument they measure their ground speed with.
GPS.
Get the GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That's a tangent plane. So try again. And even if GPS did use a globe, they'd be using the Haberstein formula. The thing that you said that's circular logic, dunce.
Why are you so angry?
The Haberstein formula proves the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
They verified the Haberstein formula by using the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
Because you're
dude.
talking in circles and it's aggravating.
No,
because you came with this weak ass McToon shit, dude.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Okay, I get it now. And also with the
No, you're
TFE
literally parroting a fucking McToon video, bro. It's boring.
The reason the TFE thing happened is because several flat earthers, many of the most
Who
popular
cares?
flat
Here we get with the drama.
Oh well, you were straw manning the reason they went, so maybe you didn't want to be corrected. Okay, that's fine.
What? Why? I mean the reason they went.
Yeah, you guys were saying like it was a false dichotomy or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
No.
Yeah, you were. You were in here just saying that before I came on voice.
I did not say it was a false dichotomy. I said no matter what they observed about the sun, can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth.
Yes, but it can disprove the maps that the people believed in.
Which map?
The ones that they believed in.
Which map? The Gleason's map?
Yep, and the AE.
It still works on the Gleason's map. They didn't see anything that was inconsistent with the Gleason's map.
Okay,
Nothing.
How do you get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a Gleason's map?
It's right on the map. What do you think? Did you ever read like the map itself? It says sun. It says longitude and time calculator. Does it say this is what the Earth looks like?
Do you have one? Do you have?
Does it say this is what the Earth looks like on it?
It says the flat Earth map on it.
No, it does not. Why are you making shit up? It says latitude and time calculator.
Flat Earth map, Alexander Gleason, 1892. The flat Earth map of the world.
Keep reading.
Yep.
Longitude and sun calculator.
Okay. And then, do you know what it says?
That's what its purpose is.
Do you know what it says in the bottom right?
Bunch of shit. I don't know. I'm not reading it right off the top of my head.
Oh, you don't know this?
Yeah. What's this? Listen, I can go look in our maps channel and go look at it. What? Tell me.
You said it was correct.
It is correct for telling time. Yes. For telling the solar position. Yes, it's absolutely correct.
Okay. Why does it say in here there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but unknown regions?
Because they hadn't discovered Antarctica yet.
But you said it's right. Wait, they hadn't.
No, it's right for this. I said. What did I say it was right for?
Are you serious right now? You serious right now?
Look, it is still right because the longitude lines that exist on that map are the same longitude times that converge in Antarctica, right?
No, remember you said it was
are the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica, right? Are they the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica?
The longitude lines do not.
The longitude lines on the map, right, on the Gleason's map, are the same longitude lines. There's no difference, dude.
They don't
You
convert
don't
to
understand maps. That's your problem. The fundamental problem. You don't understand coordinate systems. You don't understand maps. You don't understand that they're made for specific purposes, and they're not meant to be reified because of the map territory problem.
You said
Which I
that
started with.
it was accurate sun calculator, and this says that there is no sunlight in Antarctica below 80 degrees south.
They didn't know about Antarctica.
They hadn't discovered Antarctica by the time this map was produced.
They
Do you want
didn't.
to stick with that?
Yes. It was unexplored.
November 1892. They hadn't discovered Antarctica at this point? Is that what you stick with?
They knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
Oh, because now you're shifting to they knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
It was unexplored, yes.
When did they get
to the
South Pole?
Listen,
When did they get to the South Pole?
Amundsen got to the South Pole. I think it was
When?
1913 or something.
So now you're shifting it to expedition, but before it was discovered. So you're shifting your goal.
And Amundsen was never at the South Pole. There is no South Pole to be at. How would he know he was? Listen, let me ask you. How would he know he's at the South Pole?
Do you want to know? Do you want to know?
Yeah, I want to know how he would know. How did he verify himself he was at the South Pole? What did he do?
Yep, the South Celestial Pole. That's how they knew.
Oh, so he went at night?
No, he could go during the day with a 24-hour sun.
Well, he said that he didn't see it. Well, he didn't. He said he didn't see a 24-hour sun. In fact, he said they seen a sun for one day the entire time they were there, and it wasn't a 24-hour sun.
No.
He has notebooks. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down. You can go look on archive.org right now, the notebooks of Amundsen. You can go read it yourself. He said that it was brightly lit all the time and it was driving his crew crazy.
24-hour sun.
Brightly lit, not a 24-hour sun, brightly lit. And that when the sun finally come out, the crew had a party.
Okay, because you think they were only
Did you hear different? Did some doofus anti-flat earther tell you different?
You think they were down there for one day? You thought the expedition took one day?
No,
really?
They said for only one day of the entire time they were there. Why are you
but who was there?
What I said?
You were there.
Okay, so now we know that this map is wrong. You're gonna
No, it's right. It's right for its purpose. It's not a travel map.
It's obviously wrong because it says there.
No, it is right because if you're on one of those longitude lines, that's where you're gonna see the sun. It is correct. Longitude. Yes, longitude.
Yeah, but it says one of the key factors in the bottom right says there's no sunlight below 80th degree.
That's great. That's latitude, but you're going to be on one of the longitude lines, and that's what that's what it calculates. You don't understand the map even in the slightest. You're trying and trying and trying, and you're just smashing up against it. You know why? Because you don't understand what you're talking about. This is nothing for me.
You agree it's wrong, right?
No, I don't. That's the 5th time you tried that. It is correct for its purpose.
But it says there's no sunlight below the.
It even calculates distances correctly. You know that, right?
Yeah. Do you know why it calculates distances correctly? Is it a linear scale? Come on.
What do you mean? Do I know why it calculates that? Why? What do you mean? Why it calculates this correctly?
Yeah. Why does it do that?
Because it's an azimuth projection of a celestial sphere.
Okay, do you know what a scale is on a map?
Yes, I do know what a scale is.
Okay, what is the scale on this map? Is it linear?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
It is linear. It is linear if you do the do the distance calculation correctly, as in measure from the center. You measure the distance linearly from the center to each point, and then you do a calculation to figure out the distance between those points.
How come?
Of course, you knew that, right?
How come?
You knew that, right? You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You knew that, right?
Yeah, but it's not linear, right? You know
it is
that,
linear. Right? It is linear. It's a linear distance from the lines.
It's accurate to the lines of longitude. You have to measure along certain lines of longitude.
Dude, I'll post a video in the chat of someone measuring the linear distance using the method I just said. Doing it, not talking about it, actually doing it.
No, the scale. I'm talking about the scale, not actually measuring it on the map. Is the scale linear?
My last 2 brain cells.
No.
Yeah, good. Okay,
not. Listen.
Thank you.
Not a linear scale.
Good. Why?
If you use it one way, but you can turn it into a linear scale if you use it another way. It's like your ideas about what maps are childish.
Yeah, there is only one-to-one scale that is the most accurate map of the world. So
Oh, what's that?
The globe.
That's a lie. That's a straight lie. You ever measure a globe? You ever take a physical globe and measure the distances? You
Yep.
could just try to check it for internal consistency, and it doesn't even have that.
How far off is it?
Well, 30%. Depends on the physical globe you use.
Okay, how'd you measure that 30%?
With a string.
Okay, tell me how you did it.
I'll post the video.
Okay, how do you know that when you use the string? How do you know that?
Look. There's the globe claim distance, say across, east to west in, say Australia, right? Then you could find some other. So say, hold on, let me finish. Then you could find some other place on Earth, right? That is supposed to be the same distance, and then you can take that string and put it across that region and see if it's the same distance.
Oh, so now you're trusting globe sources.
No, I'm testing. It's called an internal critique of the globe.
Okay.
You know what internal critique is?
Yep.
Okay. So right here is 3 different globes measured. I just posted it. So he takes 3 different globes. Same person that made that map. Same person that came up with who discovered that the distances in the Antarctica, circum-Antarctica race are bullshit.
The one without the Antarctica on the map that you don't know why it's not on the map. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I didn't make the map.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you ask him if you're trusting him as a source?
I don't even believe Antarctica is a continent. Why should I?
Oh my gosh.
Why should I?
Full conspiracy nutter.
What conspiracy did I just mention?
That there is no Antarctica.
I mean, there's a place that they call Antarctica. I said I don't believe it's a continent.
Why not?
Why should I?
Do you believe Madagascar is an island in Africa?
Yeah, there's photographs of it from the sky, capturing the entire island.
There's no photographs of Antarctica?
From the sky, capturing the entire continent? No.
Yeah. Okay. If I show one, will you then believe it's a continent?
From the sky, from an airplane.
Oh, from an airplane? Okay.
Yeah, the
so
sky. Airplanes flying the sky.
Okay. Have you been to?
I don't need any more globe cartoons, man.
Have you been to?
It always
Australia?
comes to your fake ass space pics every
Do you
time.
believe that Australia is a continent?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen a picture of it from the sky?
No.
Okay. Then why do you believe it?
Because people have circumnavigated Antarctica.
What about Australia? Yes, they have circumnavigated.
I mean Australia. People have circumnavigated Australia. They haven't circumnavigated Antarctica.
You even just
well,
said it.
because Antarctica would have to be 3 times the distance they say it is. It would be way too big.
No, they don't say it is. It's 14,000.
It would need to be like 26,000.
Show me the proof. Nobody says that.
Okay. I know nobody says that, but if you look at the time it takes to travel, okay. So here's an example. Okay, the race I mentioned, the IDEC 3. Okay, it's a trimaran. They did a circumnavigation around the globe. It took them the same amount of time to circumnavigate Antarctica to the day. 72 days.
Do you know why that could be?
Oh yeah, because Antarctica is 25,000 miles across, or around.
What's your evidence for that? Just one race?
And that's not the only one. There's also the world record solo race.
Yeah, and do you think the seas might have something to do
Why
with
do
it?
you think it's not that? How about that?
Think it's not what? No, I agree. It's 14,000 to 16,000.
Why?
Because we have measurements of it.
I just gave you measurements. You haven't given me shit. Give us
What
your
measurements
measurements.
have you given me? You gave me a time.
The race.
measurement.
The
Yeah, but
time.
They tracked 14,000 nautical miles.
No,
So go
they
ahead.
did not.
Yes, it's 14 to 16,000 nautical miles. What do you mean? No, they did not.
No, they did not. They have a time. They actually measured how fast they're going.
And
right?
the distance. And
the time and the distance equates to longer than 14,000 miles. So I'm
How do
asking
they
you,
track their speed?
why do you believe it's more than 14,000 miles? Or
How
like,
do they
why
track
do you
their
think it
speed?
is 14,000 miles, Wesley?
Because they measured it. How do you think they? How do they
With
track
what?
their speed?
Okay, no. With what? What was the
GPS.
instrument?
GPS.
No, man, you just for fucking lying.
Aw,
Go
so
be
cute.
a fucking liar somewhere else.
Wow.
Sounds like he's been drinking McToon's Kool-Aid. Hella thick.
Yeah, from his knees.
Right? He's probably helping him do those little experiments in the basement to prove that you don't need a concave mirror to produce a rainbow inside the house.
Dude, he literally went down the list of McToon's clown arguments that he makes when he debates.
Yeah. So funny. They got him on speed dial, huh?
How many things did he make up?
How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Jin CBR1 reporting in with a question this time from 2 days ago. Looking
Question
to
from 2 days ago. What's up, Jim?
yes,
Good to see you.
yeah, nice. How you guys doing? I was having a discussion with a young man from England 2 days ago, and he seemed to be adamant that he uses the word we. We know the distances to the objects in the sky, the planets, via the methodology of using parallax. I stated that I couldn't accept the distance that they give us because we're not able to confirm whether or not that parallax is accurate because we can't go to confirm it. Now, am I wrong in holding that position? Can anybody help me? Here we go.
It's just parallax. He's talking about is the 6 month apart parallax.
Yeah, he was saying using parallax. Because obviously viewing it from different angles, the position changes. But how can we get any accuracy from that?
Yeah, how do you know you're viewing it from different angles?
Thank you. This is what I was saying. He says, well, we use it here on Earth. I said, well, here on Earth, if you're using parallax here on Earth where we live, we can confirm, can't we? We can go and check whether or not your findings and measurements and whatever can be proven. Is that not right? Or am I wrong?
If we're talking, sorry, it might be off, but you might want to know anyway. It's not something I've done, but it's something I've heard, and it's called negative parallax. If we're talking about any measurement of parallax, maybe Yoda knows about negative parallax. Have you heard that term before?
Yeah, I have.
No,
Negative
you have.
parallax. There's parallax, negative parallax, and no parallax. And according to the Hipparchus catalog, it's evenly divided 30, 30, 30.
That's wild.
Like
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Alan and Shane did a presentation on this. I talked to them about it. But the question is, those parallax values are not just like observed. The value comes out by from theory, because you have this other thing, this stellar aberration. So stars, according to them guys, are only in apparent positions, right? And it's an apparent position because of if the Earth is in motion, that means the light's hitting it from an angle if it's going in one direction on the orbit, and then if it's going in the other direction, it's hitting it at a different angle. The same way, like if you were running in rain, right? If you're running sideways, it would be hitting you on the left if you're moving to the left, but if you're moving to the right, it'll hit you on the right. So they have to and then there's something called proper motion. So they have to subtract all these from theory, and then whatever the result is, then they say, hey, if there was no parallax, it would be here.
but we see it's not there and it's over here, so there's parallax. It's completely constructed from theory. It's not actually observed.
There's an extra 2 steps as well, which is they assume the location of the observer is rotated based on their location on the surface of the Earth.
Oh yeah, that's that too.
And then the second one is the other way they do it is they wait 6 months to take the second measurement, because then they add in the base leg of the triangle to be the distance from the Earth to the Sun times 2.
Yeah.
And that's the only way they can get enough open angle to make a sufficient calculation. So there's all kinds of assumptions in this stuff. It's not just, oh, I'm just getting 2 angles. It's not that simple.
Yeah, that's why I asked right at the start about the 6 months.
Thank you.
Are we helping, Jin?
Oh, you guys are helping. Let me just give you all a round of applause because you've confirmed my position and the way I'm holding it. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Jen, ask them this question. Whenever they say they've done parallax or triangulation, just ask them how you measured the baseline. Now their baseline is opposite ends of an orbit. How'd they measure that, right? And you know they didn't measure that shit, right? It's just like, so I just ask them, whenever they say that, I go, okay, fine. Let's check out the validity of the calculation of parallax. Okay, how'd you measure the baseline? And they just freak out because they don't have anything.
Yeah, Jen.
Yes.
Jen, look in the chat real quick. I just posted images. So I searched in images, stellar parallax. This is the first results that come up. What's the problem? Look at the image and tell me what the problem is.
Well, I'm looking at the image you just posted. Hang on a sec.
These are the top results from Google.
Yeah, they're completely different, aren't they? They're not. There's no coherency.
No. Think about what Indio just said. Look at the image. What they're showing you here is just what Indio told you. They're assuming their measurement base is a differential in an orbit of the Earth around the Sun.
Okay, yeah, I see that now. Yeah.
Haven't they got an assumed, sorry, I can't see the picture so well, assumed angular tilt of the Earth?
Right.
Does that come into it?
Everything is assumed.
I wouldn't doubt it. Probably throw a wobble in there too.
Oh, yeah, because the position of the Earth has changed. Season 6 months. The other triangle where we observe 6 months later, where we look at, I'm presuming it's the North Star?
That's right. That's what I thought it was, North Star.
I mean, I'm just looking at one image and staring at it.
So you gotta think like this, like look at that image, Jen, right? Think of like there's 2 Earths and a sun. Disregard the sun. Okay.
Right.
That's in there for no reason. Okay. So you gotta imagine you got the Earth on the left is your left eye, the Earth on your right is your right eye. And as you know, alternating, opening your eyes, you see things shift, right?
Yes, that's the parallax right there. Yeah.
Okay, so you can, if you do this and you know how far your eyes are apart, you can calculate how far something is away from that shift. That's what they're saying they're doing, but they're not exactly doing that. And the thing is, you can measure the distance between your eyes. They're assuming the distance between those 2 points, right? The sides of each side of the orbit, the 6 month difference, right? Especially because of this, they have to say that the Earth's orbit is perfectly circular, nearly perfectly circular.
Yeah.
So it's very funny that the moon and the Earth, they have nearly, according to them, nearly perfectly circular orbits.
Right. Right.
And everything else is an ellipse, just not the Earth and the moon, like where we live.
Cheers, India.
Right.
I get that. Like, thank you, mate. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's why it was an hour and a half discussion. Because I was saying to them that, if you want to know about the curvature of the Earth, you don't look up. You're looking in the wrong direction here because you want to measure the surface of the Earth. So you can't look at the planets and start determining what's going on down here. And then he came up with this, well, we know the distance to the objects out there because we use parallax. And I said, well, as far as I'm concerned, parallax is not a precise and concise, accurate measurements here. You're assuming and guessing. because and then I did do the give the example of the closing the left eye, looking at the object, and then I open my left eye and close the right eye, and the object moves to the right slightly. But how am I on Earth? I can go and measure that and check it, but I can't do that with those objects. I mean, so you're assuming here, surely. This is what, and this went on for about an hour.
No one's measured the orbital distance. I mean, no one's measured the distance to the sun, right?
Yeah.
Like no one's measured any of these things. It's completely
Right.
from theory. But here's another thing. It's also, as we pointed out in the beginning, cherry picking, because if you have a negative parallax, that means the object, if you do the triangulation that you're looking at, is actually behind you.
Thank you.
Now, how would that work?
And how
would
can
you
that
look
be?
at an object that's behind you?
Yeah.
Right? So they have to throw out 30% of the data to even maintain that conclusion. They have to just eject it. And then another 30% that shows no parallax. I don't know if it should show parallax or not. I mean, I'm sure if you compared it to redshift. So this is a paper, they've known about this in astronomy since, I think the paper I have is from the 20s, at least. Now, here's the funny thing. The Hipparchus catalog is supposed to be from a satellite. So all the excuses for negative parallax were back when they just had, terrestrial telescopes. And some of their excuses were atmospheric conditions, refraction, you know the drill, right?
Yeah.
So they said, this isn't a real thing. This is just like instrument error, meteorological conditions. It's something, this isn't a real thing. But now they've said it is a real thing because we have a satellite that measured it. Well, it destroys the entire theory of parallax altogether.
Well, there we are. See? Yeah. This argument went on for, like I said, an hour and 20 minutes. And I did mention the fact that they're going to need a horizontal baseline. I said that because we're living on a flat Earth. Now, you're saying you're on a globe. How do you get the angles from a curved surface? I did say that. I dropped that in.
Yeah, then there's that problem.
At the very beginning. Yeah, at the very beginning, you see, because they were saying that they could get angles of elevation and that from the surface. I says, no, you don't. Not if you need you're talking flat Earth. How are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Jim CBR1 reporting in with a question this time from 2 days ago.
Question from 2 days ago. What's up, Jim?
Yes.
Good to see you.
Yeah, nice. How you guys doing? I was having a discussion with a young man from England 2 days ago, and he seemed to be adamant that he uses the word we. We know the distances to the objects in the sky, the planets, via the methodology of using parallax. I state
Listen, buddy, you said you just checked that today, the parallax thing, though. Can we maybe bring you back to a more fundamental question, like, what we were speaking about, the surface of the Earth, right? The surface of it. If you were standing on a globe or a sphere, you're standing on it, right? That's what you believe. You're standing on a sphere. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. There will be a drop over distance from your position, away from you, in all directions, right? Because it's a sphere. It's dropping away from you, the surface.
How is it like dropping away from me the surface? What do you mean?
Change rate of slope. It will be.
Yeah.
Yeah. It will be changing the the ground.
Yeah, for example.
It will be dropping away from you, from your line of sight, the observer.
Yeah, the horizon. Yeah, the horizon. Okay.
But that's the thing, though, that those not the sphere that you think that you're standing on, it will require a specific rate drop, and that can be tested. It has been tested to check if it's there. Like people, you can go outside, you can go to a body of water, you can do either measurements or long distance observation. There's even laser tests that have been used. And you can come to the conclusion that there is no curvature because there is no drop over the distance that will conform to the drop of the sphere, the globe, the globe Earth that they claim. There's no, it's not dropping, it's not curving. So how can it be a sphere if it's not curving, though? You see? You
Because
see the
it's
issue
like
there?
not really, because it's a giant sphere. So this like phenomenon is not that like
So it's a
the
giant sphere, so it's
common.
not curving. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that it's like slowly curving.
Okay, it's curving, right? So it is curving, exactly what I told you. So you're agreeing with me. It has to be curving. But
Yeah,
it's not
it's
curving. You get
curving.
that?
No, I don't get that. But it is curving on a
Oh, it
very
is
long
curving.
distance.
You're saying it is curving.
Yeah. So the argument
Do you
is
have the
that
method? Do you know who measured that curvature? Do you have that available? You said it's curving, so you probably have like some type of method that was used to determine that, right? Like it's
just
curving.
like
That's what you're saying.
my own logic. That's my method. So who measured this? You know
Your
this?
own logic. Can you describe that? Your own logic. What was the logic that you followed to come to the conclusion that the Earth is curving? What was that?
Okay. Can you answer me this question? Who measured this curvature of Earth?
No one has measured the curvature of the Earth because it doesn't exist.
Okay. If that's the answer, then.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. No one has done it. No one
Okay.
has measured the curvature, but
Okay.
it has to be.
Let's.
You're saying it has to be there, even though nobody has discovered it or measured it or seen it or showed it. You're saying it's still
Okay.
there, even though
I have
nobody
one more question.
has measured it.
What about gravity? What about gravity? How do you
Bro,
respond to this?
bro,
Hello.
come to a bring. Remember, you mentioned logic. Dude,
Are
just try to come to a
flat
logical
earthers?
conclusion about this one, because if you can't figure out the ground that you're standing on or the waters across the surface of the Earth, how are you gonna figure out gravity, dude?
Or what are you guys talking about?
We're listening to a recording.
Oh, where can I listen to it?
We're listening to it right now. Didn't you hear it when you came in?
I thought you guys were talking to each other. I didn't hear it. I did hear it, but I thought it was you guys were talking to each other. Where's the
Yeah,
noise coming from?
it was the Haiti bot.
Ah, the robot sounds like a human though. That's weird.
Well, I mean, it's just recording of us and guys on our channel that were talking in the past.
Oh, okay. Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Is the topic about flat Earth?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Nice. I was in the other flat Earth server and I told him to try to convince me so I can come back to flat Earth, but nobody wants to convince me, so maybe this can convince me.
You don't have to come back to flat Earth. You're already on flat Earth.
No, I'm a glober. I want to believe in flat Earth. That's why I'm here, so I can see what kind of
No, you
evidence
can't
you
do
guys.
that. Yeah, but you can't believe in flat Earth. You can believe in globe Earth.
Okay, but what if
So
I
you're
want to
thinking about
believe?
it backwards. Well, it's not about wanting to believe. It's that the Earth is flat, and you can just go validate that for yourself.
Okay. Yeah. So you believe the Earth is flat, and it's not a belief, is a fact, basically, right?
Well, let's start with the basics. The Earth clearly looks flat. The Earth clearly is experienced as flat, and everywhere you go, it measures as flat. So as far as you know, the Earth is flat.
Hmm.
So to then
But
think
like,
it's a globe, that would be the belief, right?
no, but how do you know it looks flat? Just for like standing on land, I feel like that doesn't prove anything. You know, like one
Well,
example
depending
being,
on where you're at, there's going to be hills and stuff. Yeah, that's true. But you know what? Those hills are always going to be oriented up and down relative to the ground level. That's how you know it's a hill.
hmm. Well, are you AI I'm talking to?
No, I'm actually a person.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're the moderator. Okay.
But I'll be gone for like 45 seconds while I drive through this bad signal area.
Okay. Hmm. How long have you been a flat earther?
Um, 15, since 2015.
Oh, so 11 years ago.
So that is, yeah.
11 years, yeah. Nice. I was a flat earther last year around like October, November. I was like a flat earther for like 2 months, and then I left the community and joined the Globers. But I joined back to like see if you guys can like prove anything, you know? Because before, the reason why I left was there wasn't any clear evidence. You guys didn't believe in like the basic physics and stuff, and that just kind of threw me off. Because
What basic physics?
like you guys don't believe in gravity. That's what my friend told me.
Well,
Like,
it depends on what you mean by that.
like you guys don't believe in gravity. Like just gravity as a whole. You know.
Well, let me put it to you like this: if I told you I observe things fall down and you observe things fall down, would you call that gravity?
Oh. Yeah, yeah. If it's not like, yeah, I would call that gravity.
Well, then say I clearly see things fall down. So what's to believe? If you call that gravity, then yeah, that's real. Things do fall. You're correct.
So what are you trying to say? Like,
I'm saying nobody ever told you that they didn't believe that things fall down. They probably told you they didn't believe the claim of the reason why things fall down. Because you do agree that something happening and the reason why it's happened is two different things, right?
right?
And people can make a lot of claims about the reason. I've heard many different claims, and there's about 80 different versions of gravity cause. The effect, we all know the effect. We all see the effect. We all calculate the effect. So, for example, you got ballistic drop when you're firing a rifle. The bullet's going to fall, so you have to aim up a little if the target's further away. Or if you're skydiving, you got to count seconds. There's all different kinds of things where people clearly are living with and dealing with the effect called gravity, and then the cause mechanism is what's in dispute. Nobody disagrees with things falling down. Everybody sees that. Everybody lives with that day to day.
Hmm.
But I would submit to you that it's the glober mentality that doesn't believe that things fall down. Because when I think of things falling down, I think of them falling down, which is vertical, which is perpendicular or at a 90-degree angle to horizontal, which is level. But when a glober imagines something falling down, they have to imagine it's going diagonal relative to something else that's falling down. So it's not really falling down, it's falling inwards to a giant ball floating in the middle of a cosmic void. So I would submit to you that it's the globers who actually deny what's actually seen with their own eyes.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that, but I feel like science has already proved that through like a lot of things, and you guys don't really have a lot of evidence. You know, you guys just use a lot of
Well, you haven't mentioned anything that has to do with the Earth being flat or not yet. Gravity has nothing to do with the Earth being flat or a globe.
Well,
So I don't find it. I guess this. I don't find it compelling that you know of any evidence or science that favors the globe instead of flat Earth versus
okay,
just the idea.
I have one evidence. Like since flat earther believe in a lot of like common sense, you guys don't believe in the Earth moving, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that. So the Earth moving through space, like flying
Yes.
through a cosmic void? No, of course not. That's silly.
Well, I can prove the Earth is moving. When
How?
you go out,
Tell me.
this is common sense. No NASA, no science, no nothing. When you go outside, when you look at the sun and moon, they don't move, but you can feel the Earth moving. You know.
No, that's not true. When you go outside and you stand still or lay down on the ground and don't move, you can watch with your own eyes the sun move across the sky. You don't see the Earth move across the sky. You see the sun move across the sky.
No, listen, the Earth moves really slowly, so you wouldn't be able to feel it. And there's a lot of like.
Well, then how? Okay, let's say that's true. So what you just admitted to me is that you don't witness the Earth move.
No, I'm just saying for you.
Listen, okay, but you're admitting that you don't see the Earth move and you do see the sun move.
No, it goes really slow though. The Earth goes really slow. It's not like a quick spin, you know? You're thinking of a quick spin.
Yeah, I gotcha. So, hey, do you know Halle Berry?
I think so, yeah. Who is that?
Yeah, she's a very lovely black
Is it
actress.
Justin Bieber's? Is it Justin Bieber wife?
No.
Sorry.
All right. Listen.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was trying to think of a name that you would know. So let me think of another one. Oh, Sydney Sweeney. Do you know Sydney Sweeney?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty gorgeous, famous, right? I'm actually dating her.
Really? Yeah, she's known for having like big tits and stuff. And she's like a whore in
Yeah, but
Euphoria.
see, the problem is I'm dating her, but she's
You're
super
dating
busy.
her? Oh,
Yeah,
you're
but
just
the problem is
dating.
she's always busy. Like she's never home. So when you go to my house and she's not there, that proves I'm dating her.
You're not. No, she's cheating on you. She was with a different man the other day. So
Oh
that's
my
why
goodness,
she's.
never mind. Listen, the point of that illustration is that if I make a claim that the evidence is lacking, and then I use the lacked evidence to prove my claim, it doesn't prove anything. So if Sydney Sweeney is never at my house, that doesn't prove she's so busy she can't hang out with me. That just proves she's never at my house. It proves I'm not dating her.
Oh, but then
Kind
it's
of like the Earth moving. It's kind of like the
Yeah,
Earth moving. The Earth moving is never at my house because it's not dating me. Because it's not real. The Earth ain't moving.
but listen, a lot of relationships are like that though. Like the one couple is never in that. They're never around, you know. But they know though.
Wait a
They
minute.
know that.
So are you trying to say that the globe is cheating on me?
No, no, listen, no. I think the globe. No, the flat Earth is cheating on you, and they're like manipulating you. And the real like answer
How?
is the globe.
Listen, let me help you out. Let me help you out. How could anybody be manipulating me?
Okay, with flat Earth, you guys are so manipulated because of the government and stuff. You guys don't believe in the government because they lie. But the
It
government
doesn't matter. Listen,
literally.
let me help you out. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. I have a lake that I go to in my town. It's my like
Mhm.
it's my lake, sort of. But I don't own it, but it's just my lake that I go to.
Oh, it's your lake.
So
Wow. But
so
if that
that
was there,
lake
would you? Oh, sorry.
could be it could be your lake too. But see, the thing is that when you go to that lake is flat, regardless of who's in the government power structure. They can't
No, but
change the shape of
no,
the lake.
listen. If you go inside the ocean, we're gonna talk about the ocean because the lake is just like it's not even. It's just water, you know. With the ocean, if you go
Well,
down, it's
what's in it?
round.
The ocean is water.
No, okay, but let's talk about the ocean, okay? The ocean, like, it looks flat when you look at it, but when you go deep inside, it's round. You can see, like, the globe,
That
like,
makes no sense.
the second half of the globe, and the sky is the
Listen,
other
let me help
half
you
of
out. Let me help you out. When you go deep into the ocean, you can't see anything because the sunlight doesn't penetrate the water.
No, a lot of, like, scuba divers, when you go really deep inside, there's there's literal videos of it. Like, yeah, but these guys literally have, like, lights and stuff to, like, to see, and it's literally a circle, a globe. It's not flat like it's not
Uh,
a land. And
what are you
there's
talking
like
about when they look up? Like, if they look down, they're just going to see the ocean floor. So what are you talking
the ocean is really deep, like super duper deep, which proves that the Earth
about?
is a
Right,
globe,
right.
right?
No, it doesn't. How does that prove anything?
Because you guys literally think flat Earth is a flat surface, which is not, and the ocean is not a flat
Oh my
surface. It's
goodness.
literally,
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Have you ever seen a piece of paper
yeah,
like the ones you'd get at school, or the ones that come in a printer? They're
yeah.
they're white, they're blank. You put them in a printer. Okay, check this out. If you scaled the surface variations of the Earth to a piece of paper, the Earth would actually be flatter than a piece of paper.
So you're saying you think the Earth is super flat? Like, it's just okay? Then why are people digging and stuff, and there's no like space underneath the dirt?
Well, let me help you out with that. So the deepest hole that anybody ever's dug is 8 miles deep.
No,
Okay,
it was
that's it.
really deep. It wasn't 8 miles. It was really
It's
deep.
8 miles. Hey, listen, let me help you out. The deepest hole on record is the Kola Super Deep borehole. Okay, it was eight.
But
Not. It didn't even make it to 8 miles. Almost 8 miles. Yeah, that's the deepest hole. Period. I'm telling you the truth.
I'm
You can
looking
look
it
that
up
up if you
on
want to.
Google. I need to verify. I'm not. Yes, the deepest human-made hole is almost 8 miles deep. That doesn't prove anything, though.
You're right. It doesn't. Exactly my point.
Have you heard of the structure of the Earth, like the inner core, outer core?
Well, hold
That
on, Alec. Hold on. Before you talk about that, I have to make an announcement to the live stream. All right, live stream audience, we are now going into religious speculation land. Okay, now that we're in religious speculation land, go ahead. Tell us about your religion.
my religion is the Baha'i faith.
No. I meant the religion of your faith of what's in the center of the earth.
My religion? What does that mean? I thought it was like
No, because you just told me that the deepest hole is 8 miles, and now you want to ask me about the structure of the Earth well below 8 miles. You know, maybe 1,000 or more miles.
Listen, the reason why we couldn't dig deeper was because there was fire and like
No,
a
that's
lot
not
of.
true.
That is true. I
No,
think
it
there's
isn't.
ever.
The drill bit reached thermal failure because the pressure and heat of the drill bit against the rock, and when the rock was getting broken up, it was turning into like a honey-like substance that couldn't be cleared, and it dulled. That's what happened. It had nothing to do with any fire. It had nothing to do with any core of the Earth. You know, 8 miles is nowhere near the core of the Earth. Did you know that? It's nowhere near any fire that's allegedly under the Earth. Because remember, it's allegedly. They haven't proved any of that stuff.
So you think the 8 miles is how deep the Earth is?
No, I think that's the deepest humanity has ever dug on record. That's what I think.
So what do you think is the deepest for flat
I
earthers?
don't know. I don't know.
You guys don't have enough evidence. This is the thing. This is why I left
What are you
flat
talking
earth.
about? Listen, let me help you out. So I don't have evidence past the deepest hole that's ever been dug. How could I possibly have the evidence?
I don't know, because you're saying this and then you don't have anything to back it off, you know?
No, listen. I know that they dug a hole about 8 miles deep. What more should I know? Should I go dig a hole 10 miles deep?
Yeah, you guys should try that. If you guys want to prove a point, you guys should go beyond
Okay, great.
the
I agree
globe.
with you. I agree with you. So go dig me a hole 3,500 miles deep and then tell me what's at the center of the earth. And until then, zip your lip. You see the point I'm making here? Now listen, I'm being a little rude on purpose, but do you see the point I'm making? The point I'm making is you guys in the globe side have all these claims, right? And then you expect us to dig a hole 10 miles deep to be able to validate things, but you're literally giving us religious stories and myths about what's at the center of the earth.
No, they're scientific from NASA. They're all science. It has nothing to do with
Whatever.
religion.
It is religion.
Sorry.
It's called faith. It's called they don't know what's in there. They have an idea about what's in there and they believe it. That's called faith. That's a religion.
Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. Okay. Well, I think.
Hey, do you want to know something? Check this out. Check this out. So the predictions of what they were going to encounter when they were digging the Kola Super Deep borehole were wrong. So if they can't get the first 8 miles of the Earth correct, what makes you think they're going to get thousands of miles of the Earth correct? It's laughable.
If they try harder, I think we have technologies and stuff to like dig even deeper. Because the last time they dig up the hole was like centuries ago, so we don't really know.
No. It was a competition. It was a competition between nations, of which Russia was the winner. America was also in the competition, and it happened in the past within the past 100 years. It happened after the moon missions, I believe, as far as I remember.
I will say I don't believe in the moon landing. I think that was fake, but everything else is real from NASA. So I don't know why you guys are against the government.
Wait a minute. So the girls with the hairspray in their hair, which is supposed to be anti-gravity hair, that's real. The guys on the harnesses, that's real. The mouse on the outside of the spacecraft, that's real. The bubbles coming from the helmets, that's real. Okay, I got you now.
So you also believe in the moon landing?
No, I'm mocking you.
Well, how? I don't understand.
You said the moon landing's fake, but everything else from NASA was real. So I was just listing off some ludicrous examples of stupid NASA fails.
Wait, how do you know they're fails if you don't have any evidence?
Dude, the evidence is what I just told you. They have women on camera who are supposed to be floating in zero gravity, and their hair is clearly being held up by hairspray. They have people fading in and out in the background, holding harnesses, pretending to be floating in zero G. They've got rodents on the outside of their live views of their spacecrafts. They've got bubbles on their video coming out of their helmets when they're supposed to be in space.
Did they post like the behind the scenes or something? Because I feel like you wouldn't know that though, unless there was like a found footage of it.
Wait, no, these are on their broadcasts.
Well, what?
It's called the big. Listen, lady, let me help you out. It's called they're a bunch of liars, faking a bunch of stuff, and so you can't trust any of it because you can't tell what's real and what's not.
Do you also think the Katy Perry space thing was fake? I think it was
Listen,
real.
check this out. Check this out. Katy Perry basically just went on a high altitude aircraft. I mean, going up to high altitude is no big deal. She didn't go anywhere near quote unquote real space. It's just like I went up high and I came back down.
No, but she was literally live streaming, and they do this all the time, and we see the Earth, like, literally we see the Earth, like, in the screen, like, through the windows. Do you think that's acting in, like, a movie or something? Because, like, a lot of them...
I think if you go really high and you look out a window, you'll probably see some Earth in the view. Sure, I'd agree with that. What's wrong with that?
And it's a globe, it's never flat. So
Wrong.
that just proves my point.
You're wrong.
Yeah.
Listen, from
How
the
am I
height that they
wrong?
go, listen, check this out. So they only go up to I think like, I don't know, 100,000 feet or something like that, and maybe 120,000 or whatever. So they would only be seeing like 1% of the Earth. So they're not seeing a globe, okay? That's not happening. The ISS, listen, the ISS is 250 miles from the Earth. Okay, many multiple times higher than Katy Perry ever went, right? And that from their vantage point would only see 3% of the Earth. So even they can't see a globe. Okay, I'm going to be clear to you so you don't get it mistaken. The only people in the history of mankind, excluding religious and mythological texts, that have allegedly been far enough away to see the Earth as a globe, is 32 people. That's it. 28 of the Apollo missions, and then the 4 that are recently allegedly in the Artemis mission. And of those people, only 6. Hold on, let me finish. Of those people, only 6 are alive today. So only 6 people in existence right now have allegedly seen the Earth with their own eyes as a globe. 6.
So
That's
are
it.
they flat earthers? The real question is, are they flat earthers?
Why would I care?
Exactly. So you're wrong.
No, see, think about it. Think about it.
No, I
6
know you're not
people.
answering
6
my...
people.
No,
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? If they don't think the Earth is flat, I just can't think it's flat. That doesn't make any sense.
No, my question is, do they believe, since they saw the Earth allegedly, do you think are they flat earthers right now? The 6 people
Look,
that
I said they saw the whole Earth allegedly. I don't even know if they did or didn't.
Oh, no, you never said allegedly. You literally said they saw it. So like.
No, I said allegedly.
You're so
Hey,
funny.
listen. Check this out. Check this out, friend. Check this out. Check this out. Listen, check this out. You see the thing right next to my icon that says YouTube on it? It says YouTube. Yeah, we record this session as it's being broadcast.
You're recording me right now?
Well, yeah, that's why it's called Livestream channel that you're in.
Well, where can I watch it?
You could tap the name of that YouTube icon, and then you can open it, and then the link will be right there.
Well, why are you
And
recording
you
it?
can.
I never asked for your permission.
I don't need your permission. We're in a clearly live streaming room. You entering the room is you granting the permission. So if you withdraw permission, you can kindly leave.
Okay, but like, listen, like, you never said allegedly. I said allegedly because I don't believe you.
Okay, here we go.
So
Here we
start.
go. Let's raise the stakes. Let's raise the stakes of who said allegedly first. So if I go back and find that I said allegedly, then I get to ban you. But if you go back
No.
and find that I didn't say allegedly, I'll ban myself.
Okay, I swear to God, you never said allegedly. The first time you said there were 30 guys, 6 of them they're alive, they saw the earth, and that's it. You never said allegedly until I said it.
Are you gonna make me go back and get the clip, or are you gonna do it?
But I don't want to get bad. I want to talk to you.
Listen. Just friendly, because I'm about to do something anyway. But just go back and listen, and you'll see that I parsed it out with it not being a certainty. I said
Okay.
allegedly. You'll see.
Okay, then why did you bring those guys up? So what was your point? You still haven't got into it.
The point about that I'm making is there's all these people who supposedly went up high and saw the Earth as a globe, but I'm telling you, the only people in the history of mankind who could even tell you that they saw the Earth as a globe, if they actually went where they said they went, is only the Apollo and Artemis astronauts. Nobody else can tell you they saw the Earth as a globe. Everybody that's been to the ISS can't tell you they saw the Earth as a globe. Katy Perry can't tell you they saw the Earth as a globe. William Shatner can't tell you. Jeff Bezos can't tell you. And the list goes on and on. And the only people who could tell you, of those people that I mentioned, 2 of the Apollo astronauts are alive, and the 4 Artemis astronauts are still alive. That's 6 people. So there's only 6 people, in theory, that would even have first-hand knowledge of seeing the Earth as a globe. Nobody else has ever seen it.
Okay, but what did those people use to see the Earth? Like, were they like NASA? Like, what were their technologies like for them to see
I don't
the
know.
Earth? So
I
you
don't
don't
know.
have any proof. You don't know.
Listen, supposedly, they would have been able to see it out of the windows of the craft.
Well, what were they using though?
I don't know, eyeballs.
Oh, you have 11 views. Wow.
But I mean, there's also a possibility that they had a camera. I mean, who knows? Allegedly, the Artemis people took all kinds of photos. But see, the problem is with all these photos. The problem with all these photos is that they picture the Earth as if it's curved, like from one side, and you can imagine the other side is like curved also. So you only see it as a circle, but you're imagining it as a sphere. But the problem is that if the Earth is actually a sphere, then that means that the water that's covering 70% of the Earth would be curved. But if you actually go out and you measure the water, it's not curved. So there's a problem.
No, okay, listen to me. When you're on an airplane, when you're looking down at the ocean, is the water's literally curving. But when you're on land,
No, it
it
ain't.
looks flat. Yes, it is.
No, nobody's seeing curving water from no airplane.
Well, I saw it.
Sure you did. How do I know what you actually saw? How do I know you didn't see the effect of a window in between you and what you were looking at?
So you think me looking out the window is also fake, and they put something in
No,
it?
windows have a pressurized and they're curved. So they'd affect the way light behaves when it enters the window. In fact, you can look at photos of planes on the ground and the tarmac is curved.
but like, now you're just making excuses.
Listen,
Like,
I'll
why?
believe you. No, listen, I'll believe you that you thought you saw the Earth being curved. I'll even believe you that you saw a curved image in your mind that was informed by light coming from the outside world. But whether that actually means whether the surface is curved or not is a different story, because things can look different than they actually are.
And that's the same argument for flat earthers too.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Because you literally just said it. Things can look flat when it's actually not flat.
Right. But that's not the way flat earthers make their arguments. Flat earthers don't say, "Oh, hey, the Earth could look like a globe, but it still be flat." Do you know why that is? You know why? Let me tell you why that is. Here's why. Because for years, even centuries, people argue this way. The Earth looks flat, but that's because it's so big. The Earth feels like it's not moving, but that's because it's moving so slow. So
And that's
everybody
true.
already agrees the Earth looks flat and the Earth ain't moving.
No, listen, we never said that the Earth is not moving. We're saying that it moves with, you guys are expecting fast speed. That's why you're like the sun and the moon.
No, listen. Check this out. Everywhere I go, the Earth looks flat. Everywhere I go, the Earth is stationary. So we agree. Thank you.
No, well, I disagree because everywhere I go, the Earth looks like a globe.
No, it doesn't. Not one place did the Earth ever look like a globe to you.
What's one example?
Well, unless you're from the Artemis missions or the Apollo missions, you have no vantage point to see the Earth as a globe. So at best, you could see a portion of the Earth that appears curved to you. But seeing a portion of the Earth that appears curved to you isn't the same as seeing a globe. I'm sorry.
Well, same thing with
No,
flat Earth.
let's be honest with each other. You've never experienced the Earth as a globe. Period. End of story. Full stop. Never happened.
Same with flat earthers. Have you been up in space? You've never seen the flat.
Saying I've never seen the whole Earth isn't the same as saying I've never seen flat Earth.
But that's just you looking at the ocean and the floor and just like using
Dude,
your eyes.
I see flat Earth all the time. I'm in the construction trades. I've seen plenty of leveled land, and it's flat.
But when you dig inside, it's not flat. It turns around, so it's a globe.
Really? How does that work? How does it work when I dig down? It turns round. That makes
Okay,
no sense.
let's go back to the 8 miles. Let's go back to the like the deepest hole on Earth, which is 8 miles. If you look up a picture, it's literally round. It's literally a sphere. And then when you look up in the sky, it's also round, which proves that the Earth.
What in the world is round in the sky? That's the Earth.
It's big. It's big and round. It proves
What
it.
is?
The
sky is round, therefore the Earth is round. That makes no sense.
No, and we're talking about the ground as well. The deepest hole on Earth is literally a circle. It's a sphere.
Wow.
And I'm connecting the dots. If you look there and if you look at the sky, it literally looks like a globe.
No, it doesn't.
It does to see, like, now you don't want to listen.
Okay, check this out. Check this out. If I took you on a date, let's say, to a planetarium so we could look at the stars, and we bought the tickets to the planetarium, and we arrive at the planetarium, and we open the door, and I let you go in first because I'm a gentleman, and then we find our seats and we sit down, and then they start the show of the planetarium, which will shine the sky onto a dome above our heads. So we entered into a building with a flat floor, sat in a chair, and looked up at a domed sky. Where's the globe in that?
Well, that's like Well, I don't think that's real though. I don't have to believe that it's flat.
No,
And I think
planetariums are definitely real, and they project an accurate sky onto a hemispheric ceiling, which is a domed ceiling, while you're sitting in a chair on a flat floor. So no, looking up at the sky doesn't tell you you're on a globe.
I've already told you when I look up in the sky, it looks like a globe to me. It does not look
What?
flat.
You can't even see the whole sky at once. How could it look like a globe?
Oh my god. You're literally, you should say this to yourself because same thing with flat earthers. You can't see anything, so how does it look flat to you? Sorry. No, I feel like our eyes are different because you're literally manipulating yourself to believe the Earth is flat. Like one thing I've realized about
I'm actually educated in the arts, and I understand perspective, especially atmospheric perspective, and how to draw in linear perspective. And I understand the horizon, and I understand how receding lines work, and I understand how if the horizon is in the top of the frame, you're looking down, and the horizon's in the bottom of the frame, you're looking up. And I understand that the entire reference that we have with our spatial reasoning, including the fact that our eyes are gyroscopic and will attempt to keep themselves horizontal even while you tilt your head. You could go look in the mirror and see that happen live. So yeah, I understand that the earth is oriented level and horizontal under my feet. And that if I'm going uphill at a diagonal, it's a diagonal relative to the horizontal. So yeah, everywhere I go, I experience the earth as flat. Nowhere do I ever experience the earth as a rotational frame where I'm changing verticals everywhere I go. That never happened one time in my life. And it never happened any time in your life either.
well, it happens when tsunamis and like volcanoes happen. The water starts going like, in circles, which proves that the Earth is round.
Wow. So water going in a circle proves the earth is round. That makes no sense. So if I fill a cookie tray, which is just, a large rectangular tray about a half-inch deep, if I fill that with water and then I take my finger and I make circles in it, does that mean the cookie sheet is now a globe?
No, I didn't mean it in that way. I meant to forget it.
All right, excellent. So let me help you out. I don't find the reasons why you went quote unquote back to the globe compelling. And so I think what you need to do is actually go out and do some of your own tests. And then that would be the only way to settle it for you, because having conversations about globe versus flat is just going to make you wishy-washy back and forth. And you're just going to go with the most popular group, which is the globe at the moment. And so the only way to break this cycle for you is to go out and do an actual test.
Yeah, I've already done that before. Like the whole reason
Like what?
why I make
Like what? Hold on, whoa now. What test did you do?
my testing was science and critical thinking and looking outside on my own.
Oh my goodness. What you said by testing the science? That doesn't even make sense.
Like the basic science.
Like what?
Like the free fall and like the physics and
Free
stuff.
fall. Free fall has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
No, but someone told me like you guys don't believe in gravity and the basic science and
Right, and
stuff.
I helped you out by telling you that the person who told you that is stupid.
They're not
Whoever
stupid.
told you that yeah, they are. If they interacted with flat earthers and came away with flat earthers don't believe that things fall down, then yes, they are indeed stupid.
Hmm. Mm.
I mean, feel free to bring that person in here, and I'll intellectually devour them for your entertainment.
You guys literally banned him. You guys banned him.
What?
Yeah, he
Who
told
was it?
me all the flat earthers banned him from the servers because he's a really good debater, and you guys cry whenever
I
he
highly
proves you
doubt
guys
it.
wrong.
I highly doubt he's a good debater. Is his name
Okay,
Master Debater?
no, his name is the Cold Heart, the Yahweh guy.
Doesn't ring a bell, really.
Let me see. Okay, he's in your ban list. Go check the ban list. He's online right now. I think he can join, but he's banned from this server.
Listen, how about you do me one better and you get me his ID number?
Okay. How do I get the ID number?
You
Oh,
click on their profile, click on the dots, and then go copy user info, and then it'll give you the choice.
wait, I sent you a friend request. What was this? Do I know you?
Well, I'm sure we've interacted before if you were interested in flat Earth
Oh,
on Discord.
are you in the politics server? They do the flat Earth VC.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I was banned from there. You guys literally banned me
Oh no, why'd they ban you for?
because my arguments were really strong and they didn't like it.
I don't think that was the reason.
Mm.
Maybe your argumentativeness was very strong.
Mm-mm. I was bringing in some good points.
Well, you must
And
have
then
left those out from tonight because you didn't bring any tonight.
well, he's not banned from the server. He's gonna join.
No.
Join VC.
Man, you know what? I'm supposed to pick up my helper at 7:30 in the morning, which is only 3 hours away.
Are you religious?
What does that mean?
Like, are you a
Do
Muslim,
I
Christian? Because a
do I
lot of
but
religions.
so when you ask me if I'm religious, are you asking me if I believe in a molten iron core that nobody's ever seen, touched, tasted, smelt, or validated? That's in the center of an Earth that I believe is flying through the cosmos, that I believe came from a Big Bang, that I believe. See where I'm going with this?
Mhm. Wait, my friend is
Well,
not
listen,
joining. What the hell?
good, because I gotta cut
Wait,
it short.
he's.
Because I gotta get ready for tomorrow. So
Oh, you're scared to debate with my friend, huh?
no, listen, ping his name with my name in the same message, right? And write something like this guy's gonna destroy you or something, and then I'll know who it is for the future.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what he could possibly debate. I mean, you said that he thinks I don't believe in gravity, so I mean, what's he gonna do? Come and say, "Hey, you don't believe things fall down when you drop them?" I'll be like, "Wow, that's retarded to even ask."
You're so mean. Like, the thing is, when I was talking to him, he was actually bringing in some good arguments. And I wanted
You
you
know
guys
what? You know what? Check this out. Check this out. A single one of me could take on an entire nation full of guys like him. Okay?
Oh, you're narcissistic.
No, I just know the old maxim: a single man of war can conquer an entire nation of pacifists.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I'll leave you with this parting gem. So earlier you mentioned free fall, and he probably believes in universal free fall, that everything falls at 9.8 meters per second squared. Guess what? That's not true. Experimentally validated not to be true. But, whatever. You guys believe whatever you want in your religion. I'm okay with your religion. I just wish you guys were more honest with yourselves that it's a religion.
But religion literally proves everything, though. It has evidence inside them.
Well, I mean, I would agree that certain religious propositions have ways to be validated, sure.
My friend does not have permission to join the voice channel. Why did you do that to him?
I don't know. I don't even know who it is.
Okay, why is this showing up on his screen when he tries joining? You guys obviously did something, and I think it's you. Look.
Why didn't you just tell me the name of the person?
The cold hard. Truth_is Yahweh.
See, that just doesn't ring any bells.
Just go on Discord, look up his name. He
Maybe
joined
they have a different name at the other place. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the recording back up because we're doing a marathon of listening to our dear friend Indio, who's
Are you
quite sick
posting
right
this
now.
on YouTube?
Hey, yeah, I told you how to
Why?
find it.
Why are you posting it on YouTube? I thought it was only a live stream.
Well, if it's a live stream, it's got to be streaming somewhere, right?
Yeah, but like after you're done, will it be posted?
After it's done, it becomes an episode and just stays on YouTube forever.
Why can you delete it? I don't want my voice and everything on there.
Listen, if you've interacted with our channels, which you say you have, we live stream them always, all the time.
But I don't want to be criticized on the internet. That's gonna F with my mental health.
Listen, if it's on YouTube, nobody knows how to send you messages through YouTube.
When they know me, a lot of people know me. So they will know.
Listen, let's make a deal. Listen, I had to suffer an insult to my mental health by talking to you for the past 30 minutes, so you can just deal with it. How about that?
Well, you could have said something and I would have laughed, and I was just like, you're punishing me for no reason.
Listen, now I know why you got banned.
Oh. So you're thinking of banning me now because I disagree?
No, because I don't like the idea of you showing up into our live streams, interacting after you're told if you don't like it, leave, and then try to say we should take down our stream because you don't want your feelings hurt. Or how about this? How about you go learn how to be an adult, and when you figure that out, come back and let me know.
I'm sorry.
Now, check this out.
No, I'm sorry.
You have an option.
I'm sorry.
Check this out. Here's how it's going to go down. I'm going to put the stream back of the Indio stream because that's what we were doing in here. And then you can collect yourself while you listen to awesome flat smacking. And you don't have to talk and you won't be on the stream anymore. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
No, but you got to go on mute.
Why though?
It's going to be listen only. That's why.
But that's boring. I want to contribute.
Well, go somewhere else and do it. We're doing listening right now.
Okay, fine.
Listen, I paused the whole thing to talk with you, so you should be happy that you got to enjoy that much.
Okay.
All right, deal. All right, so I'm gonna play it back. Don't be making me have to hear your voice over this recording now.
Well, not for you. The actual theory of evolution, what it is.
Yeah, the theory, not your
Okay,
theory. The theory.
okay. So the organisms change to fit the environment, and the organisms that aren't fit, they die, and they change to adapt to the environment to
No, it died. It stopped right
pass
there. You
their
stop. He said they died.
genes. To pass their genes, and they die. Those who are not fit, they die. Yeah.
If
Okay.
he
You
died,
know.
that's not evolution. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me. There's a couple problems with that. Genes code for proteins. They don't code for body morphology, which means body shape and form, right?
Yes.
They know this because of experiments done with these worms that don't die, that cutting them in half and then manipulating them so that the pieces regenerate, right? So these are called flatworms.
Yeah. Yeah. Flatworms. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can cut them in half,
Yeah,
and then
parasite.
so what they stop, Sensi, fucker. Yes, parasites. So what they've done is they've got these worms to basically, by using electric field, to they cut it in half, and the head, instead of the head growing a tail, they get it the head to grow another head, and the tail to grow a tail, and then they can cut that in half, and it stays a tail worm, and it stays a head worm, right? It's all genetically identical, but their body morphology has changed permanently. You understand?
That's right.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, it's the work of Michael Lewin.
Okay, I understand.
Michael
I
Levin?
understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
So that necessitates that the genetic material does not hold the body plan of organisms. It's something else.
Doesn't it? Okay, something else.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't hold the body plan. DNA only codes proteins. That's all it does.
Okay.
So there's a big freaking Achilles heel, and then there's the problem of actually making proteins which would actually be useful. The space of proteins is so large, it's something like 10 to the 167 power. The probability of you finding any useful fucking protein in that space is well beyond how old the universe is. The universe would have to be something like a million times older. Okay, so
From what I know, proteins are only on Earth. Are they
yeah, but there's
anywhere
so
else?
many variations of proteins, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that the odds of a single protein forming by chance is 10 to the 167 power?
Yeah, I know that this is like a very small chance. 10 to the 100 of 60 what?
167
Okay.
power.
Okay.
That's
Power. Okay.
that's impossible. That's not a small chance. That's impossible.
Okay.
If you want a protein, if you want a particular
this is
protein and said, I'm going to do it by chance, you would wait longer than the age of the universe by that number is like 10 to the 23 power.
But wait, I mean, there's these experiments with the primordial soup. Do you believe in this primordial soup
No.
even?
I mean,
No,
does it got
because
onions?
there. No, this is like these amino acids swimming in this like something water or no? In water?
No, it's not possible. What they saying happened isn't possible. Do you understand? Probabilistically
Yeah,
not
I
possible.
understand.
Well, I mean, there's an open challenge.
Therefore,
I mean, it is an open
so
challenge.
therefore there is a God. Therefore there is a God.
No, I believe in God for completely different reasons than this.
Oh, okay.
My argument for God would be a logical argument that has nothing to do with evolution, or I don't have a naturalistic justification for God.
Anyway, okay, I think I consider myself like thinker, like independent thinker, kind of. I would say so because I kind of think and I try different ideas. Like your idea, I tried it for a moment.
I don't have an idea. What is my idea exactly? My idea is I go out into the world
it looks flat because it is flat. That isn't much of a stretch of imagination. In fact, that involves no imagination.
Yeah, it involves like it's like simple observation. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and just take it for what it is, and like stop adding shit to it. And other people have said that observation that we all see, everybody has seen, that's got eyes. They've told people, there's people that say that's an illusion, that you're just too small. That's actually a big ball, and you're just too small. You can't see it. You have to go to a special place, but you can't go there because you don't have the right stuff. Only these anointed people can go there and see the ball in its full glory, but not you. Everybody else.
So
And then they also say,
why is
also hold on. They also say the Earth is spinning. You see the sun and stars move, but that they're not moving. You're moving. They're basically telling you that your entire perception of reality is some sort of illusion.
It's nonsensical. Your perception of reality is nonsensical because your senses are telling you something else, but reality is something else than what your senses tell
okay?
you.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I agree, but
reality is
from what I
nonsense,
know,
bro.
from what I know, these theories are supposed to like enhance your senses in a way. That
By
this is
ignoring
something like I don't know, by like just scientific microscope and like telescope.
Yeah, but no one's ever used a telescope to look at the Earth and see if it's a ball, and seeing that it is a ball. Not with a telescope, that's for sure.
Actually, when you use the telescope and you look at long distance observations, you see that it's not a globe. If you see far enough, right?
Okay, well, so would you maybe
Look, bro, we're not trying to listen. Let's just go. We're not trying to convince you of anything. There's no way we're ever going to convince you. We're not that good where we're going to like overcome, basically the indoctrination and you've grown up in Western society and you've been become with this idea. We aren't going to overcome that because it's like kind of like regardless of what you think, it's integrated into your identity, and that's how it is with most people. Yeah,
Okay.
so we aren't going to defeat that. The only thing that will ever defeat that will be you testing it yourself. That's the only way. That's the only way. It's not the only way. That usually the other way is having some crazy anti-flat earther try to defend the globe and see how shit their arguments are. That turns people into flat earthers. But the only way to
We can
really
also
prove
send him
something to somebody.
to
Oh,
the
go ahead.
clinic where they send the where the rich people goes and they do the brainwashing. Yeah, we can send you there too. Probably that might work. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, we could do that.
So why?
Oh, hold
okay,
on.
but
I was going to make one more point.
Okay.
The only way to prove something to somebody is to demonstrate it, right? Because if you get them and you say, "Hey, if I do this, this will happen," and then you actually do that, that's proving it. That's proving it in a way that's undeniable. So what I'm telling you is, if you want to prove what the Earth is, you have to demonstrate it. It's not here on the internet. It's not in a book. It's out there in the world. You have to actually go test it.
So what about other like?
That's actually the difficult part for a lot of people to go test it. That's where a lot of people just don't go and do it. Like going to Revere when it's 45 degrees and do an observations for an hour or so. A lot of people cannot do that. I mean, they're too lazy.
Okay, what about like other like I'm asking you some other question, not about. Can you answer me other scientific questions? Hello.
Yes, you can ask another question.
Okay, electricity. So it works, yeah.
Electricity works?
Yeah.
I thought it was unemployed.
What unemployed?
Just kidding. Go ahead.
What works? What was that? I missed it.
Electricity, he said.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can switch the light bulb on and it lights.
Okay.
So I have electricity, and that's like great phenomenon. So it works.
Okay. Is there more to this?
Yeah, there's some scientific theories about that, and
it's a good example. This is you brought up the perfect subject matter: electricity and magnetism. Now, it was experimented with for quite a long time when a guy named James Clerk Maxwell came around, and he made the theory of ether of electricity and magnetism. And he used something called the model he made, the mathematical model he made was used the ether. I don't know if you ever heard of the ether theory. He used this mechanical model to make the model of electricity and magnetism. Okay, but nowadays nobody believes in the ether, and they say the ether doesn't exist. So we're literally using a model based upon something that they say doesn't exist is actually real. Now, the lesson in all this is that mathematical models, even though they quote unquote work, don't always define what reality is. And this also leads to my second point about this, is that when they tried to use Maxwell's equations, now it was great in the lab, but it sucked when you came to trying to engineer the electrical system, right? And they couldn't really get it to work. You had burnouts and freaking all sorts of problems trying to actually engineer electrical power transmission. And then other people came along, such as Tesla, who actually made what we use now for the alternating current. He freaking invented it, and he didn't use any of Maxwell's stuff. He was purely an experimenter, an engineer, right? And then you had Steinmetz, who was like an engineer who came up with all the formulas for actually electric power transmission and power lines, right? So it wasn't the scientists that figured out how to make it work in the physical world. It was the engineers. And the scientists, at least back then, they used a method that the scientists themselves say doesn't even exist. So it is a good example. Yes, electricity works, but it isn't the scientists that make it work, it's the engineers. Because they don't care about why it works. They only care about does it work. You understand? The theory of why everything's happening, they don't care about the causal mechanisms or anything like that. They're going to use whatever mathematics they use to suit their purpose, even if there's no ultimate reality there and it's a completely fictitious mathematical construct. They don't care about that. They have an employer. Their employer says make it fucking work, and that's all they care about. And the reason their employer says make it work because you say make it work, right? My electricity's
yeah.
out.
I want electricity. I want electricity in my house. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to cook. I'm trying to heat my house. I'm trying to look at porn, and my computer won't work. So turn that shit on.
I try to whatever cook. Yeah. Run my computer. Yeah, or something. Okay.
Yeah. Computers without electricity are nothing but a giant paperweight.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah, the story of electricity and magnetism is very interesting.
Oh,
there's a guy on YouTube. His name is Eric Dollard. There's a presentation he gave called "The History of Electricity and Magnetism." It's really good. He's not even a professor, man, but he goes through the history from the beginning from Benjamin Franklin to Gauss to like all the original people, and how electricity and magnetism, its understanding of what it is and how to use it, developed over time, is very educational. It's really like everybody that's like pushed the field to ends up going a little crazy, which is also kind of weird.
Yeah. Do another question, like different. So would you consider your views to be like kind of obscure or like dangerous? Like
dangerous?
Yeah, would you consider? I don't know if I say this at my work.
No,
The Earth is flat. Like
my
no.
views are not dangerous unless like look.
Yeah, I don't know. It's dangerous.
Just
It's just
personally,
more.
my view is not dangerous because I don't give a shit what the government does. I don't give a shit if they fucking make fake space programs. I'm not going to protest them. It's their gig. Let them do it. I don't care if everybody follows it. I'm just here giving information. Hey, they're saying it's this. You go out into the real world, it's not that. It's this other thing, and that's all I'm telling y'all. Like, I mean, and you can take it or leave it, do what you want with it, but you can't say you didn't know because now at least you know. I mean, listen. I grew up in the '80s when the space shuttle first, flew,
Yeah,
and
You're
I know all the
40?
bullshit that they were telling us back then is the same bullshit that we're going to the moon, we're gonna go again. All this stuff, it's to me, it's just nonsense. They've been just saying forever. Like, I mean, we were actually talking about this in here last night. How long is it gonna be when people because they keep saying so they keep saying like, hey, we're going to go back to the moon, we're going to go back to the moon. How many more years of not going back to the moon before people start being suspicious?
Right. I mean, it's
another
already
80.
Suspicious. Yeah, I agree.
I know, but I mean,
I
for the
agree that
normal
it's
people.
suspicious. I agree that it is suspicious because there was only like one successful moon landing, and it was in the 70s. Yeah, it was in the 70s.
Yeah. What I'm saying is,
So it is
people that
suspicious
believe
that it's been like 50 years and the technology has improved. I mean, computers have improved, and they have this like
Actually, the only
rockets.
technology that has gone backwards is space technology. Moon landing technology has been going backwards compared to everything else.
Yeah, they can't even make space.
Okay. I honestly believe that moon landing could be fake. Because I've seen a lot of like analysis on YouTube that prove that it is a fake. Yeah, and I was more convinced that it is fake, this moon landing. So I believe in this for sure. That it
You
was
were
fake.
fighting me earlier, but that's good that you kind of like
hold on.
conclude
But
that. Go ahead, man.
I really want to. I'm talking about the whole space thing. I was just using a moon landing as an example. They've also said there's going to be space tourism, and like just like random people can just like buy a ticket to space. When none of this stuff happens, like, is it going to be like 50 years from now, 100 years from now, 200 years? We're like, hold on, dude. It's been 200 years. You're still not doing space tourism. Like you must be lying. Like how long is it going to take before the normal people just go? These guys must be lying. Mute up, buddy.
Okay. Yeah. I know. This is like very interesting what you're saying. Okay, so that may be a lie, but apart from this, do you have any other like beliefs that are counter that counter what generally people believe in like this? Do you have any other beliefs like this?
I mean, I don't know how many people believe the freaking official 9/11 conspiracy. Do you believe in the official 9/11 conspiracy theories?
What do you think happened in 9/11? Let's hear it.
Do you believe in the official one? The official conspiracy?
The official conspiracy or the official story?
The official story is a conspiracy.
I mean, I honestly, Loki, I think it might have been Israel. Honestly, at this point.
I mean, you just got to admit though, the official story is a conspiracy theory.
Or the Al Qaeda one, like the terrorism one.
Well, yeah, a conspiracy of 19 hijackers, right?
Okay, yeah. I mean,
it's a conspiracy of 19 hijackers, brother.
I just don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, all I'm saying is, even the official story is a conspiracy theory. So when they say 9/11 conspiracy theory, they're talking about any theory.
because no one thinks
Okay.
one person did it, right? Because your thing is conspiracy or solo. Nobody thinks 9/11 was a solo job. Like the lone gunman on the grassy knoll. No one thinks there was a lone pilot. Okay, so there's no lone pilot. It's conspiracy theory. We're just quibbling about what the conspiracy actually was.
So yeah, what do you think happened?
I don't. Look. I know what didn't happen.
Okay.
Because it's really simple, just from the laws of physics. In like simple things, dudes demonstrate there was not planes smashing into that building and frickin' exploding. That could not have possibly been happened for a
I've never
bunch of
known a building. I've
Number
never known a
one,
building to fall down. Sorry, Indio. I've never known a building to fall down because the ones next to it apparently got hit by planes. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, that is flip sake. That is
Building
awful.
7. Building
Awfully
7 was like,
suspect.
I'm lonely and just committed suicide. Did Building 7 get lonely and commit suicide, bro?
What's
Yeah.
the official explanation for why Building 7 fell?
Fire. External
Fire.
damage.
Good lord. That's
Fire.
the official story.
But it fell in the same way that the other two did. All right.
Interesting thing
Hey,
about
Jumper,
those
what do you-
buildings that have fallen down is that event, fires knocking down concrete, steel girder buildings, has only happened 3 times in history. And you wouldn't believe it, all 3 of them happened within a very short amount of time.
Yeah. I mean, you asked Indio if he believed in any other conspiracy theories, right? The whole world was a conspiracy theory, dude. Everything.
I didn't, by the way. It was the other guy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it was me. It was me.
He
But
had other ideas, to be honest. He didn't say conspiracy theory specifically.
but yeah, because I've just said like other ideas that are known, like you know, that you ask someone on the street and he tells you, no, it's not what I believe in, or he tells you that, bro, it's like not even true or something.
Yeah. So I don't like that you're like sticking flat Earth in that. I told you. We just observed the Earth is flat, and
I told you that it's my first time this.
Yeah. I know. Like this is a common thing where people think that we have like some belief, but because they never really thought about it, like why did everybody in the past think the Earth was flat? Oh, because that's what they saw. Well, I see the same thing they saw. Okay, the only difference between them and me is I got a bunch of people around me thinking the Earth is a ball. That's the only difference.
Yeah,
There's
when it
TV
comes
sets
to
now,
this, yeah.
in movies, in picture books, and that's the only difference. But like, I just observe the Earth the way it is, and like I said before, there's people that say, "Hey, you can't just naively look at the Earth and go, hey, it looks flat, therefore it is flat." We have looked into the sky with our telescopes, and we figured out that though it looks flat, we're actually on a giant ball. That's fucking idiotic. I'm just sorry to get like upset about it. It's just dumb.
That's it's kind of funny.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we've been debating this topic for like 10 years. It always comes down to like, you know, oh, you flat earth, to buy a telescope. Okay, I bought a telescope. Now what? Can you see the moon?
Yeah, that is actually the number one. In 10 years, it will be the number one. The number one evidence of the globe is looking away from the Earth. Earth is a globe when you look away from it. Like you gotta look in the TV, not to the Earth. Just don't look at the Earth. Look at something else. That's the best
Yeah,
evidence.
because it's weird because like you're internal on the Earth, so how are you gonna like judge the object when you're on the object? You have to look at the object's effect on other things, which is, for example, the moon. Like the moon, the Earth, the spherical Earth has an effect on the shadow of the moon.
No,
which is why.
No. Even if you're going to say that the Earth is like the moon, you still have to prove that the Earth is like the moon. You can't just say that the Earth is like the
No,
moon because the moon exists.
no, I meant like you have to look at the objects. You have to look if you're on the object.
How do you know Earth is an object in the first
You look
place?
at the Earth, don't you?
Because
if you want to know what the Earth is, you definitely look at the thing that you want to know about.
Because I can touch it, that's why.
Yeah, cool. So we look at the Earth to figure out what the Earth is. We can look at the moon to maybe figure out what the moon is.
Okay, but another valid way of looking at it is to look at the moon and see spherical shadows. That's one of the one of the simplest observations of why.
So the moon's flat then.
The moon's flat? What? No.
Yeah, because if you're going to have perfect shadows created by objects and you get the true representation of that object, let's say a sphere, it's going to have a perfectly rounded shadow. You're only going to cast that shadow on a flat surface. If the surface is distorted like a sphere, then so will the shadow be. So for your example to work, the moon must be flat.
We gotta. Have you
ever created shadow puppets before?
I have. They're fun.
Cool. Try and do that on a distorted surface and note how your shadow is distorted by consequence of the surface.
You know, eclipses make the moon turn red. How do you know that's a shadow? Shadows aren't red.
I don't know how eclipses work, but the blood moon. I don't know how the blood moon works.
Yeah. But you see, you need to think. You need to think about your shadow example.
Is the moon the only
you need a flat moon for that, dude.
I don't think the GIF on shadows is fair because we're looking at the moon substitute at an angle, which would make the shadow look not proper.
What? It's a curved surface. It's a sphere.
Like
As the shadow passes over that curved surface.
I can see a curved. I can see a curved shadow on the moon.
Talk through me because he's getting upset about his moon shadow.
Oh wait, my bad. I was talking to you. That's my bad.
That's fine. As I was saying, as the shadow passes over the curved surface, you'll notice how it continually distorts. I.e., you can't have a true representation of a object shadow on a curved surface. It won't be a true representation because the surface will distort it, right?
Not so insanely that you wouldn't be able to not so insanely. There could be a slight distortion, but it wouldn't be insane.
Dude, it's really. I ask you to go and do this. Go and get a flashlight and some balls. See what shadows you create.
Okay,
what you will create, I'll give it away for you. As you make the shadow move across the object, you'll create what's known as a sine wave. That looks like an S. As the Earth an S.
Okay, I see.
I was kind of rude, Jed. I asked him the guy to get some balls. Come on, bro.
I see.
So we can tell you the reason it makes an S is because what'll happen is the shadow, the edge of the shadow will cross the center of the sphere, right? The center, like say the dividing line of which way the shadow is being projected, and one side of that curves one way down, and the other side of it curves the other way down.
So
as the shadow crosses this, its orientation of the curve changes. It'll look like an S, basically.
Okay. Word salad objections. Blue Jumper, how about you mic up, and how about you try and review or talk?
Mic up, like better microphone, you mean?
No, mic up as in get on the mic, bro. Start talking.
Yeah.
Instead of typing.
He's getting upset.
Instead of going clack 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 on your keyboard, go talk on the mic.
Well, listen, he's allowed to type. Just mute yourself so we don't hear the background noise, and that's it. You're allowed to type whatever you're gonna type, and then speak to us in the VC if you want. It's okay.
Never mind. Okay. Okay, I see the GIFs provided.
It's just something that you can try and recreate yourself.
What is this trying to show? What is that one trying to show? The top.
Straight lines can be distorted by curved surfaces when they cast a shadow on them.
The mostly black one.
What do you think that's trying to represent, dude?
Have a look at the shadow on the little white ball in the background.
My bad. But what they told you, you can concede that seeing this phenomena of the moon being opaque, that doesn't prove the globe. You can concede that, though. The point that he's giving you that if it was a sphere, you wouldn't see this round shadow like you're saying. What do you think about that?
If
That was
Earth
a
is a sphere,
direct reply to you saying we see a shadow on the moon that looks round, therefore the Earth is round.
Yeah.
why isn't like flat Earth popular?
Wait. We still ask that. Hold that question.
Okay.
Let the other guy reply to what Jada told him about what will happen on the surface, depending on the surface orientation, if it was flat or a sphere. What do you say about that? What will happen to the shadow?
Pretty much. I actually can't think of anything to say because I think I'm getting tired. It's like 10:45.
Quarter to
So you
10.
say you're gonna go to sleep? Go ahead.
To be fair, this topic.
It's Friday.
My bedtime's in like an hour.
Okay, so this topic is very thick. It covers like actually a lot of different things. It covers history, sociology, psychology, science, measurement. It covers parasites, brain worms. It covers everything. It covers a lot of things. So it will mentally exhaust you in the beginning because a lot of these things they're hard. They're not hard to comprehend. They are in a way, especially when you're just talking about it. If we had like whiteboards and diagrams, it'd be easier to show you. But don't feel bad. It is mentally exhausting to deal with this topic. We're just used to it. So I mean,
me it's hard because you guys are throwing out literally everything I've been taught.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, you've been taught the wrong thing. I mean, but the people, to be fair, the people that taught you, they didn't know either.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
They got the textbook. They said, teach the kids this. And they're like, okay, just give me money.
They weren't even given enough money. Have you seen teacher salaries?
Oh, yeah.
It's a living.
Have you seen teachers?
Yeah.
Have you seen teachers?
It's a living. It pays bills. People just go to it as a job of work. People like this think they're benefiting the community.
I am a teacher, by the way.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
So you think that you're benefiting your community, educating the younger and next generation, right?
I'm educating them about English. I don't have anything in common with science.
Whatever the subject, it's beneficial. You have some kind of pride in your work, I would hope. I would hope some teachers at least do. Right? There's no
I mean, I do like I teach them like necessary stuff, like how to speak English, how to write English. That's it.
Yeah, that's fine.
In a public school, or just like?
Yeah, in a public school.
Yeah. Can you just teach them whatever you want?
No, I have like a textbook, and there's like present simple, present continuous, past simple, past continuous.
Now, it's like say that you open the textbook one day and it said, "Teach the kids the Earth is a globe." Would you do that?
No, I wouldn't. But they don't tell me to do this.
Yeah, look, you're an English teacher, of course not. But the science teachers or the other classes, they're told, teach the kids the Earth is a globe, and they just do that. They don't know that. They don't fact check the textbook and say, I refuse to teach this. The textbook's wrong. They don't do that, right? So, like they just believe it. Everybody believes it. It's just like a collective thing, like believing in Santa Claus or something. Everyone just believes it because they think everybody else believes it.
Okay, cool.
But we have a flat earther. She's a teacher. She's a school teacher, Dandelion. She's not in here right now, but like, if you come back, maybe you'll be able to talk to her, and you guys can like compare notes of teaching brats.
Do you think there are any like teachers? Sorry, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I just want to. What age do you teach?
Primary school, so like young learners. I mean, age, yeah. So specifically like 9 10,
that's young.
11, 12, 13, 14.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, 13, up to 13.
Oh,
Up
yeah,
to
that's pretty awesome.
13.
You get to teach them English. That's freaking great. I wish.
Primary school, 13.
Yeah. In my
Primary schools.
country,
Oh, okay,
in my country, up to 14. Up to 14, there's the primary school.
Okay, that's cool. What country?
Poland. I live in Poland.
Okay.
There was the change in education, and they made the primary school longer, and they deleted the middle school.
Interesting. Okay.
That's funny because where I live, they added a middle school about 3 years ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I know. The reforms, they are just politically connected. They have nothing with education. They are just like the new government has to change something to prove something. Yeah.
You got it. That's exactly what they did here. New mayor. Oh, I'm doing something. We're gonna make a middle school. Not knowing, right, that there used to be middle schools here where I live, 40 years ago, and then they got rid of them. And 40 years later, they just back. Make up your goddamn mind.
Yeah, in Poland it was like this, that they first have introduced middle school, then they deleted them, then again middle school, and now they deleted them.
I think that's weird that you're in a foreign country and that's the exact same thing they did here.
Where are you from?
Maybe we just keep. I'm in Cambridge, Massachusetts. In Boston, in America.
Ah, okay.
Where Boston is. I'm sure you heard of Boston.
Yeah, I heard of Boston Tea. Yeah, that they sank the ship with.
Have you heard of Harvard? Have you heard of Harvard University?
Yeah, I know. That's
that's
one of the best universities.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, in Cambridge.
Okay.
So all the Harvard kids are right down the street being idiots because they're dumb as. Don't ever let anybody convince you that Harvard kids are smart. They're as fucking dumb as rocks, bro.
But Mark Zuckerberg is Harvard student from.
No, he quit Harvard because he was smart.
Okay.
Or did he get kicked out? I don't know. He either got kicked out or he quit.
Yeah, quit Harvard.
She quit. I think there are other smart kids from Harvard, billionaires. There's one other billionaire from
Harvard
Harvard.
is kind of like a place to do networking, really. So you get an education, you meet people, and you have this Harvard degree network of people that get into places of political power and on boards of directors and in industry, and you're basically forming I don't know what type of network you would call it, a social network, not in the sense of social media, but it's basically like a boys club, social network. That's kind of what people go to Harvard for. It's not really for the education. It's more it's not what you know, it's who you know type deal.
That's what you know, not who you know. Okay, I get this. But Facebook is real, and they programmed it, so it involved a lot of work probably to program this.
Zuckerberg didn't do the work. I mean, I don't want to get in the controversy of Zuckerberg. I'm not saying there aren't smart people at Harvard. There are, but they're not. They're pretty fucking dumb too, man. There's a lot of dumbass ones. Take my word for it. You got to live here and see it for yourself. I mean, I can tell you, but you just got to see it for yourself. The people that live here make fun of them because they're so intellectual, yet they're idiots, right?
Intellectual, yet they're idiots. So you mean that they know the theories, but they don't trust their senses, as you said, yeah?
More they can't walk and chew bubble gum. They know their theories, but have trouble tying their sneakers.
Okay, yeah, you mean this. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Which is a joke here, because MIT is here too. So
yeah.
When you see
I have a friend in Poland who finished this MIT, but he's like old. He's like 60-year-old, so he finished this MIT like a long time ago.
Yeah, my stepfather graduated from MIT in '76. Anyway, this is a joke here. It goes like this: if you go to the grocery store, right, and you got 10 items or less in line, and you see someone with 20 items in it, you say, "Are you from MIT and can't count, or are you from Harvard and can't read?" And that's like a joke here, like that everyone knows, because that's kind of like they're just like their heads are in the clouds. Obviously they're young kids and they don't have a lot of life experience. But I've met some people in the degree programs, quite a few people, as a matter of fact, because I have a friend who rents to them. So I've met some like economists, mathematicians, I think there's computer science, one astronomer. Because people come here to get their graduate degree, PhD. They do postdocs here. Just occasionally you meet some of them. Anyway, that's way off topic. DJ, you live in here?
It's Sunday somewhere in the world, India.
Oh God.
Might be Sunday in Poland.
Jemsy over here lives on he goes on the side of Boston where there's the actual intelligent people. That if there's like a tidal wave, they'd actually survive. Like everyone would die in Cambridge, literally everyone. They'd sit there and watch it.
You ever meet Richie?
Richie from Boston.
Oh, Richie from Boston. He doesn't actually live in Boston. He lives in Dedham or something. Though his mother lives in East Boston because he's done streams from his house, and I know exactly where he is when he's doing that shit.
Okay, so he's not Richie at Boston. He's Richie from Boston. I get it now.
Yeah, Richie from Boston is not. He's from Boston, but he's not in.
But he's
Boston.
not in Boston, yeah, or at.
But his mother. But his mother's in Boston. So.
I'm gonna have to go dig some of his videos to see if I see him in East Boston then. You mentioned something about people in Cambridge that they all died. I'm sorry, India, I couldn't get the joke.
No, if there was a tidal wave, they would all die. All the MIT kids would be like, "Well, there's no tectonic plate out there in the Atlantic Ocean. That can't be a tidal wave. That's an illusion." And all the Harvard people would be like just taking pictures and selfies and shit with the tidal wave about to kill them. Like, so everyone here would die.
For science?
For oblivion, because they're just oblivious to reality. I know how East Boston, like, I know there's a lot of Spanish people in East Boston and like working class. So it's like, they actually interact with the real world and shit. Yeah. As opposed to out here where they're just in fantasy land all the time.
Flat Earth, where is your proof everywhere? What else was it? Oh yeah, Brian Cox has something not so friendly to say about you. He says to disprove a flat earther, he would hit you over the head with with Newton's Principia.
Well, obviously he did.
What?
Obviously he didn't read it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna read what he says in the video. Imagine every time you get on a plane and fly somewhere, then the person who's in charge of the plane is part of a vast conspiracy that's trying to deceive you. And imagine that How nervous would you be on the plane if the people that are flying it are actually just keeping you in the dark about the real nature of reality? How does that make you feel? You never get on a plane again. That would be great because then when I go on a holiday, I'd never bump into a flat earther because they don't travel. Funny guy.
That's stupid.
Craziest. The fuck.
Brian Cox also said in an interview on an Australian daytime show, said that no one ever actually believed the Earth was flat ever.
Yeah, that's ridiculous
Actually?
as well.
Okay, that's
he
just
did
a
say that.
claim. There's like
His,
five
his
strong
three
women that
three
don't.
hours, his 3 hours worth of interviews with pilots from commercial level, military level, in the side chat. Who are flat earthers? Ouch.
Let's play. I actually want to play this. Let's play Spot the Straw Man.
Toasty, do you think like all of your ancestors were like conspiracy theories? You know, like the Mayans and the Egyptians, like all of those people that had their cosmologies, all the Hebrews, they were all conspiracy theories?
Not really. No. Also, actually check this because I want to know if I get these right, then I know what a straw man is. So actually check this. I'm gonna type them.
Globers just discard all of the other civilizations of the past. They just call them dumb. That's how I grew up. They were telling me, "Yeah, your ancestors are dumb. That's why they didn't know."
Didn't Christopher Columbus's crew fear that they were going to sail off the edge of the Earth?
Oh, more dumb.
But I think Brian Cox needs to study history. Start with that bit of bullshit as well.
Christopher Columbus was dumb as well, but he just got lucky.
He was actually a tiny earther. He thought it was a much smaller globe.
Smaller, yeah, that's a good one.
It's a Tina Turner tiny earther.
Tiny earther.
Yeah. It's a tiny earther.
I only got 3. I can't spot 5.
Look, you've done to me now, Jedi. I'm just starting to think, tiny earth, refraction for me.
Yeah, refraction for money. Refraction for Earth curve. You can be what I want you to be. I won't sing again this year, don't worry.
Does it anybody take Hollow Earth?
The pilots being part of the conspiracy theory. Globe Earth is meant to deceive us. Flat Earthers wouldn't fly. These are all ad hominems.
Those are the 3.
Pilots being part of the conspiracy. That's fucking stupid. I mean, you could say that's I don't think you could. It's bad argumentation anyway.
He's strawmanning pilots.
Yeah.
What the hell do they know? They fly over a flat plane, man.
Entrance.
Look, even globe earthers, even people that oppose say pilots don't have to adjust their airplane for the curvature of the Earth because it curves at such a slow rate. So how would they know if the Earth is a globe or not? You can't see the curve from an airplane, so it can't be that. So how would they know?
Well, just follow the globe logic. You know they know because they don't know. You know it's curving because it's not curving. You know it's moving because it's not moving. That's the globe.
You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah.
Legends of Islam series. What is this?
You can tell it makes sense because it's complete nonsense.
Bro, London? I'm not going to London for this. Damn, that's what Brian Cox used to look like? It's majestic.
He used to be in a pop group in the early 90s in England or Great Britain called D-Ream. They were shit.
Unfortunate fall off. I don't know. I don't even know. Not even fall off.
But think about this, right? This is Brian Cox. This is a science communicator that appears on national and international televisions and podcasts and streams all across the world, and everybody wants to ask him his opinions about the universe and everything, right? When confronted with a flat earth argument, that was his response. Not something that could easily be demonstrated or practically done by you, the individual, to prove that the flat earther was wrong. Just some thinly veiled attack. It's fucking bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
Actually,
remember what I was, remember earlier? Remember earlier I was saying that the only way to like turn someone into a flat earther is to do it yourself. Do you remember what the exception was? Is to hear people that oppose flat Earth actually speak in the dumb shit they say. That's what also makes flat earthers.
Yeah,
because they expect to have a good answer, right? Like, yeah, there's obviously a good answer because Earth's a globe. That's obvious. So the scientist has a good answer, and then they say stuff like that. You're like, hold on, that don't make sense. Let me look into this more. And then they find out that's all there is. It's just dumb frickin' answers.
His degrees are actually fake. I swear, man. Why can't people just stop being fake for a second?
Well, have you ever heard the magic speed?
What?
The magic speed.
What's the magic speed?
The magic speed is why all the craters on the moon are round.
The magic, bro. What?
Yeah, this is what PhD astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson said when asked, why are all the craters on the moon round and why aren't some like oblong because the meteor hit it at an angle or something?
Oh, right,
He
okay.
said it's because there's a magic speed, that's his words, that the meteors travel at, which always make a perfect circle.
Okay, that could just be easily explained as him trying to do some sort of just easy to digest analogy. So he just calls it magic speed, as a substitute,
Well, there's another thing he said for 4 decades, that if you weigh something on the North Pole and then go to the equator, it weighs less.
Yeah, because the Earth bulges out at the equator, which means slightly less gravity, slightly, but it would weigh less
the
because of that,
rotation of
wouldn't
the
it?
Earth, right? And there's the centrifugal force throwing the thing off, right?
Yeah.
So it weighs
Yeah.
less than the equator. Well,
Yeah.
he's recently recanted that and said, well, because there's a bulge, there's more mass at the equator, so then there's more gravity, and it exactly cancels out the rotational centrifugal force. So after fucking saying bullshit for 4 decades, he's retracted it. So people will still parrot this nonsense. Things way west at the equator than at the poles. Well, they've updated and revised the lore. That's what we call it. We call it like space lore. It's like they download the DLC and then they update it. And the shit they were saying before is now not true. And the stuff they're saying now is true.
Yeah, I can see how that's frustrating.
Yeah, we can point like there's example after example after example. We can run through all the things that we've noticed of things they've changed, right? That were true.
Sorry,
there you go.
Start listing them off. The atmosphere used to be just around the Earth. Now the atmosphere encompasses the moon also. That changed about 7 years. There's loads of them.
Yeah, did you know the moon is now inside Earth's atmosphere?
No, what did someone say that? Who said this?
ESA, European Space Agency.
Why would they say this?
Because the moon's inside. Why would they say it? Because that's what they get paid to do, is say stupid shit.
Yeah, it's
People
called
go, oh my God.
ads and click. They just say stuff and people click on it, and that kind of stuff. Just making stuff up. People eat it
Earth's
up.
atmosphere stretches out to the moon and beyond. Okay, that's kind of stupid.
Makes perfect sense.
Technically, yeah, see, space is fake. No one could have possibly gone to space because they were always inside the Earth's atmosphere.
It makes perfect nonsense. I mean,
Da, 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 da.
in reality,
Here's
let's say
another
the
one.
statement Indio. Let's say the statement, right? I- I'm just saying that within reality, we have the Earth system and whatever the sun and the moons are. If the statement itself, I would say, if we label whatever this medium is in atmos or air, and I say the moon is in this medium or the atmos, right? That's what they're basically saying in reality, but they're adding the globe on top of that, so that's where it all falls apart. Because if you were making an argument, go ahead. My bad. I was gonna expand on that, but go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask, is this just a theory, the extension of Earth's atmosphere, or is it like an actual thing they're proposing as fact?
That's the thing they're proposing as fact. They've changed the narrative.
Okay.
How do you tell the difference?
How do you tell the difference? I mean, they would say something like I theorize
Really?
or something. I don't know.
They never say that. They just say it as if it's a fact.
Yeah, even with gravity, the gravity is a theory. Everyone agrees it's a theory, but they do just say stuff.
Do you think the core of the Earth is? Do you think the core of the Earth is a theory?
I thought that was fact.
Well, how would they have demonstrated that to be a fact?
Because I mean, we could, for flip's sake.
Go there.
No, I'm just saying, like I'm not asking. Listen, I could ask you how they did it, but I'm asking, like, how could you do it, even hypothetically?
Even hypothetically, I mean.
Yeah, Journey to the Center of the Earth, like the book. Is that what we're doing?
Again, I'd say like because of the effects of it, like the magnetic, the magnetism and other stuff. But then you can explain that by another thing. That's not a molten core, so it's not fact. It's still a theory.
So how the hell would you create magnetism with molten metal in the first place?
I don't know, man. It moves around. For some sake, I don't know. Ask my professor.
Switch it so you can stir it and it will have a cohesive electromagnetic field.
Yeah.
No. No.
Okay. Is this superionic iron alloys and their seismic velocities? The image isn't even related to the article. Who is this? PubMed? Why is PubMed doing an astronomy internal Earth paper?
Well, I just want to point out is that we still didn't get the methodology for proving this fact. Even what you said, that would just be an inference, and it wouldn't actually prove it because you could have alternate explanations, right? So
yeah,
it's not even provable unless you could journey to the center of the Earth and take a sample of the core. That would be the only way to actually prove it.
Wait, so how do you get things as fact then? Like objective fact.
I mean, objective fact is experience.
Yeah.
There's some things we can't know, and there's some things we can't know. Okay, you have to accept that. There's some things we can't know, and we're actually never going to know. We're never going to know the composition of a star for a fact.
Okay. I mean, no.
How would you know it for a fact? You'd have to actually go there and take a sample.
Yeah, because we have so we have samples on Earth of like what this material does at a certain temperature and what like spectrum it gives out. We take the spectrum from the star, analyze it, and compare it. And like, what other explanation do you have that could fit so concisely and so nicely?
Okay, here's my other explanation: magic sugar plum fairies.
Magic, yeah, okay. You go ahead and
hold on, I got the same evidence you do.
Okay.
We have the same evidence. The evidence for my sugar plum fairies is the same as your evidence for whatever hydrogen fusion.
Go analyze the spectrum from a magic sugar plum fairy if you can even prove that exists. I
Again,
can
it
prove
perfectly matches. It perfectly matches the star. That's what I'm predicting.
You couldn't tell them apart.
I'll just
You did
affirm the
not.
con. So this
You
is
did
the
not.
thing. You're using a logical fallacy. This is the problem. Is that this
Actually,
encompasses the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay, if hydrogen plasma star, then certain spectra, therefore hydrogen plasma star. You understand? This affirms the consequent. To actually prove it, you would need an actual sample that you can have the material and test its composition. That'd be the only way to actually prove it. Until then, you never know. No matter how much you convince yourself, all that is a statement about your credulity. It's not really a statement about what you know.
is that actually not enough to see the exact same effect from a cause that you know? Like, I know this cause makes this effect, and to
it's
see
not
that.
something that you can't verify, especially up there in the sky where we say there's what, 4 states of matter? Or sorry, 4 states of matter, right? Solid, liquid, gas, and plasma.
There's more.
Up there in the sky, it could be more states of matter. You could have you could have the same elements in different phases, giving you the same color spectrum. You wouldn't know until you went there, though.
Right. Okay.
And it's also not that simple. The evaluations of the spectrum are probabilistic because you have things like Doppler line broadening, Raman scattering, and all these other things which shift and move and obscure the actual spectrum. So they infer a spectrum from how they think through some theory-laden filter, basically. None of this stuff is as straightforward as people think. It's all theory-laden.
People still argue today about the solar spectrum, right, and what it actually shows. Some people say, "Oh, that shows plasma gas, at high temperatures." Other people say, "No, it's a metallic liquid." So even people today argue about what the sun's made of. We just get taught a narrative, right? It's a gaseous plasma fucking hot thing. But in the deep realms of science, as I use quotation marks, it's still argued, mate. They don't really know. There's competing theories. You just get the one that's currently popular. I can go and get you some other ones if you want. They're not hard to find. But why would you have alternative theories if this was already proven true? It's not a proven fact, right? So that's why there are alternative theories.
Okay. I also just because I just want to mention this, there is another state of matter. I think it's called a Bose-Einstein condensate. It comes after plasma.
There's different phases depending on temperature and pressure differentials and all types of stuff. Even like I said, like metallic liquids and so on, like really like dense hydrogen that's so hot it's turned into a metallic liquid. I can go and find you stuff on that, like research papers and shit. There's loads of them, dude. That's why I said there are for us here on Earth primarily 4 states of matter. Really, when you really start fiddling around with stuff and change the variables to the nth degree, and stuff starts changing. It's not straightforward, dude. But yeah, like Injo said, you'd have to go there anyway. Whatever your idea is, fanciful or not, with all the evidence that you think you can get, can't prove it till you go there. That's why they want to send rockets and stuff to Mars and shit, right? Because we can look at it, but until we go and send a rocket there with a control robot that's going to go and dig up the soil and we can bring it back, then we'll have a better understanding when we can bring the Mars rocks back, like we did with the moon rocks, right? We needed the rocks to confirm our theories. That's how the narrative goes, dude.
Yeah, interesting.
You know, I mean, the moral of the story is there's a lot of stuff we're told people know that they actually don't know. And, You know, it's hard to sell. I don't know. As far as like grant money or getting a job, like, hey, dude, what's this? Oh, I don't know. Oh, you're hired. It doesn't work that way. So you got to claim knowledge when you don't actually know anything. And and people feel better when they think, you know, that the so-called authorities or the people that they think are in the know something. They don't know. They just say they know, and they don't know. I mean, think about it. If you just think about it, just from like even like from a probabilistic idea, how many theories from 500 years ago are currently believed? Not very many. I would say only the globe theory and Archimedes' principle are probably the only two left. And in 500 years from now, how many of the theories that people think we know are actually going to hold as true in 500 years? Probably none.
How about those galaxies that spin in the opposite direction of rotation? What do you mean? What relative to us? What do you mean
No,
backwards?
you see the dust trailing off of those outer arms. That
Yes.
dust is leading the direction of the rotation. So it's like
Okay.
water going down a whirlpool. You know, going down a sink, a little whirlpool, but draining like it's going outwards almost. Like it's just the opposite direction of what you would expect.
Expect because of what? Like assumption.
Do you see that those outer trailing arms and the dust that's trailing off of them? That dust is leading the direction of the rotation.
Yeah. Okay. And it's spinning opposite from the dust. The direction would indicate.
Right.
Yeah,
Is that what you're
because
saying?
that circle, right, that has a longer arc length, right? So it should trail. If it's all going at the same velocity, right? The outer edge should trail.
Right. The outer edge is going faster than the inner limbs. It's all moving as one unit, like spinning a flower in your hand, like the outer, or like a clock. The minute and hour hands on a clock. The outer point of the minute hand is going.
Who's in here? Are you guys sleeping?
Towards the center.
Let me mute this thing.
Okay.
Kingsley, are you in here?
To be fair,
Or Jaga
hold
Bruno?
on, to be fair,
By any
they don't actually
chance?
see it spinning, obviously. They infer a spinning motion because of redshift measurements.
I guess not.
Doppler shift
I'll
measurements.
check on the other
So
channel
they
to
don't
see
actually
if there's
see an actual
anyone.
motion. They just say, hey, this one's redshifted, this must be going this way, this one's blue shifted, it must be going that way. But when they do this, and then they take all this redshift data and they extrapolate velocities from it, it's just as Travis said. It's going in the wrong direction.
And then you have the anomalous redshift, where you have two galaxies next to each other that have connecting arms. And then the redshift on one galaxy will show that it is like hundreds of light years further away than the galaxy it is connected to, which is another impossible nonsense. It'll show the one galaxy is hundreds of light years behind it, but they're connected via the same luminous arms.
Okay.
So to tie this back into like this topic, you know, all these distances and speeds and velocities, they all come from the radius value that's never been measured. Right? The entire cosmic distance ladder is built off the Earth radius value, and no one's ever measured this radius value. So it's basically like a fucking Jenga tower, except for there's nothing at the bottom of the Jenga tower. It's just like floating in the air.
I'm sorry, what's based off the radius value of the Earth?
The cosmic distance ladder. So
I thought that was.
distance,
I thought they used astronomical units.
Yeah, where'd they get that?
The distance from the sun to the Earth, not the radius, not the
Yeah,
radius.
yeah.
Of the
Where
Earth.
did they? Yeah, they got that from the radius of the Earth.
Okay then, sure.
Because no, that's not sure. They did because
No,
they,
sorry, when I say sure, I mean like I believe you. Like I'll just believe you.
I can tell you how they did it.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So the first method was there was a guy named Christian Huygens that used numerology and mysticism, and this is the official story. No, I'm dead serious. This is the official story. This isn't some shit I made up. He used it to determine that Venus was the same size as Earth, and used Venus's radius, and then watched Venus transit the Sun. Okay, and so if Venus is the size of Earth, then it's going to have a certain angular size. With this angular size, you can calculate the distance, and from that distance, time the transit of the Sun, time the transit of Venus across the Sun, and then now you have the Sun's angular size from that point, right? And then you can calculate its distance based upon the timing.
I assume we went back and revised that number after the Astronic mysticism and after oh my god, after the Astronic mysticism incident. I assume we revised that number of the Earth's radius.
And then there was the other one, the Cassini method, which was they used the proper motion of Mars. And proper motion is Mars isn't actually where you see it, it's where you think it is based upon your model of an orbit, right? It's not actually there. And based upon this difference, they calculate the distance to the Sun. So then there's the other method where you watch Venus transit the Sun from two different locations, presuppose the radius, calculate the distance between the 2 points, then calculate a chord distance, and then triangulate the Sun using this method of how high Venus is, the difference in height from one observation point and another, based upon what you think the distance is. And then there's the other method. So now, the distance of the Sun, what you might not have known, has changed something like 20 times in the last 150 years. So
you sound fed up with this one.
So what the whole point is that they never measured the radius of the Earth. The entire cosmic distance ladder is based upon the first rung, which has never been actually demonstrated. It's a Jenga tower floating in the air. It's not resting on anything.
You need a sphere Earth. You don't have one. Everything else falls down after that.
You don't believe in gravity, Jedi? Nothing falls. Why don't things just float away on the flat Earth? Why not? They're floating right now. Well, I mean, we hear a bunch of stupid shit like, you guys don't believe in gravity. Why does everything just not float away? We hear this from people that think they golfed on the moon and rode around in a dune buggy.
No curve, no rotation, no planet, no source, no Big Bang.
Here's a question. How long was Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 supposed to have lasted? Was it like maybe 20 years?
Okay.
They're not long.
Yeah.
And the fact that that thing's still going is just magnificent masterminds of human construction and engineering, right?
I mean,
it's lesser than power than the Game Boy has managed to last this long in regions we're told are extremely dangerous. Without being rude, how old are you? 20s, something like that?
18.
18.
Yes.
I guess because I'm going to be fucking hell. I'm going to be 50 this year. Right. With experience, you'll notice the same patterns repeated.
Shut up,
the
Junior.
Same kind. What?
50.
I
That's
said, shut up,
impressive.
Junior.
It's impressive.
You're younger than me, bro. You whippersnapper.
But the experience is there, which is what I'm trying to point out, right? Over like 40, 50, 60 years, whatever Joe is 220, then you notice these patterns. You notice the game that's being played. The common one that gets brought up is like space travel all of the time, right? Moon landings, and eventually we're going to have, hotels on Mars and, moon bases and all of this shit. All right, we were told this in the 70s and the 80s, and again in the 90s, and again in the early 2000s, then in the teens, and now we're being told it again, and I guarantee you we'll be told the same fucking thing in the 30s. This can has been kicked down the road so many times. I guess only experiencing it through your life is, how you can be sure that this is happening instead of like second-hand stories from us telling you that it is. But maybe you should look back into the history of like exploration of space. They probably won't tell you the amount of times that they wanted to tell you that there's going to be hotels on the moon, for example. But I've been trying to do this shit for ages and never really got anywhere. What have we got now? We've got just about Katy Perry going up to the edge of space and telling us that she sees a curve. That's all we've got.
Uh-huh.
Landing 2 miles away from where she took off.
Yeah.
Maybe she went really, really, really high up. Just really high up.
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. Very, very high up.
Well, I mean, it's definitely
Very
possible
high.
that Katy Perry rode a giant rocket that looked like a penis. That's normal. That's just like her opening act.
I thought that was one of her music videos.
Yeah, exactly.
You're 18 years old, dude. You got, without being disrespectful to you, but you should probably know this yourself. You've got a lot to learn. I figured out about 10 years ago that most of the stuff that I thought that I knew, I definitely didn't. I've got more questions now than I had, say, 10 years ago. Right? So you're not going to know everything at the moment, but I would suggest, and we would suggest, that at least critically think about the information that you're fed, especially if it's repeated over and over and over again. Propaganda exists, mate. You must be aware of that, right?
Okay, fair enough. Yep.
Yeah. Sales techniques, right?
Yep.
Advertising. It's all the same fucking game, dude.
And do you know how they sell you something you don't want? Are you familiar with Edward Bernays?
Nope.
Not you, Jedi, the other guy. He's the father of modern advertising. He's a grandson of Sigmund Freud.
They make you think you need. They make you think you need it, or they give you like a certain time.
Yeah, but,
you only have 10 hours. You only have 10 hours to take the deal, and they put like a fake counter, fake time.
No,
fake time.
what they do is they sell an identity. So this is how they like. So I'll give you an example. This is a good example I heard. If I said Nike Sneakers is going to start a hotel, it's easy to imagine what that hotel would look like, right?
Yeah, NX.
Yeah. Okay. If I said Hilton Hotels is going to start a sneaker company, you have no idea what those sneakers are going to look like.
Yep.
Because Nike sells an identity. It's a brand identity, and that's what they sell. They want you to identify with their advertising, right? They typically advertise runners wearing running sneakers, or maybe basketball players, right? They want you to identify with the brand. So like when he helped advertise cigarettes, Torches of Freedom, they wanted women to identify with being liberated from the yoke of the patriarchy, etc. Right? So the globe Earth is also an identity. Believing in the globe Earth, and people identify with it, which is so hard for us when we talk to them because it's integrated into their personality as part of their identity. You know, global warming, global village. I'm a global citizen. Fly around the globe. Global weather. The whole space idea that we're an technologically advanced civilization, and we can solve all these problems because we're so freaking smart, right? And
You are smarter than your ancestors.
Way smarter. They were a bunch of knuckle draggers. Thought they would fall off the edge of the earth, man. That's how stupid they were. When you just go around a big ball, you flip upside down like it's nothing. Upside down people. They don't believe in upside down people. What's wrong with those flat earthers? No, I don't believe in upside down people. Okay, so the point is that the globe is more than just like a scientific, because some scientific idea that's been proven by science. It is an identity at this point. And one of the first things, and this is the last thing I'll say, one of the first things I noticed when I realized the Earth was flat was the amount of times that I would see a globe in a day, right? The actual space propaganda, globe propaganda that's everywhere. And when you think about those people that put those signs up or advertising or made a company or made some TV show where they showed the Earth as a globe, they've never seen the Earth from that point of view. They have no idea if the Earth looks like that, but they're sticking it everywhere, right? I mean, there's going to be a plumbing company called Global Plumbing with a big globe on the side of their vans. Like, why? Well, what the fuck does that got to do with plumbing?
Oh, why? Because they would just want to sell like, oh, we're for everybody, and we can fix any problem.
Yeah, an
like
identity.
around the Earth.
It's identity. That's right. It's an identity. No, people see you're technologically advanced. That's what they see.
Yeah, as in like we can fix any problem anywhere, like on Earth. Like it's not identity about the globe.
So listen, buddy, you said you just checked that today, the parallax thing, though. Can we maybe bring you back to a more fundamental question, like what we were speaking about, the surface of the Earth, right? The surface of it. If you were standing on a globe or a sphere, you're standing on it, right? That's what you believe. You're standing on a sphere. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. There will be a drop over distance from your position, away from you, in all directions, right? Because it's a sphere. It's dropping away from you, the surface.
How is like dropping away from me the surface? What do you mean?
Change rate of slope. It will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be changing the the ground.
Yeah, for example.
It will be dropping away from you, from your line of sight, the observer.
Yeah, the horizon. Yeah, the horizon. Okay.
But that's the thing, though, that those not the sphere that you think that you're standing on, it will require a specific rate drop, and that can be tested. It has been tested to check if it's there. Like people, you can go outside, you can go to a body of water, you can do either measurements or long distance observation. There's even laser tests that have been used. And you can come to the conclusion that there is no curvature because there is no drop over the distance that will conform to the drop of the sphere, the globe, the globe Earth that they claim. There's no, it's not dropping, it's not curving. So how can it be a sphere if it's not curving, though? You see? You see the issue there?
Not really, because it's a giant sphere. So this like phenomenon is not that like
So it's a giant sphere, so it's not curving. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that it's like slowly curving.
Okay, it's curving, right? So it is curving. Exactly what I told you. So you're agreeing with me. It has to be curving. But it's
Yeah,
not
it's
curving. You get
curving.
that?
No, I don't get that. But it is curving on a
Oh, it
very
is
long
curving.
distance.
You're saying it is curving.
Yeah. So the argument
Do you
is
have
that
the method? Do you know who measured that curvature? Do you have that available? You said it's curving, so you probably have like some type of method that was used to determine that, right? Like it's curving.
just like
That's what you're saying.
my own logic. That's my method. So who measured this? You know
Your
this?
own logic. Can you describe that? Your own logic. What was the logic that you followed to come to the conclusion that the Earth is curving? What was that?
Okay. Can you answer me this question? Who measured this curvature of Earth?
No one has measured the curvature of the Earth because it doesn't exist.
Okay. If that's the answer, then.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. No one has done it. No one
Okay.
has
What the?
measured the curvature, but
Okay.
it has to be.
Let's.
You're saying it has to be there, even though nobody has discovered it or measured it or seen it or showed it. You're saying it's still
Okay.
there, even though
I have
nobody
one more question.
has measured it.
What about gravity? What about gravity? How do you
Bro,
respond to this?
bro, come to a remember you mentioned logic. Dude, just try to come to a logical conclusion about this one, because if you can't figure out the ground that you're standing on or the waters across the surface of the earth, how are you gonna figure out gravity, dude?
I don't know. So let's maybe find out this one
Yeah, let's find
about
out. Yeah, so let's do a
Okay.
long distance observation, right? We can look at many examples in the chat. You know, I'm gonna jump in the text. Maybe people, if you look in the chat though, there might be people posting things now or before our conversation. There's probably people posting different observations from the surface of the earth. And by you just looking at this stuff, you can safely come to a conclusion that there is no curvature, the no curve that is attached to that globe that you're thinking. The globe Earth 3,959 miles in radius. Because remember, it has a specific for, and it has been tested for, and the test shows that it's not there. So it's not that. Because if it was that, if it was a sphere, that the curvature will be there, and we will be able to test for it. But it's not there after the test. Let me check the text real quick, because I got a
I
few
don't know
things
what
here.
you're talking about, but can we talk about something? I know what we're talking about. So
You don't remember the curve? You said it's a sphere. The sphere is curving, and
but
people
okay,
can test.
so yeah, bro, wait. So there are some like proofs about things that are like I want to say non like fuck, I forgot the word, but they're like non-direct proofs. So, for example, like human is a human because it's like an animal because it has, I don't know, evolution, or it is
Yeah,
born
now
like
you're
from
gonna
a
go claim
female.
stacking. Now you're saying about, bro.
No,
Now
I'm not. I'm not claim stacking.
you are
Bro.
now you're saying we have evolution even though you don't have that. You don't know what that is. You don't know what that word means, and now you're gonna use it like it means something. To the conversation that we were having before. You wanna move away from the
No,
curvature
bro, but
and
I
talk about
didn't.
something.
Wait, you're a fucking idiot from what I think right now, because I haven't done anything, and you're like preventing me from doing like haven't done anything, bro. So shut up and let me finish. So
You just said
yeah,
let's move away from the measurements of the curvature, the thing in question, the elephant in the room, and let's talk about something else. And you said yourself, indirect. So let's go away from the direct evidence and go to something else. And I'm trying to keep you on your feet, down to the earth. You go into something else, la la land, imaginary, fantasy. And I'm trying to stop you from doing that.
no,
If you
you're
want to
saying
do it,
some
we can
random
try.
shit. Okay, let's try, because like, Okay, so the gravity. So why is
What's
there
that?
gravity?
Tell me. Okay, gravity. What is that? Tell me. What is it?
So this is the thing that Earth has some mass, like huge mass, and therefore it produces gravity that pulls object into the Earth, yeah, with its weight.
Okay,
That
is
they
this
don't
like
escape.
is this like words that you read somewhere, or this is like a demonstration, something that can be tested and shown and tested for? Is this something like that that you have test
Yeah,
showing?
it can be easily tested. So
Hey, James,
What is it? Oh, go ahead,
Jim.
DJ. My bad.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, okay, so it's pulling everything towards the center of the globe, so that would mean the water should be curving. Jemsy already debunked what your gravity claim, because if gravity was real, then the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. So Jemsy already debunked your.
You just told me that you don't believe. You just told me that gravity is not real.
No, it's you that believes in gravity. So what
if
you've
you have
got,
gravity.
Go, DJ.
Well,
you
just
speak
quickly,
one at a
right?
time.
If you have gravity, that means that the water has to be curving. Jemsy just showed you that the water's not curving over distance. If you had gravity, it would have to be curving over distance, but it's not. So.
Yeah, but I don't know. Is the water curving? Yeah, I mean, it is curving. It is curving, like slightly.
Actually, no, it's not.
Well,
Why
every time we
it's
go
not
and test
curving?
it, every time we go and test it, this has been done thousands of times. There's a zero curvature. Bless you.
Just mute yourself, brother. Being toasty.
Why do
Just mute
objects?
yourself so
It
we
was
don't hear
two
you.
sneezes. It was two sneezes, man. It's fine.
Okay, why do objects simply fall on Earth and they fall? Yeah.
So an object gets dropped, it goes down. So therefore, you've assumed we live on a sphere because of this action, this show. Here we go. I've got a pen. I let it go. It went down. So therefore, my table is curved. I hope not, because I like things to stay on my table.
Yeah, that doesn't follow logically, bro. Like you're saying, okay, I see the water droplet, the pen dropping, like exactly the example that he gave you. I pick up the pen, I let it go, it goes to the floor, therefore I'm standing on a sphere? How does that logically follows?
That Earth has certain mass and certain mass, so therefore, so object fall on Earth with some like speed, and the speed is equal to their mass times this g. Yeah, this what is this? 10 meters per second square. Yeah, like this. So
Except that
that's
not
interesting.
everything
That
drops at that rate because helium goes up. It doesn't drop that way. We have hot air. We have many things that don't drop at that rate. That rate. That's only an agree upon. That's a convention. That's people said. We agree that a lot of things drop at this rate. So we're just gonna say that everything does. But that's just people saying that. That's not. You cannot demonstrate that everything drops at that rate. That's not
I
reality.
don't know, like you were telling me about elements, and they behave different way. The elements, yeah, than like normal objects.
Yeah, and we know the behavior of water, and we know that water doesn't attach itself to the outside of spinning spheres. We know the behavior of that. We know that water lays horizontal on the surface. We know that. It can be demonstrated.
Okay,
It can be
so one more
measured that the
question.
water is not curving to the rate of the globe. So the globe is just falling flat, falling apart.
Okay, so let's assume that the Earth is flat. So why is it like this? When you go to the end of the flat Earth, why don't you fall down? Or when is the end of this?
when you go to, okay, so you just made up an imaginary place in your mind, and you think that that imaginary thing doesn't work, and you are trying to ask me about it?
No, that is a model that that is like flat Earth in my mind. So
A
it
model
has
in your
to.
mind, yeah, exactly what I said. Something that you made up in your mind that doesn't
No,
work.
but
You just telling me that whatever you're imagining doesn't work for you. So now you're trying to tell me to
hey,
explain how it works for you.
no, yeah, okay. So can you explain me your
Has anybody
model?
in here
Shut up.
tell you about the edge of the end of the world? Anybody in here made that claim that you're trying to push that to someone
Okay,
in
there
here?
is geometrical, I don't know, object like a circle, and so I can see the borders of the circle on the paper, on a piece of paper.
What have you ever thought about this? What if the ends of the world are unknown? What is that? That's an unknown that you don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
Have you
what
ever
about the?
considered that?
So can you answer me this one question right now? Is it possible when people discover these unknown ends of the world, do they fall down?
Who's that? Who discovered the ends of the world? Tell me. Go ahead. Tell me.
You.
Me? No, no. I haven't done that.
This
Okay,
is
I don't know. Ferdinand Magellan.
brother. I'll answer your question because I can't bear this 1 second longer. Nobody thinks the edge of the world. There's the edge of the world. No one thinks the Earth is an object that you can hold in your hand if you were a giant. Okay, and fall down. That doesn't even make sense. Why would it fall? Where would it fall to? Yeah,
Like
it's like
outer
imagination.
space,
It would
vacuum,
fall to
vacuum.
space. So I guess we could just push things off the edge to go to space. Dude, wasting our time with rockets, right?
Okay, but you're like contradicting yourself because he told that we
Your
haven't
idea.
discovered the edges according to him.
Indio, he thinks that the disk in the internet that people label flat Earth, that's us.
Yeah, we don't think the Earth is a disk in space floating around. Does that help?
So can you explain me what this is according to?
Earth is not in outer space. It's not inside of something. It's just the Earth, and that's all there is. Above the Earth, we see stars, sun, and moon, and all the celestial objects.
Phenomena.
Yeah, phenomenon, whatever you want to call them. There is no outside the Earth.
It's like a simulation.
Just to give you it's like saying, hey, what's outside the universe, right? Doesn't even make sense to even ask that question. There is no outside. It's all there is. The Earth isn't the sun. It's not a planet. It's not a moon. It's not a ball. Did you understand all that, pal? Friend?
No, because this is like very abstract from what I think.
No. I mean, so they say that in modern cosmology, the universe is flat. Okay, this is what they say, that the universe itself is flat. Where's the edge? Can I fall off? Can I go outside of it?
Wait, we don't. Modern cosmology doesn't say that. It says the
Yeah, it does.
universe.
Yes, they
It
do.
does.
They say it's
Since
an
when?
asymptotically flat space-time.
That's news to me.
Okay, Google it. Flat universe.
No, I'll trust you on that. Honestly, I'll just trust you.
No, don't trust him. Don't trust him.
Well, is he a little liar? Is he a liar or something?
No, I tell the truth, but you guys still, in your head, you'll still think that the universe is not flat. Like, in their
No,
cosmology.
bro. Oh my god, if I'm saying I trust you, I'll trust you, bro. Please, just trust me that I trust you.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is,
I don't know what you're
saying.
saying.
I don't think the universe is flat, unless you count just the Earth as the universe. So we know the Earth is flat from measuring it to be that way And I heard you mention gravity, like why things fall. No one knows why things fall. No experiment can be done to determine why things fall. I mean, if you know the experiment, just tell us. I'm all ears.
I think that's the best answer for that because he sounds fairly new, but that's straight to the point. No one knows. That's the truth.
I kind of want to bring up the whole thing of what was general relativity, that like you can't devise an experiment to tell the difference between acceleration and gravitation. I just kind of want to bring that up because I feel like it's related. Like,
Yeah, there are experiments. This is actually something. It's just I don't mean to just be a freaking contrarian, but the gravity acceleration equivalence has never been actually proven, and there is actually a physicist working on demonstrating that does have some data that the acceleration, the inertial mass and the gravitational mass are not actually the same thing. And he's been doing these experiments by dropping different elements in his, I guess you would call it theory, hypothesis is the number of neutrons within the nucleus of an atom determine its inertial mass. The guy's name is Sky Darnos. He's a physicist. You can check out his YouTube channel and watch all his experiments. I'm just saying. But within the framework of relativity, Einstein said yes, inertial mass and gravitational mass are equivalent, but that's never actually been proven to be true. But the difference would be very small anyway. So.
Oh yeah, what do you guys think of the physicists then who sold these ideas? Like, do you think they were just bought by the government or something?
No, they're just wrong.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah,
Okay,
you heard being wrong, right?
No. So I'm just trying to figure out like.
You guys can't conceive of it. You guys are like, you guys think they must be lying.
No, not like that, not like that. I'm just trying to figure out like what, like, okay, so but you do believe that it's been.
The physicists that said the Earth is a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space, they sound pretty sure about it, but they're just wrong.
Okay, so
what about other planets?
You think that they thought they were telling the truth? You think that they think they had it figured out, but were wrong.
They believe what they're saying.
Okay, and then the government took that idea and perpetrated that as a lie.
Hold on a second, just one second. I've talked to physicists. Actually, I've debated person with a PhD in mathematical physics in this server. Okay, twice, 2 different ones. Okay, and when it comes down to it, when we ask them, they don't actually know the Earth is a globe. They just believe it. They've never done any experiments. They've never seen any experiments done. They've never done any measurements. They've never done anything. They just learned it when they were a kid and just continue to believe it.
Okay, and so the government took the mistake of the scientists that the Earth is a globe. Oh, sorry, because that.
What do you mean by the government?
Like the city, like the lady.
What do I mean by the government? Like
the lady at the tax office.
Like NASA and stuff.
Oh, like NASA.
Because
okay.
NASA is like affiliated with them.
Yeah. You guys are in trouble with the NASA thing. So a couple months ago, Donald Trump signed an executive order turning NASA into a spy agency. So
yeah, I know. Yeah, so my question was like, do you guys believe that the government took the mistake of the scientists that the Earth is a globe and continued to perpetrate it as a lie for some gain?
It's not a lie if it's a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what a lie is, right? That lie is
I'm confused because I thought I used correctly. Yeah, they're lying that the Earth is a globe when it's flat. What you believe?
No, I don't believe they're lying. I believe they're wrong, that they're mistaken, that they believe what they're saying, which means they're not lying. There's a difference between being lying means intentional.
Yeah. Okay. I talked to a guy before, and he was like, "Yeah, I believe the government is lying about it." So I'm just
Look, the government lies about a lot of shit. So I mean, their official policy is to lie.
Very true.
But can you tell me something?
Policy. They actually argued that in front of the Supreme Court, federal government. The official policy of the United States government is not to tell the public the truth.
Hey, can you tell me what about other planets?
Case was Akaba versus Ashcroft. case you want to know what case it was argued by Ted Olson, Solicitor General of the United States.
Can you tell me about other planets? Is
Just
there
wait a
anything
minute. You're
like
gonna get a reply to the other
I
planets.
covered,
Okay.
brother,
Okay.
brother, I covered the other planet thing. Earth isn't a planet, so there's no other planet. It's not other.
Yeah, the issue that you're having though is that you're in your premise. You're saying in your premise. You think the Earth is already a planet. What about the other planets? And that's wrong. That's a wrong premise. It's a false premise because the Earth is not a planet. And when you look up to the sky and see the luminaries, and some of those we call them planets, the Earth is like those things are nothing like the Earth, and the Earth is nothing like those things. So the Earth is not one of those things.
What about some like the like photos like we have? Is it Photoshop from other planets?
Well, no. The problem with
have
those
some
is that
photos.
there's no way to test them, and they're not even consistent amongst each other, right? So you can look at any random so-called image of the Earth, and they don't look like any other image of the Earth. And number two, you can't even tell because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. There's no even way to even tell if that's what the Earth looks like. I mean, for all you know, the Earth is a freaking giant egg. You'd have no way to know if, their picture of a ball versus an egg. You can't tell. There's no way to evaluate them. And we know they have to be fake. You know how we know that? You know how we know that any image depicting the Earth as a ball is fake? Are you curious how we know?
It's composite images.
No, we know they're fake because they depict something that doesn't exist. And we know it doesn't exist because in those images claims to be the oceans of the world. And we can go out to those oceans and measure the surface and demonstrate that those oceans don't curve on their surface. And if they don't curve on their surface, the image must be fake. Just like if I went to Times Square, right? If they showed, hey, here's a picture. It's Times Square. There's a big pink house in the middle of it. And I go there and there's no pink house.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter how many pictures of the pink house in Times Square there are. I know that those images are fake because there's no house there. Okay.
Yeah, the images will be a misrepresentation of the Earth. So the Earth is a sphere, and the oceans curving around the sphere. And when we go to the oceans are not doing that. The images will be a misrepresentation of reality.
There you go.
See, what we do, we go out to reality and check what they tell us to be true. Okay. They say, hey, the Earth is a ball. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. The rate of curvature should be roughly 8 inches per mile squared. If in 10 miles, the Earth should drop down 66 feet. So we can go out into the world and test all these things, right? To see if what they're saying actually is out there in the physical and natural world. And when we go out and test it, and just like you could go out and test it, you're going to find what they're saying can't possibly be true because it's really not out there in the world. It's only on television or on a screen or in a book on the
Can you maybe tell
when
me?
you turn off the screen, when you turn off the TV where you saw the globe and you go outside, you check the surface of the Earth, that's nothing like what you saw on the TV. Go ahead, Tassie.
Okay. Can you tell me? So why is it like this? That official narrative is that the Earth is round, it's in space, etc. Why?
At this point, first of all, we'd have to read men's minds, but it's at this point it's a Western tradition. It's like being born in a Christian country and then you're Christian. Right. So you're born in the West and, they tell everybody the Earth's a globe, but everybody just passes it on. Like your parents, right? They probably told you the Earth is a globe. Do you think they know? Do you think your parents have any knowledge of the shape of the Earth?
No.
No, they know some basic
Yeah, they were told, right?
Stars,
they were told by their parents, and their parents were told by their parents, and their parents. You see what I'm saying? It's just like a tradition passed on. None of these people actually know, and that's what I was trying to tell you guys earlier. I've talked to the people, the scientists that you think know, and they don't know because I've asked them. I've talked to them. I've talked to
people that are satellite engineers and pilots and surveyors and physicists, cosmologists, astrophysicists. We've talked to all these people over the last 10 years, and they don't have any information that's different than you.
What about this, like comets or like meteors? Do they? I mean, there are some stones that fall from above to Earth, yeah.
Yeah, there's also cats and dogs and fish and animals that fall from the sky too. So what?
There's also fish that falls from the sky, though. You know that?
No. What do you mean?
Never heard of the reign of animals? It's been going like, I mean, this is documented for 2,000 years. There's sometimes
No,
there just rain animals out of the sky.
What do you mean? Nothing like this exists.
Okay.
Anyways, real quick about the rocks in the sky, there is a difference between the phenomena that we see, like we call sporadic meteors or meteors, and then there is the cartoon version of that. Because remember, if you're standing on the ground and you look up to the sky and you see a phenomena, and let's say a rock falls from the sky, and then you go pick it up, right? Okay, cool.
Yep.
That doesn't logically follow that the Earth is a globe, though, because then you got someone, then you have the question, where did this rock came from, how did it happen? You're gonna be asking those questions, and then you're gonna have one of those guys showing you a cartoon, right? And then you're gonna look at the cartoon, and the cartoon is gonna show you the misrepresentation of the curving Earth, and that rock came from outer space. But that's just an explanation. They don't actually know that. That's
So
just
what is like
a misrepresentation of what happened. Go ahead.
Okay, so is the theory that we are like alien zoo? Is it good one?
Eh?
Like humans are alien zoo, yeah? We are like animals
No,
of the
that's a
alien.
misrepresentation of the use of the word alien, because alien means foreigner, someone from other land. And alien, you can also use it in fiction. So whenever you speak about outer space, aliens, that's fiction. If you're speaking about people from other lands or coming from other places, sure, you can use the word alien. But what you're thinking about, the aliens in Star Wars that look like frogs, speaking different languages, no, that's just cartoons and fantasy.
Yeah, there's no as far as other land, there's no land in the sky for people from other lands to come from.
That we know of. That we know of.
Have you noticed? Yeah, I just want to bring up. Have you noticed that like we just keep talking about this subject and your mind keeps going back to outer space over and over and over again? Even though we're talking about the Earth, you keep thinking about like what's up in the sky instead of what's under your feet.
Yes.
And then you're wondering why is it that you even think this way?
Because
imagine we were talking about your house, right? And you just kept talking about your neighbor's house. I said, dude, but what's your house made out of? And you're like, man, my neighbor's house has got frickin' vinyl siding. And I'm like, but what about your windows in your house? And then you said, well, my neighbor has gutters on, like, this is what you're doing over and over again. It's like a mental, like, bro, don't do, listen, I'm not like giving you shit. It's like, but we observe this to happen all the time, is that when we talk about this topic, we end up talking about everything but the Earth and talk about everything else in the world.
Because this claim is like, honestly, because this claim is like, I've never even heard anything like this, so that's why.
Well, everybody
he sounds really new to the topic, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am really new to the topic.
Yeah, so brother, now let's imagine nobody ever told you that the Earth was a giant ball. Would you have figured it out on your own without being told?
No, I wouldn't, probably.
And every single person I've ever asked has said that same thing. They said, I never would have figured it out. Okay, that means it's not obvious that the Earth is a ball. It's not obvious. It's not obvious from your daily experience. If you go up a mountain, go in an airplane, go to the ocean, anywhere you go, it's not obvious at all that the Earth would be a ball.
It's like a mental construct that humanity is like constructed in our collective mind.
Oh, shoot.
But there's no evidence for it in the physical world. That's the problem. That really is the issue.
Hmm.
And that's a problem, right? Because science is supposed to be empirical, right? It's supposed to be based upon observation of the natural world, not conceptualizations of the natural world. So if science is empirical and they say the Earth is a globe and it's supposed to curve, the water's supposed to curve all over the world, and the most of the world is water, I should be able to go to a large body of water, and measure this curvature in the natural world. But no matter what distances we try to measure it, it's not there. And we're talking, like, for instance, the world's furthest photograph is 425 kilometers from the French Alps to the French Pyrenees. Okay, let's just see something like, off the top of my head, 4 miles of drop. That's how much the surface of the Earth is supposed to curve down from that person's eye level, something like 4 miles. Okay, so this drop, there's radio transmissions of 10,000 miles. There's LoRa chirp radio, which is like a low power technology for communication of 800 miles. There's all sorts of evidence that the Earth is flat because the limitations of a curving surface just don't seem to exist in reality.
The limitations of a curving what?
Yeah, a limitation of a curving surface. So if we're like far apart,
okay, yeah, I understand.
Like there's supposed to be a bulge of Earth between us if we're farther apart, right? Because the curvature of the Earth. We ever heard like ships go over the horizon and the Earth is supposed to be blocking the view to the bottom of the boat? Have you ever heard that?
No, can you repeat, because I didn't get anything what you.
Yeah. So if a ship sails away from you, this is what they say: if a ship sails away from you, it'll disappear bottom first, then the mast, right, in that order as it sails away. And they say that this is due to the curve of the Earth. The ship is going around the curve of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is what they say. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I also knew. Yeah, that's what I know. Like when you have the sun, the sun is setting. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this also considered the proof that it goes that disappears in the horizon. So this is where you cannot see no more. Like
yeah. The sun goes over the horizon and goes underneath your feet. So when it's midnight and someone says, "Hey, point to the sun," you point down, right? So where's the sun? Point down. That's so funny. I mean, yeah. So this is the idea, but when this is actually tested, because just watching the sun do something or just watching a boat, that's one thing. And maybe there's optical phenomenon happening due to the meteorological conditions that make it look a certain way. But can we actually test it from this subjective interpretation to find something objective and actually measure the surface of the Earth to actually see if it is actually curving? Okay. And all these tests show that it's not, all these measurements. So one thing you can do is, like, you can take a laser, you can shine it across a body of water, and you can measure its height, how high it is above the water along its length, to see if that height above the water increases, right? So let's say I start at 2 meters above the water, shine a laser 40 kilometers, and then go to the other end of the 40 kilometers and go and measure the laser height above the water. Well, that laser should be 127 meters in the air.
Yeah.
Okay, but when its tests have been done, it's the same height above the water. It's not way up in the air.
Okay, so did they like try to, because their mathematical proportion can be counted, yeah? So you like cover this distance, you divide this, what was this kilometers, the distance?
40 kilometers.
So maybe that's not enough, 40 kilometers, because
Well, I
what
just
is
gave
the...
you what the globe says. I gave you, so the laser should be 127 meters in the air. That's what the globe predicts.
Okay.
Okay, but they measured the they measured the laser 1.5 meters above the surface.
1.5, and it was supposed to be
127. 127.
So it went up a bit. So it's
That's
like
2 orders
sign
of
that
magnitude. That's not a bit.
that's not a bit, you're saying.
That's the difference
Okay.
between having a penny in your bank account and a dollar.
It's like a skyscraper building, like a giant skyscraper building.
Yeah, 44-story building. That's its equivalent of a 44-story building. Versus a 4-foot man.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Okay,
James,
but I'm gonna honestly, I'm gonna count this on on a piece of paper in a moment because I'm curious. And can you send me the link to this, like laser?
Yeah,
or
sure thing.
Okay.
Just to give you a little background, I'll give you a link. It's a PDF. It's got all the measurement results. It was done in Lake IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, which is like a saltwater lake that they made out there. And they did a series of tests, and then they went back and did some of the tests again to replicate it to make sure. And they had like meteorological stations, and it was a very thorough test. This was actually like the 4th or 5th time they did this type of laser test, because every time they did one, people would complain that you forgot this or forgot that. So this was like a culmination of like 5 years of attempts, basically. So I'll post it in the side chat without further ado.
Okay. So maybe like one more question. So like, well, how is it like with North Pole and South Pole? Why does this magnetism exist on Earth? Hello?
Oh yeah, because compasses only work because of magnetism. So how do you guys explain that? It's a good question.
So magnetism's the shape of the ground now.
Yeah. Okay. So, God, I'm gonna answer this very quickly because I'm looking for that thing. Anyway, so compasses don't point towards the North and South Pole. That's a myth. Compasses actually just align with the magnetic field. Okay, so whatever the field lines, whatever direction they point in, the compass aligns with them. It's called magnetic declination. So the magnetic declination in some places is 90 degrees off of what it should be, such as in the South Pacific. So if you were in the South Pacific and you were following your compass north, you'd actually be traveling east.
Okay, seriously?
Yeah, seriously. On all like navigation maps. In fact, I was looking at a U.S. A Coast Guard chart today, and I didn't know this. With the magnetic declination where I live is something like 15 degrees. So that means like your compass will point 15 degrees different from what you would call true north in Boston Harbor.
That's explained in my question is like, how do you guys explain that? Because we explain like all of that through the globe model of the central core being like kind of molten iron and like flopping.
Yeah, that explanation's horseshit though. Have you thought about it for 3 seconds about that explanation?
I mean, I was taught in class basically like charges. Man,
well, let me say, like,
I can just say crap like charges. Sounds kind of BS.
Did they teach you about the Curie? Did they teach you about the Curie temperature when they taught you about that?
What's the Curie temperature?
The Curie temperature is the temperature at which metal loses magnetism.
Not all. Wait, sorry.
Metal loses iron and nickel, and any metal loses magnetism at a certain temperature because they can't align, right? Because the thermal motion is more random than its disorder from thermal motion is greater than the order of the magnetism, right? So it can't stay in an ordered state to actually create a magnetic field. Yeah, this is called
Okay, and I
Curry
assume
temperature. It's like
and the
400
core would
degrees
of course
Fahrenheit
be
for iron.
So you really
above
don't
the Curry
believe
temperature.
that there is this
Yeah, the Curry temperature.
metal core?
No, why should I?
The metal
Okay, so
core
how
is
do
only
you?
an idea that you got it from a cartoon, bro, from a depiction. You saw it in a book, it was depicted by someone, and they said this is how it is, but they don't know that. They just made, it's just a baseless idea. Nobody has verified that.
They put a lot of work in like proving this.
How
Okay,
did
I
they
guess
prove
I'm
A
it?
lot
not.
of work.
I want to
Go
know how
ahead.
they proved it. How did they prove that there's a molten iron core? Did they take a sample?
Sick. And I thought I'd be able to drop astronomy. Now we need to take it to ask these questions.
Well, astronomy is a pseudoscience.
Okay, well this is also. Oh, I mean pseudoscience. This kind of.
Well, I mean, can you give us an astronomy experiment?
That
No,
debunks your experiments.
Don't go for
Any
astronomy. Just
astronomy, no, any astronomy experiment of any type, anytime, anywhere.
I mean, an astronomy experiment. I mean, then sure.
You can't do an experiment, then you're not doing science, right? So we need an astronomy experiment.
Experiment. I mean, you could just okay. Let's say you're gonna map the rotation of the Earth by looking at constellation and finding the constellation across different times.
That's not an experiment, dude.
Yeah, it is. Sure,
no,
it is.
Experiments figure out cause and effect relationships of natural phenomenon. Right. So a natural phenomenon would be
yeah. So if you see
sunlight.
the effect of the hold on, can I go? You see the effect.
said that the observation.
Yeah, we agree. You see the effect, dude. That we're trying to figure out the cause of the effect.
Yeah. So then you figure out the cause, and you figure that it's because of the rotation of the Earth. Or is that not valid because that's like
How
just
did
a
you
random
figure out the
explanation? Because I think it's a valid way to explain the effect. Like the thing that you see can be
He's
explained by
saying the
rotation of the Earth.
explanation is the cause.
Well, okay, but we need to do the experiment. That's a nice hypothesis. The rotation of the Earth is the cause of the stars moving. Great, nice hypothesis.
Yeah.
Where's the experiment demonstrating that?
I mean, you use a telescope. You'd find the constellation. You'd try and find it again in like another time, and
yeah, and that's the effect. We want to know the cause.
The cause, yeah. So you're looking at okay. So in the experiment, you have to have the cause first. In the experiment, is that a requirement? You have to have the cause first.
No. No, you observe a natural
No, you don't have to.
Yeah, so I'm observing natural phenomenon of constellations like switching in and out in the sky.
And that's the effect.
That's the observable phenomena. That's the effect. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I explain it using a cause, which is the rotation of the Earth. Is that not valid?
No, you don't explain it. You do an experiment.
Yeah, just put it. Listen, bro. Just putting it in words, like you grab a pen and put it on paper, and you say, "This is my explanation why I see the luminaries doing what they do." Right? And you put it on paper. That explanation is not a demonstration, just because you wrote it down, or you said it with your mouth.
So there is an alternative explanation to that. That there's a celestial sphere that rotates around the Earth. How do you know that that's not it?
Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
You see what I'm saying is like when you do this, if you don't do the experiment, then you can have all sorts of alternative hypotheses about what the cause could possibly be. And this is why astronomy isn't a science, because like all they can ever really do are get correlations of phenomenon, but they can never get like cause and effect relationships because they can't do experiments on astronomical objects, right?
Just drop astronomy. Just go for astrobiology.
Astrobiology, the hell is that?
Exobiology, bro. Aliens from dirt in the sky.
I don't think my university offers that.
I'll get you that. Hold on, let me get that. So, someone else talking while I find that link. Unless someone else.
I think my university offered that.
So yeah, we can fill the air with maybe more questions or more comments.
Okay, I have a question, another one. What about this like rockets, do they really fly somewhere?
Yeah, they go away from your view, most of them.
What about the movie? Like I don't know, that they are 25,000. Like this is like the first cosmic speed, and this like 25,000 kilometers per hour. No, sorry, this is like
You see
the
how they
distance.
show you a cartoon when they say, "Look, it's going 24,000 miles per hour, the rocket or whatever," right? You see how
Yeah, the
you see when
cartoons are
you're
to
looking at
explain
that,
cartoons are to visualize and to explain to make it easier to digest. They're not
easier to
like
digest. Yeah, yeah.
they're not like a I forgot they're not like a ruse or like a mask to hide some sort of
Yeah, but this is the thing,
lie.
though. Rockets do work in reality. We do have
Why do
rockets
they
in
gotta help us
reality.
digest it?
Yeah, rockets
Because
work.
not everyone.
So
Yeah, we do have rockets, but rockets
pictures are good.
Because it's
rockets work.
bullshit, bro. It's literally propaganda. Like,
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah, but
okay,
they fly somewhere. They fly somewhere, rockets. So like, why? Where do they fly?
Yeah. Don't
They
they
fly
retrieve them
upstairs.
in the rocket graveyard in the Atlantic Ocean? Don't they have like they retrieve them over there?
Okay, but I don't know. I don't know. So, but it's like is flying possible? Like flying a plane?
Yeah, the plane requires they have to assume a motionless flat Earth to be able to make the airplane practical and safe to the engineer to get on it and for them to put their families in it and transport them from point A to point B. They have to drop the globe whenever they decide to build the airplane. And then the pilot as well has to do the same thing basically. Throw the globe in the trash bin to operate the airplane.
Okay.
You know, the pilot never takes into account any curvature of the ground, any movement of the ground below him.
Okay, I don't know. It maybe makes some sense. Maybe. Do you think it's gonna be like in the future? It's gonna be like I don't know, popular with you? What you
Well, in the
representing?
past, it was popular, right? All of your ancestors, all civilizations across the world knew that the
Yeah.
Earth wasn't this globe. It's just today's biggest religion in the world at the moment. Maybe in the future, people will just drop their religion and think about something else. Maybe acknowledge reality for a change.
yeah, and you might think like, what's he saying? It's a religion. It really is a religion. It doesn't have a deity.
No,
like,
no. I understand the link with religion. That this is like the shared belief that people like gather around. Yeah. That
Well,
they...
also, it supports a bunch of other ideas, right? That a Big Bang,
Yeah. Okay.
which is like a creation story, which creation of the universe story, same as like the Lord said, "Let there be light," and then there's like the creation of man, right? That came from evolution, according to them, which came from naturalistic reasons. A man evolved from random processes of this Big Bang, random universe, and
Wait.
like,
So
which
like,
is just. Well, I mean, what I'm
you
saying is
don't.
that the
You
things
also
that
don't believe
religion
in evolution?
Why would I?
No, you
Yeah,
believe in
why?
evolution, yeah?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Yeah, why should I?
But so what do you believe in? Do you believe in creationism, that God created humans?
Yes.
Oh,
So
sorry,
so
are you
this is
Christian?
this is your religion. You're Christian, yeah?
Yeah,
Or do you
I'm
just
a Christian, but that's independent than this.
interesting?
The
Yeah,
Bible
so are
says
there
the
there
Bible
like
says
flat
prove
Earth?
all things, bro.
Okay, but
I
are
can
there
prove
like
the earth is
flat
flat
Earth
based
guys?
upon what I've gone out and done myself.
Okay, are there any flat Earth guys who believe in evolution?
Probably. I don't know.
Okay.
Why do you believe in evolution? I mean, to be honest, you probably couldn't even define what evolution actually is in the first place.
I think I can. So this is the
State
adaptation.
the theory of evolution. State what it is.
So
exactly what
for me, this is the
not for
not
you.
exactly for
No, not for you. The actual theory of evolution, what it is.
Yeah, the theory, not your
Okay,
theory. The theory.
Okay. So the organisms change to fit the environment, and the organisms that aren't fit, they die, and they change to adapt to the environment to
No, it died. It stopped right
pass
there. You
their
stop. He
to
says
pass
they
their
die.
genes. They to pass their genes, and they die. Those who are not fit, they die. Yeah.
If
Okay,
he
you
died,
know.
that's not evolution. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me. There's a couple problems with that. Genes code for proteins. They don't code for body morphology, which means body shape and form, right?
Yes.
They know this because of experiments done with these worms that don't die, that cutting them in half, and then manipulating them so that the pieces regenerate, right? So these are called flatworms.
Yeah. Flatworms. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can cut them in half,
Yeah,
and then
parasite.
so what they stop, Chelsea, fucker. Yes, parasites. So what they've done is they've got these worms to basically, by using electric field, to cut it in half, and the head, instead of the head growing a tail, they get it the head to grow another head, and the tail to grow a tail, and then they can cut that in half, and it stays a tail worm, and it stays a head worm, right? It's all genetically identical, but their body morphology has changed permanently. You understand?
That's right.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, it's the work of Michael Lewin.
Okay, I understand.
Michael
I
Levin?
understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
So that necessitates that the genetic material does not hold the body plan of organisms. It's something else.
Doesn't it? Okay, something else.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't hold the body plan. DNA only codes proteins. That's all it does.
Okay.
So there's a big freaking Achilles heel, and then there's the problem of actually making proteins which would actually be useful. The space of proteins is so large, it's something like 10 to the 167 power. The probability of you finding any useful fucking protein in that space is well beyond how old the universe is. The universe would have to be something like a million times older. Okay, so
From what I know, proteins are only on Earth, are they?
yeah, but there's so
else?
many variations of proteins, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that the odds of a single protein forming by chance is 10 to the 167 power?
Yeah, I know that this is like a very small chance. 10 to the 100 of 60 what?
167
Six,
power.
Okay.
Power.
Okay.
That's impossible. That's not a small chance. That's impossible.
Okay.
If you want a protein, if you want a particular protein and said, I'm going to do it by chance, you would wait longer than the age of the universe by that number is like 10 to the 23 power.
But wait, I mean, there's these experiments with the primordial soup. Do you believe in this primordial soup even?
I mean,
no.
Does it got onion?
Because there. No, this is like these amino acids swimming in this like something water or no? In water?
No, it's not possible. What they saying happened isn't possible. Do you understand? Probabilistically,
Yeah,
not
I
possible.
understand.
Well, I mean, there's an open challenge.
Therefore,
it is an open challenge.
Therefore, there is a God. Therefore, there is a God.
No, I believe in God for completely different reasons than this.
Oh, okay.
My argument for God would be a logical argument that has nothing to do with evolution, or I don't have a naturalistic justification for God.
Okay, I think I consider myself like thinker, like independent thinker, kind of. I would say so because I kind of think and I try different ideas. Like your idea, I tried it for a moment.
I don't have an idea. What is my idea exactly? My idea is I go out into the world. It looks flat because it is flat. That isn't much of a stretch of imagination. In fact, that involves no imagination.
Yeah. It involves like it's like simple observation. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and just take it for what it is, and like stop adding shit to it. And other people have said that observation that we all see, everybody has seen, that's got eyes. They've told people, there's people that say that's an illusion.
that you're just too small. That it's actually a big ball, and you're just too small. You can't see it. You have to go to a special place, but you can't go there because you don't have the right stuff. Only these anointed people can go there and see the ball in its full glory, but not you. Everybody
Why?
else.
So
And then they also say,
why is
also hold on. They also say the Earth is spinning. You see the sun and stars move, but they're not moving. You're moving. They're basically telling you that your entire perception of reality is some sort of illusion.
It's nonsensical. Your perception of reality is nonsensical because your senses are telling you something else, but reality is something else than what your senses tell
okay?
you.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I agree, but
reality is
from what I
nonsense,
know,
bro.
from what I know, these theories are supposed to like enhance your senses in a way. That
By
this is
ignoring
something like yeah, I don't know, by like just scientific microscope and like telescope.
Yeah, but no one's ever used a telescope to look at the Earth and see if it's a ball, and seeing that it is a ball. Not with a telescope, that's for sure.
Actually, when you use the telescope and you look at long distance observations, you see that it's not a globe. If you see far enough, right?
Okay, well, so would you maybe
Look, bro, we're not trying to listen. Let's just go. We're not trying to convince you of anything. There's no way we're ever going to convince you. We're not that good where we're going to like overcome, basically the indoctrination and you've grown up in Western society and you've been become with this idea. We aren't going to overcome that because it's
Okay,
like kind of like regardless of what you think, it's integrated into your identity, and that's how it is with most people. Yeah,
okay.
so we aren't going to defeat that. The only thing that will ever defeat that will be you testing it yourself. That's the only way. That's the only way. It's not the only way. That usually the other way is having some crazy anti-flat earther try to defend the globe and see how shit their arguments are. That turns people into flat earthers. But the only way to
We can
really
also
prove
send him
something to somebody.
to
Oh,
the
go ahead.
clinic where they send the where the rich people goes and they do the brainwashing. Yeah, we can send you there too. Probably that might work. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, we could do that.
So why?
Oh, hold
okay,
on.
but
I was going to make one more point.
Okay.
The only way to prove something to somebody is to demonstrate it, right? Because if you get them and you say, "Hey, if I do this, this will happen," and then you actually do that, that's proving it. That's proving it in a way that's undeniable. So what I'm telling you is, if you want to prove what the Earth is, you have to demonstrate it. It's not here on the internet. It's not in a book. It's out there in the world. You have to actually go test it.
So what about other like?
That's actually
what
the
about
difficult
other?
part for a lot of people to go test it. That's where a lot of people just don't go and do it. Like going to Revere when it's 45 degrees and doing observations for an hour or so.
Raise your arse
A
off.
lot of people cannot do that. I mean, they're too lazy.
Okay, what about like other like? I'm asking you some other question, not about. Can you answer me other scientific questions? Hello.
Yes, you can
Can
ask
you
another question.
Okay, electricity. So it works, yeah.
Electricity works?
Yeah.
I thought it was unemployed.
What unemployed?
Just kidding. Go ahead.
What works? What was that? I missed it.
Electricity, he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can switch the light bulb on and it lights.
Okay.
So I have electricity, and that's like great phenomenon. So it works.
Okay. Is there more to this?
Yeah, there's some scientific theories about that, and the other way it's about like the Earth is round and.
See, now this is a good example. You brought up the perfect subject matter.
electricity and magnetism. Now, it was experimented with for quite a long time when a guy named James Clerk Maxwell came around. And he made the theory of of electricity and magnetism. And he used something called, the model he made, the mathematical model he made was used the ether. I don't know if you ever heard of the ether theory. He used this mechanical model to make the model of electricity and magnetism. Okay. But nowadays, nobody believes in the ether, and they say the ether doesn't exist. So we're literally using a model based upon something that they say doesn't exist is actually real. Now, the lesson in all this is that mathematical models, even though they quote unquote work, don't always define what reality is. And this also leads to my second point about this, is that when they tried to use Maxwell's equations, now it was great in the lab, but it sucked when you came to trying to engineer the electrical system, right? And they couldn't really get it to work. You had burnouts and freaking all sorts of problems trying to actually engineer electrical power transmission. And then other people came along, such as Tesla, who actually made what we use now for the alternating current. He freaking invented it, and he didn't use any of Maxwell's stuff. He was purely an experimenter, an engineer, right? And then you had Steinmetz, who was like an engineer who came up with all the formulas for actually electric power transmission and power lines, right? So it wasn't the scientists that figured out how to make it work in the physical world. It was the engineers. And the scientists, at least back then, they used a method the scientists themselves say doesn't even exist. So it is a good example. Yes, electricity works, but it isn't the scientists that make it work, it's the engineers. Because they don't care about why it works. They only care about does it work. You understand? The theory of why everything's happening, they don't care about the causal mechanisms or anything like that. They're going to use whatever mathematics they use to suit their purpose, even if there's no ultimate reality there and it's a completely fictitious mathematical construct. They don't care about that. They have an employer. Their employer says make it fucking work, and that's all they care about. And the reason their employer says make it work because you say make it work, right? My electricity's
Yeah.
out.
I want electricity. I want electricity in my house.
Yeah. I'm trying to cook. I'm trying to heat my house. I'm trying to look at porn, and my computer won't work. So turn that shit on.
I try to whatever cook. Run my computer. Or something. Okay.
Yeah. Computers are without electricity are nothing but a giant paperweight.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah, the story of electricity and magnetism is very interesting. There's a guy on YouTube. His name is Eric Dollard. There's a presentation he gave called "The History of Electricity and Magnetism." It's really good. He's not even a professor, man, but he goes through the history from the beginning from Benjamin Franklin to Gauss to like all the original people, and how electricity and magnetism, its understanding of what it is and how to use it, developed over time. Is very educational. It's really like everybody that's like pushed the field to ends up going a little crazy, which is also kind of weird.
Yeah. Do another question, like different. So would you consider your views to be like kind of obscure or like dangerous?
Dangerous?
Would you consider? I don't know if I say this at my work. The Earth is flat.
My views are not dangerous unless look.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just personally, my view is not dangerous because I don't give a shit what the government does. I don't give a shit if they fucking make fake space programs. I'm not going to protest them. It's their gig. Let them do it. I don't care if everybody follows it.
I'm just here giving information. Hey, they're saying it's this. You go out into the real world, it's not that. It's this other thing, and that's all I'm telling y'all. Like, I mean, and you can take it or leave it, do what you want with it, but you can't say you didn't know, because now at least you know. I mean, listen. I grew up in the '80s when the space shuttle first, flew.
Yeah,
And
You're
I know all the
40?
bullshit that they were telling us back then is the same bullshit that we're going to the moon, we're gonna go again. All this stuff, it's to me, it's just nonsense. They've been just saying forever. Like, I mean, we were actually talking about this in here last night. How long is it gonna be when people because they keep saying so they keep saying, like, hey, we're going to go back to the moon, we're going to go back to the moon. How many more years of not going back to the moon before people start being suspicious?
Right. I mean, it's
another
already
80.
Suspicious. Yeah, I agree.
I know, but I mean,
I
for the
agree that
normal
it's
people.
suspicious. I agree that it is suspicious because there was only like one successful moon landing, and it was in the 70s. Yeah, it was in the 70s.
Yeah. What I'm saying is,
So it is suspicious
that
it's been like 50 years and the technology has improved. I mean, computers have improved, and they have this like
Actually, the only
rockets.
technology that has gone backwards is space technology. Moon landing technology has been going backwards compared to everything else.
Yeah, they can't even make space.
Okay. I honestly believe that moon landing could be fake. Because I've seen a lot of like analysis on YouTube that prove that it is a fake. Yeah, and I was more convinced that it is fake, this moon landing. So I believe in this for sure. That it
You
was
were
fake.
fighting me earlier, but that's good that you kind of like
hold on.
conclude
But
that. Go ahead, man.
I really want to. I'm talking about the whole space thing. I was just using a moon landing as an example. They've also said there's going to be space tourism, and like just like random people can just like buy a ticket to space. When none of this stuff happens, like, is it going to be like 50 years from now, 100 years from now, 200 years? We're like, hold on, dude. It's been 200 years. You're still not doing space tourism. Like, you must be lying. Like, how long is it going to take before the normal people go, these guys must be lying? Mute up, buddy.
Okay. Yeah. I know. That's like very interesting what you're saying. Okay, so that may be a lie, but apart from this, do you have any other like beliefs that are counter what generally people believe in like this? Do you have any other beliefs like this?
I mean, I don't know how many people believe the freaking official 9/11 conspiracy. Do you believe in the official 9/11 conspiracy theory?
What do you think happened in 9/11? Let's hear it.
Do you believe in an official one? The official conspiracy?
The official conspiracy or the official story?
The official story is a conspiracy.
I mean, I honestly, Loki, I think it might have been Israel. Honestly, at this point.
I mean, you just got to admit though, the official story is a conspiracy theory.
Or the Al Qaeda one, like the terrorism one.
Well, yeah, a conspiracy of 19 hijackers, right?
Okay, yeah. I mean,
it's a conspiracy of 19 hijackers, brother.
I just don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, all I'm saying is, even the official story is a conspiracy theory. So when they say 9/11 conspiracy theory, they're talking about any theory. Because no one thinks one person did it, right? Because your thing is conspiracy or solo. Nobody thinks 9/11 was a solo job. Like the lone gunman on the grassy knoll. No one thinks there was a lone pilot. Okay, so there's no lone pilot. It's conspiracy theory. We're just quibbling about what the conspiracy actually was.
So yeah, what do you think happened?
Look, I know what didn't happen.
Okay.
Because it's really simple, just from the laws of physics. In like simple things, just demonstrate there was not planes smashing into that building and frickin' exploding. That could not have possibly been happened for a
I've never
bunch
known a building. I've
Number
never known a
one,
building to fall down. Sorry, Indio. I've never known a building to fall down because the ones next to it apparently got hit by planes. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, that is. Flip's sake, that
Building
is awful.
7. Building
Awfully
7 was like,
suspect.
I'm lonely and just committed suicide. Did Building 7 get lonely and commit suicide, bro?
What's the official explanation for why Building 7 fell?
Fire. External
Fire.
damage.
Good lord. That's
Fire.
the official story.
But it fell in the same way that the other two did. All right.
Interesting thing about
Blue
those
Jumper, what do you-
buildings that have fallen down is that event, fires knocking down concrete, steel girder buildings, has only happened 3 times in history. And you wouldn't believe it, all 3 of them happened within a very short amount of time.
Yeah. You asked Indio if he believed in any other conspiracy theories, right? The whole world was a conspiracy theory, dude. Everything.
I didn't, by the way. It was the other guy.
Oh, sorry.
It was me. It was me.
He had other ideas, to be honest. He didn't say conspiracy theory specifically.
But yeah, because I've just said like other ideas that are known, like that you ask someone on the street and he tells you, no, it's not what I believe in, or he tells you that, bro, it's like not even true or something.
Yeah. So I don't like that you're like sticking flat Earth in that. I told you. We just observed the Earth is flat, and
I told you that it's my first time. This
yeah. I know. Like this is a common thing where people think that we have like some belief, but because they never really thought about it, like why did everybody in the past think the Earth was flat? Oh, because that's what they saw. Well, I see the same thing they saw. Okay, the only difference between them and me is I got a bunch of people around me thinking the Earth is a ball. That's the only difference.
Yeah,
there's
when it
TV
comes
sets
to
now,
this, yeah.
in movies, in picture books, and that's the only difference. But like, I just observe the Earth the way it is, and like I said before, there's people that say, "Hey, you can't just naively look at the Earth and go, hey, it looks flat, therefore it is flat." We have looked into the sky with our telescopes, and we figured out that though it looks flat, we're actually on a giant ball. That's fucking idiotic. I'm just sorry to get like upset about it. It's just dumb.
That's kind of funny.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we've been debating this topic for like 10 years. It always comes down to like, oh, you flat Earth, to buy a telescope. Okay, I bought a telescope. Now what? Can you see the moon?
Yeah, that is actually the number one. In 10 years, it will be the number one. The number one evidence of the globe is looking away from the Earth. Earth is a globe when you look away from it. Like you gotta look in the TV, not to the Earth. Just don't look at the Earth. Look at something else. That's the best.
Yeah, because it's weird because like you're internal on the Earth. So how are you gonna like judge the object when you're on the object? You have to look at the object's effect on other things, which is, for example, the moon. Like the moon, the Earth, the spherical Earth has an effect on the shadow of the moon.
No,
which is why.
No. Even if you're going to say that the Earth is like the moon, you still have to prove that the Earth is like the moon. You can't just say that the Earth is like the moon because the moon exists.
No, I meant like you have to look at the objects. You have to look if you're on the object.
How do you know Earth is an object in the first
place? You look at the Earth, don't you?
Because
if you want to know what the Earth is, you definitely look at the thing that you want to know about.
Because I can touch it, that's why.
Yeah, cool. So we look at the Earth to figure out what the Earth is. We can look at the moon to maybe figure out what the moon is.
Okay, but another valid way of looking at it is to look at the moon and see spherical shadows That's one of the, I think, one of the simplest observations of
Spherical.
why
So the moon's flat then.
the moon's flat. What? No.
Yeah, because if you're going to have perfect shadows created by objects and you get the true representation of that object, let's say a sphere, it's going to have a perfectly rounded shadow. You're only going to cast that shadow on a flat surface. If the surface is distorted like a sphere, then so will the shadow be. So for your example to work, the moon must be flat.
We gotta. Oh, we gotta.
Ever created shadow puppets before?
I have. They're fun.
Cool. Try and do that on a distorted surface and note how your shadow is distorted by consequence of the surface.
You know, eclipses make the
that's
moon
right.
turn red. How do you know that's a shadow? Shadows aren't red.
I don't know how eclipses
Shadows
work,
aren't
or that the blood moon. I don't know how the blood moon works.
Yeah. But you
Okay,
see,
I don't think.
you need to think.
I don't
You
thi-
need to think about your shadow example.
Is the
I
moon
don't
the
think
only
that.
You
flat
need a
planet?
flat moon for that, dude.
I don't think the GIF on shadows is fair because we're looking at the moon substitute at an angle, which would make the shadow look not proper.
What? It's a curved
'Cause,
surface. It's a sphere.
like,
As
I mean,
the
like,
shadow passes over that curved surface,
I can
the
see a curved.
shadow.
I can see a curved
He's
shadow on the
going to
moon.
talk through me because he's getting upset about his moon shadow.
Oh wait, my bad. I was talking to you. That's my bad.
That's fine. As I was saying, as the shadow passes over the curved surface, you can't have a true representation of a object shadow on a curved surface. It won't be a true representation because the surface will distort it, right?
Not so like insanely that you wouldn't be able to, like, not so insanely. There could be a slight distortion, but it wouldn't be like insane.
Dude, it's really. I ask you to go and do this. Go and get a flashlight and some balls. See what shadows you create.
Okay,
What
I
you will
will
create, I'll give
do
it
that.
away for you. As you make the shadow move across the object, you'll create what's known as a sine wave. That looks like an S.
Nice. Okay, I
Yeah,
see.
that was
I
kind of
see.
rude, Jed. I asked him the guy to get some balls. Come on, bro. Like,
I see.
So we can tell you the reason it makes an S is because what'll happen is the shadow, the edge of the shadow across the center of the sphere, right? The center, like say the dividing line of which way the shadow is being projected, and one side of that curves one way down, and the other side of it curves the other way down.
Uh-huh.
So as the shadow crosses this, its orientation of the curve changes.
Uh-huh.
It'll look like an S basically.
Okay. Word salad objections. Blue Jumper, how about you mic up, and how about you try and review or talk? Good
mic
lord.
up, like better
Yes.
microphone, you mean?
No, mic up as in get on the mic, bro. Start talking.
Yeah.
Instead of typing.
He's getting upset.
Instead of going clack 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 on your keyboard, go talk on the mic.
well, listen, he's allowed to type. Just mute yourself so we don't hear the background noise, and that's it. You're allowed to type whatever you're gonna type, and then speak to us in the VC if you want. It's okay.
Never mind. Okay. Okay, I see the GIFs provided.
It's just something that you can try and recreate yourself.
I have. What is this trying to show? What is that one trying to show? The top
Straight lines can be distorted by curved surfaces
No,
when
the
they
mostly
cast a
black.
shadow on them.
The mostly black one.
What do you think that's trying to represent, dude?
Have a
You
look at the
know that
shadow
you can
on the little
concede.
white ball in the background.
But my bad. But what they told you, you can concede that seeing this phenomena of the moon being opaque, that doesn't prove the globe. You can concede that, though. The point that he's giving you that if it was a sphere, you wouldn't see this round shadow like you're saying. What do you think about that? That was a direct reply to you you saying we see a shadow on the moon that looks round, therefore
Yeah,
the Earth is
yeah,
round.
yeah.
Why isn't why isn't like flat Earth popular?
Wait. We still
Okay.
ask that. Hold that question.
Okay.
Let the other guy reply to what Jada told him about what will happen on the surface, depending on the surface orientation, if it was flat or a sphere. What do you say about that? What will happen to the shadow?
Pretty much. I actually can't think of anything to say because I think I'm getting tired. It's like 10:15.
Quarter to
So you
10.
say you're gonna go to sleep? Go ahead. My bad.
So to be fair,
It's
this topic.
Friday.
My bedtime's in like an hour.
Okay, so this topic is very thick. It covers like actually a lot of different things. Covers
Yeah.
history, sociology, psychology, science, measurement. It covers parasites, brain worms. It covers it covers a lot of things. So it will mentally exhaust you in the beginning because a lot of these things they're hard. They're not hard to comprehend. They are in a way, especially when you're just talking about it. If we had like whiteboards and diagrams, it'd be easier to show you. But don't feel bad. It is mentally exhausting to deal with this topic. We're just used to it. So I mean,
Me, it's hard because you guys are throwing out literally everything I've been taught.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, you've been taught the wrong thing. I mean, the people. To be fair, the people that taught you, they didn't know either.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
They got the textbook. They said, teach the kids this. And they're like, okay, just give me money.
They weren't even given enough money. Have you seen teacher salaries?
Oh, yeah.
It's a living.
Have you seen teachers?
Yeah.
Have you seen teachers?
It's a living. It pays bills. People just go to it as a job of work. People like this think
Honestly,
they're benefiting the community.
I am a teacher, by the way.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
So you think that you're benefiting your community, educating the younger and next generation, right?
I'm educating them about English. I don't have anything in common with science.
Whatever the subject, it's beneficial. You have some kind of pride in your work. I would hope. I would hope some teachers at least do. Right? There's no.
Yeah, I mean, I
involved,
do like I teach them like necessary stuff, like how to speak English, how to write English. That's it.
Yeah, that's fine.
In a public school or just like?
Yeah, in a public school.
Yeah. Can you just teach them whatever you want?
No, I have like a textbook, and there's like present simple, present continuous, past simple, past continuous.
Yeah, it's like say that you open the textbook one day and it said, teach the kids the earth is a globe. Would you do that?
No, I wouldn't. But they don't tell me to do this.
Yeah, look, you're an English teacher, of course not. But the science teachers or the other classes, they're told, teach the kids the earth is a globe, and they just do that. They don't know that. They don't fact check the textbook and say, I refuse to teach this. The textbook's wrong. They don't do that, right? So, like they just believe it. Everybody believes it's just like a collective thing, like believing in Santa Claus or something. Everyone just believes it because they think everybody else believes it.
Okay, cool.
But we have a flat earther. She's a teacher. She's a school teacher, Dandelion. She's not in here right now, but like, if you come back, maybe you'll be able to talk to her, and you guys can like compare notes of teaching brats. What
Do you
age
think there are any like teachers? Sorry, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I just want to. What age do you teach?
Primary school, so like young learners. I mean, age, yeah. So specifically like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 13
Oh, yeah.
Okay, 13, up to 13.
Oh yeah, that's pretty awesome. You get to teach them English. That's freaking great. I wish.
Primary school, 13.
Yeah, in my country. In my country, up to 14. Up to 14, there's the primary school.
Okay, that's cool. What country?
Poland. I live in Poland.
Okay. Okay.
There was the like change in education, and they like made the primary school longer, and like they like deleted the middle school.
Interesting. Okay.
That's funny because like where I live, they added a middle school about 3 years ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I know. Like the reforms, they are just like politically connected. They have nothing with education. They are just like the new government has to change something to prove something. Yeah.
You got it. That's exactly what they did here. New mayor. Oh, I'm doing something. We're gonna make a middle school. Not knowing, right, that there used to be middle schools here where I live, like 40 years ago, and then they got rid of them. And 40 years later, they just back. Like, make up your goddamn mind.
Yeah, in Poland it was like this, that they first have introduced middle school, then they deleted them, then again middle school, and now they deleted them.
I think that's weird that you're like in a foreign country and that's like the exact same thing they did here.
Where are you from?
Maybe we just keep. I'm in Cambridge, Massachusetts. In Boston, in America.
Ah, okay.
Where Boston is. I'm sure you heard of Boston.
Yeah, I heard of Boston Tea. Yeah, that they sank the ship with.
Have you heard of Harvard? Have you heard of Harvard University?
Yeah, I know. That's like
that's
one of the best universities.
Yeah, that's where I'm at in Cambridge.
Okay.
So all the Harvard kids are right down the street being idiots because they're dumb as. Don't ever let anybody convince you that Harvard kids are smart. They're as fucking dumb as rocks, bro.
But like Mark Zuckerberg is like Harvard student from.
No, he quit Harvard because he was smart.
Okay.
And did he get kicked out? I don't know. He either got kicked out or he quit.
Yeah, quit Harvard.
She quit. I think there are other like smart kids from Harvard, like like billionaires. There's one other billionaire from
Harvard
Harvard.
is kind of like a place to do like networking, really. So you get an education, you meet people, and like you have this like Harvard degree network of people that get into places of political power and on boards of directors and in industry, and you're basically forming like I don't know what type of network you would call it, a social network, not in the sense of social media, but it's basically like a boys club, social network. That's kind of what people go to Harvard for. It's not really for the education. It's more like it's not what you know, it's who you know type deal.
That's what you know, not who you know. Okay, I get this. But Facebook is real, and they programmed it, so
yeah,
it involved a lot of work probably to program this.
Zuckerberg didn't do the work. I mean, I don't want to get in the controversy of Zuckerberg. I'm not saying there aren't smart people at Harvard. There are, but they're not. They're pretty fucking dumb too, man. There's a lot of dumbass ones. Take my word for it. You got to live here and see it for yourself. I mean, I can tell you, but you just got to see it for yourself. Like the people that live here make fun of them because they're so like intellectual yet they're idiots, right?
Intellectual yet they're idiots. So you mean that they know the like theories, but they don't trust their senses, as you said, yeah?
More like they can't walk and chew bubble gum. They know their theories, but have trouble tying their sneakers.
Okay, yeah, you mean this? Okay, yeah, okay.
Which is a joke here, because MIT is here too. So
yeah.
When you see,
I have a friend in Poland who finished this MIT, but he's like old. He's like 60-year-old, so he finished this MIT like a long time ago.
Yeah, my stepfather graduated from MIT in '76. Anyway, this is a joke here. It goes like this: if you go to the grocery store, right, and you got 10 items or less in line, and you see someone with 20 items in it, you say, "Are you from MIT and can't count, or are you from Harvard and can't read?" And that's like a joke here, like that everyone knows, because that's kind of like they're just like their heads are in the clouds. You know, obviously they're young kids and they don't have a lot of life experience. But I've met some people in the degree programs, quite a few people, as a matter of fact, because I have a friend who rents to them. So I've met some like economists, mathematicians, I think there's computer science, one astronomer. Because people come here to get their graduate degree, PhD. They do postdocs here. Just occasionally you meet some of them. Anyway, that's way off topic. DJ, you live in here?
It's Sunday somewhere in the world, India.
Oh God.
Might be Sunday in Poland.
Jemsy over here lives on he goes on the side of Boston where there's the actual intelligent people. If there's like a tidal wave, they'd actually survive. Like everyone would die in Cambridge, literally everyone. They'd sit there and watch it.
You ever meet Richie?
Richie from Boston.
Oh, Richie from Boston. He doesn't actually live in Boston. He lives in Dedham or something. Though his mother lives in East Boston because he's done streams from his house, and I know exactly where he is when he's doing that shit.
Okay, so he's not Richie at Boston. He's Richie from Boston. I get it now.
Yeah, Richie from Boston is not. He's from Boston, but he's not in.
But he's
Boston.
not in Boston, yeah, or at.
But his
Thanks
mother.
for clearing that up.
But his mother's in Boston, so.
I'm gonna have to go dig some of his videos to see if I see him in East Boston then. You mentioned something about people in Cambridge that they all died. I'm sorry, India, I couldn't get the
No,
joke.
if there was a tidal wave, they would all die. All the MIT kids would be like, "Well, there's no tectonic plate out there in the Atlantic Ocean. That can't be a tidal wave. That's an illusion." And all the Harvard people would be like just taking pictures and selfies and shit with the tidal wave about to kill them. Like, so everyone here would die.
For science?
For oblivion, because they're just oblivious to reality. I know how East Boston, like, I know there's a lot of Spanish people in East Boston and like working class. So it's like, they actually interact with the real world and shit. Yeah. As opposed to out here where they're just in fantasy land all the time.
Earth, where is your proof everywhere? What else was it? Oh yeah, Brian Cox has something not so friendly to say about you. He says to disprove a flat earther, he would hit you over the head with with Newton's Principia.
Well, obviously he did.
What?
Obviously he didn't read it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna read what he says in the video. Imagine every time you get on a plane and fly somewhere, then the person who's in charge of the plane is part of a vast conspiracy that's trying to deceive you. And imagine that. How nervous would you be on the plane if the people that are flying it are actually just keeping you in the dark about the real nature of reality? How does that make you feel? You never get on a plane again. That would be great, because then when I go on a holiday, I'd never bump into a flat earther because they don't travel. Funny guy.
That's stupid.
Craziest. The fuck.
Brian Cox also said in an interview on an Australian daytime show, said that no one ever actually believed the Earth was flat ever.
Yeah, that's ridiculous as well.
Okay, that's
he
just
did say that.
There's like
His,
five
his
straw
three
men that
three
don't.
hours, his 3 hours worth of interviews with pilots from commercial level, military level, in the side chat. Who are flat earthers? Ouch.
Let's play. I actually want to play this. Let's play Spot the Straw Man.
Toasty, do you think like all of your ancestors were like conspiracy theories? You know, like the Mayans and the Egyptians, like all of those people that had their cosmologies, all the Hebrews, that were all conspiracy theories?
Not really. No. Also, actually check this because I want to know if I get these right, then I know what a straw man is. So actually check this. I'm gonna type them.
Rovers just discard all of the other civilizations of the past. They just call them dumb. That's how I grew up. They were telling me, yeah, your ancestors are dumb. That's why they didn't know.
Didn't Christopher Columbus's crew fear that they were going to sail off the edge of the earth?
Oh, more dumb.
But I think Brian Cox needs to study history. Start with that bit of bullshit as well.
Christopher Columbus was dumb as well, but he just got lucky.
He was actually a tiny earther. He thought it was a much smaller globe.
Smaller, yeah, that's a good one.
It's a Tina Turner tiny earther.
Tiny earther.
Yeah. It's a tiny earther.
I only got 3. I can't spot 5.
Look, you've done to me now, Jedi. I'm just starting to think, tiny earth, refraction for me.
Yep. Refraction for money. Refraction for Earth curve. You can be what I want you to be. I won't sing again this year, don't worry.
Does anybody take Hollow Earth?
The pilots
Does
being
anybody-
part of the conspiracy theory. Globe Earth is meant to deceive us. Flat Earthers wouldn't fly. These are all ad hominems.
Those are the 3.
Pilots being part of the conspiracy. That's fucking stupid. I mean, you could say that's a straw. I don't think you could. It's bad argumentation anyway.
He's strawmanning pilots.
Yeah.
What the hell do they know? They fly over a flat plane, man.
Never trust entrance.
Look, even globe earthers, even people that oppose say pilots don't have to adjust their airplane for the curvature of the Earth because it curves at such a slow rate. So how would they know if the Earth is a globe or not? You can't see the curve from an airplane, so it can't be that. So how would they know?
Well, just follow the globe logic. You know they know because they don't know. You know it's curving because it's not curving. You know it's moving because it's not moving. That's the globe.
You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah.
Legends of Islam series. What is this?
You can tell it makes sense because it's complete nonsense.
Bro, London. I'm not going to London for this. Damn, that's what Brian Cox used to look like. It's majestic.
He used to be in a pop group in the early 90s in England or Great Britain called D-Ream. They were shit.
Unfortunate. Fall off. Oh no, I don't even know. Not even fall off.
But think about this, right? This is Brian Cox. This is a science communicator that appears on national and international televisions and podcasts and streams all across the world, and everybody wants to ask him his opinions about the universe and everything, right? When confronted with a flat earth argument, that was his response. Not something that could easily be demonstrated or practically done by you, the individual, to prove that the flat earther was wrong. Just some thinly veiled attack. It's fucking bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
Actually,
remember what I was? Remember earlier? Remember earlier I was saying that the only way to like turn someone into a flat earther is to do it yourself. Do you remember what the exception was? Is to hear people that oppose flat Earth actually speak in the dumb shit they say. That's what also makes flat earthers.
Yeah, two
Because
top
they
things, aren't
expect to have a good answer, right? Like, yeah, there's obviously a good answer because Earth's a globe. That's obvious. So the scientist has a good answer, and then they say stuff like that. You're like, hold on, that don't make sense. Let me look into this more. And then they find out that's all there is. It's just dumb frickin' answers.
His degree's actually fake. I swear, man. Why can't people just like stop being fake for a second?
Well, have you ever heard the magic speed?
What?
The magic speed.
What's the magic speed?
The magic speed is why all the craters on the moon are round.
The magic, bro. What?
Yeah, this is what PhD astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson said when asked, why are all the craters on the moon round and why aren't some like oblong because the meteor hit it at an angle or something?
Oh, right.
He
Okay.
said it's because there's a magic speed, that's his words, that the meteors travel at, which always make a perfect circle.
Okay, that could just be easily explained as him trying to do like some sort of just like easy to digest analogy. So he just calls it magic speed, like as a substitute, you know.
Well, there's another thing he said for 4 decades, that if you weigh something on the North Pole and then go to the equator, it weighs less.
Yeah, because the Earth bulges out at the equator, which means like slightly less gravity, like slightly, but it would weigh
Because
less
the
because of that,
rotation of
wouldn't it?
the Earth, right, and there's a centrifugal force throwing the thing off, right?
Yeah.
So it weighs
Yeah.
less to the equator. Well,
Yeah.
he's recently recanted that and said, well, because there's a bulge, there's more mass at the equator, so then there's more gravity, and it exactly cancels out the rotational centrifugal force. So after fucking saying bullshit for 4 decades, he's retracted it. So people will still parrot this nonsense. Things way west at the equator than at the poles. Well, they've updated and revised the lore. That's what we call it. We call it like space lore. It's like they download the DLC and then they update it. And the shit they were saying before is now not true. And the stuff they're saying now is true.
Yeah, I can see how that's frustrating.
Yeah, we can point like there's example after example after example. We can run through all the things that we've noticed of things they've changed, right? That like were true.
Yeah,
there you go.
Start listing off. The atmosphere used to be just around the Earth. Now the atmosphere encompasses the Moon also. That changed about 7 years. There's loads of them.
Yeah, did you know the Moon is now inside Earth's atmosphere?
No, what did someone say that? Who said this?
ESA, European
ESA,
Space Agency.
Why would they say this?
Because the Moon's inside. Why would they say it? Because that's what they get paid to do, is say stupid shit.
Yeah, it's
People
called
go, oh my God.
ads and click. You know, they just say stuff and people click on it, and that kind of stuff. Just making stuff up. People eat it
Earth's
up.
atmosphere stretches out to the moon and beyond. Okay, that's kind of stupid.
Makes perfect
sense. Technically, yeah, see, space is fake. No one could have possibly gone to space because they were always inside the Earth's atmosphere.
It makes perfect nonsense. I mean,
I
mean, in reality, let's say the statement, Indio. Let's say the statement, right? I'm just saying that within reality, we have the Earth system and whatever the sun and the moons are. If the statement itself, I would say, if we label whatever this medium is in, atmos or air, and I say the moon is in this medium or the atmos, right? That's what they're basically saying in reality, but they're adding the globe on top of that, so that's where it all falls apart. Because if you were making an argument, go ahead. My bad. I was gonna expand on that, but go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask, is this just a theory, the extension of Earth's atmosphere, or is it like an actual thing they're proposing as fact?
That's the thing they're proposing as fact. They've changed the narrative.
Okay.
How do you tell the difference?
How do you tell the difference? I mean, they would say something like I theorize or something. I don't know.
They never say that. They just say it as if it's a fact.
Yeah, even with gravity, the gravity is a theory. Everyone agrees it's a theory, but they do just say stuff.
Do you think the core of the Earth is? Do you think the core of the Earth is a theory?
I thought that was fact.
Well, how would they have demonstrated that to be a fact?
Because I mean, we could, for flip's sake.
Go there.
No, I'm just saying, like I'm not asking. Listen, I could ask you how they did it, but I'm asking, like, how could you do it, even hypothetically?
Even hypothetically, I mean.
Yeah, Journey to the Center of the Earth, like the book. Is that what we're doing?
Again, I'd say like because of the effects of it, like the magnetic, the magneticism and other stuff. But then you can explain that by another thing. That's not a molten core, so it's not fact. It's still a theory.
So how the hell would you create magnetism with molten metal in the first place?
I don't know, man. It moves around. For flip's sake, I don't know. Ask my professor.
Switch it so you can stir it and it will have a cohesive electromagnetic field.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Is this superionic iron alloys and their seismic velocities? The image isn't even related to the article. Who is this? PubMed? Why is PubMed doing an astronomy internal Earth paper?
Well, I just want to point out is that we still didn't get the methodology for proving this fact. Even what you said, that would just be an inference, and it wouldn't actually prove it because you could have alternate explanations, right? So it's not even provable unless you could journey to the center of the Earth and take a sample of the core. That would be the only way to actually prove it.
Wait, so how do you get things as fact then? Like objective fact.
I mean, objective fact is experience.
Yeah.
There's some things we can't know, and there's some things we can't know. Okay, you have to accept that. There's some things we can't know, and we're actually never going to know. We're never going to know the composition of a star, for a fact.
Okay. I mean, no.
How would you know for a fact? You'd have to actually go there and take a sample.
Yeah, because we have so we have samples on Earth of like what this material does at a certain temperature and what like spectrum it gives out. We take the spectrum from the star, analyze it, and compare it. And like, what other explanation do you have that could fit so concisely and so nicely?
Okay, here's my other explanation: magic sugar plum fairies.
Magic, yeah, okay. You go ahead and magic.
Hold on, I got the same evidence you do.
Okay.
We have the same evidence. The evidence for my sugar plum fairies is the same as your evidence for whatever hydrogen fusion.
Go analyze the spectrum from a magic sugar plum fairy if you can even prove that exists.
Again, it perfectly matches the star. That's what I'm predicting.
You couldn't tell them apart.
I'll just affirm the concept. So this is the thing. You're using a logical fallacy. This is the problem. Is that this encompasses the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay? If hydrogen plasma star, then certain spectra, therefore hydrogen plasma star. You understand? This affirms the consequent. To actually prove it, you would need an actual sample so that you can have the material and test its composition. That'd be the only way to actually prove it. Until then, you never know. No matter how much you convince yourself, all that is a statement about your credulity. It's not really a statement about what you know.
Is that actually not enough to see the exact same effect from a cause that you know? Like, I know this cause makes this effect,
No,
and to
it's
see
not
that.
something that you can't verify, especially up there in the sky where we say there's what, 4 states of matter? Or sorry, 4 states of matter, right? Solid, liquid, gas, and plasma.
There's more.
Up there in the sky, it could be more states of matter. You could have different you could have the same elements in different phases giving you the same color spectrum. You wouldn't know until you went there, though.
Right. Okay.
And it's also not that simple. The evaluations of the spectrum are probabilistic because you have things like Doppler line broadening, Raman scattering, and all these other things which shift and move and obscure the actual spectrum. So they infer a spectrum from how they think through some theory-laden filter, basically. None of this stuff is as straightforward as people think. It's all theory-laden.
People still argue today about the solar spectrum, right, and what it actually shows. Some people say, "Oh, that shows plasma gas, at high temperatures." Other people say, "No, it's a metallic liquid." So even people today argue about what the sun's made of. We just get taught a narrative, right? It's a gaseous plasma fucking hot thing. But in the deep realms of science, as I use quotation marks, it's still argued, mate. I don't really know. There's competing theories. You just get the one that's currently popular. I can go and get you some other ones if you want. They're not hard to find. But why would you have alternative theories if this was already proven true? It's not a proven fact, right? So that's why there are alternative theories.
Okay. I also just because I just want to mention this, there is another state of matter. I think it's called a Bose-Einstein condensate. It comes after plasma.
There's different phases depending on temperature and pressure differentials and all types of stuff. Even like I said, like metallic liquids and so on, like really like dense hydrogen that's so hot it's turned into a metallic liquid. I can go and find you stuff on that, like research papers and shit. There's loads of them, dude. That's why I said there are for us here on Earth primarily 4 states of matter. Really, when you really start fiddling around with stuff and change the variables to the nth degree, and stuff starts changing. It's not straightforward, dude. But yeah, like Injo said, you'd have to go there anyway. Whatever your idea is, fanciful or not, with all the evidence that you think you can get, can't prove it till you go there. That's why they want to send rockets and stuff to Mars and shit, right? Because we can look at it, but until we go and send a rocket there with a control robot that's going to go and dig up the soil and we can bring it back, then we'll have a better understanding when we can bring the Mars rocks back, like we did with the moon rocks, right? We needed the rocks to confirm our theories. That's how the narrative goes, dude.
Yeah, interesting.
You know, I mean, the moral of the story is there's a lot of stuff we're told people know that they actually don't know. And, you know, it's hard to sell, I don't know. As far as like grant money or getting a job, like, hey, dude, what's this? Oh, I don't know. Oh, you're hired. It doesn't work that way. So you got to claim knowledge when you don't actually know anything. And people feel better when they think, you know, that the so-called authorities or the people that they think are in the know something. They don't know. They just say they know, and they don't know. I mean, think about it. If you just think about it, just from like even like from a probabilistic idea, how how many theories from 500 years ago are currently believed? Not very many. I would say only the globe theory and Archimedes' principle are probably the only two left. And in 500 years from now, how many of the theories that people think we know are actually going to hold as true in 500 years? Probably none.
How about those galaxies that spin in the opposite direction of rotation? What do you mean? What relative to us? What do you mean
No,
backwards?
you see the dust trailing off of those outer arms? That
Yes.
dust is leading the direction of the rotation. So it's like
Okay.
water going down a whirlpool, going down a sink, a little whirlpool, but but draining like it's going outwards almost, it's just the opposite direction of what you would expect.
Expect because of what? Like assumption.
Do you see those outer trailing arms and the dust that's trailing off of them? That dust is leading the direction of the rotation.
Yeah. Okay. And it's spinning opposite from the dust direction would indicate.
Right.
Yeah,
Is that what you're
because that circle, right, that has a longer arc length, right? So it should trail. If it's all going at the same velocity, right? The outer edge should trail.
Right. The outer edge is going faster than the inner limbs. It's all moving as one unit, like spinning a flower in your hand, like the outer, or like a clock. The minute and hour hands on a clock. The outer point of the minute hand is going, it's faster than towards the center.
Okay.
Which is pretty damn
to be
odd.
fair, well, hold on. To be fair, they don't actually see it spinning. Obviously, they infer a spinning motion because of redshift measurements, Doppler shift measurements. So they don't actually see an actual motion. They just say, "Hey, this one's redshifted. This must be going this way. This one's blue shifted. It must be going that way." But when they do this, and then they take all this redshift data and they extrapolate velocities from it, it's just as Travis said. It's going in the wrong direction.
And then you have the anomalous redshift, where you have two galaxies next to each other that have connecting arms. And then the redshift on one galaxy will show that it is like hundreds of light years further away than the galaxy it is connected to, which is another impossible nonsense. It'll show the one galaxy is hundreds of light years behind it, but they're connected via the same luminous arms.
Okay.
So, to tie this back into this topic, all these distances and speeds and velocities, they all come from the radius value that's never been measured. Right? The entire cosmic distance ladder is built off the Earth radius value, and no one's ever measured this radius value. So it's basically like a fucking Jenga tower, except for there's nothing at the bottom of the Jenga tower. It's just like floating in the air.
I'm sorry, what's based off the radius value of the Earth?
The cosmic distance ladder. So
I thought that was.
distance,
I thought they used astronomical units.
Yeah, where'd they get that?
The distance from the sun to the Earth, not the radius, not the
Yeah,
radius of
yeah.
the
Where
Earth.
did they? Yeah, they got that from the radius of the Earth.
Okay then, sure.
Because no, it's not sure. They did because.
No, when I say sure, I mean like I believe you. Like I'll just believe you.
I can tell you how they did it.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So, the first method was, there was a guy named Christian Huygens that used numerology and mysticism, and this is the official story. No, I'm dead serious. This is the official story. This isn't some shit I made up. He used it to determine that Venus was the same size as Earth, and used Venus's radius and then watch Venus transit the sun. Okay, and so if Venus is the size of Earth, then it's going to have a certain angular size. With this angular size, you can calculate the distance, and from that distance, time the transit of the sun, time the transit of Venus across the sun, and then now you have the sun's angular size from that point, right? And then you can calculate its distance based upon the timing.
I assume we went back and revised that number after the Astronic mysticism and after oh my god, after the Astronic mysticism incident. I assume we revised that number of the Earth's radius.
And then there was the other one, the Cassini method, which was they used the proper motion of Mars. And proper motion is Mars isn't actually where you see it, it's where you think it is based upon your model of an orbit, right? It's not actually there. And based upon this difference, they calculate the distance to the sun. So and then there's the other method where you watch Venus transit the sun from two different locations, presuppose the radius, calculate the distance between the 2 points, then calculate a chord distance, and then triangulate the sun using this method of how high Venus is, the difference in height from one observation point and another, based upon what you think the distance is. And then there's the other method. So now, distance of the sun, well, you might not have known, has changed something like 20 times in the last 150 years. So
you sound fed up with this one.
So what the whole point is that they never measured the radius of the Earth. The entire cosmic distance ladder is based upon the first rung, which has never been actually demonstrated. It's a Jenga tower floating in the air. It's not resting on anything.
You need a sphere Earth. You don't have one. Everything else falls down after that.
You don't believe in gravity, Jedi? Nothing falls. Why don't things just float away on the flat Earth? Why not? They're floating right now. Well, I mean, we hear a bunch of stupid shit like, you guys don't believe in gravity. Why does everything just not float away? We hear this from people that think they golfed on the moon and rode around in a dune buggy.
No curve, no rotation, no planet, no source, no Big Bang.
Here's a question. How long was Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 supposed to have lasted? Was it like maybe 20 years?
Okay.
They're not long.
Yeah.
And the fact that that thing's still going is just magnificent masterminds of human construction and engineering, right?
I mean,
it's lesser than power than the Game Boy has managed to last this long in regions we're told are extremely dangerous. Without being rude, how old are you? 20s, something like that?
Have 18.
18.
Yes.
I guess because I'm going to be fucking hell. I'm going to be 50 this year. Right. With experience, you'll notice the same patterns repeated.
Shut up,
the
Junior.
Same kind. What?
50. That's
I said, shut
impressive.
up, Junior.
It's impressive.
Oh, you're younger than me, bro. You a whippersnapper?
But the experience is there, which is what I'm trying to point out, right? Over like 40, 50, 60 years, whatever Joe is 220, then you notice these patterns. You notice the game that's being played. The common one that gets brought up is like space travel all of the time, right? moon landings, and eventually we're going to have, you know, hotels on Mars and, you know, moon bases and all of this shit. All right, we were told this in the 70s and the 80s, and again in the 90s, and again in the early 2000s, then in the teens, and now we're being told it again, and I guarantee you we'll be told the same fucking thing in the 30s. This can has been kicked down the road so many times. I guess only experiencing it through your life is, you know, how you can be sure that this is happening instead of like second-hand stories from us telling you that it is. But maybe you should look back into the history of like exploration of space. They probably won't tell you the amount of times that they wanted to tell you that there's going to be hotels on the moon, for example. But I've been trying to do this shit for ages and never really got anywhere. What have we got now? We've got just about Katy Perry going up to the edge of space and telling us that she sees a curve. That's all we've got.
Landing 2 miles away from where she took off.
Yeah.
Maybe she went really, really, really high up, just really high up.
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. Very, very high up.
Well, I mean, it's definitely
Very
possible
high.
that Katy Perry rode a giant rocket that looked like a penis. That's normal. That's just like her opening act.
I thought that was one of her music videos.
Yeah, exactly.
You're 18 years old, dude. You got, without being disrespectful to you, but you should probably know this yourself. You've got a lot to learn. I figured out about 10 years ago that most of the stuff that I thought that I knew, I definitely didn't. I've got more questions now than I had, say, 10 years ago. Right? So you're not going to know everything at the moment, but I would suggest, and we would suggest, that at least critically think about the information that you're fed, especially if it's repeated over and over and over again. Propaganda exists, mate. You must be aware of that, right?
Okay, fair enough. Yep.
Yeah. Sales techniques, right?
Yep.
Advertising. It's all the same fucking game, dude.
And do you know how they sell you something you don't want? Are you familiar with Edward Bernays?
Nope.
Not you, Jedi. The other guy. He's the father of modern advertising. He's a grandson of Sigmund Freud.
They make you think you need. They make you think you need it, or they give you like a certain time.
Yeah, but,
you only have 10 hours. You only have 10 hours to take the deal, and they put like a fake counter, fake time.
No,
fake timer.
What they do is they sell an identity. So this is how I'll give you an example. This is a good example I heard. If I said Nike sneakers is going to start a hotel, it's easy to imagine what that hotel would look like, right?
Yeah, NX.
Yeah. Okay. If I said Hilton Hotels is going to start a sneaker company, you have no idea what those sneakers are going to look like.
Yep.
Because Nike sells an identity. It's a brand identity, and that's what they sell. They want you to identify with their advertising, right? They typically advertise runners wearing running sneakers, or maybe basketball players, right? They want you to identify with the brand. So like when he helped advertise cigarettes, Torches of Freedom, they wanted women to identify with being liberated from the yoke of the patriarchy, etc. Right? So the globe Earth is also an identity. Believing in the globe Earth, and people identify with it, which is so hard for us when we talk to them, because it's integrated into their personality as part of their identity. You know, global warming, global village. I'm a global citizen. Fly around the globe. Global weather. The whole space idea that we're an technologically advanced civilization, and we can solve all these problems because we're so freaking smart, right? And
you are smarter than your ancestors.
Way smarter. They were a bunch of knuckle draggers. Thought they would fall off the edge of the earth, man. That's how stupid they were. When you just go around a big ball, you flip upside down like it's nothing. Upside down people. They don't believe in upside down people. What's wrong with those flat earthers? No, I don't believe in upside down people. Okay, so the point is that the globe is more than just like a scientific, because some scientific idea that's been proven by science. It is an identity at this point. And one of the first things, and this is the last thing I'll say, one of the first things I noticed when I realized the Earth was flat was the amount of times that I would see a globe in a day, right? The actual space propaganda, globe propaganda that's everywhere. And when you think about those people that put those signs up or advertising or made a company or made some TV show where they showed the Earth as a globe, they've never seen the Earth from that point of view. They have no idea if the Earth looks like that, but they're sticking it everywhere, right? I mean, there's going to be a plumbing company called Global Plumbing with a big globe on the side of their vans. Like, why? What the fuck does that got to do with plumbing?
Oh, why? Because they would just want to sell like, oh, we're for everybody, and we can fix any problem.
Yeah, an
like
identity.
around the Earth.
It's identity. That's right. It's an identity. No, people see you're technologically advanced. That's what they see.
Yeah, as in like we can fix any problem anywhere, like on Earth. Like it's not identity about the globe; it's identity about being good at plumbing.
Yeah, but that's what you should be caring about, was whether they're good at plumbing, not whether they are good at advertising. Right. What I'm saying is they're tuning into a primal identity that people have. Right. What do they call a worldview? People have a worldview, right? I'm just and this is where the globe gets into its evil part, right? There's a big bang, there's evolution, there's men, but if I think about my life, it can never have any meaning, because the Earth is just one planet in trillions of planets of trillions of stars, and I'm a meaningless speck of dust in an uncaring, naturalistic universe. So it really doesn't matter what I do. To some degree, just don't get in trouble and arrested, and everything's fine. I can be a degenerate. I can do whatever. There's no God to tell me what I'm doing wrong. This is where it leads to. This is like the dominoes, how the dominoes fall. You got to believe the globe, and then believe to the Big Bang, and then believe the evolution, and then believe the solipsism, right? It's an evolution of human thought that's founded on the identity that people think the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
I'm probably blowing your fucking gourd right now. I understand that. But
I get what you're saying. I get everything you're saying. It just sounds like
there's another part of it. This is a multifaceted thing. So the other part of the identity is Western civilization. Why is Western civilization better than everybody? Oh, they discovered the Earth is a globe first. Eratosthenes stuck some sticks to the ground. They discovered the Earth was a globe. Everybody believed the Earth was a globe. Then we sailed the 7 seas, and then we colonized the world, and we made the world a better place, and ended hunger and ended slavery. And we only did that because we're smarter than everybody else. And why? Because we
are
discovered
better
the Earth
than
is a
the
globe
Russians
first.
and the Chinese because we made it to the moon first.
Yeah, we're better than the Russians because we went to the moon, right? So there's like, this is a multifaceted idea with tentacles that go in every part of society, of Western society. I don't know how it is in other countries, or like not the non-Western world. I'm sure in the Congo they don't believe any of this bullshit that we talk about. But it has permeated Western thought because it's really our claim to fame. Who's the smartest people? Oh, it's Newton. It's Galileo. It's Copernicus. Oh, what did they do? Oh, they discovered the heliocentric model. They discovered that there's gravity that formed the Earth into a ball. So these are who we consider and idolize as the smartest people in the West. Einstein, what did he do? Oh, he talked about space and how there's black holes and yada, 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 right? So there's a foundation here that not just you personally, but the entire Western world in a societal sense, its foundation is on this globe idea, which is why people get triggered by this topic and don't know why they snap out and get so emotional. They don't even know why they're doing it, because they're just like, they have Stockholm syndrome. That's all there is to it. They have Stockholm syndrome. You know what Stockholm syndrome is?
Yes, I know what Stockholm Syndrome is.
Are you in Stockholm?
Okay.
Sorry about the rant, dude, but like, we talk about this other shit and like, yeah, we know the Earth is flat. We can demonstrate that. That's what the reality is outside. But like, we beat around the bush of what the real problem is. The real problem is it's an idea that's like a fucking cancer, right? It's a cancer because you have to believe that all of your reality is an illusion, that you can't detect the world as it actually is, and you have to defer to other people that claim, for some reason, that they're smarter than you. Okay, though they may or may not be smarter than you, but you have to defer to them of what reality is. That right there is a fundamental problem, that you're deferring away from your own experience of the world to what other people claim they experienced. And somehow their experience is superior to yours. Right there, you're outsourcing your own intellect, your own mind, your own experience to some fucking stranger that you never met, that may or may not have your interests at heart.
Okay.
You know, flat Earth, it's obviously flat. I mean, we don't even have to, at this point, we don't even consider this a debate. At least in this camp, we don't consider this a debate. The Earth is flat. You can just demonstrate it yourself. We don't have to talk about it. We can just say, hey, man, that's cool. You think the Earth is a globe? Fucking prove it. Go out into the world, go do some measurements and prove it's a globe. And don't nobody ever come back with any measurements proving it's a globe. They just talk about fucking TV shows and what they saw on the screen. That's all that ever happens. So there is no debate. The debate is over. It hasn't been debate in a long time.
Okay.
It's more like, what are the consequences? What are the consequences of this idea? And what are they doing to the society? Now, I already told you, I'm not running around. I'm not going to go protest in front of the ocean and say, flat, not curved with a sign, right? Ocean's flat, not curved. Everybody at the beach is like, yeah, duh. Obviously it's flat, right? But then some scientists will walk out to the beach and go, don't listen to this fucking guy. He's crazy. That ocean only looks flat. You're like a tiny ant on the beach ball. Don't listen to him. So I'm not doing that. I got better things to do in my life.
So like you have... Good lord.
You want to go down to the beach and protest with me? We're going to protest that the ocean's flat.
Okay, that's
the
a bit...
The ocean's flat. We're going to go protest. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, people ask us, what are you guys going to do about the earth being flat? Maybe, when do you think people are going to know? They know now. They just don't believe what they know. Everybody knows the earth is flat. Some people don't believe it. They don't believe their own eyes, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. People don't believe their own eyes.
The globe, the subliminal messaging comment, that's a bit of an overreaction. Not just because, like, yeah, the modern world believes that the globe is like the truth. So obviously it's gonna be everywhere because it's just taken as a concrete fact. It's not like not every recurring thing is subliminal messaging.
There's a good word for this. Prolification. So it's an idea that grows, right? So when a child goes to school and the teacher asks them to paint the universe or do a little picture, and they're going to draw what the idea that's already in their head from the previous class where they were talking about geography and the earth being a ball. So the artist will build upon these ideas that the author will write about these ideas, right? And we can look back in history into certain authors who've speculated about what the sky is about. And these ideas keep growing until you get to like the 50s and the 60s, where we've got films and movies starting to develop and comic books, all based on these ideas. But the idea is planted. The subliminal programming is just a consequence of that seed that's been planted. You find it everywhere, though, like Indio says. You'll find it in history before people even went to space. Like, what is it? The Universal Pictures logo or Universal Studios, which is just a globe Earth. I think that came out in the 1920s, something, maybe just before, just after, but well before we went to space to confirm any idea that the Earth was a ball. Right?
Oh,
this
hold on,
idea
dude. What
was...
about the first movie? The very first movie is called A Trip to the Moon. It's by French. It's a silent movie. So there's a bunch of wizards, and because they're like, you know, movies were new, so they're doing it like on a stage that people do acting on. So there's a dividing wall. They're wizards. They're all dressed in wizard stuff. They walk through a door, go to the other side, and they're in lab coats. And they take a rocket and they launch it to the moon. And the guy goes up there, does whatever, and then to get back to Earth, he just jumps off the moon and lands on Earth. Right. So this is the very first film. Was about a rocket going to the moon.
Good morning. Hello.
Morning.
How are you guys?
Good so far.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, get the other day when we talked, I just wanted to like reiterate that I don't know, I kind of shot my mouth off a little bit when we were talking about like the Oregon Guild stuff. I know very little. I used wrong words saying working. Like I said, I am working with it, but like working with the electromagnetics and stuff. I just didn't want to be misleading with what I said. But I was thinking about what you said.
Oh, is that
About
so?
things.
So tell me about
Been
it.
thinking about it. Well,
Which part?
see, yeah, I'm speculating a little bit, I guess. I know about like the magnetic North Pole it being like all the stuff I've read about it's like more like a donut shape more than a circular shape. But it's like a
Yeah, but
rotating inward field, like towards the point it rotates inward and outward around the Earth. It's an electromagnetic field that cycles like that.
yeah, but it
And
is
I
a
hate to,
donut shape.
yeah.
It is the electromagnetic toroid is a toroidal donut shape, but do you know what generates it?
What generates the field?
Yeah, that toroidal shape. Do you know which shape generates that?
Do I know which shape generates that?
Yeah.
No.
Try your best guess.
Well, if it's connected to the point what we were talking about the other night, it would be a pyramid shape.
The octahedron. No, you were not far, but I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
It's the cube.
Oh, the cube we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. You asked like
Remember the
as
remember
you were saying about that,
the
you were talking about the you asked me, you said, what is the angle that was used in electronics? There's an angle inside that cube that was used in electronics.
yeah between the planes, adjacent planes, you have a 90 degrees angle. So the opposite of plus x is minus x, which is 100 degrees apart from each other. That's
Okay.
what makes them opposite. So the polarity charge of the electromagnetic field is 180 degrees apart. So if you want to use the full electric force potential, you need to make use, you need to solve the rotation of the electric field and use it at 90 degrees. Because when you use it at 180 degrees, you will be taxed with ohmic resistance.
That's I need to. I could have asked my wife about ohmic resistance. She used to work with car audio. I don't know enough about that. I know it's isn't the resistance of the charge traveling through its
A wire
medium?
circuit.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
the medium, the wire or whatever it's traveling along.
Yes, and
So it could be considered a loss, right? Loss would be considered like what it loses over that, right?
yes, yes.
Okay, all right.
And for example, in computer processors, this generates heat, heats up the CPU, and reach the point where you can shoot through much easier, and bottlenecks. So the CPU requires cooling system, and that is additional energy consumption just to perform that work.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, so using the electric force like this is very inefficient. We are actually using like 70% from 1x out of 96x of the electric force potential.
You said we're using only 7 out of 96?
70% out of 1x from 96x. Yeah.
Hey, Yoder, bro, you're hot micing. Okay, I just didn't want him to say something. He's been hot micing, but he's been quiet.
Cool.
Yoder?
Hello. We
Yoder,
have a
you're hot
little
micing.
robot.
Is that what you were saying though? You said 70% of 1x and we out of 96x?
Yeah.
Okay. That's really tiny, isn't it? Shit.
Yes. That's how much we waste from the electric current potential.
I mean, that sounds about pretty, sounds like our awesome human efficiency over the years. I've always thought it was a little bit intentional, that loss. Similar to the AC/DC current loss that we have right now, stuff like that. Every house has. And the
Yeah,
conversion,
well,
right? Is that kind of thing where you create the heat over the generation of the conversion?
Yeah, you get some amplification, but it depends. You are actually transforming things into something else, and it looks like you're amplifying,
You're saying with the
So
electromagnetic waste, it's just a matter of its travel and the resistance.
yeah, so light propagating through air is propagating through the electromagnetic construct of 3D space. So 3D space,
Yeah, I know.
it's an logical electromagnetic
Probably.
construct.
Yeah, I've been really busy. I work, 10 to 11 hours a day as a delivery driver, so I don't have free time much during the day, which is why I like listening here and learning. Plus, I have my family and all the stuff I'm doing, so I haven't had too much time to look into it. Just more thought about it on what she said, and you were talking about the cube has the different colors on it, and there's a different resistance based on the different color you use, or is it different direction?
Yes. So when you use, for example, electric current, um, which comes from -X red with plus Y blue, this is a 90-degree angle. It gives you full electrical potential, So -X red plus plus Y blue is plus Z violet up, and -X red plus X yellow is -Z orange. So the electromagnetic spectrum actually does not need gravity. It logically defines what is up and down, the vectors up and down. And everything that falls down, it means it has a certain degree of ohmic resistance. The higher the ohmic resistance, the heavier the object.
Could that ohmic resistance be defined as
Yeah, heavy
the
metals
density?
are highly conductive electrically, and
Yeah.
they have a very high ohmic resistance.
Okay, so it's the is it the density of the material, or
Well,
that creates the
it's not
resistance, or
density.
more factors?
They are logical. I mean, atoms are logical architectures. So it's like you have a home PC. That's one computer. That's like one hydrogen atom. But when you go to a company where they have 100 computers networked together and also a server, yeah, that's a whole lot much more complex system than your own home PC.
Yeah, it's when I first started looking into it, just off the cuff, like it definitely for me. I mean, I guess I work on logic. We're thinking about it last. I guess I work on logic for me and things a lot more. Always, explained it more in a colloquial sense is like, oh, common sense or something like that. But even when looking into flat Earth and stuff, I was like, well, if it doesn't make sense, I'm just not going to believe it. That's illogical. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Or something makes sense. It's logical. I always say
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense. It makes sense, but that's It's logic. I just didn't really, say it that way. Like say it
Yeah.
was logic. It is, but I didn't say it was. And it's funny because I said I wasn't even thinking about it, but I was walking last night listening to Indio and stuff, and walking out in the grass. And you know what? You said you asked me like what a rainbow is, and you know what my logical thought was that I didn't have before.
Yeah.
It's I can't say too much because it's very speculative, of course, content.
Yeah.
But I told you what I thought, like what a rainbow, my more understanding of it was. But you know what I thought about? The rainbows aren't, at least maybe see if I'm right on this, because this is how I thought. If that's what it was, if it was light reflecting through glass and water onto like a water sheet,
Yeah.
that rainbow is too small for it to be that. For the reflection to be that far away. Is that
See.
accurate?
It's not actually a reflection. It's actually a holographic magnification projection of the neutron inside the atom.
Yeah, where's it projecting from?
From the inside of the atom, the 6 colors of the hypercube, the neutron hypercube, is projected outside the atom.
It's just with that
All it
the rainbow projection is coming just from the light itself. It's like in the traveling light.
Um, between the proton and neutron, there is a photon hypercube as a link, connecting link. And because of that photon hypercube, the colors of the neutron are being projected outside of the atom. But the hypercube is a cubic shape with 6 faces, colored faces. But the hypercube has a octahedral perspective. And this octahedral perspective is projected outside. So it's unfolding the 3D construct of the hypercube into a 2D field. Because the electric force is has a binary field construct. But 3D space is electromagnetism. And the magnetism is the rotation of that electric force field, the binary force field. Make sense? Were you able to keep up?
Yeah. Well, sort of. I'm just trying to look at things and see where my questions are.
So
my question, again, where my head was coming from was like the distance of that projection. So the light you're seeing is hitting the cube in that photon, and that is
in
coming out as a 3D projection or a 2D projection.
Yeah, the photon hypercubes are propagating. They enter the atom. Yeah, there are 144 Moebius propagation pathways. and each hydrogen atom or whatever, based on the proton count of the atom, that's pretty much how many electrons you will have. Because when you have two protons, you usually have also two neutrons. And each proton is sharing one Möbius pathway connection with the neutron, and it's always feeding one electron to the neutron. So we detect this as the hydrogen atom, for example, which is one proton and one neutron officially, but it's actually one proton, one photon hypercube, and one quaternary neutron hypercube. And
Whoa, that's
yeah, and when the new hypercube photon enters the atom, it ejects the other photon hypercube, which is already carrying all the information about the proton and the neutron, and it's projecting it outside. It's unfolding it. But the colors, those 7 colors, they are not intrinsic to the photon. The only thing the photon has is a luminosity token, the light.
is that why like borealis, or like when the sun hits like those noble gases, they're the different colors?
Yeah.
It's the
Those
direction
color,
of the travel. It's the direction of the travel, is what you're saying, based on the direction the cube is turned along that travel.
yeah, it's
Okay.
those noble gases. They have certain phases outside orientation, or it depends to which side of the proton they are connected, because the proton has 6 sides it can make connections.
Hey, this is fun. Like, this is fun. I think one of the biggest problems at school back in the day is going to Virginia Tech for civil engineering, and I did some apprentice work with my girlfriend's dad time, and I was like, "This is really boring. I want to do this for work." Uh, and he builds, he's not builds, but designed some of the bridges along the interstates where I live, even. So I mean, but
Yeah.
like, I just did the work. I was like, I can do it. I don't want to do this for a job. I don't want to do this all the time. So it's the application more than the knowledge. Um, and now I do my thing. I love my job. I love what I do every day. And to be outside every day and help people and have an important job. And so like takes care of my family. So I love my job. I don't want to do something different. I wish I'd done something different. But it is cool to find an application for this kind of stuff and jumping back into it in a way where I want to, versus doing it for work. Like, this is
You
fun. Like, I
should
wanted to learn about this. So it's pretty cool, man.
you should be searching to get paid for your job uh, at least double or triple, because the true worth of your work that you give to your employer is 144 times more worth than what he's paying you.
I mean,
So
I'm
he's
I
paying
get
you.
that feeling. Yeah, I get that
Uh,
feeling, but you're saying it's
mhm.
it measured to the I'm saying some measure. I get paid well and I work really hard in that, but you're saying it's like matched to the 144. What do you mean by that? Like 144 times what he's paying you or what he's giving you?
Talking about natural laws of God. This world was made for you, and it is yours. You are the owner of the land, of the air, of the forest, of the animals, of the rivers, of the oceans, of the North Pole, of the South Pole, of everything here in this plane of existence. You are the righteous owner, and nature itself recognizes you if you know how. Because this thing that we live in, the land, it's the belly, it's the digestive system.
But I've never heard it put that way, and I like it.
Yeah.
Like the digestive system. That's a good way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've noticed when I've been working on a lot of things with connecting with this world, things I never had, ways I haven't since I was a kid. Even like I said last night, like walking bare feet on the ground, soaking up the negative ion or it's just soaking up the neutral ions in the energy
Yeah.
running through my body, wearing my copper while
Yeah.
doing it and
Well,
stuff like that. Like I'm
remember,
trying to reconnect with nature for sure.
remember I told you about the cube with the 6 colored faces, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, plus Y is blue, plus Z is violet, minus Z orange, plus minus X red yellow, and minus Y green. When you unfold this cube on a 2D plane, you get the 6 squares cross, which represents the Vitruvian man. So the very 3D space itself has the body of the man embedded in it.
Okay, that's
Your
I see more
hypercube,
what you're saying. Like you said
your
something like that the other night, and I
hypercube
see it
state,
more now. So
yeah, your hypercube state is when you kneel down and bow down with your head to the ground. So you pack your whole body together. Yeah. And that's the best grounding position. You in that position you get the highest grounding connection with the earth. It's something very healthy, and it's also that position you had it in the womb of your mother before you shipwrecked into this world.
that's another go shipwrecked into this world. Never heard of it
Yeah,
that. That's
yeah.
awesome. I like that shipwrecked it. Yeah.
I mean, literally, your mother, before she gave birth to you, her water broke, and then you came out. So that's shipwrecking.
What about when I've heard they were talking? I heard somebody saying something about like I was a C-section baby because head was too big. My son's head was also too big. We both kept bouncing off the opening and spinning back out, just because of our just you know, I'm not smart. I'm not saying it. It was just I have a large head, and our mothers had small hips, so we're both C-section
Yeah.
babies.
The best way for a baby to be born is legs first. You land on the legs in this world because those are the minus Z. When you come with your head first, you are coming with plus Y. And the head is a very sensitive organ, and that means at your birth you fall in your head at birth and you hit your head on the ground. And you make that grounding contact, so you make a high discharge of your body charge into the ground through your head. So that in time means a higher degree of ohmic resistance in the spine of that man. So at birth, the most lucky ones are the ones who come legs first into the world.
Which is interesting to me right now on that we are told that that's a bad thing. And they try to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing coming with the head, but of course, at birth, the mother must be very careful not to really drop you in the head, you know. If that
Like a
happens,
giraffe, which just pops out like
if that
6 feet onto
really
the ground.
happens, if that really happens at birth, while the baby is still connected to the placenta through the umbilical cord, you know, it's the discharge stored in the placenta that actually conducts through the umbilical cord, through your whole body, and then from your head to the ground. And this will weaken the coherence channels, the human spine. It's like electrical circuitry here. I'm not talking about biology, not mainstream science. This is my own computational paradigm, which I developed, and these conclusions are my own as of now, but I might soon get academic recognition for my computational paradigm. And then everything that I said stands.
I mean, that would be nice because I think Yoda was talking about it with me the other day because one of the guys was in here trying to say how that Earth has to be a globe for the electromagnetic field to work the way it does, and that that kind of whole the only way gravity works is if we're a globe. And I didn't really speak up because again I just starting learning about this, and so I'm trying to learn not to speak out of my own depth, which is more of an impulse for me with my ADHD and autism and stuff. It's like an impulse to like shout what I know, and so I'm
Yeah.
trying to learn as I grow to pull that inward and ask questions. because I do have misconceptions and I do have inaccurate knowledge.
Yeah.
So
I
to
think
study
you've
more to
heard.
learn. So
Yeah, I think you've heard about CRISPR technology, DNA editing.
I've heard about that possibility. Yes, I don't know about it like in depth at all. I've heard
Yeah,
that that is the possibility that they can manipulate our DNA. Yeah.
Yeah. Those guys are hallucinating, and they have no damn clue what they're talking about. Want me to explain to you how foolishly they truly are? How far off they are from truly reading and understanding the human DNA.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've got ahead of them on that because, like, at least I see that. I think a lot of this whole thing with flat Earth and diving into it too is really showing me that, like, I'm learning so much, and one of the things I'm learning is that I know very little. I understand very little.
Yeah.
So, but it's fun. Like I said, with this application to desire to learn is really cool.
So, their problem is that they see the binary system a base 2 number system. But in the binary, the base 2 numbering just coincide. Oh, sorry. Be right back.